Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 2499 to Chapter 2583. Hai Wuzuan's power was stronger than Ling Zhao's. It was more powerful than Ling Zhao's martial arts. And it was more powerful than Ling Zhao's weapon. How could he not win? Most of the Dark Tribe members had high hopes for Hai Wuzuan. No Light in the Night and Hai Wuliang were the only ones who frowned. The two of them favored Ling Xiao more. After all, Hai Wuzuan was a member of the House of Hai, but he was a lackey of the House of Hai. On the other hand, Ling Xiao favored the House of Hai more. The sky was filled with shadows, forming a strange black monster that charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, calmly looking at this terrifying monster. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he suddenly smiled. A top-tier jade-grade martial arts is indeed powerful. It's a pity that it's only at the initial success level. It's not even as powerful as a top-tier jade-grade martial arts. Today, I will show you what a real combat genius is. Ling Xiao smiled and raised the long sword in his hand. Then, a ferocious black aura was released from his body. The sword began to emit a terrifying whistling sound. The roar of a tiger came from the Yin Mountain. He thrust the sword forward and the entire square seemed to have turned into the Yin Mountain ghost realm. It was the same move, but when it was executed by Ling Xiao, its power and aura were much stronger. That was because he had reached the transcendent state. Shadow martial arts, sword cry of the Yin Mountain, transcendent state. Boom, the ferocious black tiger tore the shadow monster apart and continued to pounce on Hai Wuzuan. Hai Wuzuan's face paled. However, he did not give up just yet. After being blocked by the shadow monster, the black tiger had weakened a lot. He changed his move. You know shadow martial arts, so do I. In fact, I know more than you. The second style of shadow martial arts, sword rends the underworld. The black Qilin sword in his hand whistled and a huge sword shadow appeared as if it was going to tear the Yin Mountain ghost realm apart. The black tiger turned into nothingness. Hai Wuzuan smiled excitedly. Unfortunately, his smile did not last long. Ling Xiao threw away the broken sword in his hand and swapped for a new one. Then, he said coldly, "If I say you can't do it, then you can't do it. Now, I'll show you what a real sword splitting the underworld is." As soon as he made his first move, his second move followed. Sword cry of the Yin Mountains and sword rends the Yellow Springs could be used together, and the power would be even more terrifying. Yin Mountain cracked open. The terrifying yellow spring gushed out from the Yin Mountain and condensed into a terrifying sword energy. It instantly destroyed Hai Wuzuan's sword shadow. Then, it collided with Hai Wuzuan. Dark Knight Wuzuan's defensive magic treasure was activated, but it could only ensure that he didn't die. He was sent flying. And Fengyun looked at Hai Wuzuan nervously. He did not wish for Hai Wuzuan to die again. Don't worry, and Fengyun. Since it's not a battle of life and death, I won't go all out. I'm just using the second style's mastery. His injuries aren't serious, so he'll recover soon. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Right now, he was not thinking about revenge, but about becoming stronger. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately provoke the Dark Ones. He wanted to give them some face and ease the tension. What he needed to do next was to participate in the Ox Deity Maze. He wanted to win the Ox Deity Beast Soul and become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. And Fengyun, I've defeated all the challengers. Hai Wuzuan is no match for me. Does that mean I've won the right to participate in the Ox Deity Maze? Ling Xiao looked at Fengyun proudly and asked. He had defeated Hai Wuzuan and the others with his own strength. He did not rely on the Divine Codex or Ling Yin. Therefore, some of the Dark Ones' hatred for him had lessened. Some of them even worshipped him. After all, being strong was the way to go. And Fengyun was silent for a long time. He wanted to go back on his word, but he was afraid of the Divine Codex's strength. He had to keep his promise. He sighed and said, "Fine. I'll leave the second spot to you." 20 days later, the Chen Kingdom's royal family will send the 13th prince to supervise the competition. The 13th prince is a top talent, a true genius. He's also a disciple of the Arcana Academy. You need to control your temper in front of him. Everything will be based on the victory of the Ox Deity Maze. Is that all right? Don't worry. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke him. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying the Qin kingdom. Ling Xiao said this to show that the divine codex could appear at any time. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? And Fengyun heard this and felt helpless. Yes, with that woman's strength, she could do whatever she wanted in the western regions, let alone the Qin kingdom. Forget it. Why should he care so much? As long as that woman did not come to the Eight Immortals Mountain to cause trouble, he would thank the heavens. Let's go. And Fengyun felt a little tired at the moment. No matter how clever a plan was, it seemed so small and useless in the face of absolute power. Even if he did everything he could, he would still lose in the face of such a strong opponent. Ling Xiao did not stay in the square for long. He directly brought his friends to the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan had withstood the test of the previous battle. Even if the entire clan was imprisoned, they still risked their lives to protect Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao was very touched by this. Therefore, he planned to let Qingwan Hua, Lin Yang, and the others join the Moon Clan. This way, he would have less to worry about. The Moon Clan had lost a lot of people in the previous battle and needed new people to join. Of course, they were very welcome. Ling Xiao had never been to the Moon Clan before. This was his first time. When he stood in the Moon Clan's main hall, his expression became absent-minded. This was because he discovered that there was a jade statue in the middle of the Moon Clan's main hall. This statue looked very similar to his elder sister, the Moon Maiden. Could it be the same person? Ling Xiao could not help but think. Then, he asked the Moon Clan's elder about this. The Moon Clan's elder told him that about a few thousand years ago, a woman passed by this place. She stayed on the Eight Immortals Mountain for several months and taught the Eight Immortals some martial arts. She also founded the Moon Clan. The first ancestor of the Moon Clan was this woman's disciple. Although she was called a disciple, she was only taught a few moves. But just those few moves had already benefited the entire Moon Clan immensely. Did that person call herself the Moon Maiden? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Yes, could it be that little brother Ling knows her? The Moon Clan's elder asked in surprise. Indeed, we met before reincarnating. She can be considered the love of my life. Ling Xiao sighed and said, it's a pity that she had to reincarnate to save me. The reason why I cultivate so hard is to see her again as soon as possible. When he spoke, his emotions were naturally revealed. The Moon Clan's elder did not believe it, but he could feel it from his sincere feelings. Perhaps this is fate. Her Highness Moon Maiden created the Moon Clan, and you saved the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan elder sighed. It's not saving. After all, this is what I owe you. For my sister Jiao Jiao, you have done a lot. Oh right, I came this time not only to thank you in person and send my friends to the Moon Clan, but also to give you some gifts. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Little brother Ling, there's no need to be so polite. We promised Dark Knight Formless, so we naturally have to do it. There's no need to thank us at all. The Moon Clan elder hurriedly refused. Clan elder, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let's see what it is. Ling Xiao smiled and took out 2 gourds. Then he said, inside this red gourd is a pill called Yin Yang Origin Energy Pill. It's a middle mystic grade pill. Because it's a perfect grade pill, its effect is comparable to a high mystic grade pill. I believe that even in the entire country of Chen, it's hard to find a pill of this grade. This pill is very useful for Yin Yang realm martial artists to increase their cultivation and recover their origin energy. You have to use it well. I hope that the Moon Clan will become the strongest clan in the Eight Immortal Mountain. When Ling Xiao spoke, the Moon Clan elder, and the Moon Clan elder all stared at him. How could they not know how hard it was to find a perfect grade high mystic grade pill? Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Ling Xiao actually gave them this gourd. This gourd wasn't small. It could hold hundreds of pills without a problem. Hee, there's a total of 500 pills in the gourd. Use it sparingly. This green gourd contains healing pills that I made myself. As long as you're not dead, you can slowly recover after eating it. If you use it with origin energy, the effect will be even better. I know that because of my sister, a large number of Moon Clan disciples were injured. Some are even unconscious. But don't worry, these pills will definitely cure them. Hearing this, the Moon Clan elder stood up. My daughter Moon Death is the #1 genius of the Moon Clan, but she was heavily injured by Lin Yuetian. Now she's unconscious. Medicine Master said that she might never wake up. Is this healing pill effective as well? Of course, but to be on the safe side, I'll go and take a look myself. When Ling Xiao heard that Moon Death was caused by his sister, he didn't dare to be negligent. That was how he was. If someone treated him well, he would treat them 10 times better. If others were to scheme against him, he would not be polite either. Moon Death lay on the hospital bed. Although her mind was very clear, her body was not listening to her. She could sense everyone around her, but she could not open her eyes. She could hear her parents' painful cries and screams. She wanted to comfort them, but she couldn't. She felt as if her body had been imprisoned and she couldn't move at all. At this moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared in the room. Who? She tried to use her soul force to investigate this person's appearance. But there was nothing he could do. This person's soul was so strong that it was unfathomable. It was even stronger than her parents'. Who was this person? He must be an old senior expert. Just as she was thinking, this person's hand grabbed her wrist. Then, a warm current was released from his hand and entered her body. She felt very comfortable. Ever since she was injured, she had never felt this way. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. Your daughter was only imprisoned by Lin Yuetian's secret technique. She's fine. Ling Zhao's voice sounded. Moon Death was very surprised. Because this voice sounded so young. He must be an old senior who likes to stay young. Moon Death thought in her heart. Because this was the only explanation for this person's confidence. Lin Yuetian said that unless we beg him to let Moon Death become his concubine, he will only help Moon Death heal. He also said that only he and his father can cure this kind of injury. No one else can. The Moon Clan Patriarch couldn't help but say. It's reasonable for him to say that. This kind of imprisonment came from the dragon cult. His father Lin Quan is a member of the dragon cult. Naturally, he would know how to do it. He must have learned it from his father. However, I can only treat his confidence as ignorance. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he stuffed a pill into Moon Death's mouth. Then, his soul power entered Moon Death's spirit ocean. There was a black demonic dragon hiding in there. This was the origin of all the dragon cults. Secret techniques. Moon Death could see all of this. She saw a young man destroy the demonic dragon with one palm. Then, she felt much more relaxed. Miss Moon Death, you can open your eyes now. Ling Xiao said with a smile. In fact, there were thousands of secret techniques in this world that couldn't be performed without formations. Ling Xiao was a master of spirit designs and array formations. He had his own special means to break any secret technique. Lin Yuetian was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. He didn't understand at all. Moon Death tried to open her eyes. Although it was a little difficult to open her eyes for a long time, she still managed to open them slowly. She saw a handsome young man standing in front of her. Although his face was still a little immature, he was full of confidence and dignity. After opening her eyes, she could move her hands and feet. She hurriedly got up and bowed. Moon Death thanks Senior for saving my life. Senior? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, you and I are both martial artists who have entered the reincarnation realm. I don't dare to call myself your senior. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. You are Ling Xiao. Yu Shang felt like he couldn't wrap his head around this. In the past, she had heard some rumors about Ling Xiao. However, she had never seen this person with her own eyes. Nor was she interested in seeing him. Because she always felt that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. Sooner or later, he would be killed. However, today, Ling Xiao actually appeared in front of her and saved her from an unconscious state. Thinking back to the past, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Look at our Moon Death. She's blushing. Seeing that his daughter had woken up, the Moon Clan leader was in a good mood. Young hero Ling, why don't we go to the side hall and have some food and wine? I have to thank you properly. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't want to reject such good intentions. After all, this was the clan that had tried their best to protect his sister. Can my daughter join too? Moon Death couldn't help but ask. Is your body okay? The Moon Clan leader asked. Don't worry, father. I've never felt better. Even my cultivation seems to be improving. Moon Death smiled. That's normal. Just now, I destroyed the energy that Lin Yuetian injected into your body. That energy now belongs to you. Your cultivation will break through in a day or two. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Halfway through the wine, Moon Death suddenly said seriously, Brother Ling, I heard from my father that you need to become stronger as soon as possible to save the Moon Maiden. And the Ox God Beast Soul and the Ox God Maze must be obtained. I will help you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Miss Moon Death, are you sure? With the Ox God Beast Soul, you can directly become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Are you really going to give up? Moon Death smiled and said, Actually, it's not that I want to give up, because I know I can't get it. In this battle for the Ox God Maze, other than the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, the Duke of Yu will also participate. I've asked around, and among the participants, there are martial artists at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang transformation stage. Not only are 8 Immortal Mountain, but the other 2 factions also have them. The final battle will very likely be between them. Since I don't have a chance, I might as well help Brother Ling. You should know that the Moon Maiden is the founder of our Moon Clan, and you are also my savior. After hearing Moon Death's words, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In a sect, there were shameless people like Dark Knight, Dark Flower, and Jian Kuan. Naturally, there were also people like Dark Knight and the Moon Clan who were loyal and righteous. Ling Xiao's luck was not bad. Although he had offended many people, he had also met many people. Miss Moon, I naturally can't take all the benefits for myself. I believe Sister Ruoxian will make the same choice as you. So, I only want the Ox God Beast Soul, and the rest will belong to the 2 of you. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my words. He didn't ask Lin Ruoxian, but he already knew what Lin Ruoxian's choice would be. Young hero Ling is a true friend, but you must not think too simply of this matter. Even if the 3 of you work together, it will be very difficult to obtain the Ox God Beast Soul. The Moon Clan leader suddenly frowned. I am willing to listen to the Lord Clan leader's teachings. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. I wouldn't dare to say that I'm teaching you, but I'm still the clan leader of the Moon Clan, so I do know some inside information. Everything else aside, in the 8 Immortals Mountain, you might meet a strong enemy like Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian's cultivation was at the 6th level of hell. The 3 of you together are no match for him. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't respond, the Moon Clan leader continued, there is another person in the Heavenly Wind Group who is as powerful as Lin Yuetian. His name is Xianxia. Just like you, he's also a rare beast warrior and has a 1-star Yin-Yang state beast soul at the peak of the 6th level of hell. In terms of strength, he might be slightly stronger than Lin Yuetian. Interesting. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Interesting? The clan leader of the Yu clan wondered if he had heard wrongly. Surprisingly, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he said that it was interesting. Lin Yuetian was a late-stage Yin-Yang state martial artist at the 6th level of hell. I've heard that there are plenty of martial artists at this level in the Qin Kingdom. If you can't reach this level before the age of 20, you can't even be considered a genius. Ling Xiao cracked a smile and said, there are still 20 days before the Ox God Maze. No one can predict what will happen during this time. Just like 11 days ago, I fell into the Demon Sea. Who would have thought that I would come back alive and reach the early stage of the 5th level of hell? That's true. However, with the help of the former sect master Ling Yan, you will have a better chance. The clan leader of the Yu clan still didn't think it was a good idea. After all, miracles were called miracles because they were rare. Ling Xiao was able to create a miracle last time, but he might not be able to do so in the next 20 days. With Ling Yan's help, the clan leader would have a better chance. Ling Yan has gone to the Imperial City. The Imperial City is his world. With his cultivation, it's a waste of time for him to stay in the 8 Immortal City. Ling Xiao said. What? Hearing this, the clan leader of the Yu clan suddenly stood up with an ugly expression. Clan leader, what's wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The clan leader of the Yu clan hesitated whether to tell Ling Xiao. Clan leader, if you're my friend, just tell me. No matter what, I, Ling Xiao, can handle it. Ling Xiao said. Young hero Ling, do you know why sect master Ling Yan was defeated so easily and was labeled as a traitor, forcing him to reincarnate? The clan leader of the Yu clan asked. Wasn't it because Lin Quan was greedy for power and wanted the position of sect master? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. He had always thought that this was the case. That was one of the reasons, but the real reason was that sect master Ling Yan had a blood feud with the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Lin Quan accidentally discovered it and told the royal family, resulting in that tragedy. The clan leader sighed and said, at that time, I was also roped in. Although I didn't do anything, I learned some secrets. It turned out that sect master Ling Yan's father was a rank 1 military marquis of the Qin Kingdom. Because he was powerful, he fought bravely, and his military achievements were illustrious. In the many battles with the neighboring volcano kingdom, it was this marquis who served as the commander-in-chief. He displayed the might of the Qin Kingdom, scaring the volcano kingdom so much that they didn't dare to invade the borders for many years. But young hero Ling, you also know that if one's military achievements are too great, the royal family will fear them. This was especially true if one encountered a narrow-minded king. That would be even more troublesome. This was what it meant when one's achievements overshadowed their masters. Although this military marquis had chosen to retreat in the face of adversity, he had wanted to withdraw from the imperial court to protect himself. But he didn't expect that his retreat would instead help the enemy to become even more vicious. The Qin clan had thousands of people, and almost all of them were convicted of treason. Among them, hundreds of the main culprits were all beheaded. The remaining men were exiled, and the women became prostitutes for officials. It was simply tragic to the extreme. This young master Ling only escaped because he was cultivating outside. Later on, he changed his name and went to the 8 Immortals County City, becoming the sect master of the 8 Immortals Mountain. It was all for the sake of avenging the thousands of people of the Qin clan one day. He actually had such a deep blood feud, and he didn't tell me? Ling Xiao asked in shock. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He probably didn't say it for your own good. With your strength, you can't help at all. But young hero Ling, you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. You definitely wouldn't ignore such a matter. So it's impossible for him to tell you. The clan leader analyzed. Then according to your judgment, he went back to take revenge? Ling Xiao asked. Even if it's not revenge, it's too dangerous. Under the eyes of the enemy, this is simply asking a tiger for its skin. The clan leader said. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a little anxious. But with Ling Yan's cultivation, he was not even worth a fart in the imperial city. What could he do? The only thing he could do now was to hope that Ling Yan would not be impulsive. After all, when Wang Duling family was exterminated, Ling Yan was still young. Those enemies might not be able to recognize him. After some disguise, he could still get away with it. Thank you for telling me this, clan leader of the Yu clan. I'm afraid I have to leave first. Young hero Ling, are you really going to the royal capital? The Moon clan leader was anxious. No. With my strength, I'll just be a burden to him. What I need to do now is continue to improve my strength. With Ling Yan's talent and intelligence, even if he can't take revenge, he'll definitely survive. I believe in him. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's good. The Qin Kingdom's royal family is extremely powerful. With the Arcana Academy behind them, they're like a tiger with wings. I'm afraid that apart from the dragon cult, there's no one else who can contend with them. Of course, if that woman, your master, is willing to help, then it'll be great. The clan leader of the Moon clan sighed. Revenge can't be left to others. That's not revenge. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I know Ling Yan's temper too well. If he wanted to borrow the hands of others, he would have mentioned it long ago. At that time, my master hadn't left yet. That's true. Young hero Ling, be careful. Although the 8 Immortals Mountain is currently afraid of you, it's not that bad. Apart from some lunatics who want to secretly deal with you. I know that. I'm not interested in killing them now. But if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me. I understand. Ling Xiao snorted and said, my master is not to be trifled with. I, Ling Xiao, am not to be trifled with either. I'll leave first. I'll have to trouble you to protect my friends. Before leaving the Moon Clan, Ling Xiao didn't forget to set up the formation of his courtyard outside of the Moon Clan. After what happened last time, Ling Xiao knew very well that no matter how powerful the Moon Clan was, they couldn't fight against the alliance of the other 7 clans. With these formations, things would be much easier. After leaving the Moon Clan, Ling Xiao didn't return to his courtyard. He was still a little confused about how to improve his strength. He had Beast Soul transformation cards now, but they weren't complete and strong enough. Especially the Steel-Armored Ox Beast Soul, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Dragon Beast Soul, and the Black Wolf General Beast Soul couldn't keep up with his cultivation. Only the Black-Striped Flying Tiger Beast Soul could increase his combat strength the most. As for the other 3, they would at most require a special ability. There was also the Advanced Thunder Battle Body and the Advanced Lava Battle Body. At his current level of cultivation, he could only provide some lightning power and lava power to slightly increase his attack and defense. Other than strengthening, the effects were not that great. He urgently needed to upgrade his lightning combat body and lava combat body. In that case, even if his cultivation did not break through, his battle prowess would skyrocket. Of course, there was also cultivation and martial skills. There was the Dark Shadow martial arts. As long as he continued to fight and temper himself, he would naturally be able to improve. As for his cultivation, he had to think of some special methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to raise it quickly in a short period of time. Regardless of whether it was Beast Souls, cultivation, or battle constitution, he would have to go to the 8 Immortal City. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had a lot of good stuff, and he had a good relationship with the shopkeeper there. Let's try our luck. Thinking of this, he directly left the 8 Immortals Mountain. Coincidentally, in the 8 Immortals County, outside the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, he met a few acquaintances. Dark Underworld and Dark Knight No Zun seemed to have recovered from their wounds. They must have used some very good healing medicine. There were also Jian Lufeng and Jian Tianchen from the Sword Clan. Jian Tianchen was stronger than Jian Lufeng. He was Jian Liufeng's elder brother. The two of them naturally hated Ling Xiao to the core. There were also Sha Feiyue and Sha Menglong from the Sand Clan. Shi Yanran from the Snake Clan. Toriyama Akira from the Bird Clan. Kong Yu from the Sky Clan. Zhenhai from the Jin Clan. Lin Ting from the Sect Leaders Hall. There were a total of 10 people. Except for Dark Knight No Zun, all of them were going to participate in the Ox Deity Maze battle. There were a total of 14 people in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Among them, only Lin Yuetian, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death did not appear. Including Ling Xiao, 11 people were here. Ling Xiao glanced at them, cupped his hands, smiled, and then walked toward the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Although there were a few people who had a deep grudge against him, there were also some whom he had never met before. He had to be polite and cupped his hands in greeting. It was human nature to be polite. Ling Xiao, have you heard that the royal family increased the number of participants by 1, and I can still participate in the Ox Deity Maze battle? You didn't expect that, right? Dark Knight No Zun suddenly said loudly. Ling Xiao did not expect this. But what did it have to do with him? Whether Dark Knight No Zun participated or not would not affect him at all. If there was any impact, it would only bite could cause a little trouble. Oh? Then I have to congratulate you. Ling Xiao said lightly and continued to walk forward. Damn it. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jian Lufeng gritted his teeth and hated him to the core. One should know that his bride was snatched away on the day of his wedding. Although he did not really want to marry Ling Jiaojiao, he just wanted the saber sword Shenhuang martial spirit. But even so, it was a great humiliation. Lufeng, this is the downtown area. If we fight, it won't do us any good. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is not to be trifled with. Jian Tianchen stopped Jian Lufeng. As the elder brother, he was stronger than his younger brother. Of course, Jian Lufeng had to listen to his words. But elder brother, this guy is too hateful. Not only did he snatch my bride, but he also killed our sword clan. There are so many people in our clan. The woman behind him even killed our clan elder. It makes our sword clan's current position very awkward. Jian Lufeng said angrily. Don't worry. If we don't touch him now, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the Ox Deity Maze battle. Can't bear it? There are only 20 days left. Jian Tianchen hated Ling Xiao. The clan elder in his family was his biological grandfather. But he knew that he needed to bear it now. There was another person who also knew how to bear it. That was An Ming. It seemed like the Dark World woman did not have much enmity with Ling Xiao. She was not the daughter of a Nightwalker, nor the daughter of An Hua. She was just an adopted daughter of An Fengyun. If there was a grudge, it would be that An Fengyun's martial Dao heart was destroyed. Now, he no longer had the past. He was high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. But in reality, one had to know that the 8 magic treasures of the 8 great clans were definitely used by the strongest geniuses. In this battle of the Ox Deity Maze, the magic treasures of the other clans were used by the geniuses of their respective clans. The Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd was supposed to be hers. It had been decided long ago. Moreover, An Ming had specially prepared for many years to be able to use the Shadow Black Gourd better. She had been waiting for more than 10 years for the battle for the ownership of the 8 Immortals County. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. All her efforts were in vain. How could she not be angry? However, this guy was more tolerant than she had imagined. He did not show any dissatisfaction or anger. There was only a calm look in his eyes and a hidden killing intent in his heart. He was completely different from Hai Wuzuan. Let's go. We still have important matters to attend to. Among these people, Jian Tianchen and An Ming were the strongest. Therefore, Jian Tianchen gradually became the leader of their party. Therefore, Jian Tianchen called out, and the rest of the people entered the Heavenly Dragon trading firm one after another. Of course, it was different when Lin Yuetian was there. Lin Yuetian was the young sect master with terrifying strength. Naturally, he was the most dazzling person wherever he went. These people did not come to find trouble with Ling Xiao. This meeting was just an accident. They came to the Heavenly Dragon trading firm to buy things. When they entered the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, they saw that Ling Xiao was personally received by the Heavenly Dragon trading firm's shopkeeper. This made them even more jealous. Especially those who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. They could not wait to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. What did Ling Xiao do? How could he get the help of such a powerful woman? How could he be treated so well by the Heavenly Dragon trading firm? They were not convinced. But what could they do? It was meaningless. They could only be jealous in their hearts. The series of events that followed caused their anger to reach its peak. Ling Xiao, as a VIP customer, bought a large number of herbs from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. Many of these herbs were what these geniuses needed. I can't take it anymore. Jian Lufeng was trembling. He could not suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Ling Xiao. I can't take it anymore. This kid can get such good treatment because he has a good master. Otherwise, what is he? Hai Wuzuan was also furious. He had forgotten that he had just lost to Ling Xiao in the arena. If Ling Xiao was nothing, then what was his loss to Ling Xiao? Brother Tianchen, we can't deal with him openly. Can't we deal with him secretly? I heard that there are assassins from the Dark God Palace in the 8 Immortals County. The assassins may not know that Ling Xiao has a powerful backer. Moreover, even if they know, they may not be afraid. After all, assassins are everywhere. The Dark God Palace was very mysterious, and no one knew where their headquarters was. No matter how strong the enemy is, they might not be afraid. Jian Lufeng suddenly lowered his voice. That's a good idea. Since I can't buy medicinal herbs, I'll use these spirit stones to hire assassins. Jian Tianchen and the others all agreed. Of course, there were a few people who were fence-sitters. They didn't dare to disagree. Otherwise, they would be the next target of this group of people. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't know what these people were planning. He bought what he needed and was lucky enough to obtain a brand new beast soul from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. A 1-star Yin-Yang Realm 7th level beast soul, Jade Rabbit. The special skill of the Jadeite Rabbit transformation was Jadeite Idol. This special skill allowed Ling Xiao to transform into a jade statue. His defense would be greatly increased, and he would be immune to all physical damage from Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. But they couldn't attack. They could use it until their inner strength was exhausted. This was a life-saving skill. Moreover, the Jade Rabbit transformation could be used up to the 7th level of Hell. To Ling Xiao, this was another increase in his combat strength. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm also told Ling Xiao about the cultivation of the Peak Lightning battle body and the Peak Lava battle body. It was said that a special condition had to be met before the cultivation could continue. However, the shopkeeper didn't know what the special condition was. Although he was a little disappointed, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied with the Jade Rabbit beast soul and the large amount of medicinal herbs that could increase his cultivation. After leaving the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, he went straight to the 8 Immortal Mountain. In his opinion, the mystery of the cultivation of battle bodies might be more suitable at the 8 Immortal Mountain than at the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. On the way, Ling Xiao integrated the Jade Rabbit beast soul into the Rabbit God position. This process didn't take too long, but it could increase Ling Xiao's combat strength by several times. To Ling Xiao, this was a great help. The most amazing thing was that when the Jade Rabbit beast soul was integrated into the deity position, Ling Xiao's cultivation also increased to a certain extent. He was still 30% away from the middle stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of Hell. Of course, this couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he had to continue to fight steadily and surely. After leaving the 8 Immortals County, on this familiar road, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the first time he met Lin Ruoxian. At that time, he had just arrived at the 8 Immortals County. Compared to today, his strength was like heaven and earth. However, he still achieved great success today. Thinking of this, he was more confident that he could continue to improve. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous sharpness. Ling Xiao believed that no one in the 8 Immortals County had a stronger soul power than him. No one could be more sensitive to danger than him. When this sharpness suddenly stabbed out from the darkness, Ling Xiao had already turned into a wolf and fled. Of course, fleeing was not the end. It was only the beginning. He suddenly transformed and entered the Jade Rabbit beast soul state. With a stomp, his terrifying jumping power was simply astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the assassin. When the assassin's attack failed, he wanted to escape. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast and have such a terrifying reaction. When he felt a large hand choking his neck and then fiercely pressing him to the ground, he knew it. He knew that he was done for. He cursed those damned employers who didn't tell him about this person's terrifying strength. He was just an assassin who came to the 8 Immortals County to play. He didn't expect to lose his life because of this rash attack. He wanted to bite the poison sac hidden in his mouth and commit suicide. However, it was already too late. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to interrogate and directly used soul catcher to obtain information. Humph, Jian Lufeng, you really have guts. You actually dared to hire an assassin to kill me. If you want to hire an assassin, you should hire a stronger one. You actually hired such a trash. Unhappy. What made Ling Xiao unhappy was not that Jian Lufeng wanted to hire an assassin to kill him. It would be strange if Jian Lufeng didn't want him to die. What made him unhappy was that the opponent was too weak and couldn't test his new ability at all. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. Ling Xiao glanced at the assassin and used soul catcher. At that moment, he clearly felt that all the attributes of his body had improved. Although the improvement was very small, it was very obvious to him. Of course, the most wonderful thing was the improvement of his cultivation. Interesting. This soul catcher can actually be used to improve cultivation. I guess the more powerful the opponent, the more useful it is. Ling Xiao had been worrying about how to improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Now, it could be solved smoothly. Tai Chi I, search. On the way to the 8 Immortal Mountain, Jian Tianchen and the other 11 people were walking up the mountain leisurely, enjoying the scenery while hurrying on their way. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. Before they could react, all of them fell into the smelly mud pit. For a moment, both the elegant young men and the elegant young ladies became mud figurines. The stench from their bodies attracted the surrounding dung beetles. Everyone tried to fly out of the mud pit, but they suddenly found that their feet seemed to be caught by something. It was so difficult that they could not get out. Oh no, this is not an ordinary mud pit. It's a formation. The knowledgeable Kongyu said in shock. Among these people, he knew more about formations, so he could discover it quickly. TSK, not bad. There are still people who can react. In the void, a figure gradually appeared with a sneer on his face. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do, you bastard? Jian Lufeng said angrily. He wanted to get out of the mud pit, but it seemed that he could not succeed. The rest of the people also had sullen looks on their faces. Clearly, they were very unhappy. And Ming's face was gloomy to the extreme. Even if a person could endure it, there was a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would naturally be unbearable. What am I trying to do? Then I'll have to ask you guys first. Who was it that hired such a trash to assassinate me? Ling Xiao said coldly, I didn't kill you. I'm just looking at the big picture. Don't be ungrateful, by the way, the dung in your mouth tastes good. Do you want me to let you have a few more mouthfuls? He sneered and waved his hand. A strange mud monster appeared in the mud pit. Its body was soft and looked very disgusting. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. You humiliated us like this. Do you think we won't dare to kill you? Hai Wuzuan roared. At this time, he was furious. His beloved woman and Ming loved cleanliness the most. But now, she was covered in a stench. For a woman who loved cleanliness, it was too unpleasant. Hee, I went too far. Didn't you think you went too far when you hired someone to assassinate me? Ling Xiao sneered and gave the sludge monster an order. The sludge monster pounced on them. Those people tried their best to resist, but the sludge monsters were scattered, and a large amount of muddy water once again drenched those people. However, at this time, Kongyu, who was unwilling to be humiliated, took out his own magic treasure, Spatial Blue Treasure Book. Then, a strange light flashed, and those people were all out of the area controlled by Ling Xiao's formation. Hey, what a magical treasure. As expected of the Sky Race's treasure. Even I feel a bit envious just looking at it. Ling Xiao saw that everyone had exited the array formation, but he did not care. In any case, it was impossible for these people to kill him with their strength. Ling Xiao, today is the day you die. After escaping from the array formation, Jian Lufeng was no longer able to suppress the rage in his heart. He roared, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Lufeng, don't worry. Once again, he was stopped by Jian Tianchen. Big brother. This kid is too infuriating. We are the top geniuses of 8 Immortal City. How can we be humiliated by this trash? Without that woman, without Ling Yan, he is nothing. Jian Lufeng roared. I know, I don't want to stop you this time. There is a limit to a person's patience. This Ling Xiao is only at the early stage of 5th level of Hell of Yinyang Realm. It was an accident that he could defeat Hai Wuzuan. If it wasn't for someone protecting him, he would have died long ago. He is just a despicable person who relies on a woman to survive. If I can't do anything after being humiliated by him, I would rather die. Our 8 Immortals Mountain's pride cannot be tarnished, our dignity as warriors cannot be humiliated like this. Jian Tianchen originally did not want to deal with Ling Xiao outside because he was afraid of Ling Yan and the woman behind Ling Xiao. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's smug and insufferably arrogant look, he could not stand it anymore. He was really someone who knew how to liven up the atmosphere. When he shouted those words, everyone else felt their blood boiling. As for the consequences of this battle, they no longer cared. Now, they only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There were 11 of them. The weakest among them was at the middle stage of 5th level of Hell of Yinyang Realm. The strongest was at the peak of 5th level of Hell. How could these 11 people not be able to kill a piece of trash who was only at the early stage of 5th level of Hell of Yinyang Realm? Brother Tianchen is right. Think about it. How did this piece of trash Ling Xiao humiliate our 8 Immortals Mountain? He ordered his woman to kill the sword tribe elder right in front of you, and he killed your loved ones. If we don't even dare to touch him, how can we face our dead family members? How can we face our own martial arts? This dog, who used to wag its tail everywhere, is now riding on our heads. You can tolerate it, but I can't." And Ming also exploded. The anger that had accumulated in her heart completely exploded. Her black hair stood on end. Everyone knows how to shout slogans. "I'm waiting for you to attack." Ling Xiao stood there like a villain. He coldly waved at the 11 hot-blooded youths with a look of disdain. "Damn, what's going on? Aren't they the 11 top geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, and Ming, Jian Tianchen, damn, there's also Kong Yu, who are they joining forces to deal with?" Although there were few people here, there were still some herb gatherers and martial artists passing by. Coincidentally, a small group of martial artists who were returning to the 8 Immortal City after completing a mission in the mountain passed by. When they saw the shocking scene, they could not help but exclaim, "I don't know that kid. Is he a devil from some place?" Ling Zhao's reputation was greater within the 8 Immortal Mountain. Almost everyone knew about him. However, there were very few people outside the 8 Immortal Mountain who knew about him. Even the live broadcast of Ling Xiao resolving the calamity in the 8 Immortal City had been deliberately erased by some people. People were quite forgetful. Ling Xiao gradually became a nobody from a hero. Perhaps the ones who truly remembered him were those inexperienced children. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jian Tianchen and the others. These people were filled with righteous indignation and their blood was boiling. He really felt that he should turn into a basin of cold water and pour it over them to wake them up. "If you don't attack, I'll go first." Ling Xiao sneered. His body turned into a wolf's shadow and pierced through the air. The wolf walks 1,000 miles, wolf pack attack. Lightning Wolf. The wolf pack attack was the 3rd move, and the lightning wolf was the 5th move. When Ling Xiao was fighting at the bottom of the Devil Sea, he had honed the wolf walks 1,000 miles a lot. After all, there were many demonic beasts there. If he did not want to be injured, it was extremely important. Now, he had cultivated the wolf walks 1,000 miles to the 7th move. And all 7 moves had been cultivated to the martial arts stage. The last 2 moves of 1,000-mile wolf were more difficult to comprehend. But Ling Xiao had already grasped some tricks. He believed that it should not take too long. Using wolf pack assault and lightning wolf at the same time, the effect was excellent. 11 wolf shadows darted out. In mid-air, the black wolf shadows suddenly turned into lightning wolves wrapped in lightning, pouncing at the 11 people with extreme speed. Among them, several people with weak cultivation were directly hit by this lightning wolf. Lightning flashed on their bodies, and they directly fell to the ground, black smoke coming out of their mouths. "Ha ha ha ha, a bunch of trash, actually vainly trying to kill me. I only used movement technique and made you all such a fool. Let me tell you, in the Ox Deity Maze, if anyone dares to make a move against me, I absolutely will not show mercy. Killing one is also killing a group is also killing." Ling Xiao revealed his true body and laughed crazily. Facing Ling Zhao's increasingly proud appearance, the 11 geniuses were really angered until they wanted to vomit blood. They were just preparing to take out their magic treasures and fight to the death with Ling Xiao when suddenly, a figure appeared in their midst. "Enough, there are still 20 days to participate in the Ox Deity Maze contest. You all actually still have the mood to fight among yourselves here." The one who appeared here was none other than precisely the Vice Hall Master of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall, the Sword Race's doyen, Jian Ruchao. Although Jian Ruchao also hated Ling Xiao to the bone, he was a smart person after all. He did not stand on any side, only standing in the middle to show his fairness. Seeing Jian Ruchao, Ling Xiao could not help smiling. This person would not be hot-blooded like those few idiots. He belonged to the crafty sort. Therefore, today's battle probably had no way of continuing. Originally, he still wanted to continue using these few people to properly practice his movement technique. "Jian Ruchao, aren't you ashamed? You were here long ago, why only come out now? Did you see that those trash could not beat me, so you came out to rescue me?" Ling Zhao's words did not give Jian Ruchao any face. He actually detected Jian Ruchao's arrival long ago. It was just that Jian Ruchao, this old thing, probably still wanted to see him make a fool of himself. He had been hiding in the dark and did not come out. You. Jian Ruchao did not expect that his thoughts would be seen through by Ling Xiao. For a moment, he had the urge to silence Ling Xiao. However, an old fox was an old fox. In the end, he held himself back. He said indifferently, "The situation isn't clear yet, that's why this hall master didn't appear. It wasn't until I saw them use their artifacts that I realized that you guys were really going to fight to the death. Now that I've come out to stop them, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Haha, old fox, you really know how to talk. Forget it, whatever you say. I'm going back first, I won't be playing with you guys anymore," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Deputy Hall Master, you have to uphold justice for us. This Ling Xiao actually set up a formation to humiliate us. If it wasn't for Kong Yu using his magic treasure, we would still be struggling in the mud." Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave, Hai Wuzuan grew anxious. "That's right, Uncle Ru Chao. This Ling Xiao's mouth is full of shit. Not only did he humiliate us, but he also humiliated the elders of 8 Immortal Mountain." Jian Lufeng was really good at adding oil to the fire. He continued very agitatedly, "This guy relied on his powerful master and didn't put 8 Immortal Mountain in his eyes at all. He even said that the dead elders were trash. It's simply unbearable. The reason why we want to take action is also because of this." Jian Ruchao actually knew that Jian Lufeng was adding oil to the fire. Because he had arrived long ago, he was still clear about what Ling Xiao said. However, he naturally wouldn't expose Jian Lufeng's lies. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Even ants have dignity. There are some things that you shouldn't do too much. Relying on the fact that you have someone behind you, you cause trouble everywhere. People like you will die sooner or later, and it will be very ugly." "Haha, I might die, but I will definitely die after you guys. Anyway, you trash won't be able to see it." Ling Xiao sneered. Since the other party was afraid of the Divine Codex, why not make use of it? Sullen days weren't good. Now that we commoners are the masters, we should still be rampant. You. Jian Ruchao had never been treated like this by a junior before. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his heart. There was even a moment when he thought that even if he had to offend that terrifying woman, he would still want to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. "Vice Hall Master, you want to kill me, right? I'm right here, hurry up and take action." Ling Xiao had a look of disdain because he knew that Jian Ruchao wouldn't dare to take action. This old fellow, not many young people have the guts to do so. Don't dare to take action? If you don't dare to take action, then don't fart. Let me tell you, Jian Ruchao, don't think that just because my master left temporarily, you guys can gang up to bully me again. If you push me too far, I will make 8 Immortal Mountain disappear from the map." Ling Xiao coldly snorted, turned around and flew away. Jian Ruchao anxiously looked at Ling Xiao leaving, but he didn't dare to chase after him, nor did he dare to take action. Ling Xiao was right, he was afraid. Recalling how terrifying that woman was, he felt that he couldn't even move his body. He might not be afraid of death, but if he offended that woman, he wouldn't be the only one to die, but the entire sword tribe. "Uncle Ruchao, do you really want to continue to let this rascal ride on your head and shit on you?" Jian Lufeng roared. The others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Looking at the miserable looks of these top geniuses, Jian Ruchao's nearly extinguished killing intent reignited once again. "Don't worry, you guys cultivate steadily and wait for the day when the Ox God Maze opens. As for that Ling Xiao, leave him to me." Jian Ruchao finally made up his mind. Next, he would discuss with Jian Kuan to create a place where that woman wouldn't be able to find and hide everyone from the sword tribe. This way, after killing Ling Xiao, they could all hide. They wouldn't have to be afraid of that woman's revenge. Let's go back. Since Jian Ruchao had decided to deal with Ling Xiao, he calmed down instead. Holy sh*t, so that demon is actually Ling Xiao from the 8 Immortals Mountain. When did this guy become so powerful? After the people of 8 Immortal Mountain left, the group of martial artists who had been hiding in the dark finally came out. One of them couldn't help but say, "That's right, I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is going to set up a genius list for all the geniuses who will participate in the Ox God Maze. This list will be used for people to bet on. When we see this, we have to go back and tell the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ling Zhao's name can't be missing from the genius ranking. Yes, yes, yes. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will reward us with useful information. Let's go. The group of martial artists returned to the 8 Immortal County and told the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company what they had seen. Therefore, the genius list changed on the same day. It was ranked according to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The most powerful person was the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Wind Group. The third on the genius list was Xiaofeng Wanyue from the Dukyu's residence. She was a girl. The 3 of them were all at level 6 of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. They were far behind the rest of the geniuses. The 4th was Chen Xianfeng from the Heavenly Wind Group. But today, it was Ling Xiao, who was not even in the top 30. It caused a lot of discussion. What was different from the genius ranking was that there was a odds ranking. The higher the ranking, the more likely it was to win the mythical ox beast soul. The betting list was similar to the genius list, but there was an exception. Ling Xiao was 4th on the genius list, but he was last on the betting list. There were a total of 45 people from the 3 forces, and he was the 45th. There was a reason why the betting odds were so low. The news that Ling Xiao had offended almost all the geniuses in 8 Immortal Mountain had spread. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, so his odds were naturally extremely low. Since he was destined to die, it was impossible for him to win. It was easy to imagine why his odds were so low. Of course, Ling Xiao was not interested in the ranking list at all. Even though he had heard about it, he was still indifferent. After returning to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao hid in his courtyard and began to cultivate. He spent 5 days to master the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul to the point where he could use it. Due to the difference in cultivation, he could not fully unleash the power of the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul. But at least he was not unfamiliar with it. He also knew how to use the jade statue like the back of his hand. As for his cultivation, because of his familiarity with the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul and the large number of elixirs he had refined, he finally broke through to the middle stage of level 5 of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. This speed was actually very fast. If he did not have a fortuitous encounter, this speed would be abnormal. But Ling Xiao could not be satisfied. His cultivation was not fast enough, so he had to work hard on the top combat constitution. In the end, he used up the remaining Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade, but he still could not upgrade his combat constitution. This gave him a headache. Left with no choice, he could only give up on cultivating and go out to try his luck. The last time he went to the 8 Immortals County, he was able to get a Jade Rabbit Beast Soul. If he was lucky this time, he might be able to find a way to cultivate a top combat body. In any case, the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't have a cultivation method for a top-notch battle constitution. He could only try his luck outside. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Jian Ruchao standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. What? Vice Hall Master wants to deal with me here? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Are you looking for a way to cultivate a top constitution? Jian Ruchao ignored Ling Xiao's sarcasm and asked. You investigated me? Ling Xiao's voice became cold and sinister. Is there even a need to investigate? I am the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil. I naturally know that you were looking for this item in the inner hall. Now, let me ask you, do you want this cultivation method? Jian Ruchao asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said. I have been to the Heavenly Wind Society and was lucky enough to find such a record in their library. Unfortunately, I couldn't read it because their people were nearby. If you have the guts, why don't you go and have a look? Jian Ruchao said lightly. Do you think I am stupid? The library of the Heavenly Wind Society? Why would I go there? Ling Xiao immediately noticed Jian Ruchao's scheme. This is not a scheme, it is an open one. I want to use the Heavenly Wind Society to kill you. Of course, if you don't go, you will not be able to learn the cultivation method and cultivate a top-level combat body. Jian Ruchao sneered. Good, amazing, really amazing. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao. He was sure that Jian Ruchao was telling the truth. The Heavenly Wind Society did have such a thing. However, if he went there, he would be dead meat. Chen Chongqing, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Society, had a grudge against him and was extremely powerful. Chen Beixian alone was not someone he could deal with. However, Jian Ruchao still didn't know his true strength. He cracked a smile and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I will go and have a look." After he finished speaking, he tore through the air and left without any hesitation. Idiot! Jian Ruchao watched Ling Xiao leave and sneered in his mind. He then chased after Chen Chongqing. However, halfway through, he disguised himself and put on the Tianfeng Group's martial artist's uniform. Jian Ruchao's plan was not complicated. He knew that the simpler the plan, the less likely it would be for him to make a mistake. What he needed to do was to kill Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Wind Society's territory. He wanted to blame the Heavenly Wind Society for Ling Xiao's death. After all, the head deacon of the Eight Immortals County was the son of Chen Chongqing, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Society. In this way, the Heavenly Wind Society would have a good reason to kill Ling Xiao. This plan not only killed two birds with one stone, but also saved him a lot of trouble. However, what was more unfortunate was that Jian Ruchao had calculated everything but misjudged one point, and that was Ling Xiao's strength. Since Ling Xiao dared to attack the Heavenly Wind Society alone, how could he be weak? Jian Ruchao's plan was perfect, but in the face of strength, it was worthless. Come out. Do you think I can't guess what you are thinking? When he reached the Heavenly Wind Society's territory, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked coldly at the bush not far behind him and said, "Didn't you follow me from the Eight Immortals Mountain to here to kill me? Let's not beat around the bush. If you want to kill me, let's do it quickly. After I finish you, I plan to go to the Heavenly Wind Society." There was no movement from the bush. Ling Xiao sneered. With a wave of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the air. It tore through the bush and hit something, causing a loud boom. A person was forced out of the bush. What is this move? Why have I never seen it before? The person who was forced out was Jian Ruchao. At this moment, Jian Ruchao's face was very ugly. He wanted to sneak attack Ling Xiao from behind. This way, he would have a higher chance of winning. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he did not want to be careless. However, he did not expect to be found out so quickly. Moreover, Ling Xiao's move was so strange and powerful. He had never seen it before. Didn't you always want to know my real identity? I can tell you now. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao with contempt and said, "You are right. I am the #1 genius of the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao." You. Jian Ruchao's face changed. Ling Xiao dared to admit his real identity in front of him. This meant that he was going to kill him. Jian Ruchao's heart was in his mouth. He was very worried. You can guess what I want to do, right? I have always told you not to provoke me. Because I will not let anyone who provokes me go. You could have lived. People say that even ants drag out their lives, but you came to die. You can't blame me. Oh right, there's another secret you don't know. Xin Dian isn't my master and she has already gone to Golden Heavenly Nation. She can't possibly come back to help me. You guys were scared by someone who doesn't exist. What a joke. Ling Xiao mocked. You despicable guy. How dare you treat us like idiots? Jian Ruchao's face was filled with anger. He thought of so many people from Eight Immortal Mountain who were stronger than Ling Xiao, but they were all scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. He couldn't wait to skin this guy alive. Yeah, who asked you to be idiots? Ling Xiao shrugged. I'll kill you. Jian Ruchao was enraged. He instantly forgot about his fear and erupted with a terrifying aura. Sure enough, you're at the peak of 5th level of hell. Looks like it's going to be fun today. Ling Xiao knew very well that if he couldn't even deal with Jian Ruchao, it would be even more troublesome if he encountered Jian Tianchen and Sha Feiyue who had magic treasures. Those two had the same cultivation as Jian Ruchao, but they had magic treasures of divine grade. Their combat strength would definitely be much stronger. Jian Ruchao, let's use this as a practice. It just so happened that his cultivation breakthrough was slow recently. He could use this guy to practice and see if he could break through the shackles of his cultivation. Jian Ruchao's aura continued to rise. A sharp longsword appeared in his hand. It was a white longsword that looked like it was carved out of white jade. It was actually an immortal-grade spiritual weapon that was second only to divine-grade spiritual weapons. Ling Xiao always felt that the black immortal sword was too eye-catching. Since it was a trump card, he couldn't use it all the time. The black immortal sword could be used as one of his trump cards to deal with stronger enemies. The white jade flying dragon sword in Jian Ruchao's hand was the best weapon at the moment. It could be used frequently and wouldn't break as easily as the mortal-grade spiritual weapons he bought. Ling Xiao, since the day you passed the test of the 8 Immortals Mountain, I have hated you very much. You've caused trouble in our sword tribe twice. There are simply too many members of the sword clan who have been killed by you and have died because of you. Even the clan elder of my sword clan was killed by your woman. If I can't kill you, when will my sword tribe be able to take revenge? Jian Ruchao roared while condensing a powerful move. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. In today's battle, he swore that he would make sure that not even Ling Xiao's bones remained. Firmament sword print. Kill. His cultivation was at the peak of Yin Yang realm level 5 of the first revolution, coupled with the immortal-grade spirit artifact sword in his hand. The attack power of Sword Tide was incomparably powerful. The roaring sword seal smashed the surrounding trees into smithereens, and even the boulders collapsed. As expected of the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Bestowing Kindness and Punishing Evil. His strength is not to be underestimated. It's a pity that you shouldn't have chosen to kill me now. If you had done it 10 days earlier, you might have succeeded easily. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into the Jade Rabbit. An emerald green armor that looked like jade covered his entire body. Rabbits were supposed to be cute, but cute had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Hence, when Ling Xiao transformed into his body, he became extremely domineering. From the outer appearance, one couldn't see any resemblance between him and a rabbit. Jade God Statue. Ling Xiao was clearly using Jian Ruchao as a test target. He wanted to see if the Jade God Statue could really achieve a perfect defense against the attack of an expert of this level. As the curse seal was released. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god statue carved out of jade. However, the surface of the god statue shone with a dazzling emerald light. At this moment, Jian Ruchao's attack had arrived. Boom, a huge explosion sounded on the surface of the jade god statue. However, Jian Ruchao was shocked. His sword couldn't achieve anything. Even the surface of the jade god statue didn't have any trace of damage. Instead, his huge sword seal shattered on the spot. This. What the hell is this? Jian Ruchao's expression changed as he continued to attack. Terrifying sword light stabbed the jade god statue one after another. However, every time he stabbed, it was to no avail. He began to panic. At this time, Ling Xiao could feel that his internal force continued to decline. However, the speed of decline was not as fast as he had imagined. It was much more efficient than his attack. It seemed that this jade god statue was really a life-saving special skill. Since the move had been tested, he didn't want to waste any more time. He suddenly withdrew the jade god statue and stabbed out. The sword light flashed and collided with Jian Ruchao's crazy attack. This time, Jian Ruchao was sent flying more than 10 steps away. Impossible. This is impossible. If his previous attack was ineffective, it could be explained that Ling Xiao had some magic weapon on him. However, the power of Ling Xiao's sword attack was comparable to her attack. This was absolutely impossible. Deputy Hall Master, you seem to be very surprised. In fact, you don't need to be surprised. I dared to wait for you here and dared to tell the truth about those things. Naturally, I can defeat you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and took out 2 long swords at the same time. These are my last 2 mortal-grade spiritual swords. You've probably heard that when I was in the White Tiger mainland, I was best at dual wielding. With 2 swords, I can perform 2 moves at the same time. Today, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I'm very merciful. Since I'm letting you die, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao's aura began to rise. His cultivation at the middle stage of the 5th level of the Yin Yang realm in the first transformation was fully unleashed. In addition to the enhancement of the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul. The enhancement of the Royal Heaven Earth Power. Right now, his true strength was definitely not inferior to Jianru Chao's. In the following battle, who would win and who would lose would depend entirely on the strength of battle techniques and martial arts techniques. Humph, you only blocked a casual attack of mine. Do you really think you can compete with me, the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil? You're just an ant that climbed up from the bottom. No matter how high an ant climbs, he's still an ant. He can't become an eagle. Jianru Chao snorted coldly. Although he was extremely shocked and even a little flustered, he knew that he would not be able to escape today. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape today. Since Ling Xiao dared to wait for him here, it meant that he had already set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. The only thing he could do was to kill Ling Xiao here and then escape unscathed. Haha, you think you're an eagle? In fact, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao sneered. A powerful aura began to accumulate on the two swords. Do you know the power of the first two moves of the shadow martial arts at the same time? If cultivated to the martial arts realm, it won't be inferior to any inferior top-tier jade grade martial arts technique. So what if it's not inferior? Mine is a genuine top-tier jade grade martial arts technique. How are you going to fight with me? Roar, a dragon's roar resounded. Top jade grade martial skill, Flying Dragon Sword Seal. This top jade grade martial skill is just a low grade martial skill. It is similar to the Dark Tribe's Dark Shadow Assault. Ling Xiao had seen this skill used by Hai Wuzuan before. However, Hai Wuzuan's skill was only at the small success stage while Jianru Chao had mastered it. Not only that, Jianru Chao's cultivation is also one small stage higher than Hai Wuzuan. Therefore, the power of this skill is very strong. It is 10 times stronger than Hai Wuzuan's skill. But so what, when Ling Xiao fought against Hai Wuzuan, he did not use his beast soul transformation. Now that he has transformed, his combat power is also 10 times stronger than when he did not transform. Moreover, he is fighting as Ling Xiao today. Naturally, he will not be afraid of exposing his identity. Both swords attacked at the same time. Sword Crying Mountain and Sword Rend Underworld exploded at the same time. This is not a continuous attack like last time. They are attacking at the same time. Their power is not the same as before. Attacking at the same time, the power is definitely stronger than two skills combined. When the terrifying sword light turned into sword shadows and attacked Jianru Chao's face became filled with fear. Why? Why is he so strong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He roared. He cannot believe what is happening in front of him. He wants to fight, he wants to kill Ling Xiao. He believes that all of this is just an illusion, he believes that all of this is fake and Ling Xiao is just bluffing. You can't see the strength of both sides. How sad, Deputy Hall Master. Ling Xiao looked at Jianru Chao coldly. Both swords had already stabbed out. The terrifying sword intent destroyed Jianru Chao's Flying Dragon Sword Seal. The flying dragon let out a mournful howl in the air. Immediately after, Jianru Chao's body was hit. Dozens of sword holes appeared on his body. He fell to the ground and looked like he was about to die. Ling Xiao coldly threw away the last two broken swords in his hand. He walked to Jianru Chao's side and took the white jade flying dragon sword from Jianru Chao's hand. A good sword. It's a pity that it's in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it. What a shame. Ling Xiao stored the white jade flying dragon sword into his storage ring. Then, he coldly grabbed sword tide. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. He was too lazy to question Jianru Chao, because he didn't know when Jianru Chao would die, so he simply used the method of soul searching to obtain the information he wanted. It would consume some soul power, but that wasn't a problem. It seems that this guy wasn't lying. The Heavenly Wind Society's library does contain the secrets of top constitutions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Then, he looked at Jianru Chao and said, I'm about to die, I'll let you replenish my cultivation. Four-leaf demonic pupils, soul reaping. Although soul-seizing soul didn't absorb the opponent's cultivation, it only absorbed the opponent's quality. Strength, speed, intelligence, perception, etc. However, this was the most important thing. These basic qualities were what cultivation required the most. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't a divine-grade genius, as long as he persevered, he would become a true divine-grade genius sooner or later. Moreover, after soul reaping soul absorbed these things, his cultivation would naturally increase slightly. This might have something to do with the strengthening of his body and soul. It was hard to say. But now, Ling Zhao's cultivation had indeed increased by nearly 80% from the middle stage of the fifth layer of hell. In other words, with another 20%, he could break through again. This might have something to do with Jian Ruchao's cultivation. After all, Jian Ruchao was a martial artist at the peak of the fifth layer of hell. After taking Jian Ruchao's storage ring and burning his corpse, Ling Xiao made some changes. He had the ability of the Yin-Yang Demon King, which allowed him to change his appearance and body into any form. However, he didn't like to use it under normal circumstances. This kind of transformation was just a trick. If he used it too much, it would delay his own cultivation. After all, if he had to transform and hide whenever he encountered danger, how could he train? That was only one of the problems. However, he wasn't a stubborn person. When it was time to use it, he would use it. This time, it came in handy. After Ling Xiao transformed, he didn't get discovered until he sneaked into the library of the Heavenly Wind Group. However, the moment he stepped into the library of the Heavenly Wind Group, trouble came. Such a place was usually protected by an array formation. Although Ling Xiao had transformed into a martial artist of the Heavenly Wind Group, the array recognized him and sounded the alarm. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but he didn't stop. He found the book according to Jian Ruchao's memory. Then, he broke through the window. By then, the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind Group had already surrounded the library. Interestingly, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group was on his way to meet the 13th prince. The most powerful disciple of the Heavenly Wind Group, Qin Beixian, was cultivating in seclusion. No one could stop Ling Xiao from escaping. If Ling Xiao fought to the death, he might be caught. However, he didn't want to do that. Using the shadow step, he escaped the encirclement and took the book with him. Although the Heavenly Wind Group was so angry that they almost vomited blood, there was nothing they could do. They didn't know who did it. Ling Xiao didn't reveal his identity as a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain, nor did he reveal the martial arts he had been cultivating since he came to the Black Tortoise mainland. To the Heavenly Wind Group, this would probably become an eternal shame and secret. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't care less. After he got the book, he returned to the Eight Immortal Mountain and started to study it. According to the book, once the combat body reached a high level, it would be useless to use elemental jade to upgrade it. At this point, he needed to find a new and more powerful material to break through the bottleneck. This material was the jade marrow. In order to upgrade the thunder combat body to the highest level, other than the thunder elemental jade, he also needed a thunder jade marrow. The same went for the lava combat body. According to the book, Ling Xiao had already merged all the thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade he needed. Now, he only needed a jade marrow to solve the problem. However, where could he find a jade marrow? Ling Xiao thought of the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm had business in the entire mystic world. They should have a jade marrow. As such, Ling Xiao hurriedly left the courtyard and prepared to ask the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. However, when he arrived at the courtyard, he saw the Sword Tribe leader, Jian Kuan, Jian Lufeng, Jian Tianchen, and the others standing there. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled. He knew why these people were looking for him. However, he still asked, "Why are you looking for me? Where's Uncle Ruchao?" Jian Lufeng asked anxiously. "Oh, you can ask him. He tried to kill me outside, but he was killed by my master. The white jade flying dragon sword can testify. By the way, my master said that he would only kill Jian Ruchao this time since you've been obedient. However, if there's a next time, the sword tribe will be annihilated." Ling Xiao did not hide the fact that he had killed Jian Ruchao. Even if he did not admit it, the sword tribe would still blame it on him. However, he did not say that he was the one who killed Jian Ruchao. Instead, he said that Jian Ruchao was killed by his master. After saying that, he tore through the air and left. Jian Kuan stood there, his body trembling constantly. It was fear. It was anger. It was uneasiness. Father, Uncle Ruchao was also killed. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Jian Lufeng felt that he was going crazy. In the past, before Ling Xiao set foot on the Eight Immortal Mountain, he was in high spirits. He was insufferably arrogant. But now, he was so cowardly. Of course we can't sit here and wait for death. However, do you have any good ideas? Jian Kuan asked coldly. Father, I have a good idea. Jian Tianchen said coldly, we still have a few Earth Demon assassins. Although they are not as elite as the previous one, they can still be used to spy on others. As long as we figure out what Ling Xiao is going to do and kill him outside, even if his master comes looking for trouble, he won't be able to find us. Those Earth Demon assassins are our Sword Tribe's only trump card. The reason why we haven't been stripped of our title of the 8 great families despite losing our elders is because of them. Jian Kuan frowned and hesitated. It's just spying. We won't lose anything. As long as the Earth Demon assassins don't attack, no one in this world can find them. Jian Tianchen said. Jian Kuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Looking at the direction Ling Xiao went, he should be going to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Send the Earth Demon assassins to find out where he's going and what he's going to do. Yes. After arriving at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao told the shopkeeper his request. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, since you mentioned the chalcedony, I do know a place that might have it. Where? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. The shopkeeper said, about 30 li away from the 8 Immortals City, there is a crater called the Heavenly Thunder Crater. A piece of Heavenly Thunder Jade essence had once appeared in this Heavenly Thunder pit, as well as a large amount of lightning elemental jade. Basically, all the Thunder Yuan jades used by your 8 Immortals Mountain are bought from here. Purchase? Isn't the Heavenly Lightning Pit an ownerless land? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course not. The owner of the Heavenly Lightning Pit is the 13th Prince of the Qin Nation. However, the person currently managing the Heavenly Lightning Pit for the 13th Prince is the Duke of Yu. The shopkeeper replied, a total of 3 pieces of Heavenly Thunder chalcedony appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Pit. One of them was used by the 13th Prince, and the other was used by the Duke of Yu's granddaughter, Xiafeng Wanyue. Finally, there was one more piece. Because it was located in the center of the Heavenly Lightning Pit, no one could approach it, so it was still there. The Duke of Yu had once said that whoever could retrieve that item would be accepted as his last disciple. If someone was not willing to become his disciple, he would also bestow upon that person a top-tier jade grade martial technique. Haha, how generous. However, it seems that this Heavenly Thunder chalcedony is truly very precious. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course. A piece of Heavenly Thunder chalcedony is very likely to forge a top-tier lightning battle body. That is equivalent to a top-tier jade grade body tempering martial technique. The shopkeeper said. Alright. Many thanks, shopkeeper. It seems that I will have to make a trip to this place. Ling Xiao stood up and said. When you go, it would be best to find a few helpers. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The Duke of Yu places great importance on this Heavenly Lightning Pit. After all, it is the property of the 13th Prince. Naturally, he will send a large number of troops to guard it. The cultivators in the outer area are fine. You can deal with them alone. However, it is more troublesome near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. It is said that Xiafeng Wanyue is cultivating there. Once she discovers you, with your strength, escaping might not be a problem. However, if you want to obtain the Heavenly Thunder chalcedony, it will be extremely difficult. But I am puzzled. Since the Duke of Yu and the 13th Prince cannot obtain it, why can't they let others have a try? Ling Xiao was speechless. Haha, these people are like this. Even if they don't need their own things, they will definitely not give it to others. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Alright. Thank you, shopkeeper. These are the yin and yang pills that I have recently refined. I will sell them to your firm. They are all of perfect quality. They are equivalent to a high-grade profound-grade elixir. The reason why Ling Xiao had such a good relationship with the Heavenly Dragon firm was not because they liked each other. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was able to take out enough items to satisfy the Heavenly Dragon firm. Many thanks for young hero Ling's trust. One must know that they could get 30% of the profit from a single elixir. Of course, this was only a small profit. The key was that in the 8 Immortals city, no other firm sold this kind of elixir. It was equivalent to a monopoly. In order to be able to buy this kind of elixir, many people would constantly patronize the Heavenly Dragon firm, bringing them a lot of business. The benefits of this were huge. It's just a small token. Ling Xiao waved his hand and did not mind. To him, this was just a small token. It was the leftover yin and yang pills that he had given to the Yu clan. Since young hero Ling treats our Heavenly Dragon firm so well, we naturally have to do our best to help. How about this? Here is a map of the vicinity of the Heavenly Lightning Pit. Because of business, a small town has formed near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. Almost all of the people in this town are businessmen and coolies of the Duke of Yu. If you really want to successfully obtain the Heavenly Lightning Jade Essence, it's best that you stay in this Heavenly Lightning town and figure out the situation before making a move. This map was a good thing. In the mystic world, the terrain was very complicated. Without a map, one might not be able to walk out of a forest in their lifetime. A martial artist's need for a map was much higher than their need for healing medicine. For the Heavenly Dragon firm to give such a map, it was really generous. Ling Xiao took the map and found that there were military deployments near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. The weakest martial artist in the periphery was at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest was at the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Within 100 meters of the Heavenly Lightning Pit, there were 10 martial artists at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm guarding it. The most troublesome was actually Xiaofeng Waning Moon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. She was the most difficult to deal with. However, since he had already decided to obtain the Heavenly Lightning Jade Essence, Ling Xiao naturally would not give up. He returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain and gathered Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in the name of cultivating together. These two were at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Lin Ruoxian had the Snake Clan's treasure. The Moon Death had the Moon Clan's treasure. Their actual battle prowess was much stronger than a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about their safety. They could help Ling Xiao a lot. As long as they did not encounter Xiaofeng Wanyue or the other First Transformation Stage 6 Hell Warriors from the Dukyu Mansion, there would be no problem. After a discussion, the three of them set off immediately. It was only a few dozen miles away. It would not take long for them to arrive. Almost at the same time, in the Sword Tribe's main hall. Clan leader, we have investigated the Earth Demon assassins. Ling Xiao went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to look for the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He will be going to the Sky Thunder Pit next. Jian Tianchen said to Jian Kuan. Very good. Secretly leak this information to the Sand Tribe. Our Sword Tribe can't take any more trouble. Let the Sand Tribe deal with Ling Xiao. Jian Kuan said after pondering for a while. Yes. Jian Tianchen agreed with this idea. The Sand Tribe's hatred for Ling Xiao was no less than the Sword Tribe's. After all, the Sand Tribe had lost more people because of Ling Xiao. After a while, in the Sand Tribe. What? Is that true? Sha Tongtian asked with a gloomy face. Yes. The Sword Tribe used the Earth Demon assassins to spy on Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They are a bunch of cowards. Qi Lian said emotionally. She had heard the news from outside. Of course, the Sword Tribe had purposely leaked the news to her. It was just that she did not know about it. The Sword Tribe was really scared out of their wits by that kid's master. What a bunch of cowards. However, we have to seize this opportunity. If that kid goes to the Sky Thunder Pit, he will first have to deal with the Dukyu Mansion. We can definitely benefit from it. Sha Tongtian sneered. What do you think? Do you dare to go with me? Of course. Qi Lian nodded. My 2 daughters and Shaolin were killed by that kid. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Good. Pack up and set off immediately. Sha Tongtian said. Not long ago, the 13th prince gave me an item. With it, I can definitely kill Ling Xiao with ease. Qi Lian said excitedly. That's right. How could I forget? Back then, when the Wang Dueling family rebelled, it was you who tipped off the 13th prince. After that, there was a series of events. You have contributed greatly to him. Sha Tongtian said happily, it just so happens that the 13th prince is coming to the 8 Immortals County this time. Even if we can't kill that kid, the 13th prince will definitely help us. That's right. The two of them packed up and rushed towards the direction of Sky Thunder Town. He watched as Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian left. Jian Kuan's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. This time, he had deliberately let someone leak the news to Qi Lian. To be honest, he was not certain that Qi Lian and Sha Tongtian could kill Ling Xiao. But with Ling Xiao's personality, if he didn't die, he would definitely kill these two people. And Qi Lian and the 13th prince had a close relationship. It was said that they had once had sex. It was Qi Lian who taught the 13th prince his first taste of the forbidden fruit. That person also took great care of Qi Lian. Almost every time he came to the 8 Immortals County, he would have a secret talk with Qi Lian. As for what they talked about, others did not know, but Jian Kuan knew. This was because he had accidentally bumped into it once. Fortunately, he was not discovered. If Qi Lian died, the 13th prince would definitely hate Ling Xiao. At the very least, he would loathe him. In addition, the Sky Thunder Pit was the 13th prince's property. Ling Xiao wanted to steal the Sky Thunder Chalcedony, which would infuriate the 13th prince. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely become a thorn in the 13th prince's side. The 13th prince did not know that Ling Xiao had a powerful master behind him and would definitely kill him ruthlessly. At that time, Ling Xiao would still not be able to escape death. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian's assassination, he had already achieved his goal. Although Ling Xiao was happy to kill Jian Ruchao, there was nothing to be proud of. Just in the 8 Immortals County's younger generation, there were 3 first transformation Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the 6th level of Hell. He could ignore anyone at the 5th level of Hell, but it would still be very troublesome if he encountered those 3 people. In this way, the Sky Thunder Chalcedony became the key. The Sky Thunder Chalcedony would bring him a top-notch lightning battle physique and a great increase in cultivation. Therefore, he had to obtain this item. In about half an hour, Ling Xiao had already arrived at Sky Thunder Town. This town was really very small, even smaller than Yuhua Town. It was originally a town formed because of the mining work in the Sky Thunder Pit. The Sky Thunder Pit not only had the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and Thunder Elemental Jade, but also a large amount of Thunder Spirit Stones. Although the quality was not very good, it could still be converted into a large amount of Thunder Elemental energy. It was very important to use it to support the puppets' battle or the operation of the mechanisms. Look, the Sky Thunder Pit is in front. It is very easy to recognize. Yu Shang pointed at a huge pit that was about 1 mile away. Above the huge pit, lightning constantly flashed, and one could see it clearly from afar. It is indeed easy to recognize. I can feel that there is a Thunder Crystal Stone that is even stronger than the Thunder Elemental Jade in the huge pit. It should be the legendary Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao could not help but feel excited. This information was actually the first clue he got from his enemy, Jian Ruchao. He wondered if Jian Ruchao would be so angry that he would stomp his feet in the underworld. However, that guy's days of anger were still to come. As long as he obtained the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and cultivated the top-notch lightning battle physique, Jian Ruchao would really go crazy. Ling Xiao, are we just going to barge in like this? That place is extremely heavily guarded. Lin Ruoxian reminded. Sister Ruoxian, you don't have to worry. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter Xiaofeng Canue, the Sky Thunder Pit's defense is nothing. Moreover, didn't the Dukyu residents say that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony will belong to whoever has the ability to retrieve it? We can just walk in openly. The trouble is actually what happens after we obtain the Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to walk forward. Although the people of Sky Thunder Town were curious when they saw the 3 strangers, no one dared to look for trouble. The 3 of them were basically invincible in this place. It could even be said that in the entire 8 Immortal City, if the 3 of them joined forces, it would be extremely rare to find someone who could defeat them. They smoothly arrived at the Sky Thunder pit and explained their purpose. A young warrior walked out. This person was called Xiaofeng Canyong, Xiaofeng Sanyua's brother. His cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 5. It could be said that he was almost as strong as the top geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, excluding Lin Yuetian. Which one of you wants to take the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence? Dawn Wind Canyong coldly asked the 3 of them. Me. Ling Xiao said. Good, then you come with me. The other 2 will wait outside. Dawn Wind Canyong looked at the 3 of them arrogantly, as if he was ordering them around. However, they were strong and this was their territory. It was normal for them to dare to do so. That won't do. What if your Duke Yu's mansion wants to harm me? Ling Xiao shook his head. Humph, you should be Ling Xiao. We already knew about you the moment you entered Sky Thunder Town. We have long heard that you like to hide behind women. Looks like the rumors are true. Dawn Wind Canyong coldly snorted, I have the final say here. You can either scram or go in alone. Cut the crap. Do you really have the final say? Ling Xiao faintly smiled, if the 13th Prince or the Duke of Yu knew that you let go of the only cultivator who can take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence, what would they do? You think too highly of yourself. So many people can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. What makes you think you can do it? Dawn Wind Canyong disdainfully said. Just based on this. Ling Xiao suddenly threw out a refining array stone. In an instant, Dawn Wind Canyong and the nearby guards were all trapped in a fire snake. The fire snake spat out flames. It was extremely realistic. What are you trying to do? Dawn Wind Canyong was startled. Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that I am a master of arrays. The reason why you can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence is because you don't dare to resist the lightning at the core. But if it's me, I can use an array to lure it away. Ling Xiao put away the refining array stone and lightly said, how about it? Do you want the Duke of Yu to personally come or do you want to let us in? Humph, so what if I let you in? The 3 of you can't do anything anyway. Dawn Wind Canyong was well aware of the 13th Prince's temper and his desire to obtain the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. If he really let Ling Xiao leave and this guy went to the 13th Prince to complain, he would be in trouble. In any case, the security here was tight. The 3 of them could not play any tricks. One had to know that there were 10 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts guarding the Heavenly Lightning Pit. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was cultivating in the Heavenly Lightning Pit, for help. With just these 3 people? Trying to escape, as such, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death followed Daybreak Canyong into the lightning pit. On the way, Ling Xiao arranged the next plan through soul transmission. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, you 2 wait outside the Heaven Lightning Pit. After I obtain the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony, we will fight our way out. If Dawn Wind Waning Moon appears, the 2 of you will help me stall those 10 people. I have a way to trap that woman. Can you do it? No problem. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death both replied. Among the 10 First Revolution Yin Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts, the strongest was actually Dawn Wind Canyong. It was obvious that the other 10 people had relied on external forces to reach this level. Their cultivation was uncertain, and it would be good if they could reach the late stage of the 5th Revolution Yin Yang Realm. With Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's strength and the magic treasures in their hands, it was more than enough to stall them. Okay, then let's follow the plan. The plan was not complicated, so it was easy to execute. There was no need to discuss it in detail. Do you see that? That is the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony. You can go through this path. Don't wander around and disturb my sister's cultivation. She has a bad temper and will kill you. Don't blame me for not warning you. Dawn Wind Canyong pointed out a path that had already been opened. This path was at least 40 to 50 meters away from the core area. There were no lightning attacks. Therefore, Ling Xiao walked very easily. Dawn Wind Canyong followed closely behind him, as though he was on guard against Ling Xiao. Outside the maze, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were surrounded by the 10 martial artists from the Duke of Yu family. They were not going to attack, but they were stunned by the beauty of the 2 women. If I am not mistaken, you two must be Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death from the snake race of the 8 Immortal Mountain, right? In fact, he had not guessed it, but someone had reported it to him. That's right. Lin Ruoxian answered lightly. I wonder which side do you think will emerge victorious in the Ox Deity's maze contest this time? These old men were shameless and were obviously trying to find a topic to talk about. The 8 Immortal Mountain, of course. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death answered at the same time. Is it because of Lin Yuetian? Lin Yuetian is indeed powerful, but Chen Beixian from the Tian Feng group and Lady Xiaofeng from the Duke of Yu family would not lose to Lin Yuetian. At the end of the day, this competition is between the three of them. Aren't the two of you too full of yourselves? Hearing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's answer, the 10 martial artists were clearly displeased. Don't forget, the fourth on the genius leaderboard is also a martial artist from the 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian said proudly. I don't know about Lin Yuetian, but Ling Xiao will definitely surprise you. Ha 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 ha, the one who just went in must be Ling Xiao. I think he will be lucky to come out alive, let alone win the maze of the Ox God. Dream on. The 10 martial artists burst into laughter. Moon Death wanted to cut the 10 martial artists' necks in half. However, Lin Ruoxian stopped her and said, Don't do it, Ling Xiao hasn't done it yet. However, Lin Ruoxian didn't want to do it, but the 10 martial artists didn't. Since the two of you are here, why don't you have some fun with us? One of the martial artists laughed evilly. Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the Duke of Yu family and the 8 Immortal Mountain? Lin Ruoxian said coldly. Ha 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 ha, if the three of you die here, we will just deny it. As far as I know, Ling Xiao and the two of you are not very popular in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Maybe some people will be very happy if you die. The martial artist laughed loudly. Brothers, since we are bored, let's play with these two beauties. While shouting, the 10 martial artists pounced on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death like hungry wolves. Courting death. A terrifying white snake martial soul appeared behind Lin Ruoxian, and a strange shield appeared in his hand. This was the Snake Clan's treasure, the snake hair stone shield. The shield flashed with a strange light, and the martial artist at the front was petrified on the spot. Immediately after, the nearby Yu Death suddenly attacked and shattered the stone statue. You dare to kill the people of the Duke of Yu family? While the battle raged on outside, Ling Xiao was already close to the Thunder Chalcedony. He could feel that the closer he was to the Thunder Chalcedony, the more pressure he felt. In the end, he had no choice but to activate his advanced Thunder Body. Under the protection of the advanced Thunder Body, he was able to move forward. As for Dawnwind Canyang, he also had the advanced Thunder Body. It seemed that Dawnwind Canyang was just as desperate for the Thunder Chalcedony as he was. Ling Xiao could even feel the murderous intent in Dawnwind Canyang's eyes. This guy wouldn't be thinking of snatching away the heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, then push the blame on me, right? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, what he needed to do next would not change. He continued to move forward, but he found that even the advanced Thunder Body could not withstand the terrifying attack. By then, he was only 5 meters away from the Thunder Chalcedony. Many people have tried, but this is basically the limit. Even my sister, who has a top-level lightning body, can only get 3 meters closer. Dawnwind Canyang looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, If you can't do it, then get out of my sight. I don't have time to hang around with you. Ling Xiao ignored Dawnwind Canyang's sarcastic remarks and focused on the Thunder Chalcedony. His entire body suddenly changed. He had already entered the Jade Rabbit transformation state. The Jade Rabbit was stronger than the black-striped flying tiger, so it should be the right choice. So this is the legendary beast warrior? He is just like Chen Beixian. No wonder he is so confident. Dawnwind Canyang could not move forward, but he could still watch Ling Xiao move forward. Just like that, Ling Xiao moved forward another 3 meters and was only 1 meter away from the Thunder Chalcedony. However, it was almost impossible to go any further. Ling Xiao had the most sensitive intuition to danger. He believed that if he continued, there would be danger. Therefore, he took out 3 alchemy stones and threw them out. The alchemy stones emitted a blinding light and formed 3 layers of defense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao finally crossed the last meter. Success! When Don Wind Canyang saw that Ling Xiao had successfully come into contact with the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, he could not help feeling pleasantly surprised. Then, he began to circulate his inner energy, preparing to kill Ling Xiao the moment Ling Xiao came out. This Heavenly Thunder Jade Marrow, he really wanted to obtain it. However, the 13th prince said that the Thunder Chalcedony was for the Arcana Academy. He had no right to obtain it. Therefore, his best option was to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. He would then announce to the outside world that it was Ling Xiao who stole the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. In this way, the dead could not bear witness, so who would know that the item was in his hands? It was such a perfect plan that even he admired himself. Why haven't they come out yet? Don Wind Canyang frowned. He discovered that after Ling Xiao came into contact with the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, he actually sat there motionless. His body gradually turned into a strange jade statue. Even the outer layer of defense was shattered. Bolts of lightning crazily surged into the strange jade statue. What's going on? Don Wind Canyang frowned. He loudly asked a few questions, but Ling Xiao did not respond. Helpless, he could only sit there and wait. At this moment, Ling Xiao was ecstatic. He was not in a hurry to condense the peak lightning battle body. Instead, because of the terrifying power of lightning, it directly stimulated the accumulated energy in his body, causing his cultivation to rapidly increase. Under the protection of the jade statue, he did not have to be afraid of the lightning strikes at all. He was probably the only one who could do this. As the power of lightning continued to gather in his body, his cultivation continued to increase, just like at the bottom of the Demon Sea. Later stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, peak stage of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, peak stage of the 5th level of the energy, 20%, 30%, 40%, the energy was crazily accumulating, and soon, it reached 100%. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, breaking through to the next level was much more difficult than breaking through to the next level. Ling Xiao had basically absorbed all the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit, but he was still a little short. However, at this moment, everyone in the Sky Thunder Pit was shocked. Because the Sky Thunder Pit, which was originally filled with lightning, suddenly became quiet. Don Wind Canyang, who was cultivating somewhere in the Sky Thunder Pit, suddenly realized that the power of lightning around her had become extremely thin, and finally, there was not a trace left. All of it was condensing in one direction. While she was shocked, she spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. It should be known that she was at a critical moment in her cultivation. Suddenly, the external energy was gone, and the power in her body was too strong, so she was injured. Who? Don Wind Canyang's angry roar sounded above the Sky Thunder Pit. Many people heard it clearly. The guards of the Sky Thunder Pit were all trembling with fear, and their faces were pale. Because everyone knew how terrifying Don Wind Canyang was. Although she was very beautiful, not only was she powerful, but she also had a fiery temper. She was simply a tomboy. Those who offended her would most likely die. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's bellow startled Ling Xiao, who was in the midst of cultivation. Since I can't break through for now, let's go back first. It's not good to stay here for long. Ling Xiao planned to go back to the 8 Immortal Mountain and cultivate the top-tier lightning battle body before attempting to break through. Perhaps he could succeed in one go. Stop. Don Wind Canyang could not let Ling Xiao escape. Although the current situation was completely out of Don Wind Canyang's expectations and he did not know what Ling Xiao had done, he was certain that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony was gone. The power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit had also disappeared. The disappearance of the Sky Thunder Chalcedony was already a big deal. And the disappearance of the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit was even more troublesome. This was because the Thunder Yuan Jades and Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony were formed by the constant bombardment of the jade stones on the ground by the power of lightning. Without the power of lightning, the Sky Thunder Pit was considered useless. If the 13th prince knew, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he could not let Ling Xiao escape. He would either capture him alive or kill him. Thinking of this, Don Wind Canyang had already pounced on Ling Xiao, who was coming out. Lightning intertwined on his palms, and the sound of thunder continued. This strength was not ordinary. It was no wonder that he could be ranked in the top 10 of the genius list. He was much stronger than most of the geniuses in the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at such an attack. He just casually struck out with his palm. Dawnwind Canyong felt as if he had encountered the most terrifying lightning in the Sky Thunder Pit. His body was instantly sent flying, and he landed heavily on the ground in horror. What's going on? This guy is so strong? Elder Dawnwind Canyong was well aware of Ling Xiao's information. He was only at the middle stage of hell. Even if he could challenge those of a higher rank, he shouldn't be this strong. Whether he understood or not, it was too late. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the heavily injured Elder Dawnwind Canyong as he walked out. Duke Yu's residents definitely knew about the Sky Lightning Pit. Once more experts arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Hence, they had to end this quickly. As for whether Duke Yu's residents would come looking for trouble, that was another matter. Who dares to barge into the Sky Lightning Pit? Ling Xiao walked out with quick steps. Suddenly, he heard a squeal. The voice was filled with anger and brutality. Needless to say, to be able to enter the Sky Lightning Pit as a woman, it had to be Duke Yu's residence's Elder Dawnwind Canyong. The other party was a martial artist at the 6th stage of hell. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with her. Looking at Elder Dawnwind Canyong, who was lying on the ground, he couldn't help but sneer. He grabbed Elder Dawnwind Canyong's neck and continued walking forward. Soon, Elder Dawnwind Canyong appeared in front of him. To be honest, this woman was quite pretty. However, she dressed like a man and had a fiery temper. He didn't like her. Elder Dawnwind Canyong originally planned to kill this intruder, but when she saw her brother in the other party's hands, her face darkened. She had no choice. She was afraid of breaking the vases. She couldn't let her brother be killed by the other party. Ling Xiao only needed to use a little strength to break Elder Dawnwind Canyong's neck. The Sky Lightning Jade Marrow belongs to the capable. You guys have been guarding here for so many years and have yet to obtain it. Today, I obtained it myself, so it's mine. Furthermore, the Sky Lightning Pit was born naturally. You guys actually took it for yourselves and used it to earn money. How despicable. I'm doing justice on behalf of the heavens today. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Dawnwind Canyong and said, "You better get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll send you a corpse." His expression was calm, but his tone was cold. Elder Dawnwind Canyong stood there and didn't move. Instead, she looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Release him. Leave the Sky Lightning Jade Marrow. Come with me to the Duke Yu's residence to plead guilty. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." This woman was too calm. Her own brother was being held hostage, yet she could still be so arrogant as to ask Ling Xiao to confess and hand over the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. Who did she think she was, Earth's mystic world's king of sovereigns? Idiot. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His right hand was still around Dawnwind Canyong's neck, but his left hand twisted Dawnwind Canyong's right arm. Bang! Ah! Daybreak Canyong let out a blood-curdling scream as his right arm was broken. Canyong, don't think that I'm just joking. If you don't move aside, I can make sure that this guy doesn't have a single intact spot on him from start to finish in front of you. Ling Xiao's cold voice made Dawnwind Waning Moon even angrier. However, beneath her anger was a heart as cold as ice. "Brother, don't worry. I'll avenge you." Elder Dawnwind Canyong took a deep breath and a giant axe appeared in her hand. It was rare for a woman to use a giant axe that was even taller than her. She brandished the giant axe, causing a gust of wind and killing intent. Elder Dawnwind Canyong actually wanted to kill both Dawnwind Canyong and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel that the other party was not joking. He really intended to do this. TSK, a woman with a heart of stone. Dawnwind Canyong, oh Dawnwind Canyong, don't blame me. It's all your sister's fault. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave Dawnwind Canyong behind. He had said that he would kill Dawnwind Canyong if they made a move. He wouldn't change his mind. Wait. Dawnwind Canyong suddenly shouted, "Dawnwind Canyong, if you dare kill me, I'll take you down with me." Suddenly, he took out a strange talisman and yelled. Elder Dawnwind Canyong suddenly stopped. Her face was ashen. Idiot, even if he lets you go, he'll take the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony away. The 13th prince won't let us go. It's better to die here and leave a good reputation for being loyal to our master. Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang frowned, clearly afraid of the talisman. Shut up. You stinking brat, if you want me to die, I won't let you have it easy, don't try to reason with me. I only know that a bad life is better than a good death, I'm the son of the Duke of Yu. If the 13th prince wants to kill me, he'll have to look at my father's face. Dawn Wind Kanyang was determined to live. He didn't care about being enemies with his sister. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice when he saw this scene. This would save him a lot of trouble. Good. Very good. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon gritted his teeth and fiercely said. Then, he stepped aside and said, Scram. Haha, then I won't be polite. Ling Xiao grabbed Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang's neck and walked out. When he passed by Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang, he was completely on guard. Who knows if this woman would suddenly attack? Luckily, she didn't attack. That's right. I'm just taking the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony. I don't care about this kid's life. Ling Xiao smiled and walked out of the Heaven Lightning pit. Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang followed behind, waiting for an opportunity. She believed that the 10 experts outside could definitely stop Ling Xiao. At most, she would sacrifice one person to make Ling Xiao die here. She was afraid of the talisman, but the 10 experts outside didn't know what the talisman was. It was normal for them to die in a daze. However, what Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang didn't expect was that 5 of the 10 experts were already dead. The remaining 5 were also injured. 2 women who were as beautiful as her were fighting against these 5 people. Ruoxian, Moon Death, the item is here. Let's go. Ling Xiao had been a little worried about the 2 people outside. However, he was relieved when he came out to take a look. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of these 2 ladies. Run? Where are you running to? Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang's voice was suddenly heard. One of the martialists at the peak of the 5th level of hell had actually left Ling Xiao and Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang behind. The sharp blade in her hand was aimed at Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang's body. This woman was really vicious and merciless. She even wanted to kill her own brother. Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang didn't dare use the talisman when he saw someone lunging over. Because the one who pounced on him was not his sister, it would be useless even if he used it. Ling Xiao frowned and kicked Elder Dawn Wind Kanyang away. Of course, he had snatched the talisman away. Trapped Beasts Struggle, this was the name of the talisman. Ling Xiao had heard from a Yuan Venerate that this talisman could explode with great power in an instant. It was a talisman used for mutual destruction. The moment Ling Xiao put away the talisman, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon had already charged over. This woman was really good at seizing opportunities. Die, stinking brat. Although Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's body was weak and his strength had been severely damaged due to the mishap in his cultivation. However, in her opinion, if she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it should still be as easy as flipping her hand. She leaped high and chopped down with the giant axe in her hand. Behind her, a warrior in golden armor appeared. This should be the martial soul of the Duke of Yu residence. The warrior in golden armor shone with light. This light gathered on Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's giant axe, increasing its power. Stinking bitch, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao snorted and the black deity sword appeared in his hand. His body was also wrapped in the Jade Rabbit transformation. Black deity sword, divine grade spiritual artifact, it was perfect to deal with Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon. Shadow martial art, sword Crying Mountain, sword Ren's Yellow Spring, kill. In an instant, sword intent surged in the sky. The first sword broke Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's giant axe attack. The second sword sent Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon flying. Humph, you want to fight with me in your current state? What a joke. Ling Xiao snorted and did not continue fighting. He put away his weapon and used the 1,000-mile wolf to break through the sky. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed closely behind him. Damn it. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon looked on helplessly as Ling Xiao escaped. He was infuriated. Not only did this guy snatch the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony, but he also caused her cultivation to go wrong. It also triggered the hatred between her and her brother. This made her mood worse than ever. She had the urge to kill her way to the 8 Immortal Mountain. But in her current state, it was unrealistic. So she could only watch Xianxia escape. I must kill this brat before the 13th prince reaches the 8 Immortal City. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's eyes were filled with hatred. Lock Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon up. She suddenly shouted angrily. Xianxia didn't care about what happened to Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon. He, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had already escaped from Sky Thunder Town and headed straight for 8 Immortals Mountain. During the short break, Moon Death worriedly asked, "Big brother Xianxia, I'm afraid that the people from the Duke of Yu's mansion already know that we stole the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony. Do you think they will directly kill their way to the 8 Immortals Mountain for revenge?" Xianxia smiled and said, "It's normal to do that in a fit of anger. However, the battle for the Ox Deity's Labyrinth is about to start. The Duke of Yu won't fight with the 8 Immortals Mountain at this time. At most, they will ask the 8 Immortals Mountain to hand over the 3 of us. Do you think the 8 Immortals Mountain dares to do this?" "I don't dare." Lin Ruoxian shook his head and said, "The 8 Immortals Mountain will definitely deny it. After all, the Duke of Yu's mansion didn't catch us. This is their biggest mistake. The 8 Immortals Mountain is pressured by the Honorable Master's divine cannon, so no matter what, they have to step forward to defend it." "That's right. So after we return, let's cultivate in peace. There's no need to worry," Xianxia said with a smile. "Then I'm relieved." Moon Death also felt that this should be the case after listening to the two's analysis. After all, the remnants of the Divine Codex still existed. The people of the 8 Immortals Mountain were still afraid of that woman. Besides, even if the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't protect Xianxia, if that woman made a move again, the Duke of Yu's mansion would be out of luck. Moon Death didn't know that the Divine Codex was no longer here, so she felt even more relieved. "Alright, we've rested enough. Let's continue on our way." Xianxia stood up and said. "Okay." The 2 women answered and then the 3 continued on their way. At this time, they still hadn't stepped out of the Duke of Yu's mansion's sphere of influence. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose in front of them. Xianxia furrowed his brows. "Not good. It's a beast tide." Xianxia had seen a beast tide before. Although he felt that the scale this time was not large, he was very surprised that it would appear in a city with so many people. The beast tide trampled a village along the way. The ground was littered with corpses and miserable howls. Even Xianxia, who was not a kind person, felt sorry for it. However, what surprised him was that when the beast tide got close to them, they actually surrounded them. Their target was obviously them. A beast tide controlled by someone. Xianxia frowned. He had heard that there was a treasure in this world that could trigger a beast tide. Although it was difficult to control, it could make the beast tide only target a certain group of people. "You two be careful. I'm afraid we've been tricked." Xianxia first thought of the people from the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, he couldn't see anyone at this time and couldn't be sure. He instantly entered the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation state. The jade rabbit's defense was high, but its attack was not as good as the black-striped flying tiger. The ferocious armor covered Xiao's body. His combat strength soared at this moment. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword and black immortal sword at the same time, holding them in both hands. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Xiao did not intend to hold back. He wanted to go on a killing spree. Tai Chi Eye, search. Facing the beast horde, Xiao continued to fight while casting his Tai Chi Eye to observe his surroundings. He believed that this beast tide was man-made. Therefore, the other party should be hiding nearby. It's them. Finally, after a while, Xiao found the 2 people hiding in the dark. "Who are they?" Lin Ruoxian asked. "Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian." "How did they know I was here?" Xiao frowned and said, "Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, I'll leave these beast tides to you. I'll go kill those 2 people and the beast tide will be resolved." After saying that, he suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Roar. The roar that came out of his mouth was the roar of a ferocious tiger. Tiger's roar, this was the special ability of Xiao's black-striped flying tiger. The horrifying roar spread in all directions. A large number of beasts were stunned or killed by the roar. Some of them seemed to have escaped the control of some kind of power and fled into the distance. There were originally thousands of beasts, but now there were only a few hundred left. This number was no longer a threat to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. It would not be a problem to leave it to the two of them. Ling Xiao transformed into the Black Wolf General again and used Wolf Traversal. He instantly passed through the beast tide and charged toward Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. No matter who told Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian his whereabouts, these two people had to die today. Now, he had the strength to absolutely crush Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. In an instant, Ling Xiao had already appeared in front of Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian. The two of them were startled and hurriedly retreated. "Tell me, who sent you, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." Ling Xiao looked at the two of them contemptuously and said coldly. "Ling Xiao, your death is here, no one sent us, we're the ones who want to kill you. Do you think your whereabouts are very secretive? What a joke." As he spoke, Sha Tongtian had already charged towards Ling Xiao. Qi Lian also pounced over. However, she knew that she was not strong enough, so she followed behind Sha Tongtian in an attempt to ambush him. When the two of them attacked, they both transformed into sand witchers at the same time. All they wanted was for Ling Xiao to die. Therefore, they would use whatever method was best for them. "Repay? Haha, with just the two of you?" Ling Xiao sneered. In a flash, he passed by Sha Tongtian and pierced Qi Lian's throat with his sword. Did this woman have a screw loose in her head? With such little strength, she dared to seek revenge. "Qi Lian, oh Qi Lian, in the past, your two daughters wanted to kill me, so I killed them. I took pity on you and didn't touch you. Who knew that you didn't know what's good for you? Then you can reunite with your two daughters in hell." He pulled out his sword. Qi Lian's body fell to the ground. "Elder, hang in there. He will die." Before dying, Qi Lian looked at Sha Tongtian. Her eyes were not filled with despair but determination. She seemed to want to do something. However, Ling Xiao did not understand. Qi Lian was already in such a state. What else could she do? However, Sha Tongtian clearly understood the look in Qi Lian's eyes and understood what Qi Lian was saying. "Go in peace. I will fulfill your last wish." Sha Tongtian suddenly roared. Suddenly, the sky was filled with sand and a black sun shone in the sky. The air was filled with the aura of death. Everything in the surroundings could not be seen clearly. "Ling Xiao, I'll let you have a taste of my Sand Race's top Jade grade martial arts technique, Raging Sword Hell." The sword rose. Sand Hell, it was a scene of the northern desert that made people uncomfortable. Sha Tongtian's move was similar to the Dark Race's Dark Shadow Strike and the Sword Race's Firmament Sword Print. They were both top Jade grade martial arts techniques, but they were of inferior quality. Also, they were not strong. Like Sword Tide, they were only proficient in fire control. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not afraid of this attack. He took out the white jade flying dragon sword and pointed it at Sha Tongtian. Although he did not know what Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian were up to, as long as he could kill Sha Tongtian, he believed that Qi Lian's scheme would fall apart. Eastern Purple Qi Sword, one sword to the west, one sword to destroy. Ling Xiao was surrounded by purple clouds. The two consecutive stabs were so fast that they seemed to be stabbing out at the same time. This terrifying attack was not inferior to Sha Tongtian's top-tier jade-grade martial skill. The Sword of Return to the West had severely weakened the furious Sword Howl Sandstorm. The Sword of Destruction destroyed the Howling Sword of Fury and the Sword Qi continued to surge towards Sha Tongtian. It pierced through Sha Tongtian's shoulder. Blood flowed like a river. "Tell me what Qi Lian's last words meant, and I can spare your life." Ling Xiao was a cautious person, so he would not easily take risks. He absolutely did not believe that Qi Lian's words were empty words. "Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, are you afraid? You're finally afraid. But it's useless. You'll die soon." Sha Tongtian roared as if he did not care about his life anymore. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he did not care about giving up his life. "Alright, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Ling Xiao shook the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. He did not intend to waste any more time. Instead of asking questions, he might as well use the four-leaf demonic eyes. Shadow martial skill, sword howl in the Een Mountains. The move was as fast as the sound of a whistling sound. The moment the sword was released, it was already in front of Sha Tong Tian. If the sword hit, Sha Tong Tian would definitely die on the spot. Damn it, no wonder Qi Lian said he wanted to use that thing. This kid's growth is too fast. At this moment, Sha Tong Tian no longer had any means to block Ling Zhao's attack. He could not dodge it even if he wanted to. He could only stand there and watch in horror as death approached him. He was taking a gamble. If Qi Lian's thing was completed earlier, he would be able to survive. Otherwise, he would definitely die. It was a pity that he would not be able to see Ling Zhao's death. It was a pity. He won the gamble. That resplendent sword light was actually blocked by the blood-red radiance. A ball of blood-red lightning drilled out of Qi Lian's corpse and a huge thunderbolt roared in the void. It actually destroyed the sword light. What the hell is that? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. His intuition told him that he was in danger and he immediately retreated. Run as far as you can. That woman is simply crazy. She actually has the Undying Thunder. Yuan Venerates also shouted in the Spirit Sea at the same time. Undying Thunder, Ling Xiao had heard of such a thing before. This was a type of blood-red thunderbolt that came from the underworld. Only demons from the underworld could use it. If a human martialist wanted to use it, they would have to sacrifice their own life. Before Qi Lian had died, he had used his own life as a medium to summon the Undying Thunder in order to kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the Undying Thunder wouldn't disappear and would continue to attack him. This was the terrifying part of the Undying Thunder. Not only could the Undying Thunder burn a person's body, but it could also burn a person's soul and cause them to never be reincarnated. However, the person who sacrificed their life would also never be reincarnated in order to achieve this effect. It seemed like Qi Lian's hatred for Ling Xiao was bone deep. She would rather never be reincarnated than let Ling Xiao die. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Sha Tong Tian laughed maniacally when he saw Ling Zhao's sorry state. You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? Qi Lian was actually willing to summon the Undying Thunder in order to kill you. You're finished, no matter who you are, no matter who's behind you, you must die here today. Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were watching from afar, were so anxious that they couldn't do anything. Die for Ling Xiao? That would be useless. The Undying Thunder contained Qi Lian's soul. It would only attack Ling Xiao and not anyone else. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should be panicking right now. However, he didn't show any signs of panic. He wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was his character. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he would be. He had experienced this kind of crisis more than once, but he had survived each time. He believed that it would be the same this time. Even if he really died because of this, he would face it calmly. A martial artist would always have to face life and death. What he needed to do now was to try his best to survive. At this moment, he didn't care what he exposed. Behind him, the vast universe appeared. The Tyrant martial soul was released. The huge Taotai beast opened its huge mouth and swallowed the Undying Thunder. He wanted to refine the Undying Thunder. However, the situation didn't seem to be as easy as he thought. After all, this Taotai beast hadn't grown up yet. It was still a cub. After digesting a small part of the Undying Thunder, it spat out the rest. It still chased after Ling Xiao. I don't believe it today. Ling Xiao had not used his superpower for a long time, and he even used his Sky Tyrant martial soul. The huge gourd hung upside down in the Sky Tyrant universe like a huge black hole, sucking in a portion of the Undying Thunder. However, it was still unable to completely destroy the Undying Thunder. However, Ling Xiao was even calmer now. Since he could destroy a portion of the Undying Thunder, he had a way to completely refine it. Perhaps, this would be an opportunity for him. 18 Hell Talisman. Dragon Talisman, Ancient Hell Dragon. The Blood Soul Talisman, which had not been used for a long time, appeared. Out of the 18 levels of Hell, 5 had been strengthened, there were 13 levels that had not been strengthened. However, they were all able to absorb a portion of the undying thunder and seal it. The ancient hell dragon was even more ferocious. It had swallowed a third of the undying thunder. As a result, the originally huge undying thunder was left with less than half of its original strength. On the other side, Sha Tongtian watched all this with his mouth agape. He was completely dumbfounded. He thought that once the undying thunder appeared, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Ling Xiao's trump card was definitely not as little as he thought. Alright, I'll let you help me break through. Ling Xiao took out the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He received the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. In the terrifying roar, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by the undying thunder. Then, the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony released purplish-blue lightning and stood together with the undying thunder. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, felt relaxed. Originally, it was very difficult to completely devour the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. It would take a long time to suppress the violent power of the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. However, with the help of the undying thunder, Ling Xiao did not need to use any effort. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he absorbed the Heaven Thunder and Undying Thunder and started to forge his top lightning battle body. Looking at this scene, Sha Tongtian's mouth opened so wide that it could swallow a crocodile. No. Impossible. You're simply a freak. Monster. Originally, Sha Tongtian had planned to watch Ling Xiao get killed even if he died. However, at this moment, his mood had sunk to the bottom. He looked at Ling Xiao's actions in disbelief, feeling as if he was dreaming. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian had already rushed over and pierced Sha Tongtian's throat with his sword. This Sha Tongtian had attempted to kill Ling Xiao. To her, this was something that was absolutely unacceptable. I can't accept it, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Sha Tongtian muttered to himself as he knelt on the ground. The anger and despair in his eyes gradually faded. He was finally dead. Moreover, he died with his eyes wide open. But no one sympathized with him. Sha Tongtian wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao killed him. This was an eye for an eye. Fair enough. Sister Ruoxian, what happened just now? Who is big brother Ling Xiao? Moon Death had yet to recover from the shock. Why do you have to ask so clearly? Ling Xiao has his secrets, and we have our own secrets too. As long as we trust each other, it's enough. Lin Ruoxian said. Calmly. Sister Ruoxian, you're right. I understand. Moon Death was just a little shocked. In fact, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more benefits it would bring to the Moon Clan. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't be dissatisfied. It's good that you understand. Let's guard him here until he completes his cultivation. Although they knew that it wasn't safe here, Ling Xiao couldn't move at all in his current situation. The only thing he could do was to stand guard here and ensure Ling Xiao's safety. Okay. Therefore, the two of them sat there and paid attention to the situation on both sides. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in refining the immortal lightning and heavenly thunder jade marrow. He believed that after this absorption, his top-notch lightning battle constitution would be stronger than anyone else's top-notch lightning battle constitution. Other people's lightning battle body was only of the yang attribute. His lightning battle body was of the yin and yang attribute. Everything in the world was only perfect when yin and yang were in harmony. It could be said that Ling Xiao's peak lightning battle body would be the most perfect peak lightning battle body. There was no doubt about this. About an hour later, some uninvited guests appeared in the valley. The experts of the Duke of Yu's residence had caught up. Although it was clearly a hastily formed team, there were still more than 100 people. Among them, there were dozens of martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Xiafeng Canyue and Xiafeng Canyong had also caught up. Xiafeng Canyue was obviously still very weak, but she couldn't let go of Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Duke of Yu had led all the Yin-Yang realm's 6th revolution martial artists to pick up the 13th prince. She was the only one left with the strongest cultivation. Therefore, she had to catch up. As for Xiafeng Canyong, he naturally wanted to make up for his mistakes. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. The two sides didn't agree and started fighting. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were both very strong. However, they had just experienced a huge battle. Moreover, they couldn't escape and had to guard Ling Xiao. Therefore, their opponents took advantage of this point and kept exhausting them. Another hour passed. The two were covered in injuries. However, he remained by Ling Xiao's side, unwilling to leave even a single step. What did Ling Xiao do to be able to get two powerful allies like you two? Furthermore, you two are so beautiful. Xianxia was very surprised. She had never met such a tenacious enemy before. Moon Death could barely open her eyes and was on the verge of collapsing. Lin Ruoxian had lost too much blood and couldn't even move. However, the two of them didn't even think of escaping. They didn't even think of doing so. Kill them. Although they are respectable, they are still enemies. Xianxia waved his hand and the remaining experts pounced on them like wolves and tigers. Moon Death, do you regret it? Lin Ruoxian leaned on the ground with his sword and asked weakly. No. Big brother Ling Xiao saved my life. It's worth it for me to repay him with my life. It's just that if we die too early, what will happen to big brother Ling Xiao? Moon Death was really unwilling to die like this. Because the task of guarding hadn't been completed yet. It's good that you don't regret it. Then let us bleed to the last drop of blood and block these guys for Ling Xiao. In fact, they were already very powerful. Of the more than 100 experts that Xianxia brought, only a dozen were left. If news of this spread out, their reputation would definitely increase a lot in the 8 Immortal City. Suddenly, their shoulders were gently pressed by a warm hand. Thank you for your hard work. Eat the healing pills and start healing your wounds. Leave the rest to me. The voice was gentle and considerate. At that instant, Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shang were so emotional that they started crying. Sigh, you have suffered because of me. Ling Xiao gently supported the two girls and put them into his beast ring. Then, he looked coldly at the enemies in front of him. It only took 2 hours. Ling Xiao not only successfully merged the immortal lightning with the heavenly thunder chalcedony. He also condensed a powerful top-tier lightning battle body. This battle body was comparable to a top-tier Jade-grade martial technique. In other words, those who didn't know top-tier Jade-grade martial techniques couldn't even hurt him. Not only that, the energy of the immortal lightning and the heavenly thunder chalcedony allowed Ling Xiao to reach the early stage of Hell Realm level 6 from the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 5. This step was a qualitative change. Because only by taking this step could Ling Xiao be said to be able to do whatever he wanted in the 8 Immortal City. Even if it was someone like Lin Yuetian, if he went all out, he would have a 60% to 70% chance of winning. He looked at Dawn Wind Waning Moon and sneered, good, I've successfully cultivated the top-tier lightning battle body. I'll use you guys to test it. Then, without waiting for their response, Ling Xiao suddenly released a terrifying lightning aura. His entire body was bathed in the terrifying lightning. Top-tier lightning battle body, heavenly thunder form. Because of the fusion of two types of lightning, Ling Xiao had two different lightning battle body forms. One was the heavenly thunder form. It had the greatest increase in speed, defense, and attack. The other was the immortal lightning form. The most terrifying thing about the immortal lightning was that it couldn't die. In this form, Ling Xiao was almost immortal. Although the immortal lightning wasn't as powerful as the heavenly thunder, once released, it wouldn't stop until one was dead. If the opponent wasn't killed, the lightning wouldn't be extinguished. Both forms had their own advantages. What Ling Xiao released now was the form of heavenly lightning. He raised his right hand and released the terrifying heavenly thunder. The dozen people who wanted to kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were all killed on the spot. The smell of burnt corpses filled the valley. It was extremely pungent. Only Dawn Wind Kanyang and Dawn Wind Kanua were left, and their faces were filled with fear. It's all because of you. Now, both of us are finished. Dawn Wind Kanyang had already lost his will to fight and complained to Dawn Wind Kanue. Damn it. If it weren't for the problem with my cultivation, even if this Ling Xiao had condensed a top-grade lightning battle body, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon felt very vexed. They had clearly caught up to the enemy, but not only had they failed to kill him, they had also lost all the experts they had brought with them. Only Daybreak Kanyang and her were left. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao was furious. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were injured to such an extent that he really needed to vent his frustrations, and the enemy in front of him was the perfect target. Die. He suddenly threw out a punch. He didn't even use any martial skills. He just relied on the power of thunder and lightning from his top-notch lightning battle body to kill the two of them. Dawn Breeze Kanyang and Dawn Breeze Kanyang watched in despair as the fist wrapped in lightning flew towards them. However, their bodies could not move at all. It was as if they were completely stiff. They were so stiff that they could not move at all. The death god was only a foot away from them. At this moment, a figure landed in front of the two of them and blocked Ling Xiao's fist. Thief, you stole my Dukyu's mansion's heavenly thunder chalcedony and now you've killed so many of my Dukyu's mansion's cultivators. Are you trying to start a war between the Dukyu's mansion and the Eight Immortals Mountain? The newcomer shattered Ling Xiao's fist shadows, and then began to rain curses on him. Commander Chen. Dawn Wind Kanyang and Dawn Wind Kanyue heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the middle-aged man in front of them. Commander Chen was the Grand Commander of the Dukyu residence. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 6th level of Hell. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Dawn Wind Sanyue's peak, he was still very strong. However, in Dawn Wind Sanyue's opinion, killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. She had fought with Ling Xiao before and could feel that although Ling Xiao was powerful, his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 6th level of Hell. This was a huge gap. Ling Xiao couldn't win. Don't worry, the Duke will be here soon. However, I can take care of these two brats. Commander Chen said confidently. Indeed, with his cultivation, he could do whatever he wanted in the Eight Immortals County. He was one of the top existences. He wasn't bragging when he said that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Be careful, the wind is strong. You might sprain your tongue. Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and felt that he might have met a good opponent. Although his cultivation had broken through, it wasn't stable yet. It would be good if he could use 50 to 60% of his current cultivation. Fighting with Commander Chen would help him stabilize his cultivation and improve his lightning body. That would be very useful. Impudent. You actually dare to be so arrogant in front of this great commander? It seems that the rumors are true. Relying on the protection of a powerful master behind you, you have reached a level where you consider everyone else beneath you. However, those trash from the Eight Immortal Mountain may be afraid of you, but I'm not. I originally wanted to go to the Eight Immortal Mountain to seek justice, but since we met here, you can die. After Commander Chen finished speaking, he went straight for Ling Xiao. There was no point in talking nonsense with this brat. It was better to capture him alive and hand him over to the 13th prince. Perhaps he could even get some rewards. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao not only used his lightning battle body, but he also transformed into the black-striped flying tiger beast soul. However, he still didn't use the black immortal sword. He held the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. Commander Chen used a long saber. The thick blade and long hilt made it look very domineering. This saber was also an immortal-grade spiritual artifact. It was similar to Ling Xiao's white jade flying dragon sword. Kill! Commander Chen roared and a warrior in golden armor appeared behind him. However, this warrior held a large saber, which was different from Xiaofeng Wanyue's. The release of his martial soul meant that Commander Chen valued Ling Xiao very much. Although he had said that Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning, he did not underestimate his opponent in a real battle. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Commander Chen waved his saber and turned into a row of afterimages. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, you can't compare to me. Although Commander Chen was very fast, Ling Xiao's 1,000-mile wolf was even faster. Coupled with the fact that he had already condensed a top-notch lightning combat body, his speed had improved by leaps and bounds. 1,000-mile wolf, lightning wolf, violent heavenly lightning bloomed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao instantly dodged Commander Chen's attack. Then, he stabbed the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand towards Commander Chen. Dark shadow lightning sword art, sword cry in the Een Mountain, thunder roar in the firmament. The power of lightning surged in crazily, causing some changes to the original dark shadow martial art. Thunder and lightning roared in the sky. Sword chi filled the air. Commander Chen didn't think too much about it. He turned around and waved his broadsword to block the attack. He could feel how powerful Ling Zhao's attack was, so he didn't dare to be careless. Clang, a terrifying sound echoed in the valley. Two divine-grade spiritual weapons collided, and the trees around them were all destroyed. Commander Chen was even sent flying by this tremendous force. A look of extreme shock appeared on his face. How can this be? Aren't you a martial artist at the 5th level of hell? It's impossible for you to exert such terrifying power. As he spoke, Commander Chen adjusted his posture in the air so that he didn't fall when he landed. He was shocked by Ling Zhao's strength. But he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was more eager to fight. The moment he landed, he exerted force on his feet, and the ground cracked. But he still dashed toward Ling Zhao at an extremely fast speed. He was like a ferocious beast. The broadsword in his hand turned into a shadow and chopped toward Ling Zhao's neck. This broadsword was heavy and powerful to begin with. If this attack hit, even with Ling Zhao's defense, his neck would probably be directly chopped off. Good timing. Although he won the previous battle with an overwhelming advantage, it wasn't satisfying. After all, cutting grass wasn't as exciting as a fight between two evenly matched opponents. Ling Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He laughed and released a ball of violent thunder and lightning from his left hand. Blast Thunder Incantation. The Blast Thunder Incantation was originally an advanced Jade-grade secret art. Now that he had cultivated it to the transformation level, it was extremely powerful. As Ling Zhao's cultivation level increased, so did the power of the Blast Thunder Incantation. In addition, he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Body. At the same time, the Blast Thunder Incantation evolved into a powerful Jade-grade secret art. Although it had just evolved, Ling Zhao didn't know how powerful it was. But as long as it was a Jade-grade secret art, he believed that it wouldn't be weak. Sure enough, after it was used, the ferocious lightning roared and pounced out. Not only did it destroy Commander Chen's carefully prepared attack, but it also sent the commander flying. He was in an even more sorry state than before. This time, when Commander Chen fell to the ground, he cut a sorry figure. He wasn't as relaxed as the last time. His astonishment grew even more intense. Are you really that Ling Zhao? He could not believe that the young man in front of him was Ling Zhao. Although Ling Zhao was ranked 4th on the genius rankings, he wouldn't be in such a passive position even if he were to face Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was ranked 3rd. However, when facing this fellow, he was completely suppressed. What was going on? Of course I'm Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao said indifferently. Come on, that wasn't your full strength, was it? Ling Zhao didn't chase after him because he wanted to fight with Commander Chen. If he defeated him too early, it wouldn't be beneficial for him to hone his cultivation and the top thunder and lightning constitution. Commander Chen felt a humiliation that he had never felt before. His opponent actually challenged him to a fight with such contempt. Hateful, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Golden Armored Warrior Evolution, Golden Armored Deity. As Commander Chen roared, the Golden Armored Warrior martial soul behind him began to evolve. It was like a deity. Not only did its aura become stronger, but its body also became bigger. Golden Armored Deity, Fusion. The best way for a humanoid martial soul and a beast martial soul to fight was to transform. The reason why beast martial artists were powerful was because of this. Strictly speaking, humanoid martial souls were also a type of beast martial soul. Therefore, there were probably some beast martial artists in the Dukyu mansion. The beast god martial artists were extinct, but the beast martial artists weren't. They just became fewer. Golden Armored Deity Martial Soul. Transformation. Commander Chen's appearance had completely changed. His height increased to about 5 meters. His body was covered in shining golden armor. The saber in his hand became bigger and more powerful. It was shining with golden light. This guy's strength has increased by at least 10 times. He has reached the late stage of the 6th level of hell. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi. I quickly analyzed his opponent's strength. However, this is better. Ling Zhao needs his opponent to become stronger. This way, he can test his own strength. My golden armored deity martial soul transformation, in the entire 8 immortal city, no one dares to face it head-on. Even the peak 6th level of hell martial artists don't dare. Our Dukyu Mansion's martial soul transformation specializes in attack. Brat, just wait for your death. As Commander Chen spoke, he began to condense his inner power. The terrifying power was completely poured into the saber. It can be seen that this time, Commander Chen is going all out. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more time. It just so happens that I haven't used my top-tier Jade grade martial skill yet. Today, I will use you to test it. If you don't die, I won't attack again. Ling Xiao sympathized with such a good sparring partner. Humph, you're just boasting shamelessly. Commander Chen snorted and stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be better to defeat Ling Xiao with one blow. Top-tier Jade grade martial skill, Blade of the Deity. Following his roar, the saber suddenly shone with golden light, almost turning the entire space into a golden color. Huge golden halos appeared behind his back. It looked very cool. However, it was not just beautiful. Each halo represented a level of combat strength. The more halos there were, the stronger the attack. Haha, it's actually a top-tier Jade grade martial skill. As expected of a martial artist at the 6th level of hell. I, Jian Ruchao, and Sha Tong Tian are much more powerful. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao revealed an indifferent smile. The white jade flying dragon sword was ready. Then, he held the sword with both hands and made a chopping motion. Shadow martial skill, top-tier Jade grade martial skill, Dark Slash, Great Mastery. His opponent used a top-tier Jade grade martial skill at the Great Mastery. Ling Xiao also used one at the Great Mastery. He had mastered this move long ago. However, he had only used it against demonic beasts. The mastery was also improved by fighting demonic beasts. Therefore, he did not know what kind of effect it would have when fighting against a martial artist. Slay Xianming was unleashed from the white jade flying dragon sword. The sword light turned into a huge flying dragon that roared and attacked Commander Chen. Saber and long sword. The collision between the two top-tier Jade grade martial skills was finally completed. Rumble, a huge roar sounded. The surrounding trees were completely destroyed by the terrifying aura as if they had experienced the end of the world. With the two as the center, a radius of more than 10 meters became a desert. It was terrifying. After the first collision, Ling Xiao was also sent flying. However, he was in a much better condition than his opponent. He somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He didn't seem to be injured. He wasn't injured at all. I lost. I actually lost. Commander Chen fell to the ground and looked up at the sky. He couldn't accept this outcome. He lost, and he lost so miserably. He could even feel that his body was being destroyed by the crazy power of lightning. He could probably live for a few more minutes. You. Who are you? I'm about to die. Can't you tell me the truth? Commander Chen used the last of his strength to roar. I've said it before. I'm Ling Xiao. It's just that my luck was a little better. Thanks to the generosity of the Duke of Yu's mansion, I was bestowed with the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony, allowing me to cultivate a top-grade lightning battle body. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Chen. He felt some sympathy for this person. After all, he didn't have much enmity with this person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party. It was that simple. Moreover, he had said that if the other party didn't die from his attack, he wouldn't continue to attack. He was a man of his words. He would never go back on his words. Commander. Xiaofeng Canyang and Xiaofeng Canyua looked at Commander Chen, who was on the verge of death. They were filled with pain and fear. When did Ling Xiao become so powerful? They couldn't understand. Was it because of the Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony? You too, get lost. After killing him, I can't be bothered to kill anymore. However, I'm warning you. Don't think about revenge. Otherwise, I'll make all the efforts of the Duke of Yu's residence go to waste. Ling Xiao put away the white jade flying dragon sword. After defeating Commander Chen, he had vented most of the anger in his heart. Xiaofeng Canyue and Xiaofeng Canyang were lucky. Thank you for sparing my life. I won't go against you in the cowhouse maze. Don Wind Canyang hurriedly cupped his hands, turned around, and fled. As for Elder Don Wind Waning Moon, she didn't say a word. She only glanced at Commander Chen's corpse before leaving. These women were really heartless. Commander Chen had died for them, and they didn't even take his corpse with them. What he didn't know was that Don Wind Waning Moon only wanted to leave as soon as possible. Once he recovered his strength, he would find him for revenge. This was because Elder Don Wind Waning Moon felt that he still had the strength to defeat Ling Xiao. However, if he allowed Ling Xiao to continue improving, he would completely lose his chance. Perhaps the Ox God's Maze was his only chance for revenge. Forget it. At the very least, you and I had a great battle. I'll bury you. Ling Xiao glanced at Commander Chen's corpse and sighed. Wait. This is for you. I didn't expect that I would have to rely on you to be buried after fighting for them. How ironic. It was a dagger with the lightning attribute. I obtained it from a large family that was raided. It was said that it contained some kind of secret. However, I haven't been able to decipher it. Today, I'm giving it to you. I only hope that you can leave my corpse intact. These were Commander Chen's last words before his death. He didn't put the dagger in his storage ring. Instead, he wrapped it in a cloth and kept it close to his body. If he didn't say it, Ling Xiao would have missed it. The dagger was very short, only slightly longer than the 3-inch flying dagger. It was about 5 to 6 inches long. There was a purple-blue gem embedded on the hilt. There was also the word Xian carved on it. He didn't know what it meant. The moment Ling Xiao touched it, he suddenly felt a terrifying lightning energy surging out of the dagger. Fortunately, he had a top-grade lightning body. Otherwise, he would have been injured. It really is a good treasure. Although I don't know what secret it has, I'll slowly study it in the future. He put the dagger and Commander Chen's corpse into his storage ring. Ling Xiao then buried Commander Chen properly. He originally planned to just bury him casually. However, Commander Chen gave him such a good item before he died. Even if it was just for this, he should bury him properly. After doing all this, Ling Xiao went to 8 Immortal Mountain. When he returned to the courtyard, he released Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian from the Beast Ring. He spent 3 days and 3 nights treating their injuries. Not only that, but he also opened up their blocked meridians. This allowed Lin Ruoxian, who was originally at the peak of Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 5, to achieve a miraculous breakthrough. He also became an early-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 6 Hell. Cultivator. Moon Death advanced from the late-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 5 Hell to the early-stage Yin-Yang Transformation Stage 6 Hell. In terms of strength, she wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian. However, her cultivation was on par with them. Ling Xiao also completely erased the artifact spirits inside the 2 Dharma treasures, turning them into Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's items. After the master recognition, the 2 Dharma treasures could unleash their full power. Of course, the 2 girls' injuries were also healed. Although it took 3 days and 3 nights, it wasn't a waste of time for Ling Xiao. After all, these 2 girls were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect him. He only wasted a few days. How could he feel wronged? That's great, brother Ling Xiao. Your strength is probably on par with Xiaofeng Wanyue. With the 2 of us working together, we don't have to be afraid of Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian. Unless the 2 of them work together, the victory in the Ox Deity Maze will be ours. Moon Death said excitedly. That's right, but there's no such thing as 100% certainty in everything. Therefore, we still need to continue to cultivate steadily. There are still 6 days before the Ox Deity Maze. We must stabilize our cultivation level. Only then will we be able to surprise the other contestants. Ling Xiao was very calm. Brother Ling Xiao is right, but aren't you going to take revenge on the sword race? Moon Death asked. Ling Xiao had used the 4-leaf demonic eyes to get some information from Qi Lian. It seemed that the sword race had exposed his whereabouts on purpose. That was why Yu Shang asked this question. Don't worry, the most important thing right now is the Ox Deity Maze. Once the battle is over, the sword race and the sand race will cease to exist. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, have no respect for the sand race? Ling Xiao said coldly. With his current cultivation level, he could definitely wipe out the sword race. After all, the sword race no longer had any elders. The strongest among them was Jian Kuan. However, to avoid trouble, he decided to wait a few days and let Jian Kuan and the others live for a few more days. Ling Xiao is right. If we seek revenge now, the 13th prince will be unhappy. The 13th prince arrived at the Eight Immortals County 3 days ago. He said that he would not allow any infighting before the ox deity maze begins. Anyone who goes against his words will have to die. Because of this, the Duke of Yu didn't come to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Lin Ruoxian had recovered earlier than Moon Death. Thus, she had gone out for a while and learned about what had happened outside. How strong is the 13th prince? Ling Xiao asked. He should be at the 7th level of the Yinyang realm. Lin Ruoxian thought for a while and said, this is the most conservative estimate. The Qin nation's royal family is the strongest family and faction in the Qin nation. It is said that the Qin nation's king has a total of 14 princes. The weakest is the 13th prince. However, even the weakest of them is the strongest existence in the Eight Immortals County. This is the disparity between them. Interesting. This is all the more reason to go to the royal capital. When Ling Xiao heard about the 13th prince's strength, he was not afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. If the Qin nation's king's dumbest son was stronger than the strongest cultivator in the Eight Immortals city, then the royal capital would definitely be a treasure land. There is one more thing. The 13th prince probably wants to show off his strength in the Eight Immortals city. He wants to intimidate the local sects and let them know that the royal family is the true ruler here. Thus, he invited the 3 factions to bring all the cultivators who participated in the Ox deity's maze to the Eight Immortals palace where he is staying for a banquet. Lin Ruoxian continued, the time is tonight. Thus, when I went out, the sect master specifically told me to tell you about this. Eight Immortals Palace? I have seen this palace before. Originally, I was wondering why no one lived in such a luxurious palace. After all this time, it turned out that it was specially prepared for the royal family. Ling Xiao frowned and said, it looks like the Qin nation's royal family is really strong in the Qin nation. Of course. Otherwise, how could they become the royal family? It is said that 300 years ago, they snatched the throne from a child. They bullied a widow and her child. However, there is nothing they can do about it. After all, the mystic world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Whoever has the biggest fist is the king. Otherwise, they are nothing. Moon Death spoke like a man. He was very straightforward and liked to curse. He wasn't as elegant as Lin Ruoxian. However, Ling Xiao felt that this was a kind of straightforwardness, so he didn't correct him. After all, in the profound world, beauty was only secondary. Whether or not a woman received respect and attention, the best way was to rely on her strength. Otherwise, it would just be a plaything in the hands of others. Must I go? Lin Ruoxian asked, I'm worried that if we destroy the Heavenly Thunder Pit, the 13th prince will show us who's boss. Don't be afraid. Whether we go or not, the 13th prince will do the same. If we don't go, it'll seem like we're afraid, and it'll give him a reason to find fault with us. Ling Xiao smiled and said, we can't always hide in this courtyard. What's more, I really want to see the strength of the 13th prince. Even if I lose to him, it won't be embarrassing. What's there to be afraid of? That's true. Lin Ruoxian thought for a moment and said, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. As long as the 3 of us work together, do you think the 13th prince won't be afraid? The reason why Ling Xiao dared to go to the banquet was because he was confident. He had now condensed a top-grade lightning battle body, and his cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the 6th level of the Yinyang realm. Therefore, the help that the butterfly lady could give him had naturally increased. If the 13th prince really wanted to deal with him, he just had to kill this guy first. In this world, there was nothing that Ling Xiao was afraid of. Let's go. The sect master is probably waiting anxiously. Ling Xiao stood up. The matter of cultivation could be put aside for now. In any case, there was no point in staying here. For him, fighting was the best way to cultivate. Every time he experienced a big battle, his cultivation would always increase by a considerable amount. This made him slightly more battle-hungry now. After leaving his courtyard, Ling Xiao arrived at the sect master's hall. At this moment, the 8 great clans patriarchs, the remaining elders, and all the martial artists who participated in the ox deity's maze were already here. Only the 3 of them were left. The moment Jian Kuan saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically. During these days, Ling Xiao hadn't shown up. Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian hadn't returned either. Therefore, he thought that the 3 of them had perished together. Now that he saw Ling Xiao return alive, he actually felt a strong sense of worry. Jian Kuan. Look at what you've done. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jian Kuan, his killing intent clear. If not for the fact that he didn't want to reveal his strength before the ox deity's maze battle, he really wanted to kill Jian Kuan right now. You. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jian Kuan was the sword race's patriarch. In the past, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Now, he was extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he was afraid of Ling Xiao, not because of the divine codex, but because of this person. What I mean, you know very well in your heart, these days, I didn't find trouble with your sword race because I'm still a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. I don't really want to do something that ruthless. But you, old bastard, actually want to kill me. Fine, I'll leave it at that. I'll definitely wipe out your sword race, and the sand race, that son of AB** TCH Sha Tongtian and Qi Lian actually used the thunder of immortality to deal with me. Luckily, I'm lucky. Otherwise, I'd really be dead. I told you to live peacefully. If you don't want to, then don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being ruthless. Ling Xiao's killing intent spread throughout the sect master's hall. He didn't give sect master Lin Quan any face at all. However, Lin Quan was able to keep his composure. He only looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. He didn't seem to be angry at all. On the other hand, Lin Yu was furious. How dare you, Ling Xiao? This is the sect master's hall. You can't behave atrociously here. Lin Yu Tian scolded angrily. If you dare to touch a single hair of the sword race, I'll see if I'll let you off. The moment these words left his mouth, Jian Kuan's expression immediately changed drastically. He knew Ling Xiao's temper too well. The more he threatened him, the more he dared to do anything. I'm sorry, Sect Master Jian Kuan. If you want to blame someone in the underworld, blame that idiot Lin Yu Tian. He's the one who forced me to kill you. Ling Xiao sneered. He casually flicked out a blood-red thunder of immortality from his fingertips. The lightning didn't seem very powerful. However, the moment it touched Jian Kuan's body, it became extremely terrifying. Poor Jian Kuan. After all, he was a peak Yinyang realm level 5 martial artist. Although he didn't have any Dharma treasures, he was still burned to death by the thunder of immortality. Lin Yu Tian, I killed Jian Kuan. What can you do to me? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yu Tian mockingly and said with disdain, my lightning of immortality came from Qi Lian at the cost of his life and being unable to reincarnate. Why don't you try it too? You. What about me? If you have the guts, then attack. If you don't, then hold it in. Cut the crap. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yu Tian with disdain. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Lin Yu Tian's, there was still a gap between them. The thunder of immortality was one of the most powerful weapons in the world. As long as it was used properly, even the 13th prince would have to be wary of it. Alright, stop arguing. Jian Kuan tried to kill Ling Xiao and deserved to die. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's talk about tonight's banquet. I'm sure you all know what kind of person the 13th prince is. Don't be as arrogant in front of him as you are in front of me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you get killed. Lin Quan's words were a warning to Ling Xiao. It was hard to tell if he was trying to provoke Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would cause trouble, or if he was afraid that Ling Xiao would cause trouble. But no matter what it was, Ling Xiao did not take it to heart. He wouldn't provoke others easily, but he hoped that the 13th prince wouldn't provoke him. Night fell. The 8 Immortals Palace in the 8 Immortals County suddenly became lively. All the top martial artists from the Eight Immortals Mountain, the Heavenly Wind Group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion had gathered there. They were waiting for the 13th prince who had refused to show up. Ling Xiao was leaning against the wall, sipping wine while chatting with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. The 13th prince is really arrogant. We are all here, but he still refuses to show up. He really doesn't take us seriously. The person who spoke was a martial artist from the Heavenly Wind Group. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before, but Lin Ruoxian had. He told Ling Xiao that the 13th prince was Qin Bao, second only to Qin Beixian and Qin Xianfeng in the Heavenly Wind Group. Qin Bao was as hot-tempered as his name suggested. However, the 13th prince was getting impatient. Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to the martial artists from the Eight Immortals Mountain. Instead, he took a closer look at the members of the Heavenly Wind Group. All the members of the Heavenly Wind Group were wearing armor. There were 3 types of armor: platinum armor, gold armor, and silver armor. This also meant that they were divided into 3 levels. There was only one person in the platinum rank, Yin Yang Realm, 7th level of Hell. It had to be the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, Qin Changsheng. His strength was on par with the sect leader of the Eight Immortal Mountain, Lin Quan. He might even be on par with the 13th prince. But he was definitely much older than the 13th prince. The golden armor should be at the 6th level of the Yin Yang realm. Their numbers were similar to that of the Eight Immortals Mountain. One of them sat beside Qin Changsheng and stared at Lin Yuetian. If Qin Changsheng wasn't mistaken, it was Qin Beixian. Humph. That Qin Beixian thinks that Lin Yuetian is his only rival, but he doesn't know how powerful you are, brother Ling Xiao. The Ox Deity's Labyrinth will definitely give him a big surprise. Moon Death was displeased by Qin Beixian's attitude toward Ling Xiao. It's fine. It's better to keep a low profile. After all, we can make a fortune by keeping a low profile. Ling Xiao smiled. When it was time to be in the limelight, he would naturally be in the limelight. When it was not time to be in the limelight, he was too lazy to compete. Suddenly, 2 slightly pressuring gazes were cast on him. Ling Xiao paused for a second and realized that it was Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng didn't know how old this old man was, but he looked like a young man. Ling Xiao knew why Qin Changsheng was looking at him. He was the one who killed this old man's son. He was the deacon of the Phantom sect in the Eight Immortals County. Although this old man didn't say anything, he must be holding a grudge against Qin Changsheng. Ling Xiao snickered. If it was in the past, he would have been afraid of Qin Changsheng. But now, he wasn't so afraid anymore. He even laughed and said, "Is the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group gay? Why do you keep looking at me? I'm not interested in that. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you insult our leader?" Chen Bao roared. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a fuss in front of my brother Ling Xiao?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, Moon Death stood up and released a sharp aura. Chen Bao was so frightened that he shut his mouth. Moon Death was a first revolution Yin Yang realm 6th level of Hell cultivator. Chen Bao was only a first revolution Yin Yang realm 5th level cultivator. He was nothing in front of Moon Death. "You are Ling Xiao." Before the Heavenly Wind Group's matter was settled, the Duke of Yu's residence stirred up another storm. The one who asked was the Duke of Yu himself. This old man had a head full of white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. But the power that emerged from his body was not inferior to Qin Changsheng's and Lin Quan's. He was also a first revolution Yin Yang realm 7th level of Hell cultivator. Sitting near him were 5 Yin Yang realm level 6 Hell martial artists in Yin Yang realm. One of them was Xiaofeng Canyue. There should have been 6 of them, but after Commander Chen was killed by Ling Xiao, only 5 were left. This commoner is Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Duke of Yu." Ling Xiao pretentiously stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. There were some pleasantries that needed to be said. "So you still know that you were just a commoner. You destroyed the 13th prince's heavenly lightning pit and stole the heavenly thunder jade essence. You even injured Xiaofeng Canyue when he was injured. I don't even know what despicable method you used to kill Commander Chen of my Duke of Yu's residence. What do you think you should say about this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They were all shocked that Ling Xiao could do such an earth-shattering thing without saying a word. What else can I say? The heavenly lightning pit is something that fell from the heavens. Even the royal family cannot take it for themselves. Since the heavenly thunder jade essence was willing to leave with me, then I am a virtuous person. But your Duke of Yu's residents wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to ask my master for help. Oh, that's right. You probably heard that my master was an expert from the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although he left me a magic treasure. Unfortunately, in order to save my life, I used this magic treasure to kill Commander Chen. Alas, the next time someone does this to me, I can only ask my master to step in. Not to mention your tiny Duke of Yu's residents, even the Chen nation would not be able to withstand her wrath. The reason Ling Xiao said this was to hide his strength and to let the 13th prince, who was eavesdropping outside the door, hear. Ling Xiao was not someone who could be bullied. If his master stepped in, the Qin nation's royal family would not be worth a fart. In any case, you are a man. Don't tell me you are going to hide behind your master? Can't you use your strength to prove yourself? As expected, the Duke of Yu was somewhat afraid. It was not that he believed Ling Xiao's words so easily. Rather, the spies he sent to the 8 Immortals Mountain had reported how terrifying that woman was. In addition, Commander Chen's death was unclear. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to kill him. All of this made him believe Ling Xiao's words. Idiot. Don't tell me you want the 13th prince to give up his identity as a prince? I say, Duke of Yu, have you become so old that you don't think before speaking? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Logically speaking, with his status, he did not have the qualifications to speak with the Duke of Yu. Good, very good. Very good. I've long heard that you have a sharp tongue. Seeing it today, it's true. The Duke of Yu originally wanted to say a few more words to vent his anger, but he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from outside. His eyes turned and he came up with a plan. He directly said, that heavenly lightning pit belongs to the 13th prince. Do you still dare to quibble in front of him? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. This bastard clearly felt that the 13th prince had arrived, so he deliberately said this. Actually, the 13th prince had been outside for a while, but he had concealed his aura and didn't come in. Ling Xiao had previously pushed out the divine codex for that person to hear. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the trap set by the Duke of Yu. I believe that the 13th prince is a reasonable person. Isn't it just a piece of heavenly lightning chalcedony? Don't tell me that he would bicker with a commoner like me? Ling Xiao sneered. Ha ha ha, well said. It's just a piece of heavenly lightning chalcedony. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and an old man and a young man walked in. The young man looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He wore a golden robe and his hair was combed until it shined. His body naturally released a terrifying aura that caused others to be afraid. A kingly aura suddenly descended upon the hall. This aura wasn't just powerful, it was also filled with pressure. This should be a special martial art that allowed him to have such a powerful and dignified aura. As expected of a member of the royal family, Ling Xiao had already guessed that this person should be the 13th prince. Otherwise, no one would have such a special aura that could cause most of the practitioners present to be submissive and kneel down. The only ones present that weren't affected by this aura were Qin Chongqing, Lin Quan, the Duke of Yu, as well as Ling Xiao and the 2 girls beside him. Behind the 13th prince were 2 girls. Their appearances were top-notch. Compared to the chubby and somewhat ugly 13th prince, the contrast was too obvious. But in the mystic world, ugliness didn't matter. Strength was the way of the king. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the 13th prince, who wasn't even 20 years old, was definitely the strongest person present. The 13th prince walked straight to the throne that had been prepared for him, and then sat down boldly. The 2 women were also standing beside him. Not to mention the 13th prince, even these 2 women were martial artists at the peak of Yin Yang Realm level 6. This was simply enviable. Chen Bao, who had been cursing and complaining about the 13th prince's late arrival, was now lying on the ground submissively, his body trembling uncontrollably. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao sat up straight, he didn't kneel. He only looked at this person from the capital indifferently. The 13th prince was a little surprised. Ling Xiao was actually unaffected by his king's sword qi, just like the other 3 peak experts. The 2 women beside Ling Xiao were clearly under Ling Zhao's protection. Originally, the 13th prince had wanted to show Ling Xiao who was the master of the banquet. However, he didn't expect to fail. However, he quickly regained his composure and withdrew his terrifying king's aura. He raised his hand and said, "Everyone, rise. I was delayed because of some matters. It's my fault." This was a beautiful move. He used his aura to suppress others and then comforted them. This caused many of the people present to be so moved that they began to tear up. However, Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince with a gloomy expression. The 13th prince was the key to the destruction of Ling Yan's family. Back then, this kid was only a child, but his heart was already very vicious. He didn't have a good impression of this person. He knew that today's banquet was a treacherous one. The 13th prince had specially prepared this banquet to show off his strength. If there wasn't an unlucky person, the 13th prince wouldn't be able to enjoy himself. However, he still came because he wasn't afraid at all. After sitting down, the 13th prince looked directly at Ling Xiao and said, "Everything under the heavens belongs to me. The heavenly lightning pit is my territory, but you destroyed it. Shouldn't you say something to me?" "Here it comes," Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. The 13th prince was really direct. The banquet had just begun, but he already wanted to blame Ling Xiao. Perhaps tonight's banquet was just a way for him to get back at Ling Xiao. "I've already said what needs to be said. Your Highness, didn't you hide outside and eavesdrop? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Many people were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. They were waiting to see Ling Xiao grovel. However, what they did not expect was that Ling Xiao was still sitting there, drinking his wine as he spoke casually. These words were full of sarcasm. He was implying that the 13th prince had a habit of eavesdropping. "How dare you?" The 13th prince didn't say anything. However, a woman beside him was furious. She directly drew her sword and stabbed it at Ling Xiao. Under such circumstances, no one dared to attack the 13th prince's people. Moreover, most of the people present were probably happy to see Ling Xiao die. She was a first transformation Yinyang state level 6 martial artist. She was at the same level as Lin Yuetian. Although she wasn't as powerful as Lin Yuetian, she wasn't far behind. She suddenly attacked, so how could Ling Xiao survive? "Originally, I wanted to take his dog. Life in the Ox Deity's maze. Who would have thought that he would come here to seek death?" Xiao Feng Wanyue murmured coldly. "The 13th prince won't just kill his enemies. This kid is in trouble." Duke Yu sneered. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had offended him, he was very pleased. He has such a sharp tongue. I wonder how powerful he is. Chen Chongqing and Chen Beixian also stared at Ling Xiao. They wanted to see what would happen to this sharp-tongued guy. However, at this moment, 2 figures flew into the air. One of them was holding a shield. A terrifying light was released from the shield. The 13th prince's woman didn't care at first, but she was shocked when she saw the sword in her hand turn to stone. She threw away her sword and dodged the light. Then, she continued to attack Ling Xiao from the side. She had many weapons and could take them out from her storage ring. However, even though she dodged the light, she couldn't dodge Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle. The woman felt a little dizzy at that moment. Although it was only a moment of dizziness, it was enough to be fatal in a battle between powerful cultivators. Ling Xiao took advantage of the opportunity and released the blood-red thunder of immortality. The woman screamed in agony as she was burned to ashes. The 13th prince didn't dare to save her because everyone could feel how terrifying the blood-red thunder was. No one had expected such an outcome. Ling Xiao was bold enough to kill the 13th prince's servant. "Your Highness, you have to discipline your subordinates well. Otherwise, they will bring you trouble." Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince with a smile and said, "I didn't want to kill her, but I couldn't control the power of the thunder of immortality." Of course, he did it on purpose. From the moment that woman tried to kill him with her sword, he had already decided to kill her. He wouldn't wait for her to land a blow on him. Of course, he wasn't the most eye-catching fighter, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. When did they reach the 6th level of hell? Everyone on the 8 Deity Mountain was shocked. Humph, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so weak, but the women around him are so strong. His master is also a woman. How hateful. How can this guy have such good luck? Jian Tianchen snorted as jealousy welled up in his heart. He was insanely jealous. By then, the sword race had completely declined in the 8-deity mountain. Jian Tianchen and Jian Lufeng had also become more obedient and didn't dare to provoke Ling Xiao anymore. However, they still cursed him in private. Beixian, Ling Xiao is nothing. His thunder of immortality has a low hit rate. Just be careful. Your opponents are still Lin Yuetian and Xiaofeng Wanyue. Of course, you have to be careful of the two girls from the 8-deity mountain. With their help, Ling Xiao might be able to cause some trouble. Chen Chongqing said to Chen Beixian from the Heavenly Wind Group. Meanwhile, at the Duke of Yu's mansion, Duke of Yu also said to Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, killing Ling Xiao is secondary. The key is to deal with Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian. Remember that. The battle this time did not make people wary of Ling Xiao. Instead, they felt that he was a piece of trash who hid behind a woman and was not worth mentioning at all. However, the 13th prince's face was dark and gloomy. He had done a good job at first, showing the Wang family's style to the fullest. However, because of Ling Xiao, he had lost his cool and became agitated. Killing this prince's personal attendant, are you prepared to die? The 13th prince finally lost control of his emotions. A terrifying aura was released. As a result, most of the martial artists present were trembling in fear. Originally, the 13th prince wanted to find someone to deal with him and give all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County a show of strength. Now that Ling Xiao had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally wouldn't let him go. Die? Is the 13th prince prepared for the Qin state to be destroyed? Ling Xiao faced it calmly and smiled coldly. He absolutely could not admit defeat at this moment. Once he did, the other party would definitely make a move. If he did not admit defeat, the 13th prince would definitely be wary of him. It was just as he had expected. The 13th prince had always been wary of the divine grimoire. He had seen the scene of the 8 Immortal Mountains warriors being recruited. The divine grimoire was so powerful that even his father wouldn't dare to say that he could win, let alone him. You killed Qi Lian too? The 13th prince suddenly asked. Something like that. Crimson Viper used his life as the price to summon the undying lightning of the underworld to deal with me. Unfortunately, he failed. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't know why the 13th prince would ask such a question, but there was nothing to hide. Good. Very good. This prince said that he wouldn't kill anyone before the Ox Deity Maze contest. So you can live until then, but remember, Qi Lian is this prince's woman. Just now, you killed this prince's personal attendant and destroyed this prince's heavenly lightning pit. You have a great enmity with this prince. After the Ox Deity Maze, if you're still alive, you should know what to do, right? The 13th prince's words were clearly to give himself a way out. He didn't dare to kill Ling Xiao because the divine grimoire situation was unknown. That was why he said that. Of course, he also had another intention. He wanted to recruit Ling Xiao for his own use. If someone with such a powerful background became his man, then he would have an absolute advantage in the contest for the throne. Ling Xiao also understood these two intentions, but he smiled and said, "Since your highness won't kill me, then let's wait until the Ox Deity Maze contest is over." He didn't give the 13th prince any face at all. This made the 13th prince's face even more ashen. Tonight's banquet is over. See you in 6 days at the Ox Deity Maze. He was worried that he couldn't control his emotions and that he would bring disaster to the Qin kingdom. So he ended the banquet early. As a matter of fact, the banquet had only lasted for a little over 20 minutes. The 13th prince left with his last remaining attendant. This banquet could be said to have ended on bad terms. Ling Xiao didn't wait for the others from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Instead, he left right after the 13th prince left. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed closely behind. These two girls now understood very well. Ling Xiao was not only a righteous person, but also a cultivation genius. Following Ling Xiao would allow their cultivation to improve even more. However, most of the gazes behind Ling Xiao were filled with respect or anger. Even the 13th prince didn't dare to deal with this guy. Wasn't this guy too arrogant? In the next 6 days, Ling Xiao focused on stabilizing his cultivation and honing his top-tier lightning battle body. Speaking of speed, it was indeed fast. It was also slow. 6 days passed in the end. Ling Xiao's cultivation also made a small breakthrough. He reached the mid-stage of the 6th stage of the Yin-Yang transformation stage. His dark nether slash, a top-tier jade-grade martial skill, had even reached the transformation stage. This was all thanks to his constant sparring with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Of course, these two girls also benefited a lot from this process. Although their cultivation didn't make a breakthrough, they both comprehended the first move of their family's top-tier jade martial techniques. They also improved their mastery to the greater mastery level. As a result, their battle prowess was greatly improved. Then, the three of them set off with the rest of the 8 Immortals Mountain and returned to the 8 Immortals Maze. Only a few people knew the exact location of the Ox Deity Maze. The 13th Prince was one of them. The competition this time was led by him, which was why the contestants were gathered here. The 3 major factions sent out 15 contestants each. However, in terms of strength, the 8 Immortals Mountain was still the strongest. After all, the 8 Immortals Mountain had ruled the 8 Immortals County for 15 years. The Heavenly Wind Group was second. The Duke of Yu's family was the weakest, but they were not to be underestimated. Ling Zhao's arrival instantly caused a wave of angry gasps. Be it the Heavenly Wind Group, the Duke of Yu's family, or even the 8 Immortals Mountain, they all hated him. They wanted to use this opportunity to kill him. Regarding this, Ling Xiao understood in his heart. However, other than Xiaofeng Wanyue, Lin Yuetian, and Chen Beixian, the rest of them were no more than ants in his eyes. If they wanted to die, he wouldn't show them any mercy. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant flying sword flew out from the 8 Immortals Palace. The flywheel ship in the shape of a flying sword was large enough to accommodate all the contestants. Come on, follow me to the maze of the Ox Deity, the Sky Thunder Mountain. The 13th Prince glanced at Ling Xiao coldly and then stopped paying attention to him. He seemed to have forgotten what happened 6 days ago. But Ling Xiao knew very well. The more the prince acted like this, the more he wanted to take revenge. But since he had chosen to go against the 13th Prince, he was not afraid of revenge. Half an hour later, the flying sword and airship arrived at their destination, the Sky Thunder Mountain Range. It was said that the Sky Thunder Mountain was the entrance to the Ox Deity's maze. In the past, the Ox God built this maze in the Sky Thunder Mountain Range in order to punish those evil people. About 10,000 years ago, there was a guy called the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder. He called himself the Holy Emperor, but what he did was unforgivable. Later, the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder was trapped in the maze by the Ox Deity and never came out. This time, whether you get the beast soul of the Ox Deity or the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, you will be qualified to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. When they arrived at the Sky Thunder Mountain, the 13th Prince explained the conditions of the Arcana Academy's disciple selection. It was a little different from what they knew. What about the ownership of the 8 Immortals County? The Duke of Yu could not help but ask. That depends on who gets the beast soul of the Ox Deity. The 13th Prince replied. Hearing this, the three forces obviously put their focus on the beast soul of the Ox Deity. As for the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, it would be best if they could get it after getting the beast soul of the Ox Deity. If they could not get it, then so be it. For them, the ownership of the 8 Immortals County was more important than the qualification to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. But Ling Xiao thought it was the same. Anyway, he did not enter the Ox Deity's maze for the 8 Immortals County. In addition to the most powerful Holy Emperor of Sky Thunder, there are many evil people trapped in the Ox Deity's maze. Although they are evil, each of them has an extremely powerful inheritance. The third place to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy will be determined by who gets the most powerful inheritance. The 13th Prince continued. Weird? Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. What happened? Lin Ruoxian asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just that every time the 13th Prince mentioned the words Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, the dagger in my storage ring would have some sort of reaction. Could it be that there's some connection? Ling Xiao said with a frown. Maybe it's some kind of opportunity. That dagger should also be of the lightning attribute. It might be a relic of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. Lin Ruoxian said. Forget it. After we enter, the most important task is to find a suitable inheritance for us. As for the ox deity beast soul, we can leave it for later. Let those guys fight for it first. Ling Xiao smiled and said, those guys will definitely target the ox deity beast soul. Yes. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were also a little excited. Once they got the inheritance of an ancient warrior, although they might not be able to become a genius, their strength and aptitude would definitely be greatly improved. Ever since they reached the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm, they had made it their goal to go to the Imperial City. After all, people should strive for greater heights. Just as Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were discussing these matters, the 13th prince had already opened the entrance to the Ox Deity Maze. In the past, this entrance had been opened by the joint efforts of 13 peak experts from the royal capital. At that time, it took a total of 49 days before it was finally opened. However, the time it took to open the maze was no more than 3 days. After this time, the entrance would immediately close. When the 13th prince opened the entrance to the Ox Deity's labyrinth, he had already warned everyone. You only have 3 days to move around in the maze. If you don't come out in 3 days, then you'll have to wait 49 days. So remember, although the inheritance is important, you have to save time. Otherwise, it'll be meaningless if you die inside. The 13th prince reminded them, okay, now you can enter the maze. The competition will last for 3 days. After 3 days, whoever obtains the Ox Deity Beast Soul will be the final winner. Of course, there will be fighting during this period. If you're afraid of death, you can give up. Of course, no one would give up. Since they had already come this far, who would be willing to give up so easily? Everyone looked at the entrance to the Ox Deity's maze. It was an open space between 2 towering trees. At this moment, a huge green whirlpool was constantly revolving. No one knew what was waiting for the contestants inside. Duke Yu's residence, Tianfeng Group, and 8 Immortal Mountain will enter the maze one after another. Remember, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, the maze will close, and it will open again after 49 days. If no one obtains the Ox Deity Beast Soul or the Thunder Deity Emperor's inheritance in 3 days, then it will only show the incompetence of the 8 Immortal City's martial artists. The Arcana Academy will not choose any of you as a disciple. And the ownership of the 8 Immortal City will be taken back by the royal family. We will send a new city guard here. The 13th prince's words made many people's hearts tremble. Because they all thought of one possibility. Could it be that the royal family was using this competition to weaken the strength of the 3 major factions, and then effortlessly take back the ownership of the 8 Immortal City? But immediately, they felt that it was not very likely. With the royal family's strength, they could just send a prince with a few personal attendants to easily overturn the 8 Immortal City. Was it really necessary to go through so much trouble? Therefore, such thoughts vanished into thin air. The 15 people from the Duke Yu's residence began to enter the maze. The 13th prince was still explaining the situation. After entering, you will be sent to different places. Even I can't control this. So whether you can survive or not depends on your own luck. The moment Xiaofeng Waned Moon stepped into the green whirlpool, she coldly looked at Ling Xiao. For her, the Ox Deity Beast Soul was the most important, but killing Ling Xiao was also a must. The next group to enter the green whirlpool was the Tianfeng group. In addition to Qin Beixian, Qin Xianfeng was also a person to watch out for. This guy knew how to be patient. If he had used all of his power against the Demon Shadow Sect, even the so-called demon envoy of the Demon Shadow Sect would not have been able to stop him. At that time, Ling Xiao thought Qin Xianfeng was just an idiot. However, it seemed that this guy was second only to Qin Beixian. After everyone from the Heavenly Wind group had entered the maze, Lin Yuetian led the geniuses from the 8 Immortal Mountain into the green whirlpool. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death stood at the back. He released some of his soul power and injected it into Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's soul realms. This way, even if they were teleported to different places, they would be able to reunite in the shortest time possible. After all, the 3 of them together were the most powerful. Ling Xiao. I don't expect you to help us obtain the beast soul of the ox deity in the maze, but I hope that you will not hinder the others. Lin Kuan knew Ling Zhao's character well. He knew that he would not take the Eight Immortal Mountain seriously. After all, Ling Zhao had cut off all ties with them. The only reason he was still in the Eight Immortal Mountain was to obtain the right to enter the maze. Hehe, don't worry Lin Kuan. I don't have the time to deal with trash. You better hope that they don't come looking for trouble with me. Otherwise, I will not be merciful. Ling Zhao said with a faint smile. You. Lin Kuan's face darkened. Actually, you don't have to worry. The beast soul of the ox deity will belong to me. Even if all the geniuses are killed, the Eight Immortal Mountain will still retain control of the Eight Immortal County. This way, there will be more and more geniuses. Ling Zhao laughed heartily and stepped into the unknown space with the other two. A total of 45 participants stepped into the ox deity's maze, causing the originally bustling Sky Thunder Mountain range to suddenly become cold and cheerless. I will return to the Eight Immortals' palace first. Those who wish to return with me can follow me. As he spoke, the 13th prince released the flywheel ship in his hand. He then stepped into the ship and entered his room. At this time, in his room, in addition to the remaining attendant, there was also a warrior who was completely wrapped in black leather armor. His aura was non-existent. He stood there as if he did not exist. And I saved you. Do you still remember what you promised me? The 13th prince leaned back on the soft cushion, and the attendant beside him put grapes into his mouth. He asked calmly as he ate. Don't worry, Your Highness. In the past, I fused with the Shadow Black Gourd, but Ling Zhao seized the place where I lived. If it weren't for His Highness saving me and granting me such a perfect earth demon body, I'm afraid I would have died without a burial place. Your Highness's business is my business. I am willing to serve you faithfully. And knelt on one knee and said. If Ling Zhao was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the artifact spirit that escaped from the Shadow Black Gourd. He was none other than the ancestor of the Dark Ones. His strength might not be any weaker than the 13th prince's, and he was still recovering. Very good. This king knows that you have a grudge with Ling Zhao, but Ling Zhao is one of the talents that this king wants to recruit. For the time being, let's not touch him, alright? The 13th prince said again. I will obey your highness' orders. And nodded and said, however, that Ling Zhao is not someone who is willing to be under others. Your highness, you must think carefully. Relying on his master, he doesn't even care about the royal family of the Qin kingdom. This king naturally knows. If he is lucky enough to survive the ox deity's labyrinth, then this king will naturally look for him. If this child is really like last time, then this king will naturally look for him. If the same thing happens again, then kill him for this king. The 13th prince said calmly. Thank you, Your Highness. And said excitedly. Right now, the person he wanted to kill the most was Ling Zhao. It was Ling Zhao who caused him to lose the Shadow Black Gourd and almost cause his soul to dissipate. He would never forget this deep hatred. At this moment, many martial artists from the three major factions had gathered on the airship. However, no one dared to approach the 13th prince's room. The airship started moving toward the Eight Immortals County. In the room, and the 13th prince were still discussing the ox deity's maze. Your Highness, that ox deity beast soul is amazing, and said. It's one of the 12 beast gods. Once you have it, your battle prowess will increase dramatically. Even if you can use it to its full potential, it will still be incredibly powerful. Are you really going to give it to those ants? And couldn't help but ask. Do you really think that's possible? The 13th prince chuckled coldly. Right now, my brothers are fighting each other for the position of crown prince. That's especially true of second brother and 14th brother. One is adept at politics, and the other is incredibly strong. If I don't give myself a bit of leverage, how could I possibly beat them? Your Highness, and said, you're saying that once those people get the ox deity beast soul, you'll take it for yourself? And finally understood what the 13th prince was thinking. Taking it for myself doesn't sound good, the 13th prince said. The best thing would be for them to offer it up. Actually, it's not just the ox deity beast soul. I'm also interested in the legacy of Sage Emperor Heavenly Lightning. Although, compared to the Ox deity, he's not even on the same level. In the past, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the life-seizing level. However, there are some things in this guy's hands that I'm very interested in. At this point, the 13th prince chuckled coldly. I trust you, he continued, and that's why I'm telling you this. Sage Emperor Heavenly Lightning was originally a violet lightning bull, but after he took human form, he called himself the Sage Emperor. He was considered the most powerful entity under the 12 divine beasts. But the truth is, he was like a frog at the bottom of a well. However, every single bone of this frog in the well had a large number of divine runes carved into it. There were 3 of them that I was very interested in. 3 divine characters? That's right. One of them is called the Lightning Spirit Text. It's used to store the power of the violet lightning bull. If you can understand it, you'll be able to absorb 30 to 40% of its power. At the very least, you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation base. At that point, not even my genius 14th brother will be able to compare to me. With that, the 13th prince seemed to be filled with excitement and anticipation. The second divine character is called the Lightning Spirit Shield. Anyone who can turn the violet lightning bull into their martial soul will be able to learn it. Its defense is extremely strong, and it's already at the first level of the immortal rank. Immortal grade martial skills are different from gold grade and jade grade martial skills. Although the first level is the weakest among the immortal grade martial skills, it's still superior to the jade grade. The third divine character is even more shocking. It's actually the second level of the immortal rank, the Heavenly Lightning Guard. Heavenly Lightning Guard? What kind of martial skill is that? Enpa asked curiously. The 13th prince chuckled. You're really curious, aren't you? Well, there's no harm in telling you. The prerequisite for the Heavenly Lightning Guard is that you have to have a top-level lightning battle body. The 13th prince continued, the condensed lightning clones are the Heavenly Thunder Guards. Their appearance could be that of a purple lightning bull, or they could be that of the caster themselves. These clones will increase their combat power according to the caster's strength. When the caster's strength reaches a certain level, the number of Heavenly Thunder Guards will increase. The higher the level of mastery, the stronger the individual combat power. When it reaches the lesser mastery, it will only have 50% of the caster's strength. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 60%. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 70%. When it reaches mastery, it will reach 80%. When it reaches transcendent, it will have 90% of the caster's strength. Once the caster's soul power reaches a certain level, the Heavenly Thunder Guards will be able to unleash 100% of the caster's strength. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Guards can't equip magic treasures and don't have the martial soul of the caster. So, compared to the caster's 100% strength, they are still a lot weaker. And there can only be one Heavenly Thunder Guard that can reach 100% of the caster's strength. Even so, if I get it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I have heard of such secret techniques before, but there are not many who can cultivate it successfully. Unfortunately, the Ox God's Maze has restrictions. Only those who are at first transformation yin-yang stage and below can enter. Otherwise, with your highness's strength, you will be able to get these things easily after entering. Enpa sighed. Yes, but I believe that no one will dare to go against my will. Whether it is the Ox God's beast soul or the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor's inheritance, they are all mine. As he said this, Ling Zhao's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, his expression became ferocious. If that Ling Xiao dares to go against my will, I will have to kill him. What a coincidence. Ling Xiao did not expect this. Other than Lin Yuetian and Lin Ruoxian, he was teleported to the same place as the rest of the geniuses of the 8 Immortal Mountain. There was a thick fog here and he could not see clearly. It was not wrong to call it a maze. As far as the eye could see, there were tall walls and deep passageways. It gave off a very strong sense of oppression. Not far away from here, there was a huge shadow of a human-shaped minotaur. They couldn't see his face clearly, but it gave everyone a fright. Big brother Ling Xiao, the situation is not good. We seem to be surrounded. Moon Death ran to Ling Zhao's side and looked worriedly at the guys who were eyeing them covetously. Although they were all disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, these fellows still hated Ling Xiao to the core. Ling Xiao, it seems like even the heavens want you dead. Xianxia held the supreme black demon sword in his hand and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. No one knew that after Jian Kuan died, he actually achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation due to his extreme anger. He had reached the early stage of the first revolution Yin Yang realm's 6th level of hell. He had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting to fight Ling Xiao to the death. He had to avenge the Sword Clan. Otherwise, even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to see his father in the underworld. There was no doubt that Jian Tianchen was the strongest among these people. The rest were either at the peak of Yin Yang realm level 5. The rest were at the advanced stage of Yin Yang realm level 5. However, some of them had the supreme treasures of their clans that could unleash the combat power of Yin Yang realm level 6. There was more than one of them. There were 13 of the 15 people here. Only Moon Death was on Ling Zhao's side. The rest of the 11 were all enemies. The situation looked very dangerous. However, Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with mockery. It sounds like you want to kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Jian Tianchen and the rest with a smile and said, I don't know what you are thinking. However, I hope you haven't forgotten what I said earlier. In the Ox Deity Maze, I will kill anyone who attacks me. I will not show mercy. He believed that the upper echelons of the 8 Immortal Mountain must have discussed how to deal with Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. They wouldn't have dared to attack Ling Xiao outside. However, things were different in the Ox Deity Maze. If Ling Xiao died, even if the Divine Book came, it could be explained that he had been killed by the monsters in the Ox Deity Maze. They wouldn't be blamed for it. You don't have to be an alarmist, you are only relying on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Now that Lin Ruoxian is not here, Moon Death alone can't stop us. Moon Death, listen carefully. If you abandon the dark side and join the light side, you can still save your life. If you follow Ling Xiao to the end, you will definitely die. Jian Tianchen had finally unleashed his terrifying cultivation. This made the geniuses, who were still worried, calm down. What a joke. You want me to abandon Brother Ling Xiao? Dream on. Moon Death's attitude was very clear. Needless to say, she was well aware of how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. Even if she didn't know, she wouldn't abandon Ling Xiao just because she was afraid. This had happened before. Even when she was in a life-or-death situation, she didn't abandon Ling Xiao. Stubborn. Brother Tianchen, you stop Moon Death. The 10 of us will join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. We can definitely kill him. He is only relying on the immortal thunder. In order to kill Ling Xiao, the sect leader gave each of us a lightning trap talisman. It can last for half an hour. That's enough to kill Ling Xiao. Jian Lufeng thought that Ling Zhao's cultivation was still at the peak of level 5 of hell. He was only relying on the immortal thunder. Since the immortal thunder was no longer a threat, what were they afraid of? All right. Jian Tianchen nodded. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, just you wait. I'll kill the woman you care about the most and make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead, you despicable dog from a remote town. Don't think about stepping on the heads of the 8 great families, we are nobles. You're just a despicable dog. That's right, this despicable dog. He's lucky to have met a good master. He doesn't care about the sect leader and the elders. Today, we must kill him so that we can comfort our departed spirits, with his shadow-black gourd, Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle, and that Lin Ruoxian's snake hair stone shield, our 8 Immortal Mountain will definitely win. Jian Lufeng shouted excitedly. A bunch of idiots. Ling Xiao looked at these clowns indifferently. If he wanted to kill these 11 people, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Since they wanted to die, he would take the opportunity to snatch all their treasures. Once he gathered all 8 treasures, he would be able to rescue Sire Shui from the ghost prison's 5th level. Sire Shui helped him a lot last time. He hasn't forgotten. Moon Death, don't get involved in this battle. Just watch from the sidelines. Ling Xiao said to Moon Death with a smile. Then, he looked at the 11 people in front of him mockingly. Okay, Brother Ling Xiao, I'll help you and keep an eye on the surroundings. It was precisely because he understood Ling Zhao's strength that Yu Shang did not insist on making a move. Does this guy really want to die? Jian Lufeng furrowed his brows. He simply could not understand why Ling Xiao would think that he could deal with so many enemies under such circumstances. I don't care if he wants to die. In this case, I'll kill him myself. The rest of you, keep an eye on Moon Death. Don't let her do anything rash. Jian Tianchen was happy to see Ling Zhao's plan. In fact, he did not want to deal with Moon Death. What he wanted to do most was to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only in this way could he feel the thrill of revenge. I have to be involved in Ling Zhao's death. And Ming stood out and said, this guy took away our dark tribe's dark shadow gourd. I have to get it back with my own hands. Okay, in this case, you can help from the sidelines. Jian Tianchen glanced at Ming. This woman was quite beautiful and powerful. She was a perfect match for Jian Tianchen. He had to leave a good impression on Ming. Thank you. Ming was very grateful that Jian Tianchen gave her this opportunity. Otherwise, who would she vent her anger on if Ling Xiao died? The supreme black demon sword in Jian Tianchen's hand was emitting a terrifying light. The quality of this sword was of the same level as the Black Fairy Sword. The full name of the Black Fairy Sword was also the Supreme Black Fairy Sword. In this case, these two swords should be a set of weapons. Ling Xiao was very interested in this sword. With the Black Demon Sword in his left hand and the Black Fairy Sword in his right hand, his strength would be greatly enhanced. 2 people? That's too little. If anyone wants to die, all of you can do it together. I'm not as shameless as you guys. If I say that I won't let Moon Death interfere, I definitely won't let her interfere. You guys can rest assured. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the crowd before him. He did not seem to care about Jian Tianchen and Ming. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I'll join in as well. Jian Lufeng stepped forward. And me? Hai Wuzuan also stood out. Of course not. Xia Feiyue and Xia Menglong also stood up. These people all had a deep grudge against Ling Xiao. As for the rest of the people, they didn't have any deep grudges against Ling Xiao. Therefore, they chose to wait and see. They only stared at Moon Death and didn't plan to make a move. Alright, it's the 6 of you then. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, pulled out the white jade flying dragon sword, and faced the 6 enemies calmly. Bastard, are you looking down on us? Why aren't you using your black deity sword? Xia Feiyue said indignantly. She was wearing a golden Dharma artifact, the golden sand hand. Her golden sand hand was at the same level as the black demon sword and the black deity sword. Yet, Ling Xiao dared to use the white jade flying dragon sword. It was clear that he didn't take them seriously. Hee, I don't need the black deity sword to deal with the 6 of you. If it were Lin Yue Tian, Chen Beixian, or Xiaofeng Wanyue, I might use the black deity sword. Ling Xiao cracked a smile and said, cut the crap. Don't you want to kill me? Hurry up, I have something important to do. If that's the case, let's not hold back. Use your most powerful attacks. Jian Tianchen wasn't going to talk about fairness with Ling Xiao. He was a little worried about Ling Zhao's black deity sword. However, since Chen Fan didn't use it, things were much easier. Very well. The other 5 didn't care about fairness or morality with Ling Xiao either. They just wanted Ling Xiao dead. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from regretting his decision, they were going to use their most powerful attacks to kill Ling Xiao. Jian Tianchen's sword martial spirit released a powerful sword intent. The black demon sword in his hand became more powerful. The surrounding air was constantly being torn apart, as if a piece of cloth was being torn apart. A terrifying demonic shadow formed behind him and then completely merged with the astonishing sword light. It pierced towards Ling Xiao. For a moment, the black wind rolled, shocking everyone. Demon sword martial art, demon shadow of the heavenly sword. This terrifying move could only be unleashed with the black demon sword, or the black demon sword had to completely recognize its master. Jian Tianchen's move was so powerful that it was comparable to the full-force attack of a martial artist at the middle stage of level 6 of Hell in Yin Yang Realm. It was terrifying. Xia Feiyue was not as powerful as Jian Tianchen. Although she had the golden sand hand, her attack was only as powerful as an early-stage Yin Yang transformation 6th level of Hell. Moreover, she hadn't comprehended the golden sand hand. She was still using the Black Sun Sand Hand of the Sand Clan. With the help of the Golden Sand Hand, her body turned into a black sandstorm. She pounced on Ling Xiao with a powerful aura. As for Jian Lufeng and Ming, Hai Wuzuan, and Sha Menglong, they were using inferior top-tier jade-grade martial arts. Firmament Sword Print. Dark Shadow Strike. Dark Night Nameless. Black Sun Sword Technique. The 6 of them were all using their best moves. They were all using their full strength. They didn't want to hold back. They didn't dare to hold back. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao with one attack and let Ling Xiao react, they would be in trouble. However, facing the powerful attacks of the 6 people, Ling Xiao didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He didn't use his top-tier thunder body. At this moment, he was holding the white jade flying dragon sword and looking at his opponents indifferently. I don't even need to use inferior top-tier jade-grade martial arts to deal with you guys. The first 2 moves of the Dark Shadow martial arts are enough. Sword Crying Mountain, Sword Rends the Underworld. When these 2 moves were executed by Ling Xiao, it caused the spectators at the side to be extremely shocked. They found that the power of the advanced jade-grade martial arts used by Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than the top-tier jade-grade martial arts used by the 6 people. For a moment, the Yin Mountain was endless. Underworld Phantom, a black dragon was hovering in the sky. The 6 people fighting Ling Xiao all felt the terrifying pressure. Except for Jian Tianchen, the rest of them couldn't breathe. Terrifying, this guy's aptitude is too heaven-defying. Why do I feel that we've offended someone we shouldn't have? Luckily, I didn't make a move. The people standing at the side were all trembling with fear. Not to mention the people fighting Ling Xiao. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Go to hell, Ling Xiao. Jian Tianchen roared in anger. He didn't believe that the 6 of them and the 2 family treasures couldn't kill Ling Xiao. At this very moment, he had already lost the most basic ability to judge. In an instant, all the attacks of the 6 people were disintegrated. Jian Tianchen and the other 5 had a small but fatal sword wound on their throats. I told you, the 6 of you are not enough. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he put away the white jade flying dragon sword and looked coldly at the 6 bodies that were already on the verge of collapse. Why, I don't understand. Jian Tianchen's sword was stuck in the ground. His body was so weak that even moving was a problem. He could only mumble to himself, exhausting his remaining energy. And Ming looked at Ling Xiao, dumbfounded. Her eyes gradually lost their luster. She did not understand. Until she died, she did not understand how the lowly person she used to despise could have such terrifying strength. Jian Lufeng was also on his last breath. He was panicking and regretting. It all started with what he did to Ling Zhao's sister, Ling Zhaojiao. At that time, he was still a proud and powerful swordsman. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even worth a fart. Could it be that he was really wrong? Hai Wuzuan, Sha Feiyue, and Sha Menglong all fell to the ground. At the moment when their consciousness was about to leave, they only felt regret and fear. They were going to die. Everything was over. Bang! Bang! Finally, all 6 of them fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Jian Tianchen was unwilling to accept his fate. He died with his eyes wide open. Ling Xiao once said that he would kill anyone who wanted to kill him. This was his most basic principle. Therefore, no matter how strong or weak the opponent was, he would not show mercy. He didn't have that much sympathy to use. In fact, he had given these people many chances. Even when he killed Jian Kuan, he did not affect Jian Tianchen and Jian Lufeng. However, these 2 people were courting death. How could he not send them on their way? Do the 5 of you still want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at the remaining 5 people. He did not mind letting these people live if he did not have a deep hatred for them. They hurriedly shook their heads. How could they dare to fight with Ling Xiao? Today's scene was really too shocking. Who would have thought that he, who had offended many people when he first joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, would still be alive today? Furthermore, he had such terrifying strength. This kind of genius was not someone they could afford to offend. This was a genius, but also a devil. Very good. Since you don't want to die, then hand over all your magic treasures. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Kongyu of the Sky Clan was about to speak but was stopped by Toriyama Akira. At this time, it was more important to save his life. He could give up his Dharma treasures. Although Kongyu was extremely unhappy, he still handed over the magic treasure. In front of them, Ling Xiao erased the spiritual sense on the magic treasures and stuffed them into his storage ring. At this point, all 8 treasures were in their hands. Other than Moon Death's Moonlight Soul-controlling needle and Lin Ruoxian's snake hair shield, the rest were in Ling Xiao's hands. "Let's go, Moon Death." Ling Xiao called out to Moon Death and left this place. Of the 15 geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, 6 died in an instant, and all the magic treasures were taken away by Ling Xiao and the other 2. It could be said that at this time, the only one who could compete was Lin Yuetian. But then again, Ling Xiao would also compete for the divine ox beast soul. In this way, the 8 Immortals Mountain would still have the qualifications to rule the 8 Immortal City. However, the Sword Clan, Dark Clan, and Sand Clan were completely destroyed. After losing their top geniuses, it was really difficult to cultivate them again. As they watched Ling Xiao leave, the remaining 5 geniuses' eyes were filled with rage, but they were mostly filled with fear and uneasiness. "Brother Ling Xiao, it's not a problem to kill them. Anyway, it's normal to die in the Ox God Maze. But you took all the magic treasures of the 8 Immortals Mountain, other than our Moon Clan. I'm afraid the other 8 clans will fight you to the death." On the way, Moon Death said worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of? In the 8 Immortals Mountain, I'm not afraid of anyone except Lin Quan. If I can get the divine ox beast soul, I'll be a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Who would dare to hurt me? Even without the protection of my master, they'll still have to be respectful to me," Ling Xiao said casually. "Brother Ling Xiao, you're so free and easy." "I don't have that kind of free and easy heart." Moon Death was a little nervous just now. But after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she didn't care anymore. "Let's go and find Sister Ruoxian first. It won't be too late to search for the divine ox beast soul after the 3 of us meet up." Ling Xiao's plan was very clear. Anyway, the rule was 3 days. Within these 3 days, no one was allowed to leave early. Only on the 3rd day, 1 hour before the Ox God Maze closed, could they leave. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to compete for the divine ox beast soul. It was easier to let others help him find it. Now that the 3 of them were in one place, if they encountered a strong enemy, they would have a higher chance of survival. Although this place was indeed a maze, to Ling Xiao, a maze was actually nothing. Especially since he had a soul connection with Lin Ruoxian, it was easy to find him. "Not good, Sister Ruoxian seems to be in trouble. Moon Death, speed up." Ling Xiao hugged Yu Shang by the waist and then suddenly used wolf traversal, traversing through the Ox God's maze at a terrifying speed. Along the way, they encountered many monsters, but Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He directly used his body to knock them away. In less than 5 minutes, he found Lin Ruoxian. At this time, Lin Ruoxian's injuries weren't too serious. It seemed like he didn't fight the enemy head-on, but chose to escape. "Sister Ruoxian, what happened?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly while treating Lin Ruoxian's injuries. "My luck wasn't too good. I met the Duke of Yu's residents and the Tianfeng group. They joined forces. It seems like they had already agreed on this outside. They will deal with the 8 Immortals Mountain together, and the 8 Immortal City will be ruled by the Duke of Yu's residents. As for the Ox God Beast Soul, it will belong to the Tianfeng group. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon will receive the inheritance of the Holy Emperor Tianlei," Lin Ruoxian explained. "What about Lin Yuetian? That guy didn't show up?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "No. After that guy entered the Ox Deity's maze, it was as if he suddenly disappeared." Lin Ruoxian shook his head. "Humph, what a cunning guy. Forget it, let's ignore him." "What about the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's residents?" Ling Xiao snorted and asked. "I used the special effect of the snake hair petrification shield to avoid their pursuit. However, it seems like they don't want to let me go. Other than Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, Chen Beixian, and Chen Xianfeng, the rest are looking for me," Lin Ruoxian replied. "Other than the 3 of them, the rest are all trash, not worth mentioning." "Where did the 3 of them go?" "They are heading for the location of the Ox God Beast Soul." I don't think we can make it in time. The three of them seemed to have gotten the news beforehand and knew where the ox god beast soul was. Brother Ling Xiao, let's go and fight for the beast soul of the ox god. Moon Death said eagerly. No, even if they're working together now, human greed can make this kind of alliance fragile. Plus, whoever gets the beast soul of the ox god first will win. Don't forget that the rule is to have the beast soul of the ox god within 3 days. We just have to take it from them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's go and find the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor while they're fighting for the beast soul of the ox god. That makes sense. The fight for the beast soul of the ox god is too intense. The three of us together might not be a match for Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue. Why don't we get the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor first, Ling Xiao? Do you know where the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor is? Lin Ruoxian agreed with Ling Xiao, but the inheritance of the Tianlai sacred emperor seemed to be even more elusive than the beast soul of the ox god. After all, the beast soul of the ox god could be found as long as they could pass through the maze. However, the Tianlai sacred emperor was sealed somewhere in the maze. It wasn't easy to find it. Follow me. Ling Xiao certainly knew where the Tianlai sacred emperor was sealed. Although he didn't have a map, he knew where the thunder energy was the strongest. That was where the Tianlai sacred emperor was sealed. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death certainly didn't suspect that Ling Xiao was leading the way. They followed closely behind. About 20 minutes later. After taking a few turns, they broke through a few strange barriers of array formations. Ling Xiao finally stopped. At that moment, astonishment appeared in the eyes of the three men. The scene in front of them had completely changed. The dark and damp maze had turned into a giant forest. The spirit chi in the forest was even more abundant than on the 5th level of the ghost prison. They could feel their power increasing just by taking a breath. This made the three of them extremely shocked. However, that was not all. In this forest filled with spiritual energy, there were actually a large number of fruit trees. If they were just ordinary fruit trees, they wouldn't be so surprised. The problem was that these fruit trees were actually the legendary mystical fruit trees. In other words, the fruits they grew naturally had the effect of a mysterious great pill. If a martial artist ate it, it would naturally be of great benefit to their cultivation. How can there be so many mysterious fruit trees? If the people outside knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. Lin Ruoxian said in surprise. That's right. I heard from my father that a mysterious fruit tree is enough to turn the members of the royal family against each other. It is impossible for a sect like ours to obtain such a thing. But now, how many trees were there? There should be at least 1,000 of them. Moon Death was also trembling with excitement. Originally, she thought that following Ling Xiao would definitely bring about good things, but she didn't expect it to be such a good thing. There's no need to be so excited. It's just some low-grade and mid-grade profound-grade fruit trees. I can still refine pills of this grade. Don't be in a hurry to pick them. Let's walk a little further. To be honest, very few people could resist such a huge temptation. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in it. He only transplanted a large number of mid-grade profound-grade fruit trees into the mountain river world. Although he didn't need these things, the Heavenly Empire did. With these trees, they could produce a large number of mid-grade profound-grade spirit fruits. With these fruits as materials, it was possible to refine high-grade profound-grade pills. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death swallowed their saliva, surprised that Ling Zhao's storage ring was so huge. In fact, how could a storage ring store these things? The trees could only be stored in a ring called the spiritual plant ring. This spiritual plant ring was similar to the beast ring. They were both special storage rings that could ensure that plants and beasts would not die. However, Ling Xiao had the mountain river world, so there was no need for such a thing. Even the storage ring on his hand was just a cover, to prevent others from knowing the secret of his mountain river world. The three of them continued to walk forward for a while, when a towering tree suddenly came into view. This is a high-grade profound-grade spirit tree. Lin Ruoxian shouted excitedly. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Looking at the densely packed red fruits on the towering tree, he was extremely excited. This is a blood spirit fruit tree. Although the name sounds scary, it's actually a very good thing. Not only can the blood spirit fruit heal injuries, it can also increase the strength of the body. This is a high-grade profound-grade spirit fruit. One fruit is worth at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are at least 1,000 fruits on this tree, so it's worth more than 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Hearing Ling Zhao's analysis, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were even more shocked, and even a little overjoyed. Big brother Ling Xiao, congratulations. You need this the most when refining pills. With the blood spirit fruit, you can refine a high-grade profound-grade blood spirit pill, right? Moon Death said excitedly. That's right. A high-grade profound-grade blood spirit pill can be said to be an immortal medicine at this stage. An injury caused by a yin-yang realm warrior can be healed within a minute by eating a blood spirit pill. The effect is terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded. Isn't that invincible? Moon Death said in surprise. It's not invincible. Although the blood spirit pill is effective, its effect will decrease if too many are used in a short period of time. Moreover, it's not easy to refine this thing. By the way, let's not talk about this. Put some blood spirit fruits in each of your storage rings. Although the effect of the blood spirit fruit is not as good as the blood spirit pill, it's a good thing to save your life in this ox deity's maze. Ling Xiao said. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not hesitate, nor did they refuse. They knew very well that Ling Xiao planned to take this tree away. The two of them each took 100 blood spirit fruits and ate one on the spot. After eating it, their injuries were healed. Even the exhaustion from the journey and battle was completely gone. Especially Lin Ruoxian. She had been injured before, but now she felt completely fine. Ling Xiao smiled and put the blood spirit fruit tree into the mountain river world. It seemed that he was quite lucky in this trip to the ox deity's maze. The three of them continued forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, another giant tree appeared in front of them. This was also a high-grade profound-grade spirit tree, the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree. This tree was slightly inferior to the blood spirit fruit tree from before, but it was excellent for Ling Xiao. This was because the Thunder Fire Mang's greatest effect was to increase the inner strength of lightning-attributed warriors and help them temper their combat body. Ling Xiao felt that the rumored peak-grade combat body was not the highest. Although it was called a peak-grade combat body, perhaps some warriors were limited by their strength, so they named it that way. He wanted to know what other changes there would be after the peak-grade lightning combat body. My luck is not bad. Collect. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Thunder Fire Mango tree was uprooted from the thick soil. Then, a huge black hole appeared behind him. The fruit tree slowly moved into it. However, at this moment, a loud shout was heard. How dare you, thief! Stop! The voice was still very far away, but it was very loud. Ling Xiao could see that there were two figures rushing over from afar. Their speed was extremely fast, and their strength was also extremely strong. They were both at the peak of the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. However, they were definitely not contestants. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't stop what he was doing just because of a roar. This Thunder Fire Mango tree was extremely helpful to him. Not only could it increase his lightning power, but it could also increase his lava power. Perhaps his lava battle body would also be improved because of this. How could he give up? Before the other party arrived, he forcefully sent the Thunder Fire Mango tree into the Mountain River world. When the towering tree entered the Mountain River world, not only would its growth not slow down, but it would also increase by 100 times due to the special effects of the Mountain River world. This could provide Ling Xiao with a large amount of alchemy materials. In addition, the Thunder Fire Mango and Blood Spirit fruit tasted extremely good. The former was sweet and sour, but it wasn't cloying. The latter was even more fragrant and sweet. It could also be used as a snack to fill his empty stomach. Good boy, you're courting death. Seeing that Ling Xiao kept shouting, the people who came were furious. They actually attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Xiao at lightning speed. Although they didn't greet each other. Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Ling Xiao had a rare tacit understanding. Ling Xiao punched out and blocked one of the attacks. However, because he was in a hurry, he was blasted back dozens of steps and broke many trees. Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian joined forces to block the other person's attack. Relying on Dharma treasures, although their cultivation wasn't as high as the other parties, they weren't too miserable. Although they were pushed back hundreds of steps, at least they weren't seriously injured. The two people who launched the surprise attack didn't seem to have expected that their attack wouldn't be able to kill the audacious fellow. Therefore, he actually stopped his attack and looked a little surprised. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally got a good look at their faces. No, he really couldn't be considered a human. One of them was incomparably tall, at least 4 to 5 meters tall. There were 9 snake heads on his back, flicking their tongues. It was incomparably terrifying. Other than his face, his entire body was wrapped in snake scales. One look and one could tell that he was a ferocious character. The other one was a woman. It was also in human form, but there was a crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. On its back was a pair of wings that emitted gentle moonlight. In his hand was a crescent-shaped shovel. He was riding on a white demonic tiger. This demonic tiger's strength was actually at the early stage of the 1-star Yin-Yang realm level 6 of hell. Sure enough, nothing in this world is cheap. Ling Xiao frowned. These two fellows, together with that white tiger, were not to be trifled with. If one of them came, he could still deal with it. But if 2 came, it would be a headache. 3 was even more troublesome. This was probably even more troublesome than Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue. You two be careful. Don't fight head-on. Just stall for time. Once the battle starts, I'll kill one of them as soon as possible and then go help you. Although it was troublesome, Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would give up easily. He couldn't return the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree or the Blood Spirit fruit tree. So, this battle was unavoidable. Fortunately, he wasn't weak and was stronger. He wasn't a fish on the chopping board. If he really couldn't, he could use the power of the butterfly. Of course, there was no need for that at the moment. True battles were the only way to increase one's strength. This was Ling Zhao's usual style. He didn't like to ask the butterfly for help when he encountered a little trouble. It was a bit embarrassing. You two, we have no grudges. Don't you think it's a bit too abrupt to suddenly attack? Of course, if he didn't have to fight, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time here. He could feel that the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor was not far away. The guy with 9 snake heads behind his back said arrogantly, "Ants, put down the Thunder Fire Mang fruit tree and the Blood Spirit fruit tree. We can let you go, otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'm more than willing to trample you ants to death." Why? Ling Xiao asked. Because we are General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu under the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. These things all belong to the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. General Nine Snake said coldly. Funny. Even the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor was trapped in the maze of the Ox God. These things should belong to the Ox God. What does it have to do with him? Ling Xiao sneered. So, you're not going to hand them over? General Nine Snake's face darkened. So what if I don't hand them over? Unless the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor comes back to life, otherwise, I'm not afraid of you too. Ling Xiao said with disdain. Humph, although our strength hasn't recovered to its peak, which is the peak of the 18th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang state. But it's more than enough to deal with you 3 ants. If you don't want to die, you'd better be obedient. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. General Nine Snake snorted. Nine Snake, don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them. We can use their qi and blood to recover our cultivation. General Ling Yu suddenly said. Okay. General Nine Snake stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao and looked at General Ling Yu. Leave this kid to me. Is it okay to leave the 2 women to you? General Ling Yu chuckled. Piece of cake. But you, be careful. That kid is a bit strange. Although he's not as good as you, don't fail miserably. What a joke. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. General Nine Snake suddenly bent his legs. Whoosh, his body suddenly disappeared. If one didn't have dynamic vision, they wouldn't have been able to see him clearly. Both of you, remember what I said. Stall for time. After saying that, Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time and directly pulled out the Black Deity sword. He could feel that the strength of this General Nine snake in front of him was not inferior to Qianbeixian and Lin Yuetian. It was worth it for him to use the Black Deity Sword. On the other side, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were also fighting with General Ling Yu. Although their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party, they cooperated well and had 2 Dharma treasures to play tricks on others. For a moment, they were not at a disadvantage. Kid, you're still far from being able to do that. Just surrender. One of the snake heads bit Ling Zhao's Black Deity Sword. General Nine Snake showed a contemptuous expression. It wasn't a deliberate act. It was more like the contempt of a god for mortals. It wasn't strange. He used to be the subordinate of the Divine Thunder Emperor and had reached the 18th level of hell in the first transformation yin-yang state. Why would he care about an ant like Ling Xiao? Kid, you'd better surrender, or you'll die a horrible death. The General of Nine Snake never looked at Ling Xiao, as if Ling Xiao was really a lowly ant that was not worthy of his attention. Haha, maybe you've been here for too long and have become a frog at the bottom of the well. Ling Xiao sneered. He suddenly twisted the Black Deity Sword, and the terrifying sword chi broke the 2 poisonous fangs of the tongue. Then he stepped back and readied himself for another attack. Ever since he reached the mid-stage of the 6th level of hell, he had not fought with a martial artist at the peak of this level. This was the first time. The General of Nine Snake was even weaker than Qianbeixian. If he couldn't even kill this guy, then he wouldn't be able to fight Qianbeixian. You ungrateful thing. Since you're so stubborn, then I'll kill you. The General of Nine Snake's pupils suddenly turned into a weird flat shape like a snake's and emitted a poisonous gas. In that instant, it was as if he had transformed from a humanoid being into a terrifying evil spirit that wanted to take his life. Black striped flying tiger beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when dealing with this monster. He entered the transformation state and a pair of black striped wings appeared on his back. His entire body became extremely ferocious. Oh? A beast soul martial artist? Looks like you're related to the 12 beast gods. Never mind, Ox God trapped us here and made it impossible for us to escape. Today, I'll kill you to vent my anger. The General of Nine Snake knew that he would never be a match for Ox God, so he could only vent his anger on a beast warrior like Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao initiated the attack. His body disappeared instantly. He used the 1,000-mile wolf, lone wolf walk. Although the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation was not as useful as the black wolf general beast soul transformation, but it was definitely more powerful than the average movement technique. Child's play. The General of Nine Snake sneered and suddenly attacked a certain spot with his 2 snake heads. And that spot happened to be where Ling Xiao appeared. What powerful observation skills. Looks like I've met my match this time. Twin Wolf Gang. Ling Xiao was shocked, but his feet did not slow down. He used the Twin Wolf Association to avoid the attacks of the 2 snake heads. Rumble, the 2 snake heads spat out a large amount of poisonous mist. In an instant, the trees in the area withered and died. Eh? This time, it was Nine Snake's turn to be surprised. His attack was sudden. He thought that even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would at least be injured. But he didn't expect his opponent to dodge his attack. It was really unexpected. He had 9 snake heads and 1 human head. The 9 snake heads could greatly enhance his perception, which was why Ling Xiao couldn't avoid his eyes and ears when he used Lone Wolf. In his eyes, Ling Xiao's movement technique was a joke. General Nine Snake, after all this time, you can't even kill a little ghost. These 2 women are weak, but the magic treasures in their hands are very troublesome. I'm afraid I can't deal with them alone. Although Cold Moon's cultivation was strong, she didn't have any magic treasures. That was her huge disadvantage. Lin Ruoxian's snake hair petrification shield could petrify, Moon Death's moonlight soul-controlling needle could control the opponent's soul. Both magic treasures were extremely dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could be unlucky. Cold Moon felt that it was very troublesome. Although she wasn't at a disadvantage yet, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't lose after a long time. Therefore, she hoped that Nine Snake could help her. Nine Snake's strength was originally stronger than hers. Don't worry, Sister Cold Moon. I can kill him in 3 moves at most. Nine Snake also noticed the battle situation over there and knew that he couldn't continue playing. His crazy eyes finally locked onto Ling Xiao. This was the first time he looked at Ling Xiao, but there was a terrifying murderous intent in his eyes. "Brother Ling Xiao, be careful." Moon Death couldn't help but remind him. Up until now, she could also feel that although Nine Snake's cultivation was the same as Cold Moon's, his strength was much stronger. Ling Xiao's side was actually more troublesome. "Don't worry about me. Just be careful of your enemies." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "If you can't win, I'll let you escape together." He definitely had to defeat this Nine Snake general. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. And he was also very confident. One had to know that he had obtained so many magic treasures from the 8 Immortal Mountain before, and he could use them all now. If he really used them, Nine Snake General would probably have a headache. But there was no need for that at the moment. The other party said that he could kill him in 3 moves. He wanted to see if he could use Nine Snake General's powerful attack power to continue to break through his cultivation. The potential in his body had been accumulating. The energy that he couldn't digest after his usual cultivation had been fused into his cells and slept, waiting for the right time to recover. And this time was naturally when Ling Xiao's body reached the requirements for a breakthrough. Even if his previous potential was used up, after he entered the world of reincarnation, he continued to replenish his body's potential. All kinds of pills, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as energy absorbed from the outside world, many of which couldn't be digested in a short period of time, were stored in. Who knew how many people envied his ability? Unfortunately, in the current mystic world, only he could do this. This was also the key reason why he didn't need to cultivate in seclusion and could rely on external stimulation to continue to break through. Therefore, at this stage, he still needed a powerful force to stimulate the potential in his body. Nine Snake General was a very good opponent. It wasn't easy to meet him, and defeating him was even more difficult. He naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. "Kid, I advise you not to waste your efforts. It's meaningless to try and stop a chariot. You only have a dead end." Nine Snake General didn't intend to know what Ling Xiao was thinking. It was just like how humans didn't care what ants thought. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. How could it compare to an elephant? "Be careful of the wind, you might sprain your tongue." Ling Xiao sneered, and the black immortal sword began to flicker with traces of electric light. He could feel that his opponent had become stronger, so he also activated his top-notch lightning battle physique. One could look down on the enemy strategically, but one must never underestimate the enemy in battle. Ha 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 ha, humans are sharp-tongued. But soon, you will know that what I said is the truth. Take my first move. Nine Snake General laughed and then suddenly made a move. The dense poisonous gas on his body became even more ferocious. The 9 snake heads on his back suddenly stretched out, and their necks elongated like real snakes, attacking Ling Xiao. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, 1 sword to the west. Ling Xiao pondered the power of this attack, and then stabbed out with the black immortal sword. Purple Chi lingered. After the first strike, Ling Xiao followed up with another strike. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, first strike of destruction. 2 consecutive strikes could greatly increase the power of the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. The power of destruction fused into the huge purple-black flying tiger's body. It actually knocked away the 9 snakes and pounced on the 9 Snake General. However, at this moment, the 9 Snake General was completely dismissive of Ling Xiao's fierce attack. He did not even move. When the terrifying purple-black flying tiger arrived in front of the 9 Snake General, its body trembled and fell to the ground. Then, it turned into nothingness. So powerful? This poisonous fog can even poison one's inner strength? The shock in Ling Xiao's heart was too great. Ever since he came to the Black Tortoise continent, this was the first time he was so surprised. One must know that the purple-black flying tiger was a form formed by energy. It was not a real animal. It was actually poisoned by the poisonous fog. It was enough to show that the poisonous fog also affected internal energy. However, after a moment of surprise, Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. The next scene shocked the 9 Snake General. The black striped flying tiger that had collapsed turned into specks of sword light. There was a terrifying destructive sword intent in it. This sword intent did not disappear because of the purple-black flying tiger's death. Instead, it caused the scattered sword chi to hurt the Nine-Snake General again. Damn it! The Nine-Snake General never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so difficult to deal with. However, the injury this time was not serious. But it completely aroused his ferocious nature. 10,000 snakes! He roared angrily. A huge snake hole appeared behind him. From the snake hole, tens of thousands of ferocious poisonous snakes darted out and completely sealed the space where Ling Xiao was. Him doing this was naturally to block Ling Xiao's path of retreat. He wanted to kill this person. He must not give this person a chance to escape. Shadow martial art, sword crying mountain. Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to be careless. The black immortal sword in his hand bloomed with a resplendent sword light. It turned into a sharp howl, madly destroying the terrifying poisonous snakes that surrounded him. Kacha kacha, clang 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 clang, the bodies of these poisonous snakes were actually covered in thick scales. Even with the increased defensive power of the black immortal sword, it was only able to eliminate a few dozen of them. After that, it no longer had any effect. Humph, if that's the case, then I'll add in the power of lightning. The sound of swords reverberated through the mountains as thunder descended from the heavens. Explode! Explode! Since an ordinary sword cry wouldn't work, Ling Xiao merged it with the power of thunder and lightning. Then, the crazy roar turned into thunder and lightning, turning the space into a world of thunder and lightning. The thunderbolts fell like a torrential downpour, incomparably ferocious. In an instant, the venomous snakes that had fused with the Nine-Snake General's internal energy were shattered, charred, and destroyed. In the end, it completely collapsed. What? I didn't expect you to have cultivated a top-notch lightning battle physique. No wonder you weren't willing to hand over the Thunderfire Mango. It seems like you know that with the Thunderfire Mango, the top-tier lightning battle physique will evolve into the low-tier violent lightning battle physique. That was a terrifying battle constitution that was equivalent to a defensive martial art of the first heaven of the immortal grade. How can this general let you have your way? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. From the Nine-Snake General's mouth, Ling Xiao heard a very important piece of information. This top-notch lightning battle physique could still continue to be improved, but it would become the violent lightning battle physique, starting from the low tier. But the power would be even stronger. This shouldn't be a trap. After all, there was no harm in eating too many Thunderfire mangoes. He would definitely give it a try. He just didn't know how many Thunderfire mangoes he would need, or if he needed anything else. Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about the Nine-Snake General's words, the Nine-Snake General attacked again. Raging Dragon Fist. He clasped his fists together, and like a huge water tank, he ruthlessly smashed towards Ling Xiao's location. He had to kill Ling Xiao. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao cultivate the low-tier violent lightning battle physique. Because once that happened, even he wouldn't be this kid's opponent. When this punch was thrown, there was actually the terrifying hiss of a venomous snake in the air. When this sound rang out, it would cause one's chi and blood to churn and their soul to become chaotic. Not to mention attacking, one wouldn't even be able to concentrate, causing the spiritual sea to become a mess. If it was a martial artist whose soul force wasn't strong enough or whose willpower wasn't firm enough, they would probably have to run away. But Ling Xiao was naturally different, his soul force was his advantage, and his battle intent was incomparably strong. How could he be suppressed by his opponent? Shadow martial art, sword rends the underworld, fused with the power of thunder and lightning, lightning springs. Although it was also a top-notch jade-grade martial art, the lethality of sword rends the underworld was much greater than sword cry of the Yin Mountain. Ling Xiao condensed his yin and yang energy into the black immortal sword in his hand, and then released the sword move that he was proud of. The terrifying lightning turned into the underworld spring and spewed out from the ground. Countless sword chi attacked the Nine-Snake General. Boom, a terrifying chi force exploded in the air. The large group of venomous snakes that sealed this space instantly broke apart inch by inch, and then turned into a rain of blood, dripping down unceasingly. This time, not only did Ling Xiao break the Nine-Snake General's attack, but he also broke the snake cage that the Nine-Snake General tried to block his escape route. The effect of sword rends the underworld fused with the power of thunder and lightning was truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had already condensed the top-notch lightning battle body. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win today's battle. Of course, the premise was that he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. 3 moves have passed. It seems like your words have not come true. I only know how to boast, 9 Snake General. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and looked coldly at the 9 Snake General. He smiled and said, "Seems like you're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Presumptuous. I must kill you." Although 3 moves had passed, the 9 Snake General didn't care about what he said before. This kind of person was extremely shameless. At this moment, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There was no other thought. Great snake descends from the heavens, exterminate. The 9 Snake General's eyes were gloomy and cold. He used his most prized killing move. In his opinion, after this move, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Because this great snake descends from the heavens was his most powerful attack before he transformed. It was 10 times stronger than the previous 3 moves. The reason why he didn't use it before was because he felt that it wasn't necessary. But at this moment, it was time to use it. Otherwise, he, the 9 Snake General, would probably lose his integrity. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the sky. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, who were fighting with Ling Yu General, felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even Ling Yu General couldn't help but frown. It can't be. The 9 Snake General even used Great Snake descends from the heavens in order to deal with that kid? Ling Yu General originally planned to wait for the 9 Snake General to kill Ling Xiao before coming over to help. But now, it seemed that the kid was really difficult to deal with. What a powerful move. But I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao laughed, and the Yin-Yang Yuan force burst out from his body. The luster of the black immortal sword in his hand became even more dazzling, as if there were streams of immortal qi seeping out from it. A terrifying slaughter sword intent gushed out. Massacre sword intent gushed out from the black immortal sword, causing the 9 Snake General to feel a trace of fear. Although the fear was very faint, it was not easy to make him feel fear. Shadow Martial Art, Jade Grade Martial Skill, Dark Slash. This was currently Ling Zhao's strongest move other than the Thunder Burst Art. Combined with the Black Immortal Sword, its power was only slightly weaker than the Thunder Burst Art. The terrifying Black Immortal Sword tore through the air, as if the underworld was torn open, and a brutal death aura began to spread. The 9 Snake General's brows furrowed even tighter. Bang! The huge snake that was dozens of meters long collided with Ling Zhao's Black Immortal Sword. The 2 terrifying forces condensed into a huge ball of light in the middle. Then, it suddenly exploded. Jade Grade Martial Skill. How is this possible? You're still young, how can you cultivate such a terrifying martial skill? Amidst the exclamations, the 9 Snake General was sent flying a few hundred meters away, crashing into a huge cliff. Ling Xiao did not have it easy either. After being hit by the huge snake, he was also sent flying a few dozen meters away before he could stabilize himself. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he became even more excited. Because he could feel that under the pressure of the opponent's terrifying power, the potential in his body erupted once again. At this moment, the energy in the middle stage of the 6th floor of hell had reached 30%. If this continued, he believed that he would be able to advance to the later stage soon. Once his cultivation advanced again, this 9 Snake General would not be a problem at all. Ling Xiao did not plan to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit for the time being. Because once it was used, it would be bullying. With the terrifying pressure, the opponent would not be able to display his full strength. Even if he won, the benefits would not be much. Unless he was determined to kill the opponent, he would not use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit for the time being. Ah! An angry roar came from the cliff. However, what came out from inside was not a 9 Snake General, but a ferocious beast. 9-headed snake. The 9-headed snake was a legendary monster. It was born with terrifying combat power. It seemed that in order to defeat Ling Xiao, the 9-headed snake general did not hesitate to revert to his original form. After all, in this state, his combat power would be stronger. Roar! Brat, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I have underestimated you. A terrifying roar rang out. It was the same voice that came from the 9 snake heads. His voice was hoarse and low, but it was especially majestic. Don't you think it's a little late to find out now? Ling Xiao looked at Nine Snake General indifferently. Although the Hydra's combat power was stronger, it couldn't perform many moves in its human form. This was something that Ling Xiao had experience with. Therefore, although he was very concerned about this monster in front of him, he was not afraid of it. As his life martial soul continued to recover, he didn't even waste the blood spirit fruit. His injuries were gradually healed. His injuries were not serious anyway, so there was really no need to waste the blood spirit fruit. Why do I feel like your aura has become stronger? Nine Snake General was stunned. Wild beasts had stronger senses. He could feel that Ling Xiao's aura had become stronger, and it had increased by nearly 3 times. He could understand why Ling Xiao could recover from his injuries. After all, Ling Xiao had the blood spirit fruit. But what was with the increase in strength? This was too unreasonable, wasn't it? In this world, nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I can only say, thank you for fighting with me. My improvement came from your attack. Bullsh****. Nine Snake General scolded, cunning human, I don't believe a word you say, I don't believe it. I'm afraid it's not that you don't believe it, but that you don't dare to believe it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I'll give you 2 choices. Either you continue to fight, and you'll definitely die, or you become my servant and help me fight in the Ox Deity Maze. I'll let you live. You're courting death. How could Nine Snake General be a servant of a human? This was simply a challenge to his dignity. Nine Snake, what's wrong with you? Aren't you usually good at fighting? Now you can't even deal with a kid after half a day. Why are you still talking nonsense? Cold Moon General's voice sounded again. This was because she found a problem. Unbeknownst to her, the treasures in the hands of the 2 girls had increased again. Other than the 2 treasures that were difficult to deal with, the other treasures were equally difficult to deal with. Although it seemed that the 2 girls were not as skilled as the other 2 treasures, her disadvantage was gradually revealed. Of course, she did not know that those treasures were temporarily lent to Moon Death and Lin Ruoxian by Ling Xiao. After all, the Ox Deity Maze was extremely dangerous. He did not need so many treasures, but Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death definitely needed them. Cold Moon, don't say any more. This kid is difficult to deal with. But don't worry, this time I'll finish the battle quickly. Nine Snake General was also very anxious. He looked at Ling Xiao and his voice became cold. Kid, it's an honor for you to die under my real body. I wanted to play with you for a while, but now, I don't have the patience to be entangled with trash like you. Then let's fight it out. Ling Xiao did not want to delay any longer. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. Other warriors might have noticed it. If others took advantage of him, he would regret it to death. Therefore, he could announce the end of this battle. All right. Nine Snake General's huge body suddenly swayed. From the 9 heads, different poisons spewed out. Some could melt people in an instant, some could make people faint in an instant, some could make people unable to breathe, in short, 9 heads, 9 poisons. There would always be one that could kill the enemy. Such an attack was simply impossible to guard against. Facing such a terrifying attack, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. He finally pulled out the Black Demon Sword. The Black Demon Sword in his left hand and the Black Immortal Sword in his right. With 2 swords in hand, his combat strength soared again. Another divine grade spirit weapon? Nine Snake General was shocked by the number of treasures Ling Xiao and the others had. However, this made him somewhat happy. The more treasures the other party had, the more he would obtain after this battle. Die, kid. Finally, the 9 heads spewed out 9 balls of venom. All of them blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also ready to counterattack. He stabbed the 2 swords into the ground. His hands formed a seal. Lava storm. The terrifying lava storm spread out. It temporarily blocked the venom that filled the sky. However, Ling Xiao was also very clear that the lava storm was only an upper-tier jade-grade secret technique. It was impossible to completely block the other party's venom. However, even a moment was an opportunity for him. Berserk Thunder Technique. The seal on his hands appeared again. This time, coupled with the top-tier thunder and lightning body, the Berserk Thunder technique was comparable to a top-tier Jade-grade secret technique. The 9 balls of venom had just penetrated the lava storm when they were completely dispersed by the Berserk Thunder technique and evaporated. The Berserk Thunder art had already depleted its power, so it couldn't stop the enemy. But Ling Xiao was fearless. Because he was carrying out his plan. He used the Black Demon sword in his left hand and the Black Immortal sword in his right hand at the same time. Slay Xian Ming, lightning flash. This was Slay Xian Ming infused with the power of lightning. Together with the Black Immortal sword and the Black Demon sword, it was even more powerful than the Berserk Thunder art. Kill. With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao didn't advance. Instead, he retreated and pounced on the 9 heads. Roar. A miserable roar sounded. A huge head fell to the ground. But things weren't over yet. Terrifying lightning continued to surge out, turning into streaks of lightning sword chi that continued to attack the remaining heads. The 9-snake general finally felt real fear. Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage of the 6th level of hell. How could he be so powerful? Not only did he have a top-tier lightning combat body, but he also had a top-tier lightning combat body. Not only did he have a top-tier Jade martial skill, but he also had a top-tier Jade martial skill and secret technique. Who the hell was this guy? But it was already too late to realize that he wasn't a match for him. Ling Xiao's sword intent engulfed the entire 9-snake general and killed him. A few divine runes flew out from the 9-snake general's body. Ling Xiao could clearly see that they were the divine runes that contained the 9-snake general's inheritance. He thought for a moment, then shouted at Lin Ruoxian, "Sister Ruoxian, catch it." Lin Ruoxian didn't know what Ling Xiao wanted her to catch, but she still stopped attacking and went over. Several divine runes entered her body, which made her overjoyed. The 9-snake general and her martial soul came from the same source. This inheritance was just right for her. After passing the divine runes to Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao stored the 9-snake general's remaining body into the mountain river world. If the 9-snake general turned into a beast soul, it would be very suitable for a snake god position beast soul. The Cold Moon general was already seriously injured. Seeing that the 9-snake general was killed by Ling Xiao, she turned pale with fright and wanted to escape. However, how could Ling Xiao allow her to escape like this? He immediately used the 1,000-li wolf travel and caught up to the Cold Moon general in an instant. Then, he pierced his throat with his sword. Ling Yu would be killed. Several divine runes also flew out of his body, and Ling Xiao gave them to Moon Death. These were all things that he had carefully considered. In the Ox deity maze, other than the Ox deity beast soul and the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder, the strongest inheritances were General 9-snake and General Cold Moon. He gave these 2 inheritances to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death respectively. This way, at least one of them could follow him to the Chen Kingdom's capital, the Arcana Academy. Moreover, the person who obtained the inheritance would definitely become stronger. This would naturally be more advantageous for the next operation. Let's go. Next is the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. After successfully defeating 9-snake general, Ling Xiao's strength had increased to a certain extent. Although he had not broken through, his strength had increased from 30% to 60%. As long as there was progress, he would be happy. Next, he had to get the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. As for the other matters, he would deal with them later. However, to Ling Xiao's surprise, when he arrived at the location of the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, he saw Chen Beixian and the Heavenly Wind Group standing outside the strange entrance. Together with Xiaofeng Wanyue and the Duke of Yu's residence. Lin Yuetian's whereabouts were still unknown. Chen Beixian had no idea where this kid was hiding. He probably knew that the Heavenly Wind Group had joined forces with the Duke of Yu's residence, so he cleverly chose to avoid them. Perhaps, he was scheming something in the dark. Although Chen Beixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue had arrived at the entrance of the Inheritance Cave, they could not enter. This was because there was no one among the geniuses in the 2 sects who knew about array formations. Ling Xiao sneered. It seemed that he had learned array formations before. Otherwise, the feeling of not being able to get the treasure in front of him would be unbearable. Did they already get the Ox deity beast soul? Moon Death couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid so. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if they didn't get the ox deity beast soul, they wouldn't have come here. However, they probably didn't go the same way as us, so they didn't encounter General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu. Humph, we fought so hard, and they took advantage of us. Lin Ruoxian snorted. That's not it. If we didn't encounter General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu, you wouldn't have gotten their inheritance, and I wouldn't have become stronger. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said, since they can't open the cave now, let's just go and cultivate. You guys get the 2 inheritances, and I'll improve my cultivation. He knew that if he appeared now, he would definitely be attacked by the Heavenly Wind Group and the Duke of Yu's residents. With their current strength, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. It would definitely benefit Lin Yuetian, who was hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity. He wasn't that stupid. Just like that, the 3 of them left the cave and returned to the forest. They found a secluded place and began to cultivate. There were a total of 3 days. The first day had passed, and only the night was left. The 3 of them began to cultivate before the sun set. They only woke up in the early morning of the 3rd day. After a day and 2 nights of cultivation, Ling Xiao successfully transformed General Nine Snake's corpse into his beast soul. This beast soul was powerful, and it was at the pinnacle of the 18 levels of hell. In other words, Ling Xiao was at least at the pinnacle of the 18 levels of hell. Although he couldn't unleash the full potential of this beast soul, it was still more powerful than those weak martial souls. General Nine Snake's beast soul was very domineering. Anyone who saw the 9 snake heads would be afraid. General Nine Snake's beast soul also had a special ability, and it was called Nine Snake Poison Field. It was the last move General Nine Snake used to deal with Ling Xiao. It released 9 types of terrifying venom and created a terrifying poison field that caught the enemy off guard. The power of this special ability was usually on par with Ling Xiao's most powerful martial arts or secret arts. However, if Ling Xiao's cultivation level was higher than the beast soul's level, it wouldn't work. For example, the Steel Bull Demon beast soul was only at the Yin-Yang state level 3 levels of hell. If Ling Xiao's cultivation level reached the Yin-Yang state level 4 levels of hell, its power wouldn't increase anymore. With the 9 snakes beast soul, not only did Ling Xiao's combat power increase, but Ling Xiao's cultivation level had also reached the late stage of the Yin-Yang state level 6 levels of hell after absorbing the energy from General Nine Snake's body. He wasn't afraid of facing Qianbeixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue at the same time. Of course, he didn't know much about Qianbeixian and wasn't sure how powerful he was. However, he still believed that Qianbeixian's talent wasn't as good as his, so he couldn't be much stronger. After he woke up, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also woke up. After a day and 2 nights of cultivation, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death hadn't fully integrated the 2 inheritances. They had only absorbed about 10%, but they had both reached the peak of level 6 of hell. This was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao's increase in cultivation. However, Ling Xiao wasn't worried. As long as he received the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance, he would only improve more than these 2. The stronger these 2 were, the more help they would be to him. Now, he could finally rob them openly. Whether it was the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance or the Ox God Beast Soul, Ling Xiao wanted them all. By then, the Thunder Array formation in the cave of the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance had been resolved. After all, a day and 2 nights had passed. Qianbeixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue weren't idiots. Although they didn't know anything about arrays, they obviously had an expert guiding them. It wouldn't make sense if they couldn't resolve the array formation in the cave after such a long time. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. The array formation at the entrance was broken. Could they deal with the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's Dharma body? Just like General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu, they were originally sealed here. They didn't actually die, but their strength was greatly weakened. Even if the Tianlai Sacred Emperor was weakened, he would definitely be stronger than General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu. He was probably an expert at the 7th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Even if those guys all rushed in, they wouldn't be able to resolve it in a short time. In fact, Ling Xiao had been using his soul power to observe everything. He was also worried that someone would steal the Tianlai Sacred Emperor's inheritance. An inheritance was different from a beast soul. Even if a beast soul was stolen, it could be snatched back. However, once the inheritance was stolen, if the other party cultivated it by force, it would be impossible to snatch it back. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be so rash. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Didn't Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death cultivate peacefully for a while with Ling Zhao's help? When Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death appeared in the cave, he saw a few charred corpses on the ground. Not too far away, within a gigantic thunder pool, there was a powerful being bathed in thunder and lightning. The pair of gigantic bull horns on his head were simply too eye-catching. Needless to say, this was definitely the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. The domineering aura of a king from the past still existed on his body today. It was a pity that his strength had weakened too much. He only had that domineering aura. However, even so, he was not someone that ordinary people could bully. Both the Heavenly Wind Group and the Duke of Yu's residence had already lost many cultivators. Although Qinbeixian and Xiaofeng Wanyue weren't injured, it was clear that they were very anxious. This was especially true for Qinbeixian. If Qinbeixian wanted to become a student of the Arcana Academy, he would have to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. However, he did not expect that this Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor's inheritance would be much more difficult than obtaining the Divine Ox Beast Soul. It was the last day. If he couldn't get the inheritance of the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder, he would have to break the contract. He couldn't go out empty-handed. While both sides were thinking about their own plans, Ling Xiao appeared in front of him. Xiaofeng Wanyue's eyes were filled with hatred. However, Qinbeixian smiled. The expressions of the two were actually very easy to understand. Xiaofeng Wanyue had obtained the Divine Ox Beast Soul, so he didn't have to worry about anything other than revenge. Therefore, he hated Ling Xiao. However, Qinbeixian needed to kill the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder as soon as possible. The arrival of Ling Xiao and the other two meant that their combat power had increased. It would be more likely for them to defeat the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Of course, he would be happy. It's already the third day. You are still here. It seems that the Divine Ox Beast Soul is already in your hands. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Xiaofeng Wanyue. Your storage ring can't contain the energy of the Divine Ox Beast Soul. Perhaps because Ling Xiao had the deity tablet of the 12 divine beasts, the energy of the Divine Ox Beast Soul was very obvious to him. Apparently, it was in Xiaofeng Wanyue's storage ring. You are finally here. So what if you know? Only death awaits you here. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with battle and killing intent. She didn't care about the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder who couldn't get out of the Thunder Pool. Anyway, it didn't matter to her whether she could obtain the inheritance of the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder or not. Really? I'm afraid Qinbeixian doesn't want you to kill me. Ling Xiao smiled and said. He had seen through the situation at first glance, but Xiaofeng Wanyue was blinded by hatred and didn't think of it. Why? Xiaofeng Wanyue asked Qinbeixian. Woman, you are so stupid. Don't you understand? He needs the inheritance of the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. If I die, his combat power will be weakened. Who will help him deal with the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder? Ling Xiao sneered. It's meaningless with your strength. Xiaofeng Wanyue snorted and said, I can spare Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Those two girls are at the early stage of the 6th level of hell. They can help you. This guy is only relying on the thunder of immortality, but it's useless against the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Qinbeixian didn't say anything, as if he agreed with Xiaofeng Wanyue. Ling Xiao didn't refute. He only looked at Xiaofeng Wanyue with contempt. He was still a bit afraid of this woman when he was in the Thunder Pit. But today, he had already killed the 9-snake general. To him, this woman was not even worth mentioning. He didn't even plan to use his sword. He wanted to try the 9-snake general's beast soul. Are you speechless, Ling Xiao? I know you're talented, so I can't let you get out of the Ox God maze alive. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll never be able to avenge myself. Xiaofeng Wanyue shouted furiously. Ling Xiao, why don't I take care of this woman for you? Lin Ruoxian glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Her current cultivation and strength came from Ling Xiao's help. So if Ling Xiao was willing, she could help Ling Xiao solve any problems. No need. You guys should work together with Xianxia to deal with the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. This woman is not worth mentioning. I'll play with her first. Ling Xiao wanted to deal with Xiaofeng Wanyue because of the ox god beast soul. Moreover, if the other party kept pestering him, there was no way he could avoid this battle. He had to end it quickly. He had to get rid of this woman first and get the ox god beast soul to increase his strength. This way, he would be more confident in dealing with the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Arrogant guy. Since you won't let those two women help, I won't let my people help either. Xiaofeng Wanyue originally planned to let the rest of the people from the Dukyu residence deal with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. At least, they could hold them back. She would deal with Ling Xiao alone. Are you really not going to help? Chen Beixian looked at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death with interest. Do we need to? Lin Ruoxian asked. Chen Beixian smiled and said, maybe Ling Xiao isn't as useless as the rumors say. However, his cultivation is far from Xiaofeng Wanyue's. If he can't close the gap, he won't be Xiaofeng Wanyue's match. It's only been 2 days since he entered the Ox God Maze. It's impossible for him to improve so much in such a short time. So, in my opinion, he's still no match for Xiaofeng Wanyue. However, it won't be easy for Xiaofeng Wanyue to defeat him. No, brother Ling Xiao will definitely win. Moon Death shook her head and said, even you are no match for brother Ling Xiao. Oh? Miss, you're obviously exaggerating, aren't you? Xiaofeng Wanyue is only at the late stage of the 6th level of hell. However, I'm at the peak of my cultivation and have accumulated 100% of my energy. I'm only a step away from breaking through the 7th level of hell. What makes him think he can fight me? Chen Beixian said proudly. Let's not talk about it. You won't believe me anyway. Brother Ling Xiao said he wants to fight the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. Let's start the battle. Moon Death didn't want to explain too much. After the battle between Chen Beixian and Ling Xiao, the result would be revealed. Although everyone was attacking the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor to deplete his energy, they still paid attention to the battle between Ling Xiao and Xiaofeng Wanyue. For the people present, this battle was still very attractive. As for the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor, he was obviously sealed in the Thunder Pool. As long as he didn't step into the Thunder Pool, he wouldn't be afraid of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor's attack. The reason why someone was killed just now was because he was too excited to attack and stepped into the range of the lightning pool. That was why he encountered trouble. Ling Xiao wasn't thinking about the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor right now. He knew how to deal with the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor, but before that, he had to get the Ox God Beast soul. His body began to change. The terrifying 9-headed snake beast soul transformation made him look extremely ferocious and terrifying. Even his figure had grown a lot taller. What the hell is this? When Dawnwind Waning Moon saw Ling Xiao's bizarre transformation, he could not help being startled. She had seen Ling Xiao fight before, and the first time Ling Xiao defeated her while she was still recovering from her injuries, she was naturally unconvinced. The second time, Ling Xiao killed Commander Chen. However, Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon had always believed that Ling Xiao had used his undying lightning. Even if Ling Xiao had killed Commander Chen with his own strength, he still wouldn't be a match for her. Commander Chen was only at the middle stage of the 6th level of hell, while she was at the late stage of the 6th level of hell. In terms of strength, she was more than 10 times stronger than Commander Chen. No matter what the hell you are, you will die today. Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon roared and a golden-armored warrior appeared behind him. The warrior held 2 huge axes and looked extremely ferocious. 2 huge axes also appeared in her hands. She was as mighty as the mighty spirit god, but she lacked the gentleness and elegance of a woman. I will kill you. Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon roared and swung the 2 axes at Ling Xiao. Many disciples of the Duke of Yu Mansion cheered for Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon. In their eyes, Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon's brutality and ferocity were on par with Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian. No one knew how many people had died under the 2 axes. Elder Dawnwind Waning Moon was also a martial artist in the Duke of Yu Mansion who was well versed in all kinds of weapons. Therefore, her martial spirit was the most versatile. As for the giant axe, it was one of the weapons with the most terrifying attack power. She clearly wanted Ling Xiao to die by using the giant axe. With Ling Xiao's strength, would he be able to withstand it? Go to hell, you punk from the 8 Immortal Mountain. You are just a gigolo who hides behind a woman. Unpleasant curses came from the Duke of Yu's mansion's camp. Meanwhile, the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind group were enjoying the show. However, soon, the harsh curses came to an abrupt end. The smile on their faces also froze. This was because everyone saw a strange scene. A terrifying snake head appeared behind Ling Xiao and sent Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon flying. The 2 axes fell to the ground. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon was even more flustered. Her black hair was disheveled and messy. That was merely a single strike. Can't your golden armor warrior level up? It can be merged. Use it now, or I will kill you with the next attack. Ling Xiao looked at Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon coldly and didn't pursue. However, the more he ignored her, the angrier Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon became. She felt that she was being looked down upon and looked down upon. This was simply a great humiliation. Very well, as you wish. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon was very clear that if he didn't use his full strength, not to mention revenge, he might even lose his life here. He had no choice but to upgrade the Golden Armor Warrior to the Golden Armor God. His power suddenly increased tenfold. Then, the Golden Armor God merged with his body and turned into a Golden Armor Valkyrie, increasing his combat power by another tenfold. In other words, her combat power was almost on par with Chen Beixian when he didn't use any special means. Every time I see you guys transform, I am envious. Your transformation is so much better than my beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao cracked a smile. Although it sounded like a compliment, many people knew that he was implying that the golden armor transformation of the Duke of Yu Mansion was only good for show. These words were simply cursing. Cut the crap, let's fight. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon, who had turned into a golden armor Valkyrie, seemed to have regained her confidence. However, the more she fought, the more she realized that Ling Xiao was like an endless wall. She had no idea how powerful he was. No matter what kind of attack she used, Chen Beixian could deal with it easily. In the beginning, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon tried to defeat Ling Xiao with a Jade Tier martial art. However, even after using all of her most powerful Jade Tier martial art, she couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao didn't use his most powerful sword art. He only used a beast soul transformation to block all of her attacks. The 9 snake heads were extremely strange. It was as if each of them was as hard as iron, and each of them was as terrifying as a divine weapon. I don't believe that a Jade Tier martial art won't work. Then I will use a top tier martial art. As the most talented prodigy of the Duke of Yu Mansion, Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon knew how to use a Jade Tier martial art. Ling Xiao was still wearing a faint smile on his face. Chen Beixian furrowed his brows as he watched the battle from the sidelines. He originally wanted to find some clues from the battle between Ling Xiao and Xiaofeng Wanyue. This way, if it was his turn to fight Ling Xiao, it would be easier. However, he realized that he was wrong. He was so wrong. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao actually did not use any kind of martial skill. He was completely using those 9 ferocious snake heads to face the enemy. This time, it's time for you to use your true strength, right? Chen Beixian believed that even he had to be careful when Dawn Wind Waning Moon used a top-tier jade-grade martial art, not to mention Ling Xiao. Seal of God, Weapon Storm. Weapon Storm was a powerful martial art that only Dawn Wind Waning Moon could use in the Duke of Yu's residence. Terrifying weapons were released from her hands and turned into a torrential downpour, smashing towards Ling Xiao like a mountain range. 9 Snake Mystic Art, 9 Snake Venom Realm. His opponent's attack was powerful and Ling Xiao couldn't neutralize it with a normal attack. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and used the most powerful skill of the Beast Soul Transformation. Suddenly, the 9 snake heads spewed out 9 streams of terrifying venom. The venom turned into a poisonous fog that covered the entire area. No. I don't want to die. Even if Dawn Wind Waning Moon could block 8 of the 9 types of venom, she would lose her combat ability if she was infected by even one of them. This was the terrifying part of the 9 Snake Venom Realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao had refined the 9 Snake Venom Realm and combined it with the territory of a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The poisonous fog didn't dissipate for a long time. Even if his opponent could block it for a while, it wouldn't last forever. In the poisonous fog, Dawn Wind Waning Moon let out a blood-curdling scream. All the weapons fell to the ground. Vaguely, one could see her trembling on the ground. Ling Xiao sneered and used the 1,000-mile wolf to snatch the storage ring that contained the divine ox beast soul. He didn't put it in the storage ring but used it directly. Chen Beixian and the others thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind after seeing this. Normal people can't withstand the divine ox beast soul. It's unavoidable to use it directly. Chen Beixian said coldly. That's right. Since Ling Xiao got the divine ox beast soul, he should have stored it away first. His impulsive action is suicidal. It seems that he doesn't want the divine ox beast soul to be taken away by us. Chen Xianfeng shared the same thought. However, Ling Xiao's body didn't explode as they had expected. Not only did Ling Xiao not die, but his aura seemed to have strengthened in that instant. Obviously, they weren't imagining things. The divine ox beast soul was injected into the divine ox seat, although it could not be used for the time being. However, it could greatly increase the power of the beast spirit on this deity position. It could also increase a warrior's strength at the very beginning. The moment Ling Xiao injected the divine ox beast soul into his body, he became a martialist at the peak of level 6 of the Yin-Yang realm. Although Chen Beixian and Chen Xianfeng could feel that his aura had grown stronger, they didn't know why it had grown stronger. Ling Xiao sneered at Chen Beixian and Chen Xuanfeng's shocked faces. Then, he retracted a large amount of poisonous fog. It revealed Dawn Breeze Waning Moon's miserable appearance. Many parts of Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon's body had been corroded and turned black. His face was pale and bloodless. He was clearly a living person just a moment ago, but at this moment, he looked withered, like a skeleton. Tisk, TSK. I told you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. Anyway, since I've already gotten the divine ox beast soul, I'll let you go and spare your life. Ling Xiao smiled. With Dawn Wind Waning Moon in such a state, he no longer had any combat prowess left. He was no longer a threat to Ling Xiao, so there was no point in killing him. Therefore, he only retracted all the poisonous fog and looked at the divine emperor in the thunder pool. Chen Beixian was shocked that Ling Xiao could defeat Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon and get the divine ox beast soul so easily. However, he was also indifferent. He was the first on the genius roll. How could Ling Xiao steal his limelight? Ling Xiao, you've already gotten the divine ox beast soul. There's no need to fight for the inheritance of the divine emperor. Chen Beixian said coldly. Elder Dawn Wind Waning Moon was already crippled, so the inheritance of the divine emperor was naturally his. He wouldn't allow anyone to compete with him. What a joke. When you teamed up with the Duke of Yu's mansion to deal with my sister Ruoxian, did you think this would happen? I got the divine ox beast soul, so the inheritance of the divine emperor is also mine. Ling Xiao said coldly. Aren't you afraid of eating too much? Chen Xianfeng scolded. Senior brother Beixian, don't waste your breath on him. Let's kill him first. Chen Bao said. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Let me give you a piece of advice. Stay aside and watch, and you might be able to get out of here alive. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Heavenly Wind group. How arrogant. Chen Beixian was an arrogant person. How could he not be angry after hearing Ling Xiao's words? However, he had to rely on Ling Xiao to help him defeat the divine emperor, so he had no choice but to stay put. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, follow me into the lightning pool. Ling Xiao could feel that the dagger in his storage ring was trembling. A warm current suddenly flowed into his soul realm. He suddenly knew everything. The divine emperor used to be a monster reared by a big family in the Qin nation. This dagger was the Dharma treasure that controlled the divine emperor. However, the family was later wiped out because of some things. That demonic beast, which was Holy Emperor Tianlei, had coincidentally devoured the corpses of more than 1,000 members of this family. As a result, not only did it become stronger, but it also took on a human form. The divine emperor was a violent person. During his time outside, he had harmed many people. If it wasn't for the divine ox beast seal, it would have become a disaster. With the divine thunder dagger in his hand, he could avoid being hurt by the lightning pool and have a good fight with the Divine Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't need those guys with evil intentions to interfere. As long as he joined forces with Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the 8 Dharma treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain, they could defeat this monster. You don't need to watch the battle. Ling Xiao waved his hand and avoided the battle. To defeat the Divine Emperor, Ling Xiao had to use all his strength, including the martial soul of the Tyrant Sky and the soul of the Butterfly Lady. If those guys saw it, it would be troublesome. What should we do now, senior brother? Chen Bao asked Chen Beixian. He was at a loss of what to do after witnessing this bizarre scene. Let's wait first. We can't enter the lightning pool anyway. Since he can enter, we'll wait for him to kill the Divine Emperor and then reap the benefits. Chen Beixian thought for a while. It seems that this is the only way now. Chen Bao said helplessly. Senior brother Beixian, I don't think it's a good idea to wait here. If that guy doesn't defeat the Divine Emperor and we don't get anything, we won't even be qualified to enter the Arcana Academy. Why don't I take people outside to find other inheritances? Chen Xianfeng suggested. Okay. Suddenly, a deafening explosion came up. The entire Sky Thunder cavern seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Chen Beixian was still inside the cavern when he sensed something was wrong. He quickly rushed out of the cavern. When he returned to the cave, he found that the lightning pool had already collapsed and the place was a mess. Only the body of the sacred Emperor of Sky Thunder lay there like a lifeless bowl. The divine text floated in the air, but Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were nowhere to be seen. God is on my side. Chen Beixian didn't know what had happened, but he knew one thing. The inheritance of the sacred Emperor of Sky Thunder was right in front of him. Come. Chen Beixian opened his right hand and tried to pull the 3 divine text into his body. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the cavern. It was Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He knew that he was no match for Chen Beixian and the Heavenly Wind Group. However, Chen Beixian was the only one left. The rest of the martial artists were either dead or had left the cavern in search of other inheritances. He couldn't let go of such a golden opportunity. Chen Beixian didn't have time to react and was thrown into the thunder pool by Lin Yuetian. Lin Yuetian also took the 3 divine text. The 2 of them were evenly matched in terms of power. Lin Yuetian's sneak attack had saved him a lot of effort. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuetian, did not waste my time hiding in the dark like a rat for 3 days, Chen Beixian, the Ox God Maze is about to end in an hour. I have to report back to my superiors. Sorry. Lin Yuetian laughed maniacally and ran away. He wasn't going to fight Chen Beixian to the death. It was the last hour of the 3rd day, and it was time for the results to be announced. Stop right there, asshole. Chen Beixian chased after him. Without the Ox God Beast soul, the inheritance of the sacred Emperor of Sky Thunder was his only chance to become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Of course, he wouldn't give up. After all, he was more powerful than Lin Yuetian. As long as he could catch up with Lin Yuetian, he would be able to take back the inheritance of the sacred Emperor of Sky Thunder. At this moment, no one cared where Ling Xiao and the others had gone. What is this place? Ling Xiao rubbed his dizzy head and looked at the strange scene around him. This place should be underground. Lightning constantly flickered, as if it was a terrifying lightning domain. At this time, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also woke up. They were just as confused as Ling Xiao about where they were. Although I don't know, this is definitely a very special place in the Ox God's Maze. Furthermore, we were forcefully teleported here after defeating the Holy Emperor Tianlei. There might be some accidents, so be careful. Ling Xiao reminded him before swallowing a blood spirit fruit. The other 2 did the same. After all, the battle with Holy Emperor Tianlei had consumed too much energy. All 3 of them were injured. Ling Zhao's first revolution Yinyang Realm's 6th level of hell increased again, reaching 30% of his strength. The other 2's inheritances were also stimulated, and their rate of improvement was even faster than his. They had already reached 70% of their strength. After recovering, the 3 of them began to search this unfamiliar place. From the looks of it, this place was more like an alternate dimension. I suspect that this dimension exists inside Holy Emperor Tianlei's body. Ling Xiao also had the Mountain River world, so he could feel it very clearly. If that was the case, it meant that they had already entered Holy Emperor Tianlei's body. However, he didn't know which part it was. Of course, if someone were to observe Holy Emperor Tianlei's body from the outside, they would see a strange light flashing in his eyes. Although it wasn't very obvious, it could be seen with a closer look. Unfortunately, both Chen Beixian and Lin Yuetian were focused on the divine text and didn't notice it at all. The three of them searched this strange dimension for a while and found a room. There was a lightning barrier on the door of the room. It was much stronger than the lightning array in the Sky Thunder cavern. Ling Xiao felt the Sky Thunder dagger in his storage ring reacting, so he took it out. The moment the Heavenly Thunder dagger came into contact with the lightning above the door, all the lightning disappeared. It was as if the lightning had been sucked into the dagger. The door opened and the three of them walked in. To their surprise, they found that it was a study room. The bookshelves were filled with martial arts manuals. Normally, the inferior top-tier jade-grade martial skills were treated as treasures, but in this place, they were actually the most ordinary. Most of the martial arts manuals here were outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial arts manuals. Some of them were top-tier jade-grade martial arts manuals. If the people in the Eight Immortals County knew about this, they would go crazy with excitement. There shouldn't be any danger here. You two go and choose a top-tier jade-grade martial arts manual that is suitable for you. It would be best if you could choose a set of excellent, outstanding, and top-tier martial arts manuals. After all, your cultivation level is not very high. If you want to cultivate, you should start with the excellent ones. Ling Xiao reminded them and then continued to search the room. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Since the Sky Thunder dagger was related to this dimension, did it mean that this dimension was created by the family in the Qin Kingdom? Since they were the ones who created it, it was only right that they had something better. After all, the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor was so strong. How could the martial artists of this family be weak? The keyhole of this box is just right for the Sky Thunder dagger. Let's try it. After searching the entire study room, he found a box made of black wood in an inconspicuous corner. This black wood was very hard. Even steel was not as hard as it. He first set up 3 layers of defensive formations. After all, he didn't know what was inside the box. Then, he inserted the dagger into the keyhole. At this moment, the whole box spewed out a terrifying bolt of lightning. The lightning gradually condensed into a human figure. Ling Xiao had never seen this person before. It was very unfamiliar. But he guessed that it might be the person from the destroyed family. You are the fated person who defeated the purple lightning bull? It was obvious that the human figure formed by the lightning was just the soul sealed in the black wooden box. His voice was full of majesty and vicissitudes. To be able to call the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor Purple Lightning Bull, he was probably stronger than the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor. Either that or its owner. That's right. How should I address you? Ling Xiao asked. Because he didn't have a good impression of the Sky Thunder Holy Emperor, Ling Xiao's attitude towards this guy wasn't very good. Ha ha ha, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with that purple lightning bull. That's true. That evil beast, not only did it betray its master at the critical moment, it even devoured the corpses of thousands of its master's family members. It was simply unforgivable. Benefactor? Sigh, what a pity. I'm afraid the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor has already been taken away by someone else. I originally wanted that. Ling Xiao sighed. That's nothing. The lightning figure suddenly scolded, that purple lightning bull's knowledge is not even 30% of mine. What bullshit Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor, the real Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor is me. That guy is just my mount, how dare he use my name. What's going on? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little stunned. Hearing this lightning figure was the real Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor? You may not believe it, but it doesn't matter. Soon, you will believe it. After I finish my last words, I will naturally give you my complete inheritance. At that time, not only will you have a great breakthrough in your cultivation, you will also obtain the real Thunder Light Shield and the real Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard martial skills and secret techniques. What that stupid bull learned was only the tip of the iceberg. No matter how much it cultivated, the strongest martial skill it learned was only the second level of the immortal grade, and it was incomplete. However, the true Imperial Spirit Lightning Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard could be upgraded along with your cultivation. The highest you can reach is the 9th level of the immortal grade. The lightning humanoid said proudly. Alright, Senior, I believe you. But you should have some requirements for giving me your inheritance, right? Xianxia did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky for no reason. There is a requirement. Do you know why our family was exterminated? He suddenly asked. I don't know. That's because our family has a terrifying devouring demon fetus. This demon fetus can devour the 10 golden crows that fell on the Black Tortoise continent in the past. At this point, the lightning figure's eyes were filled with fear. All warriors want to take the devouring demon fetus for themselves and make it a part of their body. This way, they can devour the 10 golden crows and have a terrifying power comparable to the 12 beast gods. The lightning figure continued, actually, the reason why the purple lightning bull came to the ox god's maze is because the ox god is suppressing a terrifying golden crow. Its name is the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. Legend has it that in the ancient Black Tortoise continent, there were 11 golden suns in the sky. There were 11 different golden crows. The 11 golden suns emitted different rays of light, tormenting this ancient land. Later on, the 12 beast gods joined forces and knocked 10 of the golden crows to the ground. Because of this, the 12 beast gods had no choice but to go into hibernation, and their powers were much weaker than when they were at their peak. All these years, in order to find the 10 golden crows, many top experts of the Black Tortoise mainland have died. From what you're saying, the devouring devil fetus seems to be able to devour golden crows? Xianxia asked. You're right. The suppressed devouring devil fetus is an extremely terrifying existence. It came from outer space, and no one knows where it came from. Some said it was the demon realm, while others said it was somewhere else. In short, this guy was really terrifying. No matter what it was, he could devour it. After devouring it, it could also continuously increase its strength. Fortunately, it's just a devil fetus. Otherwise, if it grows into a real devil, the entire Black Tortoise continent will be swallowed by it. The lightning humanoid figure explained. In terms of devouring ability, can it be stronger than the Taotai beast? Xianxia laughed. I can't judge because I've never seen the Taotai beast. Actually, there's another way. This devouring devil fetus was born from the Taotai beast and the demon race. Therefore, not only does it have the devouring ability of the Taotai beast, it also has the terrifying demonic power of the demon race. Once this devil grows up, the entire Black Tortoise mainland will suffer, and it may even affect the entire mystic world. Therefore, I hope you can get rid of that devouring devil fetus. The lightning humanoid figure said, that thing will not only cause strife in the world, but it can also trigger a real apocalypse. Listen to me, you won't be wrong. It does sound terrifying, but what if I can turn that devouring devil fetus into my own? Xianxia actually had an idea ever since he came to the Black Tortoise mainland. If he wanted to explore the mystic world, he would not be able to return to the Heavenly Empire for a long time. This would inevitably breed some people's rebellious thoughts. Therefore, it would be better to create a powerful avatar. That's right, an avatar, not a clone. He had seen this method of creating avatars in the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. All that was needed was the soul and the embryo. He was already able to create a soul out of the shell, and he could also split a part of his soul and let it grow continuously, but it was also closely connected to his soul. If he added the devouring devil fetus, wouldn't he be able to create a heaven-defying avatar? Avatars were different from doppelgangers. Avatars were basically another version of themselves. Thinking of this, he already had a plan. No. You have to remember, many people have tried in vain to be contaminated by the devouring devil fetus, including people from our family, but in the end they did not succeed. Your cultivation is far inferior to ours, so how could you possibly succeed? The lightning humanoid figure shook his head and said, don't try something that has no chance of success. You will definitely fail, definitely, at that time, it will be too late to regret it. He seemed to be really worried about Xianxia. It's just that he didn't trust Xianxia that much. I definitely won't regret it. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he didn't know if he could succeed, since he had chosen to do something, he would definitely not regret it. This was his character. The lightning humanoid figure had already told him where the devouring devil fetus was. It didn't take him much time to find it. The devouring devil fetus was sealed in 81 layers of seals. It seemed that in order to prevent this thing from growing, the lightning humanoid figure's family had really spent a lot of time. No. The lightning humanoid figure was frightened and let out a loud cry. However, he was powerless to stop Ling Xiao from doing what he wanted to do. To put it bluntly, it was just a humanoid figure condensed by a mass of energy and soul. In fact, Ling Xiao was worried that he wouldn't succeed. However, when he approached the devouring devil fetus, he felt that the devouring devil fetus was a little afraid. The Taotai beast in Universe Tyrant only opened one eye, but the devouring devil fetus had completely lost its ability to resist. As for the seals, they were not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. It only took him a few minutes to remove all of them. I can start now. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Because it was his first time creating an avatar, he was extra careful. Almost half of his soul power was released from his spirit sea and then poured into the devouring devil fetus. The devouring devil fetus tried to resist, but it was completely suppressed by the Taotai beast's roar. From this, Ling Xiao could basically conclude that the devouring devil fetus was related to the Taotai beast, but it was definitely not on the same level as the Taotai beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying when facing the Taotai beast. The Taotai beast was too powerful. It was the most ferocious beast in the entire universe. Devouring a planet was child's play to it. Although the devouring devil fetus was not as powerful as the Taotai beast, it was already considered the most ferocious monster in the mystic world. Using the devouring devil fetus to create an avatar was not bad. In the future, when he left the mystic world, this avatar could help him rule the entire mystic world. The devil fetus consciousness was not erased by Ling Xiao. Instead, it was integrated into the divine sense that he had separated. It became a part of the avatar's memory. This was necessary because only in this way could the avatar obtain all the abilities of the devil fetus and control it. It would be easier for him to cultivate or devour in the future. Under the shocked gaze of the lightning figure, the devil fetus gradually became quiet and finally fell silent. When it woke up again, it made a strange sound. Others did not know what it meant, but Ling Xiao and the avatar were telepathically connected. Naturally, he knew that this little guy was hungry. Senior, I have refined the devouring devil fetus into an avatar. I can naturally control all its actions. So, all your worries are unnecessary. What I want to ask now is, where is the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow that you mentioned? I am going to let my avatar devour it. Ling Xiao had the 12 divine beasts position and the Taotai beast in the Tyrant universe. He also had the goal of collecting the 12 divine fires. To him, the 10 golden crows were just icing on the cake. They did not mean much. However, if the devil fetus devoured them, it would be different. This devil fetus would soon grow into his right-hand man. This is incredible. This is really incredible. The lightning figure looked at the devil fetus that showed no signs of resistance and knew that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. For so many years, he had seen many people try their best to subdue the devouring devil fetus, but in the end, they were unable to subdue it. However, Ling Xiao was able to refine him into an avatar so easily. How did he do it? Who are you? The lightning figure asked. Before Ling Xiao could answer, the lightning figure sighed and said, "Forget it, there is no need to answer. I am just a consciousness that has yet to disperse. After I give you my inheritance, I will be completely separated from this world. It doesn't matter whether you know or not. Senior, do you want me to avenge your clan?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Forget it. Let's talk. Our family's annihilation is. Let's talk about the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow. It won't be easy for your outer body incarnation to devour the golden crow of the netherworld. Of course it's not easy for me, but I would like to ask Senior to elaborate. Ling SSSSSSSSSS. As I said before, the 9 Nether Yellow Springs golden crow is one of the 10 great golden crows. In In other words, it was not complete. If it was the complete 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, after the Ox deity died in battle, it could easily escape from here. A mere Ox deity's maze wouldn't be able to stop it. However, even if it was only one of the 9 souls, it was still powerful and terrifying. Before you, there were countless people who tried to approach one of the 9 souls of the Golden Crow. However, they either failed or lost their lives here. You seem to be a very far-sighted young man. Let me tell you this, in the Black Tortoise continent, other than the 12 beast gods, no one can suppress a Golden Crow. Even if it was only one of the 9 souls of the Golden Crow, it was enough to scatter the soul of a martial artist who was tens of thousands of times stronger than you. I'm definitely not exaggerating. You probably know that in the western region of the Black Tortoise continent, there are tens of thousands of small countries like the state of Qin. These tens of thousands of small countries actually belong to the 9 great forces. Because these 9 forces were too powerful, they were given the title of 9 supremes. The leaders of the 9 great powers were also known as the 9 great venerables. They weren't countries, but they were above them. The reason why I'm telling you this is because the top martial artists of the 9 supremes had also come to the Ox deity's maze in an attempt to seize one of the 9 souls of the Golden Crow of the Netherworld. However, they were still burned alive by the Golden Crow. Xianxia knew that the Mystic Snake sect was one of the 9 supremes. The Mystic Snake sect had as many strong martial artists as there were clouds in the sky. The top martial artists were probably ridiculously powerful. Yet, they were burned to death by one of the 10 souls of the Golden Crow. It was indeed terrifying. Although it was terrifying, Xianxia didn't plan to give up. Since the Devourer Demon Fetus and the Taotai Beast were both under his control, even if he had to give up the Arcana Academy selection, he would still consume the remnant soul of the Golden Crow. Young man, it seems that you want to give it a try. Forget it, I don't plan to stop you. From the moment you subdued the Devourer Demon Fetus, I already felt that I had underestimated you. You will definitely become the most terrifying existence in the Black Tortoise continent. My only hope is that you won't become an existence that will bring disaster to the Black Tortoise continent. After the lightning figure finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot towards Xiao's forehead. Don't resist. I will give you all that I have learned in my life. It's a pity that most of my energy has been consumed. There won't be much left for you. You still have to rely on yourself for your future cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao naturally gave up resisting. On one hand, he believed in the lightning figure. On the other hand, he wasn't afraid of the other party's tricks at all. After all, his martial spirit of Tyrant and Taotai Beast could wreak havoc on the lightning figure's soul. If anyone wanted to take over his body, then they had chosen the wrong person. As the last bit of the lightning humanoid's soul disappeared, Xiao felt that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His strength was close to 100%, and he was about to break through the first transformation 7 layers of hell. As for the complete cultivation method of the lightning shield and the heavenly thunder divine guard that the lightning humanoid had mastered, he already knew it by heart. As for how to cultivate, he would think about it later. Now was not the time. What he wanted to do most now was to let the Devourer Demon Fetus devour the remnant soul of the Netherworld Golden Crow. Storage ring? When he was about to leave, he found a dusty storage ring on the table. Under the storage ring, there was a line of words carved on the table. The one who obtains my inheritance can have it. Xiao picked up the storage ring and penetrated it with his soul power. He was immediately shocked. The storage ring was filled with spirit stones, and they were all mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones. There were more than 10 million medium spiritual stones. There were also nearly 1 million upper spiritual stones. What did the number of spirit stones in the storage ring mean? He would know after a comparison. It should be pointed out that an ordinary Yin-Yang realm martial artist at the 7th level of hell could only possess about 1 million medium spirit stones. They would be considered rich if they had tens of thousands of upper-grade spirit stones. However, Xiao had 10 or even 100 times more than them. He had become a tycoon again. Xiao was worried that he would need a large number of supplementary herbs to refine the blood spirit pills and thunder fire mango pills. He did not want to waste time collecting them, so he had to buy them. Some of the herbs could only be bought with mid-grade spirit stones. He was worried that he did not have enough spirit stones. But what was there to worry about now? After taking the items in the storage ring, Xiao did not take the storage ring away. Instead, he used the divine fire to melt it. He hoped that it could accompany the senior forever. After all, the senior had given him so many benefits, but he could not repay anything. This was a small compensation. After leaving this place, he returned to the study. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Xiao did not disturb them. He just put away the remaining martial arts manuals. It was not important whether they were cultivating or not. What was important was that these martial arts manuals could make Ascension Town rise quickly and surpass any sect in the Eight Immortals County. This was the key. Xiao. Brother Xiao. Have you chosen your manuals? Xiao asked. Yes, but there is too much time. I can't comprehend them yet. Lin Ruoxian replied. Don't worry. Let's get out of here first. The Ox God Maze battle should be over soon. We really don't have time to cultivate here. Xiao planned to let Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death leave first after they got out of here. He would search for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow alone. However, when they got outside, the two women refused to agree no matter what. They said they would share blessings and hardships together. Xiao did not have time to persuade them. He put the corpse of the Violet Thunderbull into the Mountain River world and turned it into a Violet Thunderbull beast soul. It was embedded in the Ox God throne. The Violet Thunderbull beast soul was even higher than the 9 Snake General beast soul. It was first cycle nonary life seizing. Xiao would not be able to use the beast soul as he wished, but it was a good thing he had the Cow God beast soul. That allowed him to use the Purple Lightning Cow God beast soul. Although it could not unleash its full power, it was still not weaker than the first cycle of the 7 hells. Of course, the steel-armored bull magical beast soul from before was useless. Xiao directly swallowed it, and it became a part of his strength. The Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul also had a special ability called Earthquake. This was a terrifying ability that could cause the ground to tremble and even change the terrain. Although it was not powerful enough to kill, it could still knock opponents unconscious. Even though the Purple Lightning Bull's godly text had been taken away, Xiao was still using the corpse as a tool to strengthen himself. Unfortunately, it had no more power, and could not make any breakthroughs. Even so, Xiao felt that he was the luckiest this time around. On his way to the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs, where the discarnate soul of the Golden Crow was sealed, he went through his gains. First of all, he had obtained the beast soul of the Ox God. This was the biggest reward. Not only would the beast soul of the Ox God make him extremely powerful in the future, but it would also make the beast soul of the Ox God even more powerful. In addition, the power of the Ox God beast soul had seeped into his cells, increasing his potential by leaps and bounds. In the future, his cultivation base would rise even faster when he fought powerful opponents. He had also acquired the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree and the Lightning Fire Mang Fruit Tree. Needless to say, the Blood Spirit Fruit Tree could be refined into a Blood Spirit Pill. It would be a life-saving pill and could also strengthen his body. There was no upper limit to the toughness of his body. Xiao knew that his body was already very strong, comparable to an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. However, as long as someone was strong enough or had a divine-grade spiritual weapon, they could still hurt him. Therefore, he had to be stronger. As for the Lightning Fire Mang Fruit Tree, not only could it increase the power of his lightning battle body, but it could also evolve into the violent lightning battle body. Thirdly, he had acquired the true inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor. Both the Lightning Shield and the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard were complete and could be cultivated to the transcendent state. As for the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor's inheritance that Lin Yuetian had acquired, it was not complete. At most, it could be cultivated to the greater success stage. Currently, the Lightning Shield was at the first heaven of the immortal grade. Its defense was naturally very strong, even stronger than the top-tier lightning battle body. As for the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, it was even more so. Currently, it was at the second heaven of the immortal grade. Once cultivated, one could form the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. It was currently Xiao's most powerful move. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard had 50% of Xiao's attack power and could form one Divine Guard, Proficiency was 60% of the attack power and could form 2 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Greater Success was 70% of the attack power and could form 4 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. Perfection was 80% of the attack power and could form 8 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. At the Transcendent state, it was terrifying. With 90% of the attack power, one could form 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards. 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards, how crazy was it to have 90% of Ling Xiao's attack power? Moreover, one of the 32 Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could have 100% of Ling Xiao's combat power. That was even more terrifying. Of course, the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guards could not be equipped with magic treasures, and they had to constantly consume Ling Xiao's internal energy. So, the more clones he released, the more energy he would consume. Ling Xiao had to find a balance in the future. In addition to these 3 benefits, a large number of spiritual stones, the 9 Snake General Beast Soul, and the Purple Thunderbolt Beast Soul were all of great help to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the Golden Crow of 9 Serenities is a black sun on the Black Tortoise continent. The light it emits feels cold, like the water of the Yellow Spring. But in fact, it is not cold at all. Its burning ability is not inferior to the other 9 Golden Crows. It can also roast the earth and cause all the plants to wither. This was information that Lin Ruoxian had read in a book before. Since she was bored on the way, she read it out to Ling Xiao. She did not want Ling Xiao to do something stupid when he was unprepared. Don't worry too much. The Golden Crow of 9 Serenities that was suppressed in the maze by the Ox God is only a part of its soul. Ling Xiao smiled and said, if there is really danger, I will naturally give up. But if I don't even dare to take a look because of fear, it will be a pity. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death just kept silent. No matter what, if there was really danger, they would drag Ling Xiao away even if they had to. Over there. Finally, following the guidance of the lightning figure, the 3 of them arrived at a place as cold as the Yellow Springs. Ling Xiao released his divine fire to ward off the chill, and the 3 of them felt a little more comfortable. Without the protection of the divine fire, there was no way to enter this damned place. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death could only wait outside. If I don't come out at the last minute, you can leave. The alchemy formation stone I gave you has a teleportation array that can teleport you directly to the exit of the Ox God's maze. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the bone-chilling 9 Nether Yellow Springs. He didn't know what the real 9 Nether Yellow Springs was, but the temperature in this place was extremely low. No wonder even if the Golden Crow of the 9 Underworlds was here, no one could get it. Lin Ruoxian and Yushang didn't leave. There were some things that they would listen to, but there were some that they wouldn't. If Ling Xiao didn't come out at the last minute, they would rather barge in to save him. At worst, they would die together. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about this at this moment. In the coldest abyss, he saw a golden crow flapping its wings. Its entire body was golden, but it was constantly releasing black flames. There were 81 seals on the golden crow's body, just like the devouring demon fetus. This caused its energy to become quiet. But Ling Xiao knew that this was just an illusion. Once the seals were removed, this golden crow would become extremely ferocious and powerful. He guessed that those cultivators who died under its flames were killed in this way. The moment Ling Xiao got close to the golden crow of the 9 Underworlds, he seemed to see a strange illusion. A black sun in the sky was scorching the earth. People called it the 9 Underworlds Black Sunday. Wherever the light of the black sun shone, that place would become hell on earth. There was no blood, only a burnt smell. The ground was littered with corpses that looked like burnt oil. It was simply a tragedy. What a terrifying 9 Underworlds Black Sunday. The Sand Race's martial arts seem to be related to this black sun, but it's just a superficial part of it. If I can really devour the complete 9 Nether Black Sun, how powerful will my external incarnation be? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. He took a deep breath and unleashed the Crimson Sun feather robe. His body was enveloped in a layer of feather robe condensed from the divine flame and the Crimson Sun. Although the Golden Crow was powerful, it was still inferior to the divine flame. After all, even in the entire profound world, the 12 divine fires were the strongest flames. It was a terrifying flame that was born when the heavens and earth were born. Others might not be able to get close to this Golden Crow remnant soul, but Ling Xiao was fearless. At that moment, the Golden Crow remnant soul was sealed. Ling Zhao's idea was to let the devil fetus devour it first. Then, the seal within the devil fetus would be undone bit by bit. In this way, the danger of devouring the devil fetus would be minimized. Of course, the speed would also be much slower. But he didn't care. As long as he could devour the Golden Crow's remnant soul, his external incarnation would become incomparably powerful and would be of great help in the future. Little cutie, devour it. With a thought from Ling Xiao, a strange black vortex appeared on the surface of the devil fetus body. Like a black hole, it began to tear apart the surrounding energy. The Golden Crow remnant soul seemed to sense danger and began to release energy frantically in an attempt to destroy the seal on its body. However, it was useless. This seal was placed by the Ox God. How could the Golden Crow remnant soul of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs break it? However, a large amount of energy flew out from the cracks in the seal. If it were an ordinary martial artist, no matter how strong their cultivation, they would probably be burned to ashes by now. But Ling Xiao was different. He wrapped the released energy in the divine flame and then sent it into the devil fetus body. His divine flame was controlled by his mind and naturally would not harm the devil fetus. And the energy released by the Golden Crow could not harm the devil fetus through the divine flame. It could only be rapidly absorbed by the devil fetus. After a while, Ling Xiao realized that he had underestimated the devouring devil fetus. As long as the Golden Crow of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs was not here, there was no way it could do anything to the devouring devil fetus. He smiled and directly broke the first seal. As he broke the seal, he observed the devil fetus condition. After confirming that there was no problem, he continued to break the second seal. Soon, half an hour passed. Finally, the last seal was completely broken. However, the Golden Crow remnant soul could no longer resist the devouring devil fetus. It did not have much energy left. It was easily absorbed by the devouring devil fetus. As the Golden Crow of the 9 Serenities Yellow Springs was completely devoured, the strange coldness in the surroundings gradually disappeared. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this. He just quietly felt the changes in the devil fetus. After devouring such a powerful thing, the devil fetus should have grown. It's coming. He could clearly feel that the devil fetus cells were constantly metabolizing and its body was rapidly growing. It had been sealed for so many years and had not eaten anything. Now that it had such a delicious meal, all the cells of the devil fetus were crying out in joy. Gradually, the protective shell on the surface of the devil fetus shattered. A ferocious black flame gushed out. Ling Xiao looked at the thing inside in surprise. It was a little beauty wearing a black dress. She had a pair of demon horns on her head, a pair of black demon wings on her back, and a demon tail about a foot long. So, this is my avatar? It's actually a woman. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. However, after a while, he calmed down. An avatar was different from an avatar. It could be a devil or a monster. In fact, both men and women were very normal. It was said that there were powerful people who could create thousands of clones, including children, women, and the elderly. Most importantly, this little demoness in front of him was really exquisite. The black muslin dress on her body was probably also condensed from flames. Perhaps because she had the devil fetus memories, this little demoness appeared very evil. However, she was also controlled by Ling Xiao's consciousness, so she appeared very close and familiar with Ling Xiao. It is said that clones have independent personalities, but they are completely connected to the master. They are more loyal than the most loyal pets. It seems like that is the case. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the little demoness. I'll call you little demoness from now on. He gave his avatar a name. Thank you, master, for giving me a name. The little demoness actually spoke. However, Ling Xiao was not surprised. Ling Xiao's avatar was an independent personality to begin with. In addition, Ling Xiao had integrated the soul of the devil fetus into his divine sense, which made little devil's self-awareness even stronger. She would be smarter and more powerful in cultivation. As for loyalty, there was no problem. Perhaps the only side effect was that she might do something spontaneously because of her excessive self-awareness. Of course, these things would not harm Ling Xiao. It's getting late. Let's go. Follow me and don't run around. Ling Xiao could control the actions of his avatar with just a thought. But he still liked to talk. Perhaps it was more intimate this way. Ling Xiao wouldn't reveal the identity of the little demoness for the time being. He would just treat it as saving a demon in the Ox God's maze. Although demons weren't liked by the clans of the sealed world, such a little girl shouldn't be a problem. Besides, this little girl was now stronger than Ling Xiao, so he didn't need to worry about her. The little demoness' current strength was equivalent to the early stage of the 8th layer of hell. And she hadn't completely digested the Golden Crow remnant soul. Once she completely digested it, her strength would increase tremendously. With this kind of strength, not to mention Ling Xiao, even the 13th prince would be killed in an instant. So Ling Xiao really didn't need to worry about her safety at all. Besides, this was his avatar. It was meant to fight for him, so he couldn't get it wrong. What a beautiful little girl. Outside, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were stunned when they saw a well-behaved little girl following behind Ling Xiao. But a moment later, Moon Death picked up the little demoness. If it were a stranger hugging her, she would have turned into ashes by now. I just went in and saw this little girl. But she actually swallowed the Golden Crow remnant soul. I suspect that it's the devil fetus transformation, but you don't have to worry. She listens to me. Ling Xiao explained in a half-serious manner. If he told Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death that this was his avatar, it would feel a little weird. Anyway, it wasn't something important. It didn't make a difference whether he said it or not. Let's go. We can go out now. After so long, it's time to end this fight. Ling Xiao smiled and led Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the little demoness to the exit. At this moment, at the exit, a lively battle was taking place. Lin Yuetian and the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain were surrounded by the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's residence. There was no way Chen Beixian would let Lin Yuetian take away the heritage of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. Therefore, he would never allow it. The 8 Immortals Mountain was in a bit of trouble. Lin Yuetian was clearly injured. The remaining 5 people were also heavily injured. They were now resisting stubbornly. On the other hand, the Heavenly Wind group was in high spirits. The people from the Duke of Yu's mansion were not that happy. They were willing to help Chen Beixian deal with the 8 Immortal Mountain because Ling Xiao had severely injured Xiaofeng Wanyue. They did it for revenge. Only the Heavenly Wind group suffered the least loss, but gained the most. Qin Xianfeng had already received the inheritance, and it was only second to the inheritance of General Nine Snake and General Ling Yu. Other than the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor and the Divine Ox Beast Soul, he felt that this was the strongest. Now, as long as the Heavenly Wind group could snatch the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor from Lin Yuetian, they would be the biggest winner. It was a shame that Ling Xiao was dead and they didn't know where the Divine Ox Beast Soul was. Otherwise, they would have had a better ending. Lin Yuetian, don't be so stubborn. Hand over the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor and I can spare your life and let you leave safely. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Anyway, I'll kill you all and frame Ling Xiao for it. Many people will believe me. Chen Beixian looked at Lin Yuetian coldly. They had been fighting for half an hour. Lin Yuetian was a tough nut to crack. He was not easy to deal with. However, Chen Beixian was confident that he could kill more time. He would not give up until the very last moment. Young sect master, don't worry about us. Leave now. With the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor, you can at least become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Then, even if the Duke of Yu's mansion becomes the ruler of the 8 Immortals County, they will not dare to bully us. Kong Yu shouted. Lin Yuetian rolled his eyes. To be honest, he did want to leave. However, with Chen Beixian watching him closely, there was no way he could leave. 5 of you, do me a favor. A vicious light flashed in Lin Yuetian's eyes as he said. Young sect master, as long as we can help you defend the honor of the 8 Immortals Mountain, we will do it. Kong Yu said. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Very well. As you all know, the sect master came from the dragon cult and has learned some special secret arts. One of them is the blood sacrifice of the demon dragon. The 5 of you will sacrifice your lives to strengthen my demon dragon martial spirit. That way, Chen Beixian will not be able to stop me. Lin Yuetian said. What? Young sect master, you want to kill us? Lin Ting was startled and exclaimed. Don't say that. You can sacrifice everything for the glory of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Why can't you sacrifice your lives? Lin Yuetian's face contorted into a grimace as he flashed to Lin Ting's side. The demon dragon martial spirit swallowed Lin Ting up. No. I don't want to die. Lin Yuetian, you bastard. Lin Ting screamed. I don't want to be killed by my own people. However, his screams were meaningless. His body slowly dried up and turned into a dried corpse. Lin Yuetian's power had increased significantly. Although this was only temporary, to him, as long as he could step out of the ox deity's maze, that was enough. As long as he could get out of the maze, Chen Beixian would not be able to do anything to him. It's useless. Do you really think I will let you get stronger? Chen Beixian saw through Lin Yuetian's plan, so he suddenly transformed into a beast warrior. Lin Yuetian was still enjoying his meal when he slammed him to the ground. Lin Yuetian was no match for Chen Beixian in the first place. He had to rely on the help of the other 5 to survive. However, the sight of Chen Beixian killing Lin Ting had chilled the other 5 to the bone. Therefore, they didn't help. This time, Chen Beixian's attack landed on Lin Yuetian. Great senior brother. Long live the Heavenly Wind Group. From now on, the Eight Immortals County will belong to the Heavenly Wind Group. Everyone in the Heavenly Wind Group knew that the 100,000 Prince wanted to hand over the Eight Immortals County to the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, Xiaofeng Wanyue was already a cripple. Without a future, the Duke of Yu's mansion was no match for the Heavenly Wind Group. That's right. From now on, the Eight Immortals County will no longer belong to the Eight Immortals Mountain. How dare those idiots? Seeing that Lin Yuetian had been subdued, the Heavenly Wind Group cheered. Shouldn't we have listened to Lin Yuetian? Kong Yu heard the cheers and sighed. If Lin Yuetian had escaped, the Eight Immortals Mountain wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Save it, Kong Yu. Lin Yuetian would even kill his own people. Besides, Lin Ting is his most loyal friend. I will not sacrifice myself for him. Sigh, but from now on, the Eight Immortal Mountain will not be able to raise our heads in the Eight Immortal County. What is Ling Xiao doing? Isn't he very powerful? He's so good at dealing with his own people, but he can't deal with Chen Beixian? Shi Yanran heaved a sigh and was a little unhappy. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you heard? Ling Xiao not only crippled Xiaofeng Wanyue, but also took away the divine ox beast soul. He only disappeared during the battle with the Holy Emperor. Lin Yuetian and Ling Xiao are just taking advantage of the situation. Anyway, the time hasn't passed yet. I believe that Ling Xiao is still alive. The Zhen clan had always admired powerful people. Zhen Hai was very impressed by Ling Xiao's performance, so he firmly believed that Ling Xiao was not dead. Maybe Ling Xiao will become the last hope of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Kong Yu sighed. He had never thought that Ling Xiao, who had always been regarded as a traitor of the Eight Immortal Mountain, would become the last hope of the Eight Immortal Mountain. This was a little embarrassing. Ha ha ha, you put your hope on that arrogant guy. Let me tell you, he won't appear. Even if he does, I can kill him immediately. Chen Beixian laughed wildly. Is that so? A voice suddenly sounded. Chen Beixian suddenly looked back. Ling Xiao. Everyone stared in shock at the 4 figures that had suddenly appeared. 3 women and a man. That man, if not Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He's really not dead. Shi Yanran didn't know whether she was happy or helpless. Her mood was very complicated. She had been suppressed by Lin Ruoxian in the Snake Clan. She thought that if Lin Ruoxian and Ling Xiao died together, she would become the top girl of the Snake Clan. So she felt helpless. However, the appearance of Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian made the despair of the Eight Immortal Mountain burn again. Maybe there was hope. Kong Yu, Zhen Hai, and Akira Toriyama felt the same way. They used to be enemies with Ling Xiao, but now they hoped that Ling Xiao would become their savior. It was a strange feeling. Chen Beixian paused for a second, and then he stomped on Lin Yuetian's arms. Ling Zhao's appearance made him feel a little surprised, but he did not change what he had to do. He just needed to speed. After snatching the inheritance of Holy Emperor Tianlei, he still wanted the divine ox beast soul. Lin Yue Tian, you better think it through. If you don't give me the inheritance now, I'll cripple your cultivation and you'll be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Don't forget that you have enmity with Ling Xiao. Chen Beixian was really good at picking out people's weaknesses. Lin Yue Tian had no choice but to admit defeat. There was nothing he could do since he was weaker than the other party. A2. To kill to two. To be him. Lin Yue Tian said. Of course. He sneaked into the Heavenly Wind group and stole the secret art. Did he really think his plan was flawless? We can't kill him outside, but we have to kill him in here. Chen Beixian had received Qin Chongqing's order to kill Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had not only killed Qin Chongqing's son, but also stole the secret art of the Thunder Body from the Heavenly Wind group. How could the Heavenly Wind group forgive him? They didn't dare to kill him outside because of the Divine Codex. However, inside the Ox Divine Maze, they had nothing to fear. Finally, Lin Yue Tian gave the Heavenly Thunder Divine Ox Beast soul to Chen Beixian. Then he went to the side to heal his wounds. After Chen Beixian received the Heavenly Thunder Divine Ox Beast soul, he stretched his body and said, Ling Xiao, I am very happy that you are here. I can finally get the Divine Ox Beast soul back. I really don't know if you are confident or arrogant. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death and Little Devil, don't interfere. Chen Beixian is mine. He needed the last chance to break through. Chen Beixian was a good opponent. After all, Chen Beixian was only one step away from the early stage of the 7th level of Hell, the Yin-Yang First Transformation. Ha ha ha, I have heard that you are a reckless person. Now I see that you are right. Do you think you can injure me with Dawnwind Waning Moon's poison mist? Chen Beixian laughed and said disdainfully. I am the number one on the genius roll, the most powerful genius in the 8 Immortals County. Yes, yes, yes. You are the number one, but I like to kill the number one. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. This guy is crazy. Those who didn't know Ling Xiao well thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind. Kong Yu even shouted, Ling Xiao, you have the Space Blue Book. You can just teleport out and we will win. Why do you want to die? Yeah, you are no match for Chen Beixian. Akira Toriyama said. If he wants to die, can you stop him? Don't you know his temper? Lin Yue Tian sneered, ignorant fool, he'll soon know what fear is. Ling Xiao shot Lin Yue Tian a disdainful look and said, useless piece of trash, I can't believe you are hailed as the number one prodigy of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even Chen Beixian couldn't defeat you. Let me show you what a true prodigy is. You. Lin Yue Tian was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured. Brother Lin, don't be so angry. I will take care of this kid for you. You think you are invincible just because you defeated Xiaofeng Wanyue? What a joke. The number one on the genius roll was very angry that Ling Xiao looked down on him. Under the influence of new and old grudges, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao in the most brilliant way possible. Don't be so cocky. I killed the purple lightning bull and you took advantage of it. Do you think I am that easy to take advantage of? I will pay a price for it. Ling Xiao hooked his finger and said, let's cut the crap. Let me see how strong you are as the number one on the genius ranking. Eldest senior brother, beat him up. Beat him up so badly that even his own mother won't recognize him. The members of the Heavenly Wind group couldn't stand it anymore. Ling Xiao dared to slander the senior brother of the Heavenly Wind group. Kill him. The members of the Dukyu family shouted. They knew that they were no match for Ling Xiao, so they hoped that Chen Beixian could avenge Xiaofeng Wanyue. This Ling Xiao. Sigh, he is such a maverick. Kong Yu shook his head and let out a wry smile. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a match for Chen Beixian. It was already a miracle that Ling Xiao could surpass them. How could he surpass Chen Beixian? The other three basically had the same idea. They felt a little awkward. Seeing their hope slipping away from their fingers, they felt depressed. However, they all understood Ling Xiao's character. Once he had decided on something, he would not take it back. Did you hear that? The cheers of the crowd are so loud. Today, I will beat you up so badly that even your own mother won't recognize you. Chen Beixian finally moved. Maybe it was because he looked down on Ling Xiao. Chen Beixuan's body turned into a blur as he flashed across the sky. Moon howling heavenly. Wolf fist, flying shadow. Chen Beixuan's attack was fast and powerful. Chen Beixian had used his most powerful jade-level martial art right from the get-go. Ling Xiao didn't move. He just stood there and took the blow. Are you trying to tickle me? He was deliberately enduring the opponent's ferocious attack. Chen Beixuan's attack couldn't kill him, but it could make him unleash his potential. That way, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Although Chen Beixian hadn't used all of his strength, Ling Xiao didn't even try to block the attack. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be injured at all. It was unbelievable. Chen Beixuan's face flushed red. He was enraged. His arrogance made him unable to accept such humiliation. Ling Xiao, you really know how to provoke people. Since you want to die so badly, I will fulfill your wish, Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul Transformation. Chen Beixian finally transformed into a beast warrior again. His body was covered with a layer of ferocious armor. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "Poor man, you should feel honored because you will die under my Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul Transformation. Why didn't you transform earlier? You look quite powerful now, but don't just look like an embroidered pillow." Ling Xiao gave Chen Beixian a disdainful look. He could feel that Chen Beixuan's combat power had increased by almost 20 times after the transformation. Although he still couldn't reach the 7th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang state. But he wasn't far behind. Ling Xiao's disdain enraged Chen Beixian again. His sky-blue eyes turned crimson red. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. This filled him with anger and mania. Ah! Chen Beixian didn't say a word. Instead, he let out a howl like a wolf. Suddenly, countless trees around him snapped. Some martial artists didn't have time to block out the sound and their ears started to bleed. Kill! The Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul Transformation roared. Chen Beixian jumped to his feet. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked open. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Ling Xiao's head. The terrifying giant claw slapped towards Ling Xiao's forehead. He wanted to smash Ling Xiao's head into pieces. This might is not bad, just nice to help me break through. Ling Xiao did not use his beast soul transformation at all. He was still in his original form. He raised his hands to block. Boom! There was a huge roar. Ling Xiao's body was smashed almost a meter deep into the ground. Ha ha ha, the Heavenly Wolf transformation is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao is finished. This is eldest senior brother's true strength. That move just now was really nothing. At this moment, the warriors of the Heavenly Wind group were excited once again. Seeing Ling Xiao being abused, they were naturally overjoyed. Why didn't Ling Xiao transform? Isn't he also a beast warrior? Kong Yu frowned, very puzzled. Maybe he didn't have a chance. Look at Chen Beixuan's continuous attacks, he didn't give him a chance at all. Shi Yanran explained. At this time, the battle was still going on. Ling Xiao was obviously suppressed. He could only defend and had no room to fight back. However, what was strange was that Ling Xiao's face had a hint of excitement. Is that guy a masochist? Everyone was speechless. In fact, to some extent, this was not wrong. If the opponent couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then the more powerful the attack, the more Ling Xiao would like it. Because it would help him improve his strength. Suddenly, Chen Beixian threw Ling Xiao out and then stopped attacking. Trash, you are also a beast warrior. I will give you a chance, transform. Otherwise, if I beat you, people will say that I am a bully. Do you really want me to transform? Ling Xiao smiled and said, once I transform, this battle will be completely without suspense. You will have no chance. What a joke, your transformation is just that guy with 9 snake heads. It is powerful, but what's the point? Chen Beixian said disdainfully. Who told you that I only have one transformation? Ling Xiao patted the dust off his body. He directly ate a blood spirit fruit. Chen Beixuan's attack was still very fierce. It broke a lot of bones in his body and damaged his internal organs. Even his life martial spirit didn't have time to recover. This blood spirit fruit was naturally a must. Blood spirit fruit. Where did you get it? Qin Beixian was quite knowledgeable. He could tell what the fruit in Ling Xiao's hand was at a glance. It's none of your business. Ling Xiao ate the blood spirit fruit and his injuries were healed. He also felt that the door of the 7 layers of hell had opened for him. Soon, however, it was meaningless to continue to take the attacks. Qin Beixian's attack power was so weak now that it was useless to continue. He had to find a stronger opponent. He began to transform. Purple Thunder Bull Beast Soul Transformation. Ling Xiao's appearance was exactly the same as the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Lightning flashed all over his body, and a pair of huge shining horns grew out of his head. This startled everyone, including Qin Beixian. Qin Beixian even took a few steps back. Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Don't be afraid. It's just a beast soul transformation. I'm not as powerful as the Sacred Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Do you really think that you're the Heavenly Thunder Holy Emperor just because you're like this? Go to hell. Qin Beixian was humiliated again. He couldn't believe that he was scared by Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. This was unforgivable. He threw out a punch in the form of the Heavenly Wolf. It was still the moon-howling Heavenly Wolf fist, but it was much more powerful. For a moment, the earth shook. Sand and stones flew, the scene was shocking. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't use any martial skills, and directly punched out. The fist was surrounded by lightning. Qin Beixian was sent flying by the impact. TSK, TSK. No wonder the beast soul of the Divine Ox Guard is so powerful. Ling Xiao was still exclaiming, but everyone's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. Is he really more powerful than Qin Beixian? This thought came to everyone's mind for the first time. Even the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind Group were shocked. He used to be a nobody, but now, he was so powerful that he could send Qin Beixian flying with a single punch. How did this guy do it? Miracle, legendary. Kong Yu, Shanhai, Shi Yanran and Akira Toriyama originally had some opinions about Ling Xiao. They thought that he was taking advantage of his master's power to do evil. However, they suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was not arrogant because of his master. It was because he was arrogant and talented enough that he was chosen by such a master. They had been wrong about the cause and effect. No. That's impossible. That's impossible. How could I lose? How could I lose? Qin Beixian was enraged. He finally decided to stop hiding his strength. He was the top prodigy of the Heavenly Wind Group and his martial skills were equally powerful. Top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, Heavenly Wind Wolf Seal. Qin Beixian roared. He formed a seal with his hands. A huge Heavenly Wolf appeared out of thin air, and then fiercely pounced towards Ling Xiao. The power of this move was more than 10 times stronger than the previous punch. The scene was shocking. Interesting. Ling Xiao drew out the white jade flying dragon sword and stabbed out. Dark Slash. It was the same low-grade top-tier jade grade martial skill, under the same level of attainment. The sword and the wolf seal clashed. Ling Xiao took a step back, but Qin Beixian was sent flying again. How is that possible? How could Beixian lose to that guy in a martial skill competition? Qin Xianfeng was very calm at first because the Qin Beixian he knew had never lost a fight. How could he lose? To Ling Xiao, it was impossible. He couldn't believe it. Qin Beixian landed on the ground. His blood was boiling and he felt very uncomfortable. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not daring to believe that this was real. Hey, senior brother, stop joking. Get serious. Is Ling Xiao really that powerful? The martial artists in the Heavenly Wind Group were starting to lose confidence. Even Qin Beixian couldn't believe it. His Heavenly Wolf Beast Soul was a 1-star Yin-Yang State Beast Soul at the peak of level 7 of Hell. He had paid a heavy price for this Beast Soul. He thought that he could easily defeat Ling Xiao if he used this Beast Soul transformation. However, he realized that he was wrong. No. Qin Beixian roared and unleashed his energy. His energy was increasing at an incredible speed. Damn, he broke through? Ling Xiao scratched his head. He was surprised. Chen Beixian had broken through during the battle and reached the early stage of level 7 of hell. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have to stay here for a very long time. In order to express my gratitude, I will use my strongest attack to end your life. Chen Beixian let out a peal of laughter. Although he knew that it was bullying to deal with Ling Xiao with the cultivation of the 7th layer of hell. But at this moment, he no longer cared. As long as he could defeat Ling Xiao, he would be satisfied. Ling Xiao had made him lose too much face, and he was very unhappy now. Ayaya, this is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly, but there was not the slightest trace of fear on his face. If someone could read his eyes, they would discover that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with absolute surprise. He needed a strong opponent to help him break through. He originally thought that he would have to search outside the Ox God's maze. However, Chen Beixian had made a breakthrough. His opponent was right in front of him. Are you scared? But it's too late. The moment I broke through, the battle was already over. Chen Beixian's arrogance and confidence had returned to him. The martial artists of the Tianfeng group cheered even louder. Even Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death started to worry about Ling Xiao. Chen Beixian's breakthrough came as a surprise to them as well. Scared? No. I am just saying that you are the only one who is worthy of me. Ling Xiao shook his head. He put away the white jade flying dragon sword. He took out the black deity sword and the black demon sword. With the two swords in his hands, Ling Xiao's aura surged and his energy became even more powerful. The divine grade spirit artifact is good, but do you really think you can defeat me with those two swords? Chen Beixian said disdainfully. Meanwhile, he had already started to prepare his attack. In order to avoid any more trouble, he planned to defeat Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't going to sit back and do nothing. With the black deity sword and the black demon sword in his hands, Chen Beixian's ultimate thunder physique started to glow with lightning. Transform, ultimate immortal thunder physique. Suddenly, the purple-blue lightning on his body turned crimson. The eerie crimson lightning was filled with a despairing death chi. At this moment, other than not using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Ling Xiao could be said to have fully displayed his strength. This guy must die. Seeing the eerie immortal thunder physique, Chen Beixian furrowed his brows. The breakthrough in his cultivation gave him the ability to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't want to miss this opportunity because Ling Xiao was too eerie and difficult to deal with. This guy was a monster. Chen Beixian suddenly dropped to the ground. His body gradually turned into a giant moon-howling wolf. It was more than 3 meters tall and had a length of 4 to 5 meters. The huge body brought about a significant increase in strength. Do you know that a real beast warrior is different from a beast soul-transformed warrior? They are two completely different concepts. A true beast martial artist, even in the state of a demonic beast, could still use all the martial techniques that they had mastered, but a beast soul-transformed warrior can't. Chen Beixian said something that shocked Ling Xiao as he transformed. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He didn't know the difference between a beast warrior and a beast soul-transformed warrior. Now, he gradually understood. Since he understood, he could use it. Because he was more powerful than Chen Beixian. He was a beast god warrior, he was of a higher level than a beast warrior. Since a beast warrior could do it, a beast god warrior would naturally be able to do it as well. I can give it a try. With a thought, Ling Xiao's entire body transformed into the form of a purple lightning bull. The pair of horns were the fusion of the black deity sword and the black demon sword. It was interesting to use sword moves in the form of the purple lightning bull. Moreover, he could feel that after the complete beast transformation, his abilities in all aspects had greatly improved. He could even use the martial skills in his human form. This was simply cheating. But perhaps this was the reason why beast warriors were feared by the other warriors in the Black Tortoise continent. You are indeed a beast warrior, but your cultivation is not as good as mine. How can you defeat me, submit to me and become my subordinate? I can make you a beast warrior second only to me. Chen Beixian thought that he was the only beast warrior in the 8 Immortals County. However, when he saw Ling Xiao, he suddenly had the idea of subduing him. Save it. You are not as strong as me. Even if you are stronger than me, I have many ways to deal with you. You actually want to subdue me. What a joke. Ling Xiao glanced at Qin Beixian disdainfully. A terrifying sword light began to condense on the horns. Both horns circulated internal energy at the same time. He was going to use the fourth move of the shadow martial arts, which was the most powerful martial skill he had mastered so far. It was a martial skill even stronger than Xianming's Slayer. Ling Xiao planned to use a normal top-tier jade-ranked martial art to defeat Qin Beixian. It was worth it to use this trick on Qin Beixian. If you want to die, then die. Normal top-tier jade-ranked martial art, Heavenly Wolf Fist. A gust of wind, the huge Heavenly Wolf's body was so agile and powerful. In a blink of an eye, it was right in front of Ling Xiao. Along with the terrifying power, the ground along the way cracked open. How terrifying. Even if this punch landed on a small mountain, it would probably turn the mountain into dust. How could Ling Xiao win? Qin Xianfeng was finally relieved. Qin Beixian was indeed the most powerful prodigy in the Eight Immortals County. His idol had become even more powerful than before. What a pity for Ling Xiao. If not for Qin Beixian's breakthrough, he might have been able to defeat Qin Beixian. Kong Yu heaved a sigh, his heart filled with helplessness. He couldn't believe how much he wanted Ling Xiao to win. So did Shi Yanran, Akira Toriyama, and Zhen Hai. Perhaps Lin Yuetian was the only one who didn't want Ling Xiao to win. Are you out of your mind? Lin Yuetian cracked a cold smile. He had already recovered from his injuries and was planning to take advantage of Qin Beixian and Ling Xiao when they were both injured. However, it seemed that he had lost all hope. Qin Beixian's current strength was enough to crush Ling Xiao. He could even defeat Ling Xiao without suffering any injuries. Ha 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 ha, look at that piece of trash from the Eight Immortals Mountain. The crowd of the Heavenly Wind group burst into laughter. They thought that Ling Xiao had lost his mind. They thought that Ling Xiao was going to lose. But was that really the case? A disdainful sneer flashed across the huge purple lightning bull's eyes. Then, its four hooves suddenly stomped on the ground. Not only did it not retreat, it instead charged forward. More terrifyingly, the pair of horns on its head turned into a terrifying blade aura that seemed to be able to split yin and yang. The fourth style of shadow tactics, cleaving yin-yang, 5 elements, all of them were destroyed. As the purple lightning bull charged forward, the huge sword shadow slammed into the sky wolf's huge fist. The two beasts collided in space. A terrifying fluctuation instantly spread out in all directions. Many warriors were directly overturned by this terrifying power, flying dozens of meters away. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard as the ground around the two giant beasts began to collapse. The sky shattered because of this. In the chaotic smoke and dust, only the howls of wolves and cows could be heard. No one could see the real situation on the field. It was a complete mess. They could only feel a terrifying power being released from it, causing everyone to tremble with fear. Even Lin Yuetian was trembling. Boom! Finally, the energy in the void was torn apart. The terrifying howls of wolves and oxen also stopped instantly. Two figures flew out from the fog. One of the figures flipped a few times in the air before finally landing on the ground in a sorry state. His body was riddled with wounds, and his mouth was dripping with blood. However, he stubbornly stood there with a cold expression. He was Ling Xiao. The members of the Heavenly Wind group didn't have time to celebrate. The other figure flew out almost at the same time. This figure was in a terrible state. Qin Beixian, who had already returned to his human form, spurted out blood. His arms had been cut off. His body was still bleeding from the horrible wounds. He was on the verge of dying. He lost. Qin Beixian lost. Qin Beixian, who was at the early stage of the 7th level of hell, lost. In the crowd, someone finally broke the silence and said what many people wanted to say. Some people wanted to refute, but they couldn't. Qin Beixian was on the verge of losing consciousness. He lay there like a dead body that was barely breathing. Ling Xiao chose to sit down cross-legged. This time, Qin Beixian's attack was indeed powerful and finally helped him break through the shackles. From the peak of the 6th level of hell, he reached the early stage of the 7th level of hell. He needed to stabilize his cultivation. Master, should we kill him? The little devil girl suddenly asked. Forget it. Since he helped me break through, I'll spare his life. In any case, he's no longer a threat to me in his current state. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and said lightly. Yes. The little devil girl stood aside obediently and didn't want to make a move. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly pounced towards Ling Xiao. It was Lin Yuetian. Although Lin Yuetian was shocked by Chen Baishuan's defeat, he believed that Chen Baishuan was injured. However, he believed that Ling Xiao was heavily injured after defeating Lin Yuetian. As long as he launched a sneak attack now, he would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao. F***K, that's shameless. Kong Yu was taken aback. The people of 8 Immortal Mountain were stunned. No matter what, Ling Xiao had brought honor to the 8 Immortal Mountain. If Lin Yuetian did this, it would be a joke. However, they couldn't stop it. Because Lin Yuetian was stronger than them. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to die in the hands of evil people, there was nothing they could do. Just as they were about to lament that there would be one less prodigy in the world, Lin Yuetian suddenly flew up into the sky in a straight line. What was going on? They saw that the little girl who looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old had punched Lin Yuetian and sent him flying. Not only that. A black light shot out from the little girl's hand and enveloped Lin Yuetian. The top prodigy of the 8 Immortal Mountain, the young sect master, he was reduced to ashes and his body was nowhere to be found. The little devil girl's attack was Ling Xiao's idea. Without talking, Ling Xiao could control the little devil girl to do whatever he wanted. Unfortunately, Lin Yuetian didn't know that and died in vain. Seeing this scene, everyone's minds went completely blank. What was going on? They couldn't accept that Ling Xiao had defeated Chen Baixian. A 7 or 8-year-old girl by Ling Xiao's side killed Lin Yuetian in one move. What the hell? Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Seeing Ling Xiao's eyes, everyone from the Heavenly Wind Group and the Duke of Yu's family dropped to their knees in fear. Chen Xianfeng was no exception. No one wanted to die. If they didn't want to die, then they had to submit to the strong. Chen Baixian, who was lying on the ground, had already been fed a healing pill, which saved his life. But in his eyes, there was a gray color of despair. He realized that he would never be able to avenge himself. Never. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Baixian coldly. Number 1 prodigy of the 8 immortal state, that's all there is to it. Thank you for helping me. I won't kill you now, but I hope you don't do anything stupid in the future. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the Heavenly Wind Group will also die. I am a man of my word. His words were simple, but they were full of sarcasm for Chen Baixian. However, Chen Baixian didn't even have the courage to be angry. He had already felt hopeless when Ling Xiao didn't make the breakthrough. Ling Xiao, if you don't kill me today, you will regret it. I will tell my father, the leader of the Tianfeng group, everything that has happened here. You destroyed Xiaofeng Canua and me. Do you think either of them will let you go? Chen Baixian was asking for death. He felt that there was nothing more he wanted in life. Since there was no hope for revenge, he might as well die. Then let them come. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, do you really think that I would still be afraid of the two of them now? Even the 13th prince will be killed if he pisses me off. He sneered and snatched the incomplete inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor from Chen Baixian. Although he didn't need to cultivate it anymore, it still contained the terrifying power of the purple lightning bull. Ling Xiao wanted to store this power for himself. His cultivation speed would be as fast as before. Crazy! Xiaofeng Canua looked at Ling Xiao weakly. She could only think that Ling Xiao was crazy. He didn't even care about the 13th prince. What was he thinking? Ha ha ha, you are right. I am crazy, so you better not provoke a crazy person. Sister Ruoxian, Yu Shang, little demoness, let's go. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao laughed and walked out of the Ox God's maze. In this battle, his gains were really plentiful. In addition to the great benefits, he had also eliminated the enemy martial artists. Even Lin Yuetian was killed by him. He, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were the strongest among the younger generation of the Eight Immortal Mountain. The Eight Immortal Mountain was already in the bag. He was a little afraid of Lin Quan before, but now, he wasn't even afraid of Lin Quan. He could basically do whatever he wanted in the Eight Immortal County. However, the weakest martial artists in the Qin Kingdom's capital were at the peak of the 6th level of hell. There were also countless martial artists at the First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm's 7th level of hell. Ordinary martial artists had no stage in the Imperial City. Over there, the people Ling Xiao would meet were basically all first transition martial artists. Now, he was really looking forward to it. Now, Ling Xiao had taken a solid step forward. Not only did he obtain the divine ox beast soul, but he also obtained the true and false inheritances of the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder. It could be said that he would definitely become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. However, the problem now was that he would become the target of public criticism because of this. He had offended the Duke of Yu's residents, the Tianfeng group, and some of the higher-ups of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Was it troublesome? Haha, since I'm going to leave this place, I might as well make a scene and make the Eight Immortals City my territory. In any case, he had already offended those who needed to be offended. Ling Xiao did not care anymore. The Eight Immortals Mountain, the Tianfeng group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion, whoever didn't listen to him, he would destroy them. This place could only have one owner in the future, and that was Ling Xiao. Having made up his mind, Ling Xiao was no longer worried. Instead, he became very excited. After all, he was about to do something big, so he was always a little excited. Ling Xiao was the first to walk out of the Ox Deity's maze, followed by Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and Little Devil. However, the people outside did not seem to be paying attention to him. Whoever came out first would not be the final winner. Perhaps the last one to come out would gain the most. Ling Xiao did not care. He found a clean stone table and sat down. Then, he chatted with Lin Ruoxian and the others. Are you all okay? At this time, the elders and patriarch of the Moon Clan, as well as Hai Wuzuan and Hai Wuliang of the Dark Clan, walked over. They were relatively close to Ling Xiao, so it was natural for them to be concerned about him. Thank you seniors for your concern. I'm fine for the time being. Ling Xiao's words had a hidden meaning. It was fine for now, but if someone complained about him later, he would be in trouble. Following Ling Xiao out of the Ox Deity's maze were the 4 remaining members of the Eight Immortal Mountain, Kong Yu, Akira Toriyama, Shi Yanran, and Zhen Hai. Ling Xiao originally thought that the 4 of them would go and complain, but he didn't expect that the 4 of them wouldn't say anything at all. They just stood there like silent gourds. It seemed that Ling Xiao's victory over Qin Beixian had made the 4 of them realize how powerful Ling Xiao was. No matter how stupid they were, they would not make an enemy out of Ling Xiao again. The Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's mansion followed them out. When everyone saw Xiafeng Wanyue and Qin Beixuan's miserable state, they were stunned. One of them was ranked first on the genius roll, while the other was ranked third on the genius roll. Both of them were crippled. Only the outsiders did not know that the 2 of them were crippled by Ling Xiao. Lin Yuetian, who was ranked second on the genius roll, was also killed by Ling Xiao. Although Qin Beixian was the one who did it. However, the little devil girl was his avatar. As for who had died in the maze, the outsiders already knew. Every contestant who entered the Ox Deity's maze had a soul lock card. Once the contestant died, the soul lock card would fly back to the 13th prince. It was normal for people to die in the Ox Deity's maze. However, Lin Yuetian's death was a shock to many. After all, he was second only to Qin Beixian. Seeing Qin Beixian and Xiafeng Wanyue in such a state, people's imagination ran wild. Who killed my son? Lin Quan's angry roar suddenly rose. He grabbed Kong Yu and asked in a stern voice. Although Kong Yu was frightened, he lowered his head and remained silent. He did not want to betray Ling Xiao, not only because of Ling Xiao's power, but also because he admired Ling Xiao. To be honest, he was really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill the 4 of them in order to silence them. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. Gradually, he realized that he had been wrong about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was not a murderous person. If he killed someone, it must be because his opponent had a reason to kill him. Bastard! Do you have a death wish? Lin Quan only had one son, Lin Yuetian. He would kill Kong Yu if he didn't. You are a sect master. Don't make things difficult for your own disciple. If he won't tell you, I will. Ling Xiao was not afraid to admit that he had killed Lin Yuetian. Even if the people of 8 Immortal Mountain didn't say anything, the Tianfeng group and the Duke of Yu's mansion would gossip. Therefore, he might as well admit it. Who? Lin Quan threw Kong Yu to the ground and asked harshly. Ling Xiao pointed at himself and said indifferently, I killed Lin Yuetian, Sha Feiyue, Sha Menglong, Jian Tianxin, Jian Lufeng, Hai Wuzuan, and An Ming were all killed by me. You don't have to ask them one by one. What? Hearing this, and especially seeing Ling Zhao's nonchalant expression, the faces of the leaders of 8 Immortal Mountain changed drastically. The relatives of the deceased were instantly enraged. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Why? Why did you kill my son Lin Yuetian? Do you really think that I won't kill you because of your master? That's not it. Your son, Lin Yuetian, was the one who got himself killed. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Not only did he kill Lin Ting with the blood sacrifice of the demon dragon, he also planned to sacrifice the others so that he could compete with Chen Beixian for the inheritance of the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Emperor. Unfortunately, he was a piece of trash. Chen Beixian almost crippled him. I finally defeated Chen Beixian, but he ambushed me. Who should I kill if not him? You are lying. How dare you say that you defeated Chen Beixian? Lin Quan refused to believe it. Bullshit. I already told you that I was the one who crippled Chen Beixian and Xiafeng Wanyue. They are probably complaining about me right now. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You can ask them yourself if you don't believe me. As for the rest of them, they wanted to gang up on me as soon as they entered the maze. If I'm not mistaken, it must be your scheme. It's a pity that they didn't manage to kill me, but instead lost their lives. You are digging your own grave. The elder of the Dark Ones could no longer tolerate Ling Zhao's existence. His grandson and granddaughter were dead. The most powerful prodigy of the Dark Ones had died at the hands of Ling Xiao. And Feitian and Ming and Hai Wuzuan were the future of the Dark Ones. He didn't care about anything else. No matter how powerful Ling Zhao's master was. No matter if the 13th prince was there or not. He didn't care anymore. What was there to be afraid of? Hatred had filled his body and turned him into an idiot who had completely lost his mind. I am digging my own grave? I didn't kill them. It was you who forced them into a dead end. Ling Xiao sneered. If it was before, he might have been afraid of the Elder of the Dark Ones. But now, he didn't care about the Elder of the Dark Ones at all. The only person in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain who was qualified to fight with him was Lin Quan. At least, that was what he knew. Seeing the Elder of the Dark Ones charging at him, Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. Instead, he flicked his wrist and a crimson lightning bolt shot out. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the Dark Elder. The terrifying immortal thunder exploded on the Dark Tribe Elder's body. The Dark Elder screamed in agony. His skin, flesh, and bones began to corrode under the onslaught of the undying thunder. At this moment, he suddenly understood that Ling Xiao was no longer the insignificant ant of the past. He was no longer Ling Zhao's opponent. He was afraid that there was no one else in the 8 Immortals Mountain who could exchange blows with Ling Xiao. Am I going to die? The Dark Elder couldn't accept such an outcome. He still wanted revenge. Enough, just as the Dark Elder was about to die, the 13th prince made his move. He easily neutralized the undying thunder. Then, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, You killed in front of me. Do you still have me in your eyes? Your Highness, you have to help us. Seeing the 13th prince attack, the Dark Elder suddenly knelt down. He knew he couldn't beat Ling Xiao, but if the 13th prince could help him, then everything would be resolved. I've never had you in my eyes. So what? Ling Xiao looked at the 13th prince contemptuously. If I respect you, you're the 13th prince. If I don't respect you, you're nothing. Don't try to act all high and mighty in front of me, you better be able to judge the Ox Deity's Labyrinth contest fairly. Otherwise, I'll cripple you too. You. The 13th prince didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so audacious. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of him? What about me? Don't think I don't know that you have an expert by your side. You're neither human nor ghost, and you're hiding in the dark. You really think I don't know? Ling Xiao said coldly. If he doesn't do anything, I'll take his life. Ling Xiao should be domineering right now. Because in the Eight Immortals city, he was the boss. Even the people from the Imperial City had to give him face. The 13th prince had dared to help the Dark Ones against him, and he had even tried to use the hidden assassin to kill him. He was already giving the 13th prince face by not attacking him directly. Alright, announce the result. I'm getting impatient. Ling Xiao glanced at the 13th prince and said indifferently. His expression showed that he didn't care about the 13th prince at all. The 13th prince suppressed the anger in his heart and asked loudly, who got the divine ox beast soul? Me. Ling Xiao said. Hearing those words, the people from the Eight Immortals Mountain had mixed feelings. They were extremely conflicted. They were happy because the Eight Immortals Mountain could continue to rule the Eight Immortals City. They were angry because once Ling Xiao became a disciple of the Arcana Academy, they couldn't do anything to him anymore. How could they take revenge? What about the Divine Emperor's inheritance? The 13th prince looked at Ling Xiao and asked again. It's still me. Ling Xiao replied with the same indifferent voice. At this point, the situation was getting out of hand. Ling Xiao got the divine ox beast soul and the Divine Emperor's inheritance at the same time. Wouldn't the Arcana Academy have one less place to be a disciple? Who got the inheritance of the Nine Snake General and the Cold Moon General? In fact, most of the royal family knew about the situation in the Divine Ox Maze. Other than the devouring demon fetus and the lightning humanoid, they even knew about the golden crow of the netherworld. Therefore, they knew about the inheritance of the Nine Snake General and the Cold Moon General. Us. Lin Ruoxian and the Moon Death shouted. The Eight Immortals Mountain took it? The 13th prince was stunned for a moment. This situation was far beyond his expectations, and he was at a loss for what to do. Because this is a matter of great importance, we have to ensure the fairness of the Divine Ox Maze contest. Therefore, the winner of the Arcana Academy's position and the right to rule the Eight Immortals City will be announced the day after tomorrow. After all, the 13th prince had grown up in the royal court and was very good at scheming. He was stalling for time because he didn't want Ling Xiao and Ling Zhao's people to get the Arcana Academy's position. It was no wonder that he was angry that Ling Xiao had humiliated him. The reason why he didn't lose his temper was that he was very cautious. He was worried that Ling Xiao might have other tricks up his sleeves. Therefore, he decided to stall for time and think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao later. As long as Ling Xiao was killed in 2 days, he would have the final say in the Arcana Academy's position and the right to rule the Eight Immortals City. Ling Xiao was a smart man and he had seen through the 13th prince's scheme. However, what was the point of scheming? In the mystic world, the only thing that mattered was power. If one was not powerful enough, no amount of scheming would work. Sometimes, one would even be caught in a trap of one's own making. Chen Beixian, who beat you up? Suddenly, Lin Quan questioned Chen Beixian. He wanted Chen Beixian to tell the truth. Chen Beixian pointed a trembling finger at Ling Xiao and said, Him, Ling Xiao, not only me, but Xiaofeng Wanyue was also crippled by him. When everyone heard Chen Beixian say that he and Xiaofeng Canyue had been crippled by Ling Xiao, they were stunned. Words couldn't describe the shock they felt. Ling Zhao's name resounded across the entire Sky Thunder Mountain range and was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. He must have used some kind of trick. Someone thought to himself. How did he do it? Lin Quan asked directly. Of course, with his strength, he must have used some kind of trick. Or maybe he just bullied us with numbers. Dukyu said loudly. No. Xiaofeng Canyue shook his head and said, it was a one-on-one battle. He didn't use any tricks, and neither did we. Although it's very unpleasant, we accept our loss wholeheartedly. That's right, Xiaofeng Canyue is telling the truth. Chen Beixian heaved a sigh and said. If even a woman could admit defeat, as a man, he couldn't hide it. What? This time even the Duke of Yu and Chen Chongqing were astonished. This was too inconceivable. Ling Xiao had defeated Chen Beixian and Xiafeng Canue in a one-on-one battle. He had almost crippled both of them. It looks like he was telling the truth about killing Lin Yuetian. Lin Quan gritted his teeth and said. No, Lin Yuetian tried to sneak up on him when he was weak, but he was killed by the little girl next to him. Chen Beixian explained. Everyone was shocked again. What kind of luck did Ling Xiao have? His master was so powerful that everyone was afraid of him. How could he bring out another little girl after entering the Ox God's maze, and she was so powerful? To kill Lin Yuetian in one move, one had to be at least at the peak of the 6th level of hell. Of course, no matter how terrifying the little girl was, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying. This fellow's improvement was a little too fast, wasn't it? It made him feel like he was dreaming. He went from a nobody to defeating the top 3 prodigies on the genius roll. What the hell happened to this guy? Ling Xiao didn't care about the envious and shocked looks. Right now, he was more concerned about what kind of tricks the 13th prince was going to play. It could be seen that the 13th prince did not intend to give the ruling rights of the 8 Immortals County to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Even without Ling Xiao, it would still be the same. He had come to the 8 Immortals City to support the Heavenly Wind Group and the Duke of Yu's mansion, who were the most loyal to him. You'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll make sure that you, the prince, will never return. Ling Xiao's audacity was definitely not fake. If he was pushed too far, he would definitely kill the 13th prince. Alright, I don't want to interfere in your family matters. You can settle it yourselves. I'll take my leave first. The 13th prince was also thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao and take away the inheritance of the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Thunder and the Divine Ox Beast soul from Ling Xiao. His departure gave the Heavenly Wind Group, Duke Yu's residence, and the 8 Immortals Mountain a chance to take revenge. He really didn't believe it. Could Ling Xiao fight against the 3 forces by himself? The moment he left, the 13th prince gave the leaders of the 3 forces a look. His meaning was very clear, they only had 2 days to live. Once the results were announced, they would no longer be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. The leaders of the 3 forces were all smart people. They naturally understood the 13th prince's intention. Therefore, when the 13th prince left, they immediately surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Lin Quan looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, you even dared to offend the 13th prince. I can't help but admire your courage. But since you've offended him, you have no way to live. Today, even if I have to risk offending your master, I will kill you." That's right. No matter who your master is, you deserve to die for crippling my favorite son. Chen Chongqing also walked out with a fierce look in his eyes. I'll do the same. The Duke of Yu naturally wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. After all, not only did Ling Xiao cripple Xiaofeng Wanyue, he also killed his good brother, Commander Chen. This could be considered an irreconcilable grudge. Haha, it seems like everyone is prepared to die together. Actually, I have long expected this day to come. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "But I didn't expect you to be such cowards. You only dared to do this today. I'll tell you the truth. That woman is not my master. Moreover, she has already left the 8 Immortal City for the Golden Heavenly Kingdom. She can't help me at all. You bunch of idiots have been fooled by me all this time." Without any fear, Ling Xiao no longer needed to rely on others' might. What? Hearing these words, everyone's faces alternated between red and green. They were determined to die together with Ling Xiao, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao had been fooling them all this time. Because of a few words from Ling Xiao, they were so scared that they let this brat run amok. Damned brat, it seems like you're prepared to be killed. Lin Quan gritted his teeth and said. Although he was a little confused and didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly told the truth, he was so angry that he didn't have time to think so much. Ha ha ha, kill me? I don't want to die yet. Ling Xiao laughed loudly and said, "Just the likes of you bunch of 3-legged cats and you want to kill me? Are you naive or ignorant? Humph, you're treating us like fools again. Stop bluffing." Lin Quan snorted coldly and shouted loudly. Previously, he had been fooled by Ling Xiao. How could he fall for the same trick again today? He thought about it and didn't think that Ling Xiao had anything to rely on. Therefore, he could judge that Ling Xiao was just bluffing today. Is that so? Then you can do whatever you want. However, after this battle, I'll cut off all ties with the Eight Immortals Mountain. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Ling Xiao said coldly. Cut off all ties? What do you owe to the Eight Immortals Mountain? What ties? If it weren't for you, my Eight Immortals Mountain wouldn't have lost so many geniuses. You've been an enemy of my Eight Immortals Mountain since the beginning. I only hate that I didn't act earlier and eliminate you. Lin Quan roared. No gratitude? Haha, it seems that you're all very forgetful. Ling Xiao said coldly, in the past, if I hadn't discovered it in advance, the Eight Immortals County would have become a purgatory on Earth. Your Eight Immortals Mountain wouldn't have been spared. Fine, you can ignore the kindness of saving your life. You people are used to being shameless, so it's not strange. I'm too lazy to talk, let's do it. Among the three of us, who will go first? Lin Quan looked at Xianxia and Dukyu and asked. It was laughable. Ling Xiao had worked hard to kill the demon envoy of the Demon Shadow Sect and save the entire Eight Immortals County. He could be said to be the savior of these three great forces. Now, the three great forces wanted to join forces to kill him. It seemed that for some shameless people, repaying kindness with enmity was a common thing. This old man will go first. The Duke of Yu stepped forward and coldly looked at Ling Xiao. I remember you. You helped the Eight Immortals County before, so if you can survive one move from me, I'll give you a chance. If you can survive my attack, the grudges between my Duke of Yu's residence and you will be written off. You want to write it off, but unfortunately, your Duke of Yu's residence is only a dog of the 13th prince. If I want to kill him, what will you do? Ling Xiao retorted. The Duke of Yu was unable to answer this question. Although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the truth. Troublesome. Duke of Yu, since you are not willing to make a move, let me make the first move. Xianxia roared. His figure suddenly flashed and a large hand that covered the sky appeared from the void and covered Ling Xiao. Before the wind from the palm arrived, the pressure had already descended. Ling Xiao could feel that the terrifying pressure wanted to tear his body apart. Facing this palm, Ling Xiao only smiled contemptuously. Xianxia was indeed very strong, but in front of his avatar, he was just a piece of trash, not even worth mentioning. However, the current him did not intend to use the power of the little demoness. Because there was no need. He suddenly raised his hand. Similarly, his palm blasted towards the large hand that covered the sky. Rumble, a deafening roar exploded in the void. Ling Xiao's legs sank into the ground. The large hand that covered the sky was completely shattered. Xianxia, who was standing in the distance, was forced back 3 to 4 steps. His body was still flowing with terrifying electricity. You. Another shock. Everyone was somewhat numb. This Ling Xiao was actually able to fight Xianxia to a draw. No wonder he was so arrogant. This brat is a true monster. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao in shock. He was unable to understand. Before entering the Ox God's maze, Ling Xiao should not have been so strong. What was going on? Hee, now you all understand. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. The three of you together might be able to suppress me, but if you want to kill me, there's no way. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, You're old. It's the age of the young now. Damn it. Lin Quan's eyes flickered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, do you dare to fight with us outside the Eight Immortals County in 7 days? Let's each pick 2 helpers and fight to the death. The winner would obtain everything in the Eight Immortals City. The loser will either die or become the slave of the winner. Hee, what are you thinking of now? Don't tell me you're planning to go to the dragon cult to ask for reinforcements? Ling Xiao sneered, it doesn't matter. I'll give you 7 days. This is also the time for all of you to consider. After 7 days, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. After saying that, Ling Xiao took the little demoness and flew away. As for Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he didn't want to implicate them, so he let them stay with the people of the Eight Immortals Mountain for the time being. Anyway, with their strength, plus the Moon Clan Elder, and their magic weapons, even Lin Quan couldn't do anything to them. So he was very relieved. Seeing Ling Xiao leave so grandly, the the martial artists of the three factions looked at each other in dismay. Lin Quan, what's your plan? Don't make a fool of yourself if you can't kill him after 7 days. That kid's strength is incomparably strong. Even I may not be able to take him down. Chen Chongqing asked. Don't worry, after 7 days, I guarantee that he will die. Lin Quan sneered and said, we'll discuss the details later. After leaving, Ling Xiao directly went to the 8 Immortal City and went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. For him, this is a pure land. The three factions, including the Chen Kingdom's royal family, will not provoke the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. After all, this is a true colossus. In the entire mystic world, it has a terrifying force. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Lin Fengyuan, immediately prepared a good place for Ling Xiao to cultivate. He also warned everyone not to disturb him. Ling Xiao's move caused the assassination of the 13th prince to fail. Ling Xiao took advantage of this time to start cultivating the Thunder Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard. In 2 days, he absorbed the energy of the Purple Lightning Thunder Bull. This energy allowed his cultivation to break through to the mid-stage of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Most of the energy was sealed in the cells of his body, becoming his great potential. Not only that, he also comprehended the Thunder Light Shield to the entry level. This is worthy of being an immortal grade 1st heaven martial skill. Its defensive power is incomparably strong. Even if it is only entry level, when facing a top-tier Jade grade martial skill, as long as it is not at the transformation stage, it will not be able to break through the defense of the Thunder Light Shield. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard is more troublesome to cultivate. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it is not easy to master. Fortunately, he has the experience of creating a doppelganger. In addition, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul has the effect of creating a doppelganger. After some pondering, he also cultivated the Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard to the entry level. However, it is extremely difficult to go further. He temporarily stopped cultivating and went out. The 13th prince was going to announce the final result of the Ox Deity Maze. He wanted to know what the 13th prince was up to. Although the 13th prince was the representative of the Arcana Academy, he was not a high-ranking official. He would not dare to announce the results of the Arcana Academy's disciple selection. Therefore, if the 13th prince did not want Ling Xiao to be selected, he would try to stall for time. However, he still underestimated the 13th prince's courage. The 13th prince announced that Ling Xiao had broken the rules and killed innocent martial artists in the Ox Deity Maze. Therefore, everything he received was declared null and void. The ruling power of the 8 Immortals County was given to the Duke of Yu's residence. The 3 Arcana Academy's disciples were selected by the Tianfeng Group, the 8 Immortals Mountain, and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Many people from the 3 forces were very happy with this result. How could they not be happy that Ling Xiao's efforts were in vain? However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the 8 Immortals Palace. Isn't that Ling Xiao? What is he doing? Is he crazy? How dare he stand on the 8 Immortals Palace? Is he disrespecting the royal authority? While everyone was still in a state of shock, Ling Xiao suddenly threw a punch down. Terrifying lightning wrapped around the fist energy and directly hit the 8 Immortals Palace. The 8 Immortals Palace was instantly turned into ruins. The 13th prince and his followers fled in panic. How dare you, Ling Xiao? Are you really going to rebel? The 13th prince really wanted to kill Ling Xiao now. Ling Xiao didn't give him any face at all. Nonsense. You shameless bastard. Not only did you cheat for personal gains, but you also want to deprive me of my achievements. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Ling Xiao stood in the void and looked at the 3 forces coldly. He said, the 3 forces of the 8 Immortals County, listen up. I'll give you 5 days to think about it, which is 1 day after the final battle between me and the 3 forces. You'd better give me all 3 quotas and let me distribute them. Ling Xiao floated in the air. He issued his most powerful statement to the people of the 8 Immortals City and the warriors of the 3 factions. It was the most domineering declaration. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As for that stupid prince, he can go wherever he wants. Does he really think that the Arcana Academy is his own? There are 14 princes in the Chen Kingdom's royal family. This guy is the most useless one, and yet he dares to come to the Eight Immortal City to show off. He's courting death. After saying that, he waved his hand. The little devil girl suddenly jumped out from behind him and raised her hands. A black light shone on the 13th prince. The 13th prince was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but he couldn't. One of his arms was melted off. Bullshit, prince, listen up. This arm is the price for your nonsense. I won't kill you today, but you'd better not talk nonsense in 5 days. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned and left. He destroyed the Eight Immortals' palace and cut off the 13th prince's arm. Then he left after saying that the 3 factions would give up 3 spots in the Arcana Academy in 5 days. This could no longer be described as domineering. It was simply lawless and arrogant. However, no one dared to laugh at him. No one thought that it was impossible. They saw with their own eyes that the little girl behind Ling Xiao, who was only 7 or 8 years old, cut off the 13th prince's arm. This was not an illusion. They also saw Ling Xiao destroy the entire Eight Immortals' palace with one punch. Without great strength, this was absolutely impossible. They believed that this news would soon spread throughout the Eight Immortals city, and even the nearby towns, the provincial capital, and even the royal capital. Therefore, the battle between Ling Xiao and the 3 factions would be decisive on the 5th day from now. If Ling Xiao won, the 13th prince would have no way out. If the 3 factions won, Ling Xiao would definitely die. This was such a thrilling battle. Those who were not involved were excited. They were looking forward to this battle. As for the people from the 3 great powers, they were deeply worried and incomparably furious. Eliminate this thief and defend the royal power. Defend the orthodoxy. Defend the dignity of the 3 great forces. The martial artists of the 3 major factions suddenly erupted with towering fury. It roared crazily. The fact that Ling Xiao dared to humiliate them in such a manner was truly intolerable. I give you the authority to kill Ling Xiao by all means. The 13th prince endured the pain and humiliation and issued the most furious order. He came to the Eight Immortals County to show his royal power, to show both power and kindness. But now, his face was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. He had become a joke. If he returned to the imperial city like this, he would definitely be laughed to death by his brothers and sisters. He couldn't tolerate it. He could tolerate anything, but not this. The royal family is not something you can provoke. Ling Xiao, the frog at the bottom of the well, you will pay the heaviest price in this world. The 13th prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. And return to the imperial city. I don't want anything else. I just want Ling Xiao to die. You can find anyone. As long as they can kill Ling Xiao, I will make you the ruler of the Eight Immortals County. He looked behind him and said in the coldest voice. Yes, your majesty. And turned and left. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die. But he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it alone, so he waited for the 13th prince's order. The 13th prince had taken in some heroes of the underworld. Any one of these people would be a giant in the Eight Immortals County. As long as these people helped, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to live. Ling Xiao didn't care about the outside world. After his outburst in the Eight Immortals Palace, he returned to the secret room of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and continued to cultivate. In terms of cultivation, he didn't need to continue to improve. If he improved too quickly, it would easily cause his foundation to be unstable. What he needed now was stability. In terms of martial skills, he urgently needed to continue cultivating the Thunder Light Shield, Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard and Dark Shadow martial arts. He had already cultivated the top-tier Jade Grade Dark Shadow martial arts, Yin-Yang Destruction, to the Transformation realm. Next, he began to cultivate the top-tier Jade Grade Dark Shadow martial arts, Ghost Destroying King. What surprised Ling Xiao was that when the Black Demon Sword and Black Immortal Sword recognized him as their master, they became his weapons. Not only did the 2 weapons level up, they reached the level of common grade Emperor weapons. Above treasure weapons were spiritual weapons. Above spiritual weapons were Emperor weapons. A common grade Emperor artifact was much more valuable than a divine grade spirit artifact. Moreover, as the 2 weapons leveled up, Ling Xiao discovered that there were more moves in the Dark Shadow martial arts. These moves had reached the first heaven of immortal grade. The strongest move had reached the second heaven of immortal grade. This simply made him overjoyed. In order to hone his martial skills, the little devil girl became Ling Xiao's best opponent. Ling Xiao was ruthless to himself. The little devil girl had injured him several times. Fortunately, Ling Xiao spent a day to refine the blood spirit fruit into 100 blood spirit pills. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It was this kind of desperate training. On the last day, he had completely mastered the 9 forms of the wolf galloping 1,000 miles. The wolf galloping 1,000 miles was obviously a top-tier jade grade martial arts. But the last 2 forms were top-tier jade grade martial arts. This also explained why these 2 forms were harder to cultivate than the others. As for the dark shadow martial arts, Ling Xiao had completely mastered all the jade grade martial arts and below. Moreover, the inferior, ordinary, good, and outstanding moves had all been cultivated to the transformation realm. Only the supreme grade martial arts was still at the great perfection realm. However, Ling Xiao believed that with his current mastery of these moves, he would not be at the bottom even if he went to the royal city, not to mention the 8 immortal city. The tempering of his martial skills also allowed Ling Xiao's cultivation to make subtle breakthroughs. He had reached the middle stage of the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. Perhaps this was what they meant by a well-intentioned flower does not bloom, but a well-intentioned willow grows. As for the Thunder Light Shield and Heavenly Thunder Divine Guard, they were still at the entry level and could not be improved. It seemed that his cultivation was still too low. The level of the martial arts was too high, and he could not cultivate it in a short time. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. Anyway, he did not need these 2 moves to deal with the enemy for the time being. After coming out of the secret room, Ling Xiao washed up a little. Then, he met Lin Fengyuan, Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Lin Yang, and the others who came to visit him and had a meal. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had also broken through. They were now martial artists of the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. After all, the 2 of them had obtained powerful inheritances in the Ox God's Maze. It was normal for their breakthroughs to be faster. In the future, they might not be able to compare to the madman Ling Xiao. But at the current stage, with this kind of cultivation, they would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were given to them by Ling Xiao. Even their lives were saved by Ling Xiao. They could not abandon Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided that it did not matter. After today's battle, either he would die or the 8 immortal city would become Ling Xiao's territory. From now on, he would have the final say here. Those who supported him would not be bullied anymore. Every dog has its day. Perhaps even Ling Xiao himself did not expect this. A few months ago, when he came to the 8 immortal city, he was still an unknown pawn. But now, he had become a big boss feared by many people. The 3 great forces had joined forces just to deal with him. Under Ling Xiao's instructions, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had publicized this matter. Therefore, on this day, not only the warriors of the 8 immortal city, but also the warriors of the nearby counties, provincial cities, and even the royal capital came to the 8 immortal city. The location of the battle was chosen outside the 8 immortal city. Ling Xiao did not want to destroy the city. After all, he would need it in the future. There was a huge open space outside the city. This was the location of the battle. At this moment, the nearby trees were filled with warriors from all over the place. Now, even the lowest level of the people in the 8 immortal city knew of Ling Xiao's name. He was both good and evil. He had destroyed the Devil Shadow sect and injured the 13th prince. Although they did not know whether Ling Xiao was a good person or a bad person, they were certain that Ling Xiao was now so powerful that the 3 great forces had to join forces to deal with him. Of course, martial artists who came from other places were not very familiar with the name Ling Xiao. Who is this Ling Xiao? What ability does he have? He dared to cut off the 13th prince's arm? And he wants to be an enemy of the 3 great forces. Is he an old monster who has lived for thousands of years? But I have never heard of such a person. I only know that the strongest person in the 8 immortal city is the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, Xianxia. What is Ling Xiao? What 1,000-year-old monster? Ling Xiao is just a warrior who has reincarnated once. He is not even 20 years old this year. In the Black Tortoise continent, reincarnating once is not rare. If this Ling Xiao can really defeat the three great forces at such a young age, then I'm afraid that even the royal family of the Qin kingdom will do their best to recruit this monster into their family. Can he really defeat them? Why do I feel like this is a hype? Hype? Are you kidding me? How dare he destroy the royal palace? How dare he cut off the 13th prince's arm? There was an endless stream of the immortal city. The immortal city was not to the immortal city was not to immortal city. In the sky, a huge flying sword ship finally appeared. The 13th prince sat at the bow of the ship, and there were dozens of attendants standing behind him. It was obvious that they had been transferred from the royal city. The 13th prince was attacked. This was a big matter. He did not want to give Ling Xiao a second chance. And is everything ready? The 13th prince did not turn his head. He just looked coldly at the battlefield below and asked. Don't worry, Your Highness. We have already set up an inescapable net. Even if Ling Xiao can really defeat the leaders of the three great forces, he will not be able to escape death. Your revenge will be avenged. And said confidently. Well, that's good. Anyone who dares to go against me will not have a good ending. The 13th prince muttered, and his face turned gloomy. I'm afraid that kid will not dare to come. And frowned and said. Don't worry, he will definitely come. Although we have only met a few times, I know that kid's temper very well. The 13th prince gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao had to come. If he did not come, wouldn't the inescapable net he had set up be in vain? At this moment, the leaders of the three great forces had already arrived, and the higher-ups had also arrived. For this battle, the three great forces had almost turned out in full force. Only a few warriors were left to guard the gate, and they were not very strong. However, he believed that no one would dare to take advantage of this situation. After all, not everyone was crazy enough to not give face to the 13th prince. Father, everything you asked for is ready. But is it really necessary to deal with that kid? Qin Xianfeng could not help but ask from the Heavenly Wind Group. You still dare to underestimate your opponent at this time? Don't forget that I fought him to a draw at Sky Thunder Mountain, although I did not use my full strength at that time. But that kid's growth is really terrifying. It has been 6 days since that day, and this is the 7th day. I'm afraid that his strength has still increased. At this time, we can't hide anything. Otherwise, we will be courting death. Chen Chongqing would not underestimate Ling Xiao. He would not underestimate any enemy. The Duke of Yu and Lin Quan were the same. They were prepared to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Naturally, they would use all their strength. This included some pills, magical treasures, and so on. Anyway, there were no rules about what could not be used in this battle. As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, they would be considered the winner. Leader, that kid knows that we have a trump card. Will he really come to die? The Dark Tribe Elder sat behind Lin Quan and asked. He will come. Listen up, if the three of us cannot kill him, there is no need to care about the rules of Jianghu. Just attack him together. Kill him, and we will be the winner. Right now, Lin Quan only wanted to avenge his son. Therefore, he did not care about the rules at all. Yes. The Dark Tribe Elder and the Sand Tribe Elder hated Ling Xiao to the core. They could not wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Therefore, they would naturally listen to Lin Quan. In other words, even if Ling Xiao won today, he would die. If he lost, he would die. Today, this place would be Ling Xiao's death. I hate that I did not use all means to kill him back then. Otherwise, today would not have happened. Lin Quan was most annoyed that he did not take Ling Xiao seriously back then. He always thought that his son, Lin Yuetian, would be able to solve everything. All he needed to do was to focus on seclusion. But he never expected that Ling Xiao would grow so quickly. They are here. All of a sudden, someone shouted. In the sky, 2 figures flew over. It was Ling Xiao and the little devil girl, who were also Ling Zhao's avatars. As for the Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, and the people of the Moon Clan, they were arranged to be on the periphery. Ling Xiao was not stupid. He knew that many people wanted him dead today. But he did not want to die. He wanted to anger these bastards to death. Not only that, but before he came here, he had already rescued Elder Shui and subdued the prisoners in the ghost prison through force. At this time, the 8 Immortal Mountain was already occupied by his people. The Tianfeng group and Duke Yu's residence were also under attack. He's here. That great devil is really here. Seeing Ling Xiao and the little devil appear in the distant sky, countless people exclaimed. Perhaps in their opinion, a person who dared to go against the 3 great factions must be a great devil. It didn't sound like much, but thinking carefully, this guy was going against the 3 most powerful factions of the 8 Immortals County. And this enemy even included the 13th prince. The heads of the 3 great factions were the strongest in the 8 Immortals County. Could this young man, who was not even 20 years old, really do it? Countless people stared at this person with countless eyes. This person might become a joke. Or a young man who might become a legend. To be able to make the 3 great factions pay so much attention to him, he must have something special. Even if he dies here, he will become a legend. If he can win, he will really become a legend. Among the onlookers, there were actually many people who supported Ling Xiao. Perhaps because they had been suppressed by the 3 great factions for too long, they really needed someone who dared to challenge their authority. When the people of the 3 great factions saw Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with indifference and anger. Of course, there were also some who supported Ling Xiao, but at this time, they were not present, they were helping Ling Xiao to change the world. Only 2 people came? Is he going to fight 2 against 3? Lin Quan stood up. At this time, he was unable to calm down. In the past few days, there was not a day when he didn't think about how to kill Ling Xiao. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. If he really only brought 1 person, how should we split the spoils? Chen Chongqing asked. I will deal with Ling Xiao, you 2 kill that little girl. That little girl's strength is probably much stronger than Ling Xiao, it's better to be careful. Don't forget, she is not an ordinary little girl, she is the one who cut off the 13th prince's arm with 1 move. Lin Quan said. Well, we will do as you say, quickly kill Ling Xiao, then the 3 of us will join hands to kill that little girl. Although Chen Chongqing also wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, now was definitely not the time to fight over this. I also agree. The Duke of Yu also nodded. The 3 of them concluded their discussion. He stood proudly in the void. Ling Xiao looked down at the land. The gazes of tens of thousands of people were all focused on him. Although he was already used to this kind of thing, he didn't feel too surprised. However, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that for this day, for the day when he could completely surpass everyone in the 8 Immortals County. He had experienced many life and death situations. There were a few times when he almost died. And now, he had finally reached the final step. With this step, he would completely defeat the 3 forces and brand the 8 Immortals County with his name, Ling Xiao. The reason why he made such a big deal out of it was to let the Arcana Academy, which was far away in the capital, know about it. How powerful was Ling Xiao? If he was recruited as a disciple, it would only benefit the Arcana Academy. He believed that people were greedy, especially those princes who wanted to fight for the throne. Among the crowd, in an inconspicuous carriage, a man and a woman sat in the carriage, looking at Ling Xiao in the sky. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and generous. Both of them radiated the light of alertness and wisdom. Minor, what do you think? The man suddenly asked. Your Highness, originally, Minor didn't quite understand why you came all the way to this remote place. However, after seeing Ling Xiao today, Minor understands. The woman smiled and said. Her name was Hong Minor. She wasn't this prince's woman, but his strategist, a female strategist who was sharp-witted and vicious. Don't call me Your Highness outside. Just call me Kanglin. The one who spoke was the 2nd prince of the Qin nation, Qin Kanglin, the sage king, who was known for his wisdom, had a good reputation in the Qin nation. Minor doesn't dare. I'll just call you young master. Hong Minor smiled and said. Fine, then why don't you tell this young master why I came here? The 2nd prince, Qin Kanglin, asked with a smile. This Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary martial artist. If you can recruit him, he will definitely be of great help to you. The 13th prince is too reckless. He wanted to show Ling Xiao who he is the moment he arrived at the Eight Immortals city. However, he ended up becoming his enemy instead. Young master, you are wise. Hong Min'er replied. However, this Ling Xiao is definitely not an ordinary person. Normal recruitment methods won't be able to subdue him. Chen Kanglin said with a smile. You can't subdue him. You can only befriend him. Hong Min'er shook her head and said, Young master, that's probably your plan too. For someone like him, no matter how much you give him, he won't be willing to live under someone else's roof. Therefore, the best method is to befriend him. Rather than befriend him, if you have any difficulties, he will definitely help you. Ha 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 ha, great minds think alike. The 13th prince is an idiot. He messed up this time. With his cultivation and strategy, he dares to try and compete with me and the 14th prince. He's really courting death. Chen Kanglin laughed and had already decided on a plan. Ling Xiao might be in trouble today. When it's time to strike, let's do it. Let him owe us a favor first. Min'er understands. I've already made the arrangements. Hong Min'er smiled. The two of them stopped talking and continued to look out of the window. They were also very interested in how Ling Xiao would fight against the three sect leaders. Ling Xiao looked at the three sect leaders and said with a smile, the three of you aren't afraid at all. However, before the battle, I have something to ask. Are you guys still not planning to hand over the 3 spots to become disciples of the Arcana Academy? Cut the crap. Kill the 3 of us if you can, and the 3 spots will naturally belong to you. Lin Quan said angrily. Good. You have guts. Unfortunately, guts are worthless at this time. Since the 3 of you are so stubborn, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being ruthless. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the carriage in the crowd. What a strong aura. Although it's obviously hidden, it still can't escape my Tai Chi eye. Is it a friend or a foe? It doesn't seem like it's hostile. Ling Xiao frowned and then relaxed. It didn't matter if it was a friend or a foe in the carriage. Since he dared to come here today, he wasn't afraid that the other party would call for help. Good lad. He seems to have noticed us. Chen Kanglin was also surprised. He had cultivated a special martial art that could almost completely hide his aura. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to notice something. However, he believed that Ling Xiao didn't see everything. This means that he is a talent. If you befriend him, he will definitely become a sharp weapon for you. Hong Min'er smiled. Okay. Chen Kanglin nodded and had more expectations for Ling Xiao. The 13th brother offended Ling Xiao. The 14th brother disdained Ling Xiao. Today's battle is between the 2 of us and the 3 of you. Let's begin. Ling Xiao and the little demoness landed on the ground and gestured towards their opponents. His actions were meant to humiliate him. Who would dare to act like this in front of the 3 great sect leaders? Those who had done so would probably have their bones turned into ashes. Humph, sharp tongue. The 3 great sect leaders were indeed worthy of being the 3 great sect leaders, they didn't care about Ling Xiao's provocation. The 3 of them walked out from their seats and stood opposite of Ling Xiao and the little demoness. I suddenly feel that Lin Quan's proposal is a bit problematic. Chen Chongqing looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a cold killing intent. Why don't I and Lin Quan join hands to deal with Ling Xiao? Duke of you delay the little girl, there's no need to fight, just delay her. Wait for Lin Quan and I to kill Ling Xiao, then we'll help you. Ling Xiao's strength is definitely not as good as that little girl, if we join hands, killing him will be very easy. Good idea. Lin Quan and Duke of you heard this and felt that this idea was very good. If Lin Quan and Chen Chongqing joined hands to deal with Ling Xiao, then they might be able to kill Ling Xiao in one move. The following battle would be much easier. Thus, the original plan was changed slightly, and the main target to kill was Ling Xiao. Brat, if you have any last words, it's best to say it now, otherwise you won't have the chance later. Lin Quan looked at Ling Xiao sinisterly and said. Last words? The ones who should say last words are you, I don't need to, because I can't lose. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Arrogant. Facing the 3 great sect leaders, he was still so arrogant. This made many people feel that Ling Xiao was a bit too arrogant. Whether I'm arrogant or not, we'll know after fighting. Little Demoness, don't make a move first, fight to the side and watch, I'll deal with the three of them alone. Ling Xiao laughed and took a step forward. The little Demoness flew into the sky, she really wanted to watch the battle. You're looking down on me. Ling Xiao's actions didn't seem like a problem to him, but to the three sect leaders, it was a big problem. It was simply an extreme disdain for them. Their original plan was ruined in an instant. What should we do? Do the three of us really have to join hands to deal with this brat? The Duke of Yu frowned. He's the one courting death, so he can't blame us. Duke of Yu, don't forget that this isn't a spar, but a matter that concerns the survival of our three factions. If he wins, our three major forces will definitely be finished. At this time, don't be soft-hearted. Lin Quan said. That's right. Duke of Yu, you have to think carefully. Your daughter is still lying on the sickbed. Chen Chongqing also said coldly. Forget it, let's work together. The Duke of Yu no longer hesitated. The three of them stood apart. He stared at Ling Xiao. Make your move. Today, let me see the true strength of the three sect leaders. After saying that, Ling Xiao's body began to transform. It was not easy to fight one against three, so Ling Xiao immediately entered the beast soul transformation state. At first, he chose the beast soul transformation of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon. This beast soul had little effect on him now, it could be said that it was almost non-existent. However, the special skill of the Tyrant blood demonic dragon was a killing move. It would still be very useful. The aura of the three sect leaders instantly soared. The aura of the peak of the 7th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm made countless spectators cheer. They had never seen such powerful martial artists fighting in the 8 Immortal City. Today, they could finally broaden their horizons. Facing these three powerful martial artists, would Ling Xiao really have a chance? Beast martial artists are indeed very special. However, you're courting death by fighting one against three. You can't blame us. Go. The three sect leaders suddenly made their moves. Each of them used their ultimate skills and surrounded Ling Xiao from different directions. It's over. The 13th prince sneered and said, if that Demoness doesn't help, Ling Xiao is dead meat. Even you, and Pa, wouldn't dare to fight the three sect leaders together? Your Highness is right. This brat Ling Xiao is purely seeking his own death. And Pa replied. They were not the only ones who thought so. Most of the spectators also thought so. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant and had underestimated his opponent, which was why he had made such a stupid mistake. He'll probably ask that Demoness for help. The second prince, Chen Kanglin, also came to the same conclusion. Yes. Otherwise, Min'er can't see how Ling Xiao can win. Hong Min'er was also puzzled. Ling Xiao's sudden move stunned everyone. Demonic dragon, blood curse. At that moment, the three sect leaders were less than a foot away from Ling Xiao. A strange red light suddenly burst out from Ling Xiao's body. The three sect leaders suddenly felt their breaths stagnate and their qi and blood churn. Even the qi and blood in their blood vessels seemed to want to leave their bodies and flow toward Ling Xiao. Because it happened so suddenly, the three of them did not have time to react. The move that they had formed collapsed instantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. Because the opportunity was fleeting, Ling Xiao did not have time to use any other moves. He only used a normal attack and clawed at each of them. Then, the spectators were shocked to see that the three sect leaders were sent flying by Ling Xiao. However, no one noticed that an undetectable electric current had entered the bodies of the three sect leaders. No matter what Ling Xiao did, he would not do it for no reason. The reason why he had used the Tyrannosaurus blood demonic dragon was that he wanted to implant some immortal thunder into the three of them. On the other hand, he wanted to use the terrifying pressure from the three experts to stimulate the potential in his body so that he could break through again. To be honest, in terms of absolute strength, Ling Xiao was not afraid of any of the three in a one-on-one. However, if the three of them worked together, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, in order to win, he had to do something. Ha ha ha, the three of you, is this your ultimate move? It's really not bad. But facing backward, wild goose landing style? Ling Xiao did not chase after them because he knew that it would be useless. The three of them would definitely not be seriously injured after being hit by him. After all, the three of them had all kinds of Dharma treasures on them. Defensive Dharma treasures, offensive Dharma treasures, support Dharma treasures, they had everything. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, the three of them had put in a lot of effort. Good boy, no wonder you could cripple Waning Moon and Bei Xian. With your strength, you really can't hold it in anymore. Chen Chongqing looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes almost narrowed into slits. He also did not expect such a start. Ling Xiao, this brat, was too strange and too difficult to deal with. This guy's moves were really hard to guard against. Looking at Ling Xiao, the three sect leaders suddenly had the illusion that the person standing there was not a young man less than 20 years old. Instead, he was a real demon. A demon who played tricks on people. Did you notice that this guy has the aura of a beast god? Lin Quan asked with a frown. Impossible. The 12 beast gods died in battle tens of thousands of years ago. How can he have the aura of a beast god? Are you hallucinating? Chen Chongqing said. Perhaps, but the three of us have to be careful. It's fine if we lose face, but it's not fun if we lose our lives. Lin Quan reminded. Use your martial souls. The three sect masters didn't use their martial souls in their previous attacks, so they weren't strong enough. It was also because they looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to take a single hit from them. But now, their mentality had changed. They really treated Ling Xiao as a demon, a boss. Although they didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. They had no choice but to admit it. Okay. Moon Howling Heavenly Wolf King. Demonic Dragon. Gold-armored god. The three sect masters released their martial souls at the same time. The huge and ferocious Heavenly Wolf King, the roaring demonic dragon, and the mighty gold-armored god. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. But Ling Zhao's eyes were fixed on Lin Quan's demonic dragon. His tyrant blood demonic dragon's level was too low, but if it could devour a stronger demonic dragon, it could level up. In that case, the might of the demon dragon blood curse would definitely become even stronger. He really had to thank Lin Quan for giving him such a powerful martial soul. To be able to force the three sect masters to release their martial souls, this Ling Xiao should be proud even if he dies. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Ling Xiao changed his form again. Black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation. The black-striped flying tiger was currently the most suitable beast soul for Ling Xiao. It could unleash its full power. But unfortunately, this deity position didn't have a beast god beast soul, so its power couldn't compare to the purple lightning bull deity position of the ox god. Ling Xiao used the black-striped flying tiger beast soul transformation to weaken his opponents and take advantage of its powerful special skill. Kill. The three sect masters attacked at the same time again. This time, they were very careful to guard against Ling Zhao's strange move. They paid attention to the changes in their qi and blood, as well as the changes in their inner strength. The only thing he forgot was that he didn't shield his ears. Black-striped flying tiger, tiger's roar. Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a huge black-striped flying tiger. He opened his bloody mouth and let out a loud roar. The moment this roar rang out, the three sect leaders were simultaneously thwarted. He hurriedly covered his ears. The move that he had prepared was once again disintegrated. The terrifying sound waves blasted them away, and they were once again pushed back to their original position. Hee, it's the second time. You three sect leaders really know how to show respect to the three great forces. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Damn it, where did this guy get so many strange moves? Lin Quan, Chen Chongqing, and the Duke of Yu were all depressed. However, the damage of this move is limited. Including the previous move, it doesn't seem to have done much damage to us. The Duke of Yu frowned. No. Magic treasure. This guy is weakening our defensive magic treasure. Lin Quan suddenly exclaimed. Generally, defensive magic treasures have a limit to the number of times they can defend. Ling Zhao's 2 consecutive attacks clearly had this purpose. Otherwise, if he let these guys wear such magic treasures to deal with him, he would really have a headache. Damn it, we clearly know this is his purpose, but we can't do anything about it. Xianxia was depressed. Their defensive magic treasures can be considered good, but in a battle, being able to block 6 attacks is already not bad. If they want to use it again, they have to recharge it. This has already been wasted twice. Take off our defensive magic treasure? No, isn't that kid's purpose? Forget it, I don't believe that he has a similar move. Lin Quan shook his head. Forget it, let's continue attacking. Since there is no other way, they can only continue. For the 3rd time, Ling Xiao used the Black Wolf General's Black Wolf Pack attack. Combined with his ingenious movement, Ling Xiao made the 3 sect leaders suffer again. For the 4th time, Ling Xiao transformed into the 9-snake general and used the 9-snake poison domain. This move was even more terrifying. It directly used up 2 defensive chances of the 3 sect leaders' defensive magic treasures. After all, the poison fog is different from other attacks, the continuous damage is still very scary. For the 5th time, Ling Xiao finally transformed into the strongest purple lightning bull and used the move shaking the earth. Not only did it make the 3 sect leaders dizzy, it also took the opportunity to completely destroy the 3 sect leaders' defensive magic treasures. Okay, now we can fight without worry. Ling Xiao coldly smiled and suddenly pounced towards Lin Quan. He wants Lin Quan's demon dragon martial spirit. Moreover, in a 1 versus many situation, the biggest taboo is to be led by the nose. He wants to lead the opponent by the nose. In midair, Ling Xiao took out the white jade flying dragon sword. Eastern purple chi sword, 1 sword to the west, 1 sword to destroy. 2 consecutive moves attacked Lin Quan at the same time. After the breakthrough in cultivation, the power of Ling Xiao's martial skills naturally increased. The white jade flying dragon sword in his hand transformed into a huge purple sword and attacked Lin Quan. The Duke of Yuan Xianxia naturally wouldn't just watch Ling Xiao attack Lin Quan, so they attacked Ling Xiao from the side. The wolf travels 1,000 miles, wolf pack attack. Ling Xiao had long been prepared for this. His figure suddenly turned into dozens of figures. In a short period of time, it was impossible to determine which one was real. Seeing such an exciting scene, everyone cheered. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was just a guy who was bluffing. But in the previous 5 times, he had made the 3 sect leaders suffer losses. Next, he actually took the initiative to attack. With such courage, such terrifying strength, who would dare to look down on him? Damn it, do you really think I, Lin Quan, am a soft persimmon? Lin Quan was furious. This Ling Xiao actually rushed towards him. Didn't that mean that he was weaker than the other 2? A sharp sword appeared in his hand. This was the sect leader's sword of the 8 Immortals Mountain, 8 Immortal Sword. The quality was exactly the same as the 8 magic weapons, divine grade spirit artifact. If it wasn't to eliminate Ling Xiao, Lin Quan wouldn't have taken this thing out. The 8 Immortal Sword, full name of the 8 Immortals Ancestor Sword, was the first treasure sword refined by the 8 Immortals Ancestor. It was also the sword that the 8 Immortals Ancestor carried throughout his life. Originally, this thing existed as a symbol of the sect. Now that Lin Quan took it out to fight, it was enough to show that Lin Quan valued Ling Xiao. Or perhaps it was fear. Once the divine grade spirit artifact was taken out. In addition, Lin Quan's terrifying strength was not weak. For a moment, sword chi surged and dozens of wolf shadows were destroyed in an instant. This guy has a lot of good things on him. It just so happens that my black immortal sword and black demon sword have advanced and can't be used for the time being. Your 8 immortal sword is mine. Seeing Lin Quan's move, Ling Xiao not only was not afraid but also did not retreat. Instead, he revealed a surprised expression. Demonic Dragon Martial Art, Demon Crystal Shatter. Kill. Lin Quan's move was finally unleashed. The terrifying sword aura pierced through the 8 immortal swords and pierced toward Ling Xiao. In the void, it was as though a demonic dragon had appeared. It roared ferociously. Die. Kaboom! Ling Xiao and Lin Quan's weapons clashed in the air, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Many warriors in the vicinity were sent flying by the blast. The scene was chaotic. Many people who were standing on the trees to watch the show lost their footing because the trees were uprooted. They were in a sorry state. How is it? How is it? Is Sect Master Lin dead or Ling Xiao dead? Even though they were in a sorry state, someone still couldn't help but ask with a mouth full of sand. The weirdest thing was that someone actually understood what he was asking. Who knows? Don't you see how messy the scene is? Dead. Who's dead? Sect Master Lin. Lin Quan is dead. Finally, someone managed to see the situation on the battlefield. Lin Quan was lying on the ground, motionless. There was no part of his body that was intact. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was fighting Qin Chongqing and the Duke of Yu. The three of them were locked in a fierce battle. Although he had taken advantage of Lin Quan's carelessness to launch a sneak attack, he was forced back into the battle by Qin Chongqing and the Duke of Yu before he could confirm whether Lin Quan was dead or not. Qin Chongqing had already used his beast soul transformation. His heavenly wolf transformation was much stronger than Qin Beishuan's. There was a strange king character on the wolf's head. It meant that the Howling Moon Wolf Beast Soul was the Heavenly Wolf King's beast soul and was different from ordinary heavenly wolves. The Duke of Yu had also transformed into the Golden Armor God. Not only did he look younger and taller, but he also wielded a three-pointed double-edged sword. He wielded it with great vigor, which made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. The most troublesome thing was that both Qin Chongqing and the Duke of Yu's weapons were divine-grade spirit artifacts. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's white jade flying dragon sword was only an immortal-grade spirit weapon. Naturally, it was inferior in terms of weapons. Because the black immortal sword and black demon sword had been upgraded to emperor weapons, Ling Xiao's cultivation had to be at least at the first revolution 10 levels of hell before he could use them. At this stage, the most suitable weapon was a divine-tier spiritual artifact. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin Quan who was lying on the ground. I can't care about that anymore. Whether that old bastard is dead or alive, I must obtain that 8 immortal sword. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to deal with Qin Chongqing and the Duke of Yu who are serious. With just a thought, the little demoness had already landed. That speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. In an instant, he was already in front of Lin Quan. Right at this moment, Lin Quan's body suddenly erupted with an astonishing amount of death qi. It was as if the souls of tens of thousands of people had rushed out of his body and attacked the little demoness. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. If Lin Quan had attacked him instead of the little demoness, he would have been dead. This old thing was really cunning. He even learned how to play dead. But what the hell were these souls that filled the sky? How many people did he kill? The little demoness wasn't injured. Her strength was much higher than Lin Quan's. Even if she was ambushed, she was still safe and sound. Not only that, she easily snatched the 8 immortal sword from Lin Quan and gave it to Ling Xiao. Brat, you're really shameless. Didn't you say it was 1 against 3? Qin Chongqing scolded. Damn, you really have the face to call me shameless. You're the dignified sect leader of the Heavenly Wind Group, the #1 expert of the 8 Immortals County. Don't you feel shameless for joining forces with 2 other sect leaders to deal with me? What's more, look carefully. My little demoness didn't attack. She only snatched a piece of equipment. Ling Xiao was really impressed by Qin Chongqing. This old thing could actually say such words. He was really shameless. Ah. Ling Xiao, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Lin Quan's body flew up, and the countless vengeful spirits poured into his body. His body began to transform into a true demonic dragon. His body grew bigger and bigger. Finally, he grew to a height of more than 10 meters. The huge body stepped on the ground, causing the surrounding martial artists to be terrified. The demon dragon's mouth burst out with a hateful voice. Originally, Lin Quan didn't plan to use this move. Because once he used this move, his relationship with the dragon cult would be impossible to sever. As long as one had a brain, they would know that he had been cultivating the evil arts of the dragon cult all along. And the most frightening thing was that he was using the souls of 8 Immortals Mountain's disciples. TSK, this is the sect leader of 8 Immortals Mountain, the Dark Tribe's elder. The Sand Tribe's elder. Open your dog eyes and see what kind of dog you're serving. Ling Xiao, facing the joint attack of Qin Chongqing and Duke Yu, was still able to divert his attention to ridicule the higher-ups of 8 Immortals Mountain. This could only mean one thing: Qin Chongqing and Duke Yu's attacks were still not strong enough. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to waste with you two. lose. With the 8 Immortals sword in hand, Ling Zhao's battle prowess increased explosively. Under the beast soul transformation of the purple lightning bull, he suddenly used his most powerful secret technique. Berserk Thunder Art, Lightning Battle Physique Enhancement, Undying Lightning Enhancement, Purple Lightning Bull Beast Soul Enhancement. Ling Zhao had even used the 108 Thunder Fire Mangoes to create a formation, using them to support his powerful move. The terrifying lightning engulfed the moon-howling heavenly wolf and the golden armored god. The power of this attack caused even the second prince, who was in the carriage, to frown. Ling Zhao gave him too much of a surprise. Rumble, the divine lightning struck Xianxia and Dukyu, causing them to lie on the ground. The little demoness hand suddenly released 2 balls of pitch-black light, covering the two's heavily injured bodies. This caused them to be unable to break free and their inner strength was constantly being consumed. Actually, Ling Zhao was being too careful. He was afraid that the 2 fellows would play dead, so he had his avatar do this. One must know that his Berserk Thunder Art was too powerful. The 2 of them immediately fainted, and it was estimated that they would not wake up for a while. Even if they woke up, they would be heavily injured. It would be impossible for them to attack again. However, Ling Zhao didn't want any accidents to happen. He needed to focus on dealing with Lin Quan. Lin Quan was an absolute surprise. No wonder this guy always felt that he could kill him. It turned out that he still had such a terrifying trump card. Roar. The demonic dragon roared and spat out a terrifying dragon's extinguishment. The entire battlefield became a world of dragon's extinguishment. If it wasn't for the little demoness black light, Xianxia and Dukyu would have been killed by the demonic dragon. Perhaps stimulated by this terrifying power, the 2 of them slowly opened their eyes. Although they were still unable to move, they didn't know what to say when they saw this shocking scene. The person they thought was their enemy saved them. The person they thought they could ally with wanted to kill them. At this moment, Xianxia had already lost his will to fight. The Duke of Yu didn't need to be mentioned. He didn't approve of the 3 of them dealing with Ling Zhao, but he also didn't want to hand over the Arcana Academy's quota. But after this incident, he was ready to give up. If he wasn't strong enough, then he would admit defeat. There was nothing he could do about it. Although Xiaofeng Sanyu was crippled, with the Duke of Yu's ability, he could still recover. He had to thank Ling Zhao for not killing him. Xianxia wasn't as free and easy as he was, but at this moment, after seeing Ling Zhao's powerful fighting strength and the terror of the little demoness, his will to fight had been weakened to the extreme. Even if he wasn't injured, he probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting. At this moment, Ling Zhao didn't have time to guess their thoughts. He had to admit. After the demon dragon transformation, Lin Quan had become stronger than the 3 original heads combined. And the most troublesome thing was that this guy seemed to have an immortal body. No matter how Ling Zhao's moves hurt him, he could instantly recover. This was a situation that made people feel helpless. However, Ling Zhao wouldn't give up. He believed that there was no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Lin Quan's immortal body must have some weakness. I think Ling Zhao is finished. Although Lin Quan's actions are hard to accept, I have to admit that in the entire 8 Immortal City, he should be the strongest existence. I'm afraid that even the 13th prince isn't his opponent. That's right, I want to support Ling Zhao now. Although Ling Zhao is called the Great Demon, he hasn't done anything to harm the innocent. But Lin Quan, as the head of the 8 Immortals Mountain, what has he done? That's right. Discussions rose and fell one after another. However, it still couldn't change the situation on the battlefield. The 13th prince was very happy. He didn't care about Lin Quan, even if Lin Quan was a lackey of the dragon cult. As long as Ling Zhao died, he would be satisfied. Ling Zhao would not let the 13th prince have his way. He used wolf traversing 1,000 miles under his feet, and his figure drifted around the battlefield like a ghost. Although Devil Dragon Ling Zhao was powerful, it was difficult for his powerful attacks to hit Ling Zhao. To him, Ling Zhao was like a nimble fish that he could not catch. What puzzled Lin Quan the most was that Ling Zhao's 1,000-mile wolf could not only dodge but also attack. Lightning Wolf, it was like a wolf-shaped bolt of lightning. Lava Wolf, it was like a battle wolf condensed from magma. Sword Wolf, that was the wolf-shaped sword energy. It was incomparably powerful. Every time he dodged, he would leave a terrifying wound on demon dragon Lin Kuan's body. Although the wound quickly healed, the demonic dragon's screams continued to ring out. Wolf traversing 1,000 li is said to be the most difficult jade-grade martial skill to cultivate in the 8 Immortal Mountain. No one has ever been able to cultivate it completely. I wonder if Ling Xiao has successfully mastered the last 2 moves. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain were feeling extremely complicated. On one hand, they wanted Ling Xiao to die because of the death of their juniors. But on the other hand, what Lin Kuan had done was absolutely unforgivable. It's best if they perish together. However, unless Ling Xiao cultivates the last 2 moves of Wolf traversing 1,000 miles, it will be difficult for him to escape death. The Dark Tribe Elder clenched his teeth. Perhaps for the first time, he hoped that Ling Xiao would not be defeated so quickly. Even if he died, he would drag Lin Kuan to hell. Wolf traversing 1,000 miles 8th move, Earth Wolf. Finally, Ling Xiao used the second move of Wolf traversing 1,000 miles. At that moment, his body turned into a huge Earth Wolf. The power of Earth in his body was released crazily. The power of the Earth was also constantly gathering. His body was not big, even smaller than an ordinary wolf, but his speed was extremely fast. No, it should not be said that it was speed. Because on the ground, Earth Wolf could teleport in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind the demonic dragon, and his sharp claws clawed at the demonic dragon's body. Kaboom! The ferocious power of Earth exploded instantly, and the huge demonic dragon's body was sent flying and fell to the ground. A large part of the place where it was attacked was also destroyed. The demonic dragon's body was in imminent danger. No, you can't kill me. Under such circumstances, the demonic dragon Lin Kuan stood up again. He suddenly swung his huge tail and almost hit Earth Wolf. Fortunately, Ling Xiao transformed again at this time and soared into the sky. Wolf traversing 1,000 miles final move, Emperor Sky Wolf. The Emperor Sky power began to be released crazily. Ling Xiao's body seemed to have turned into a green wolf shadow, and green wings were released from his back like the wind. His speed was extremely fast. Almost using the same method, he directly cut off the demonic dragon's huge tail. The demonic dragon roared miserably and kept wailing. You can't kill me. The final victory will still be mine. The demonic dragon Lin Kuan recovered again and started to attack Ling Xiao again. For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. They thought that if the 3 sect masters joined forces, even if they couldn't finish off Ling Xiao in one move, it wouldn't take long. But now, it seemed that they were wrong. And ridiculously wrong. Ling Xiao used the amazing Thunder Blast art to knock out Xianxia and the Duke of Yu. After that, he was in a stalemate with the demonic dragon. This kind of strength was really too shocking. One had to know that the 3 sect masters were all first transformation martial artists, and all of them had higher cultivation and were older than him. In front of Ling Xiao, the so-called geniuses of the 8 Immortals County were nothing. Lin Yuetian and Chen Beixian were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. This was what most people thought in their hearts. Even if Ling Xiao was thrown into the imperial city now, he would definitely not be underestimated. This guy's rise is too fast. I believe the imperial city has already heard of his name. I'm guessing that even the 13th prince would have to give him a spot in the Mystic Realm Academy after watching this battle. Even the Arcana Academy would make an exception and admit him. Sigh. I wonder if he can survive the demonic dragon Lin Kuan's attack. After all, that demonic dragon is immortal. They had looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Now, they felt that Ling Xiao was worthy of his name. It had only been less than 30 minutes. Ling Xiao had used his true strength to prove himself. Shadow martial art, dark slaying. During the 1,000-mile wolf traverse, Ling Xiao gained more control of the situation and started to use his martial art. However, this time, he used a top-tier jade martial art. Although it was of the lowest tier, its power was still much greater than a top-tier jade martial art. Moreover, Ling Xiao's sword was no longer the white jade flying dragon sword, but the 8 Immortals sword. What a joke. You think you can kill me with a low-quality top-tier jade grade martial skill? The demon dragon Lin Kuan sneered. He waved his huge claws and clawed at Ling Xiao. Although he was only using a normal attack, its power was comparable to a low-quality top-tier jade-grade martial skill. Bang, dong, Ling Xiao's attack landed on the demon dragon Lin Quan's body. Lin Quan had no intention of dodging. He wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the death. When Ling Xiao's attack landed on him, his claws also landed on Ling Xiao's body. Although the demon dragon's body had another large wound, it healed in a very short time. Ling Xiao was slammed into the ground by the demon dragon's claws. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His body felt like it was going to fall apart. Damn it. What a terrifying attack. But it feels good. Ling Xiao cursed as he stood up. That attack just now had actually caused the potential in his body to explode. It increased his power from the mid-stage of the 7th level of hell by 90%. He was only one step away from the late stage of the yin-yang stage. It was enough to show how powerful the attack was. It's over. Ling Xiao is really finished. The demon dragon has an immortal body. Even if they were to attack each other, the demon dragon would definitely have the upper hand. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Lin Quan seemed to feel that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when Ling Xiao attacked to counterattack. In this way, when Ling Xiao hit him, he could also hit Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's attack was very powerful. But so what, if he could not hurt him, he could not hurt him. Unless Ling Xiao could use an outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill, he could not really hurt him. Otherwise, it would be a waste of internal energy. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, it's time for you to die. Let's see what other tricks you can come up with. The demon dragon Lin Quan was already thinking about how to escape after the battle. The royal family would definitely not let go of the dragon cult's people. He believed that the 13th prince would definitely be the Oriole behind the mantis. It seems that our previous arrangements won't be needed, Your Highness. NPC said with a smile on the ship. No. Although we might not use it on Ling Xiao, we can't let Lin Quan go. Even if it's just for show. We have to capture him. He is very strong. The 13th prince was thinking of a good thing. After capturing Lin Quan, he would raise him into a suicide soldier. Lin Quan decided. The enormous body of the demonic dragon began to gradually shrink. However, its aura did not decrease. It was as if everything had been condensed into one place. At this moment, Lin Quan gradually returned to his human form. Of course, it was only his human form. His head, torso, tail, and wings all looked like the demon dragon. Only his hands were free. They were the hands used to wield the sword. Another divine-grade spiritual artifact? Ling Xiao looked at the sword in Lin Quan's hand in surprise. The sword looked very similar to the 8 immortal swords, but the color was different. Hee, you probably don't know that the 8 immortal swords are divided into male and female. The male and female swords are the true appearance of the 8 immortal swords. Since you took one, I will take it back. Lin Quan smiled coldly. His terrifying internal energy began to flow into the 8 immortal swords. No matter how strong you are, the time you have the dark shadow gourd is limited. How would you know that the martial arts of the 8 great families are not as good as the sect master's martial arts? With your martial arts, you can at most cultivate an ordinary top-grade jade-grade martial skill. As for my martial arts, I can cultivate one good move and one outstanding move to become a top-grade jade-grade martial art. This is the difference, a huge difference. Lin Quan said proudly. The power of the 8 immortal swords in his hand gradually reached its peak. Within the sword chi, there seemed to be a human figure. Ling Xiao knew that it should be the 8 immortal patriarchs. 8 immortal swords technique, eliminating traitors. Ling Xiao had never heard of this technique before. But he could clearly feel that its power was on par with the 5th style of the dark shadow martial arts, destroying Ghost King. It was a martial art technique that he had never used before. Although he had cultivated it to the transcendent state, he had never used it because his opponents were not strong enough. But today, Lin Quan used a martial art technique that was on par with it. When Lin Quan used this move, Purge the Traitor, endless sighs came from the crowd. They knew that Ling Xiao had lost. Completely lost, there was no way he could turn the tables. Even if he didn't die, he couldn't fight anymore. After all, the onlookers were all martial artists. So they could clearly feel that Lin Kuan's technique, coupled with the domineering power of the demon dragon, was so powerful that it was suffocating. Ha ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Lin Kuan frowned and said. He wanted to see Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy. He wanted to see Ling Xiao panic. I'm laughing at you for being a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm laughing at you like an idiot, who told you that the martial arts of the 8 major families could only be cultivated to the top tier of jade grade, who told you that I can't cultivate a powerful martial art technique in a short time. Do you think I'm you? You're a martial arts cripple. Ling Zhao's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. This caused the people who originally thought that he was dead for sure to reveal puzzled expressions. Could it be that Ling Xiao still had a chance? Could he be telling the truth? Braggart, you're bluffing again. Among the Dark Ones, the Dark Elder shook his head and said, as the Elder of the Dark Ones, I've had the Shadow Black Gourd for much longer than him. What the sect leader said is true. That kid is just bluffing. It's a pity that the sect leader won't buy it. Does that mean that he's really going to die? The Sand Tribe Elder asked. I don't know if he's going to die, but he's definitely going to lose. Sigh, he's no match for Lin Kuan. I was hoping that he could injure Lin Kuan severely before he died. The Dark Elder sighed. His beautiful dream was about to be shattered. You don't believe me? Then I'll show you what a real dark shadow martial art is. Ling Xiao held the 8 immortal sword tightly and pointed it at Lin Kuan. He can't be believing his nonsense too, right? Seeing this scene, the crowd was a little confused. There were indeed some people in this world who would lie to themselves in the end. They would even believe that their own lies were true. Ha, I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. To think that I was so afraid of him. It's funny just thinking about it. On the flywheel ship, the 13th prince laughed heartily. Min'er, what do you think he's doing? Chen Kanglin asked Hong Min'er in the carriage. He's not bluffing. He really knows a martial art technique as powerful as Lin Kuan's. I heard that he acquired the dark shadow martial arts less than 2 months ago. Even in the capital city, there aren't many geniuses like him, right? Chen Kanglin said again. How can someone who is appreciated by you be weak? I bet that Ling Xiao will win. Hong Min'er was sure of the result. She believed that Ling Xiao was a pleasant surprise and a person worthy of the second prince, Chen Kanglin, to befriend. Chen Kanglin smiled. He was waiting and looking forward to it. What kind of surprise would Ling Xiao give him? Just when most people thought that Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, a powerful black gas was released from Ling Xiao's sword. The black gas swirled around and gradually formed a huge demon. The demon roared and charged toward Lin Kuan without fear. Eliminate the traitor? I think you're the one who should be eliminated, Dark Shadow Martial Arts, Ghost-Destroying King. As Ling Xiao spoke, the Ghost-Destroying King let out a loud roar. Its momentum was on par with Lin Kuan's 8 immortal sword technique. The Dark Tribe Elder stood up abruptly and looked at the sword technique released by Ling Xiao in horror. Ghost-Destroying King, he never knew that there was such a move in the Dark Shadow Martial Arts. The strength of this move and its connection with the previous moves proved that it was definitely a Dark Shadow Martial Arts. It was definitely a top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique, but why? Could it be that we old fellows were wrong from the start? The Dark Tribe Elder suddenly seemed to have aged a lot. He had racked his brains to let his descendants have the Dark Shadow Martial Arts. But he never thought that the Dark Shadow Martial Arts would not be fully developed in his hands. If that's the case, is there really a final move in the 8 great families' martial arts? The rest of the elders asked themselves one after another. Ling Xiao was such a genius. If they had stopped discriminating against him, perhaps the 8 great families' strength would have improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the more they thought about it, the more they didn't want Ling Xiao to die. Even the elders of the Sand Race and the Dark Race didn't want Ling Xiao to die. They hated him so much that they didn't want him dead. This was because they needed Ling Xiao to teach them the moves that they were unable to comprehend. At this moment, a huge commotion broke out. They hurriedly looked at the battlefield. The phantoms of the 8 immortals and the Ghost King finally hit each other again. In that instant, everyone knew that Ling Xiao had not been defeated. Half of Lin Kuan's body was almost torn apart by the Ghost King. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's situation was actually much better. Around his body, there was an energy shield that looked like a disc. These energy shields were releasing astonishing lightning. Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield, Beginner. Although it was only at the entry level, it was still a first heaven of the immortal grade martial skill. Its strong defensive power completely blocked Lin Kuan's attack. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The 13th prince suddenly stood up. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him not to see what kind of martial skill Ling Xiao was using. Damn it, he has only received the inheritance of the Holy Emperor Tianlei for a few days, and he has already comprehended the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield. He was extremely angry and shocked. No, that thing is mine, it's mine. Seeing how powerful the Spirit Commandeering Lightning Shield was, the 13th prince was even more eager to get his hands on it. This is impossible. Lin Kuan revealed a shocked expression. This was because this move was the strongest martial skill that he had grasped at the moment. It couldn't break through Ling Xiao's defense. Didn't this mean that he was going to lose? No, I don't accept it. He roared, and his eyes became crazy. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you, you can't hurt me anyway. Idiot, haven't you noticed that your recovery speed has slowed down a lot? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Kuan coldly and said indifferently. What? At this moment, Lin Kuan was stunned to discover that his originally rapid recovery had actually almost stopped at this moment. Although it was still recovering, it would take at least 10 minutes for it to fully recover. From the beginning, I didn't expect you to be killed directly, so every attack I made was infused with the terrifying undying thunder. Because it was just a little bit, you didn't notice it at all. You thought that you were immortal, so you didn't care at all. It was because of your immortal body that you lost your usual vigilance. Now, take my final attack. I'll let you see what the martial skills passed down by the 8 immortals are really like, lest you bastards ruin them. As he spoke, Ling Xiao suddenly retreated, and the 8 immortals' sword in his hand condensed a terrifying aura again. This time, the terrifying aura of death was thicker than before. Lin Kuan could only watch as Ling Xiao condensed a move, and he couldn't recover, so he had to fight against the undying thunder in his body. It's useless. You can't kill me. Without an outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill, you can't kill me at all. Even at this moment, Lin Kuan was still dreaming. He thought that Ling Xiao couldn't kill him. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao attacked him again, it would be useless. As long as he cleared all the undying thunder in his body, this battle would be over. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. An outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you. Boom, a huge aura came out of the 8 immortals' sword. The black sword chi intertwined to form the shape of a ghost dragon. The giant ghost dragon looked down at Lin Kuan, full of majesty and death aura. No. How can this be? In the stands, the dark tribe elder felt that he was going crazy. Ling Xiao was already filled with regret and despair for being able to use the Annihilate Ghost King. However, when this move was used, he almost collapsed completely. It's actually an outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill. The King of Destruction just now wasn't the last move. This Ling Xiao is not human at all. He's a demon. A terrifying demon. The other elders were also completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's performance had already shattered their imagination. Even in their dreams, they didn't dare to imagine such a thing. At this moment, Chen Chongqing and the Duke of Yu, who were already very weak, were also numb. They thought that without the little devil girl's interference, they still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao executed this move. They suddenly understood. In fact, this battle should have been over long ago. Ling Xiao had been playing them like children. If he had used this terrifying move earlier, who could have resisted it? This was even more terrifying than the Berserk Thunder technique. Lin Kuan, who bore the brunt of it, was naturally more frightened. Although his demonic dragon transformation was said to be immortal, there was actually a limit. As long as his opponent could use an outstanding top-tier jade-grade martial skill, he would definitely die. However, almost no one in the Eight Immortals County could do this. Perhaps there was once, but definitely not now. Lin Quan thought that his demonic dragon transformation was invincible. However, when Ling Xiao performed his move, he finally realized that he had underestimated this person. This move is called Ghost Slaying Dragon. It's your honor to die under it. Why? Why can you comprehend such a powerful move? Why? Is this the true essence of the Eight Immortals martial arts? Lin Quan's emotions were extremely complicated. Despair, absent-minded, unwilling, he was also very confused. I'll let you know before you die. This move is far from the true essence of the Eight Immortals martial arts. It has 3 more moves, each stronger than the last. Ling Zhao's indifferent voice sounded in Lin Quan's ears. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Quan actually knelt on the ground. There were 3 more moves, then why did he betray his savior and repay kindness with enmity to obtain the martial arts of the Eight Immortals martial arts? He turned himself into a demon, but it was a joke in the end. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. With a sorrowful and desperate voice, the huge ghost dragon swooped down and completely swallowed Lin Quan, who was kneeling on the ground. With one move, Lin Quan's corpse was not even left behind. It was completely turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Quan's remaining energy poured into Ling Zhao's body, helping him break through to the late stage of the 7th level of hell of the yin-yang transformation state. However, Ling Xiao hid the aura of the breakthrough. The demonic dragon beast soul in Lin Quan's body was also absorbed by Ling Xiao and integrated into the Tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul. At that moment, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon advanced. It advanced to the 9th level of hell of the yin-yang transformation state. In this way, the Tyrant blood demonic dragon, which was almost useless, became an important combat force for Ling Xiao again. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao put away the other Eight Immortals sword. In this way, with the combination of male and female, he finally had a pair of divine-grade spiritual artifact swords. It should be easier to travel to the Qin Kingdom's imperial capital with this pair of swords. He collected the spoils of war as if no one was around, and the entire battlefield became deathly silent. A moment later, an earth-shattering shout suddenly erupted. He didn't know if he was in disbelief or happy. In short, this battle allowed them to see the most miraculous battle results. He actually did it. My God, a single bolt of lightning knocked out 2 sect leaders. Killing Devil Dragon Lin Quan with one sword, just what is this guy's background? Who the hell knows where he came from? But he's too strong, really too strong. 1 against 3 sect masters, and he actually won. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid even the people of the royal capital would be alarmed. Monster. No, the Monster King. Even ordinary monsters can't reach his level. Do you still remember what he said before? Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish. I thought he was joking, but I didn't expect it to become a reality. That's right. This guy killed Demon Dragon Lin Quan. Why doesn't it seem like he's exhausted at all? Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had already swallowed a blood spirit pill. His qi, blood, and inner force had completely recovered. There was no doubt that Ling Zhao's image was infinitely magnified in everyone's eyes at this moment. If there were people who still had doubts about him before, then now, everything was gone. The onlookers could be said to be happy and sad. The Duke of Yu's mansion, the Tianfeng Group, and the Eight Immortals Mountain had a love-hate relationship with Ling Xiao. They loved that Ling Xiao didn't kill Qin Chongqing and the Duke of Yu because he was merciful. Furthermore, he had even killed the demon dragon Lin Quan. What was hateful was that after Ling Zhao's victory, the 3 quotas of the Arcana Academy would probably belong to him. Even the Eight Immortals County might become Ling Zhao's fief. None of this would benefit them at all. 13th Prince, what do you think? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 13th Prince on the airship. Defeating the 3 sect leaders was only the first step. What he wanted was the 3 quotas of the Arcana Academy. And the right to rule the Eight Immortals County. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are strong enough? There are many people in this world who are stronger than you. Also, I have the final say on the quotas of the Arcana Academy. Who do you think you are? The 13th Prince coldly snorted. Although the fact that Ling Xiao defeated the 3 sect leaders shocked him, he had already set up an inescapable net. He wasn't afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao here, then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. 13th Prince, you have to think carefully. The consequences of doing this will be very serious. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the airship and said. How dare you? All the land under the heavens belongs to the king. Do you dare to become enemies with the royal family of the Qin kingdom? The 13th Prince angrily roared. Hee, all the land under the heavens does belong to the king, but can you represent the entire royal family? I'm afraid not. Fine, since you can't keep your promise, then don't blame me. Little demoness, destroy that airship. Ling Xiao coldly sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching black light had already enveloped the entire airship. Then, the airship crashed to the ground. The 13th Prince and his attendants were in a sorry state. A few of them were even burned to death. How dare you attack the royal family? The 13th Prince looked at Ling Xiao with anger and fear. He believed that his strength was at most on par with demonic dragon Lin Quan. If demonic dragon Lin Quan couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, then he couldn't either. Therefore, he was very wary of Ling Xiao. So what if I attacked you? It's not your first day knowing me, right? Why are you so surprised? Ling Xiao smiled and said. Good. Very good. Kill him. Kill him. Amidst the roars, a huge light shield enveloped the entire battlefield. The 13th Prince and his attendants walked out of the light shield. Then, a group of people rushed in. These people were all 7th level of hell experts in the Yin-Yang realm. Ha, Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? This array can only be entered from the outside, but not from the inside. Of course, I know the secrets of the array, so I can enter and exit as I wish. Just stay inside and wait for your death. The 13th Prince laughed maniacally. Then, he said to Enpa, go and stall that little demoness. Don't fight to the death. Just don't let her enter the array to help Ling Xiao. Second Prince, isn't it time for us to make a move? Hong Men'er looked at Chen Kanglin and asked. I told you to call me young master. Chen Kanglin sighed and said, forget it. It's time to reveal my identity. After all, it's better to help someone in need than to add icing on the cake. If we can save Ling Xiao now, he will owe us a favor. Yes. Hong Men'er responded and suddenly flew out of the carriage. Bright light was released from her body. The entire battlefield was crimson red. She instantly became the center of attention. Ling Xiao was also observing. Although he could kill these warriors, it would take a lot of effort. There was no need to expose too much of his strength. If there were any accidents, he would welcome it. Why is it that girl? The 13th Prince was shocked when he saw Hong Minor. How could he not know Hong Minor? She was the person who was inseparable from his second brother. Among the 14 princes of the king of the Qin kingdom, 2 of them had been conferred the title of prince. They were both 9-star princes. In the absence of a crown prince, these 2 were the most powerful among the 14 princes. One of them was the second prince, Chen Kanglin. The other was the 14th prince, Chen Songxiong. As for the 13th prince, he was not even a prince. He was just a poor county prince. Even if he had a fief, it would only be a county. He could not even lift his head in front of these 2. If the second prince really came, he would have to kneel down and welcome him. Listen up, 9-star prince, Jihyun of Silla of the Qin kingdom, has decreed that Ling Xiao is a genius. The Arcana Academy needs people like him. Therefore, whoever dares to touch him will be the enemy of the Arcana Academy and Jihyun of Silla. Since you have agreed that Ling Xiao will be the winner, the 3 spots of the Arcana Academy will be given to him. There must be no mistakes. In addition, the 8 Immortals County will be Ling Xiao's fief from today onward. It can be passed down from generation to generation. Sex will not be allowed to fight over it. Hong Minor's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. The meaning behind her words was like a clap of thunder. Many people were so shocked that they could not react for a long time. Ling Xiao is one of Jihyun of Silla's men. No wonder he is not afraid of the 13th prince. The 13th prince is nothing in front of Jihyun of Silla. That means Ling Xiao is now the lord of the Eight Immortals County? That's right, that's right. Those who offended him are in trouble now. The discussion started again. Ling Xiao frowned. There was no free lunch in this world. He did not know any Jihyun of Silla. There must be a reason why he helped him so much. However, he would not reject this benefit. After all, he did not intend to completely fall out with the royal family. Thank you for your appreciation, King Jixian, but I'm afraid that our 13th prince will not be convinced. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Young hero Ling, you don't have to worry about that. This younger brother of mine is really unreliable this time. He's already angered father and the Mystic Realm Academy, so he's been ordered to return to the capital and be imprisoned. An elegant young man walked out of the carriage. Although he did not release a powerful aura like Hong Min'er's, no one dared to underestimate him. Everyone knew that he was extremely powerful. The person closest to the throne. The 13th prince roared hysterically. How dare you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Ask your men to stop. Do you really want me to do it? Chen Kanglin looked at the 13th prince coldly. They were supposed to be brothers, but they were like enemies. This was a stark contrast to the relationship between Ling Xiao and Ling Yan. Ling Xiao and Ling Yan were not brothers, but they were willing to risk their lives for each other. Perhaps this was the royal family. That place was full of schemes and internal strife. It really made one feel sad. Kill him. Kill him. The 13th prince knew that even Chen Kanglin would not dare to kill him. Since he was going to be imprisoned, he did not care anymore. He would be satisfied as long as he could kill Ling Xiao before he left. As for his men of sacrifice, they actually obeyed his orders and charged towards Ling Xiao. How could Chen Kanglin not do anything in this situation? He was Jihyun of Silla. His words were not for show. Min'er, kill. He said softly. Hong Min'er released a shocking amount of internal energy and struck out with a palm. In an instant, the men of sacrifice who were loyal to the 13th prince were all killed in the flames. Ling Xiao frowned. Hong Min'er was really strong. Perhaps only the little demoness would be a match for her. Chen Kanglin was even stronger. He even had a mysterious aura that Ling Xiao could not identify. This kind of person was dangerous. Working with him was like asking a tiger for its skin. However, Ling Xiao liked to be with a tiger. It was not certain who would eat who. Anyway, he had to go to King Chen. That was the next step for him to improve his strength. Although he wanted to join the 9 Supremes, he would only be courting death if he joined them with his current strength. He might as well go to King Chen and strengthen himself. When he was stronger, he could go out and explore. The 13th prince's men of sacrifice were all killed. Enpa had escaped quietly. He did not want to be imprisoned with the 13th prince. This guy was cunning. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's name was heard all over the 8 Immortals County. Some people were quick to follow the trend. They had supported the 3 leaders before, but now they had become Ling Xiao's loyal fans. However, Ling Xiao could not be bothered with these people. They could not cause any trouble anyway. As long as he was strong enough, these people would always be on his side. As for Ling Xiao, he walked towards Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin. No matter what, he had to thank others for helping him. However, there were some things that he had to make clear. He would not give himself to anyone. He was who he was. He preferred to be free and control his own destiny. He did not want to work for others. Thank you, Jihyun of Silla, for your help. Ling Xiao is very grateful. Ling Xiao cupped his fists and said to Chen Kanglin. He did not kneel down. Although he knew that Jihyun of Silla was much stronger than him, he had not shown his trump card. If they really fought, even if he could not win, he could still save his life. Therefore, he did not need to be afraid of Jihyun of Silla, nor did he need to be humble. There is no need to thank me. Jihyun of Silla hurriedly grabbed Ling Xiao's hands and said very intimately, I have heard of your name for a long time. Therefore, I specially asked my father and the Arcana Academy for a decree and then came to the 8 Immortals County. Your performance really did not disappoint me. From now on, we can call each other brothers. There is no need to call each other king. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. King Zhixin's behavior was a little too friendly. They had just met, and they were already calling each other brothers. He said seriously, "Your Highness, I am just a commoner. I dare not call you my brother. If your Highness thinks highly of me, I will be your friend." It's okay, it's okay. I was rude. Jihyun of Silla was not angry at all. He laughed and said, "Yes, friends. From now on, we are friends. As long as I have food to eat, I will never let you go hungry." Although Chen Kanglin felt that he was very polite. In Ling Zhao's opinion, Chen Kanglin's approach was a bit pretentious. "Thank you, Your Highness, for thinking so highly of me," Ling Xiao said. "Alright, let's cut to the chase. This is the decree that I asked for. Take it. If anyone dares to disobey your orders, deal with them directly. There is no need to report. The 8 Immortal City will be your territory in the future. Those people will be your people." Chen Kanglin held Ling Zhao's hand all the time. That kind of affection was even closer than that of a brother. "My people?" Ling Xiao secretly laughed. If Chen Kanglin knew that his ambition was to control the entire mysterious world and let the human race regain control of the world, what would Jihyun of Silla think? Of course, he would not say this out loud. Although he did things his own way, he was definitely not stupid. Chen Kanglin was much more powerful than the 13th prince. When dealing with such a person, he had to be a little cautious. Anyway, Chen Kanglin just wanted him to owe him a favor and then use him to do something. Then, he could use Jihyun of Silla's identity and status to achieve some of his own goals. Using each other, it was that simple. Jihyun of Silla wanted to use him, and he wanted to use Chen Kanglin. Everyone was just taking what they needed. I, Ling Xiao, am a person who does not benefit from anything. I have always been very grateful to those who have helped me. I will definitely repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Ling Zhao's seemingly indifferent words made Jihyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin happy. In Jihyun of Silla's view, his advisor Hong Min'er was right. Ling Xiao was a person who could not be forcefully subdued. It was better to treat him as a friend, and he would naturally repay the kindness of a friend. I do not expect to be repaid for what I have done. By the way, you still have at most 5 days in the 8 Immortal City. Take care of your matters. 5 days later, follow me to the Chen Kingdom's capital. With me around, no one will dare to do anything to you. Jihyun of Silla thought that Chen Kanglin's recruitment method was very sincere. The reason why he didn't directly give a gift was probably because he was worried that Ling Xiao would misunderstand. However, this gift would definitely not be lacking in the future. Alright, that's not a problem. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "If your Highness doesn't have anything else, then I'll take my leave first." "Okay, you do what you need to do." Chen Kanglin nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. He then left with Hong Min'er. As for where he was going, he naturally didn't tell Ling Xiao. Chen Kanglin was not like the 13th prince who paid attention to extravagance. This kind of person was too intelligent. He paid attention to everything and always liked to scheme against others behind their backs. He was much harder to deal with than the 13th prince. Young master, Min'er feels that Ling Xiao is ultimately someone who is difficult to control. While you treat him with respect, you should also use more methods. On the carriage, Hong Min'er reminded him. Of course, I know. I've already made the arrangements. In fact, I've always had people in the 8 Immortals Mountain, the Tian Feng Group, and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Moreover, they hold important positions. It's just that they've been keeping a low profile. Chen Kanglin smiled faintly and said, "The 8 Immortal City has been handed over to Ling Xiao. In fact, it's still in my hands. After all, Ling Xiao is all alone. Who can he send to manage it? Rely on those useless people in Yuhua town." Young master, you're so wise. What I just thought of, you've already predicted and made the arrangements. Hong Min'er praised. Let's not talk about this anymore. How's the matter going? Chen Kanglin suddenly waved his hand and said. Hong Min'er frowned and replied, "Not too good. Our people entered the Ox deity's maze and realized that the 9 Serenities golden crow had disappeared. Disappeared? Did those young people get it? Chen Kanglan frowned even more and said, I don't care about anything else. However, I must get the devouring demon fetus and the 9 serenities golden crow. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress my 14th brother. After all, the mystic world is the mystic world. No matter how smart you are, it's useless if you're not strong enough. Your Highness, don't worry. I've already sent people to interrogate those who entered the Ox deity's maze. We'll definitely find some clues. Actually, in my opinion, Ling Xiao seems to be the most suspicious. Hong Minor said. If it's Ling Xiao, it'll be easy. When we arrive at the Chen Kingdom's capital, he'll always be under my surveillance. Once I find any clues, I'll find him immediately. No matter how much I have to pay, I'll get those 2 things. If I can't, I'll kill him. Chen Kanglan could lower his status for a talent. However, he could also kill a talent for something that could increase his strength. This was a true hero. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what happened in the carriage. He didn't know what they were talking about. However, Hong Minor was right about one thing. Not only did he get the devouring demon fetus, he also got the remnant soul of the 9 serenities golden crow. After Ling Xiao bid farewell to Chen Kanglan, he used a special method to control Chen Chongqing and the Duke of Yu. These 2 guys were relatively strong. Once they rebelled, it would be difficult to suppress them. Therefore, he used the same method he used to deal with Ling Yuhua. If these 2 old guys didn't listen to him, they would die. Chen Chongqing and the Duke of Yu didn't want to die. Naturally, they were willing to listen to Ling Xiao. After all, it was the same whether they were the 13th prince's dog or Ling Xiao's dog. They just didn't want to accept it. After all, Ling Xiao's status was lower. He wasn't as noble as the 13th prince. However, they didn't have the confidence to refuse. As for the 8 Immortals Mountain, the Heavenly Wind Group, and the Duke of Yu's residence, they were all suppressed by the prisoners released from the ghost prison. The ones leading the prisoners were Lin Ruoxian, Moon Death, Sire Shui, and the elders of the Yu clan. Ling Xiao's method of controlling those prisoners was, of course, pills. Those fellows were all ferocious. If he wanted to subdue them in a short period of time, he could only use such methods. As long as they wanted to live, they had to listen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only spent a day to reform the 3 major powers in the 8 Immortal City. Although the Duke of Yu's residence continued to exist, it wasn't allowed to recruit soldiers. It couldn't exist as a power. It was just an idle duke's residence. The Heavenly Wind Group was changed into the City Defense Group. Sire Shui was the group leader, and Chen Chongqing was the vice leader. The members of the group were all reselected. The first choice was loyalty. The second choice was strength and talent. The 8 Immortals Mountain still existed and became the only sect in the 8 Immortal City. However, the sect master became the elder of the Yu clan. The system of the 8 great clans was also completely abandoned. It was simply changed to the lower and upper 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, the disciples of the upper 8 Immortals Mountain were no longer judged by their clan. As long as they passed the test, they could enter regardless of whether they had a backer. In fact, it was similar to the inner and outer disciples of ordinary sections. Some of the elders were retained. However, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use pills to control them. After all, he was clear that there were many people who didn't want to accept him. The next day, a wandering cultivator came to the 8 Immortal City. It was a female. Her cultivation was at the first level of the rebirth realm. The wandering cultivator had not entered the cycle of reincarnation, but she was still invincible in the 8 Immortal City with her first-level rebirth realm cultivation. Her name was Xianxia. She was a cultivator from the Heavenly Dragon continent and was Ling Xiao's greatest enemy and most loyal companion. Xianxia was the holy son of the human race's sacred dynasty. However, when the sacred dynasty fell, she was also defeated by Ling Xiao. Later on, due to a freak combination of factors, she became friends with Ling Xiao and was now a valiant general of the Heavenly Empire. However, as of today, the gap between her and Ling Xiao was growing larger and larger. She had just advanced to the first-level rebirth realm, but Ling Xiao was already a cultivator at the late stage of the 7th level of hell. She believed that this gap would only get bigger in the future. It was Ling Xiao who asked the Celestial Empire to send people over in order to stabilize the rule of the Eight Immortals County and establish a special force to guard the Eight Immortals County while eradicating spies and traitors who had infiltrated the Eight Immortals County. Xianxia brought more than 100 people. In order not to attract attention, they deliberately came from the remote place of Yuhua Town. The Eight Immortal City will depend on you in the future. It will be very helpful for your cultivation here. I hope you can enter the cycle of reincarnation as soon as possible. Only by entering the cycle of reincarnation can your cultivation continue to improve. Otherwise, you will be stuck at the first-level rebirth realm for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao reminded Xianxia, the stories we heard about the rebirth realm in the past are all wrong. If Xianxia entered the cycle of reincarnation, Ling Xiao would not worry about not having a successor. In any case, although most of the cultivators in the Heavenly Empire were not at the average level of the Black Tortoise continent, there was no problem in controlling a small place like the Eight Immortals City. I understand. You have to be careful too. From today onwards, you will be involved in the struggle for hegemony in the Black Tortoise continent. Although no one knows about your ambitions for now, they will know sooner or later. Xianxia reminded. Of course I know. Since I've chosen this path, I have no reason to fear. Ling Xiao smiled and said, starting tomorrow, the Eight Immortal City's Overlord Mansion will be built according to my blueprint. You can temporarily live in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. I have already arranged everything. If you don't have enough manpower, you can go to Yuhua Town to look for people. The people there have already become loyal to me. Alright. Ling Xiao had originally planned to catch up with Xianxia. Suddenly, someone came in to report. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let Xianxia leave first. The person who came in was Lin Yang. Boss, it's not good. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death have been captured. Kong Yu, Shanhai, Shi Yanran and Akira Toriyama have also been captured. When Lin Yang came in, he looked very anxious. They are all participants of the Ox Deity's maze. Do you know who did this? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure at the moment. But if Senior Sister Xian left a clue, maybe we can find the person who captured them. Lin Yang replied. I know. You can go and do what you need to do. You may not be able to intervene in the following matters. I will take care of it. Actually, after knowing that those people were captured, Ling Xiao already had a suspect in his heart. The most likely suspect was Jihyun of Silla, Chen Kanglin. That guy might be looking for something in the Ox Deity's maze, so he did this. Originally, the 13th prince was the biggest suspect. But the 13th prince was already imprisoned, so it was impossible. So it could only be Chen Kanglin. But speculation was speculation. No matter how confident he was, it was still speculation. In order to not wrongly accuse a good person, he planned to save them personally. Since Lin Ruoxian had left a clue, it would be easy to handle. After coming out of the Eight Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to the place where Lin Ruoxian and the others were captured. His biggest taboo was when someone hurt his family and friends. Usually, he would not show mercy to such enemies. He would kill them directly. This time, it was no exception. He did not care how powerful the other party was or what they wanted to do. If anything happened to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he would definitely make them pay with their lives. Ling Xiao went at full speed. In just over 10 minutes, he had already arrived at an abandoned mine outside the Eight Immortal City. In this mine, a group of people were tied up. Not only were there disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but there were also disciples of the Tianfeng Group and the Duke of Yu's mansion. Of course, these people were all martial artists under Ling Zhao's city defense troop. As soon as he arrived near the mine, Ling Xiao slowed down and then sneaked into the mine in the form of a ghost wolf. He heard the conversation in the mine. Just as he expected, these people were captured because they wanted to know the whereabouts of the devouring demon fetus and the 9 nether golden crow's remnant soul. Unfortunately, among these people, even Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death did not know the whereabouts of these two things. It was useless to ask. However, there was still someone with a foul mouth. This person was Chen Bao from the Heavenly Wind Group. Don't kill me. I know that Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death have been with Ling Xiao all this time. They definitely know whether those two things were taken by Ling Xiao or not. Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately had a strong killing intent. He was kind enough to spare Chen Bao's life. However, not only did this bastard not know how to repay his kindness, but he also betrayed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. If he did not kill this bastard, Ling Xiao would have wasted his powerful strength. He was not in a hurry to enter because he wanted to know who else would betray Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. In the end, he waited for a long time. There were 8 people in the Heavenly Wind group who followed Chen Bao's lead. Chen Beixian, on the other hand, was lying there quietly as if nothing had anything to do with him. There were also 4 people in the Duke of Yu's mansion. However, Xiaofeng Canyue and Xiaofeng Canyang did not take the lead. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed that day had completely awed them, allowing the siblings to understand one thing. Ling Xiao was not someone they could mess with. Moreover, they would not be able to survive if they did not do anything. They were not that stupid. After a while, the 5 people continued to attack Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to make his move. His opponent was very strong, as strong as Chen Chongsheng. However, Ling Xiao was even more powerful. After the battle with Demon Dragon Lin Quan, Chen Chongsheng had not only achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation level, but also in his martial arts. It would not take much effort to kill such a person. Under the light of the fluorescent stones, a few heads suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone looked at the heads that rolled on the ground like watermelons and couldn't figure out what had just happened. Chen Bao was the only one who screamed in fear. Ling Xiao purposely did not kill him in the first attack so that he could experience the taste of fear before killing him. The elite fighter finally realized what was going on. He suddenly lunged at Lin Ruoxian and tried to use Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death as hostages to make Ling Xiao hesitate. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Ling Xiao. It was only one move. Ling Xiao used the move that he used to kill Demon Dragon Lin Quan. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost Slaying Dragon. A martial artist at the peak of Yin Yang Stage 7 transformation failed to block Ling Xiao's attack and died on the spot. Ling Xiao revealed his human form and looked at Chen Bao coldly. "Spare me. Sir Overlord, spare me. I was just muddle-headed for a moment." Chen Bao shouted in fear as he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, Ling Xiao did not have any sympathy or pity in his eyes. He flicked his right hand and a sword light pierced through the air. Chen Bao's throat was pierced. He was in extreme pain and suffocating as he gradually lost his vitality. "I said, those who follow me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. However, it seems like some of you don't understand what's going on." Ling Xiao said coldly and released everyone. He then left with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. As for the rest, it was not like they did not know the way. He did not have the responsibility of escorting them. Just as Ling Xiao entered the abandoned mine to save everyone, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. In another secret place. And knelt in front of Chen Kanglin with a fearful expression. He had escaped but was caught by Chen Kanglin's subordinates and sent to this place. He was sent there while he was dizzy. He did not even know where this place was. "Your Highness Jihyun of Silla, and Pa is willing to do anything for you." "I'll do anything for you," and Pa said respectfully. He was begging for mercy. He did not want to die, so he could only pledge his loyalty to Chen Kanglin. "Alright, there's something that will test your loyalty." Chen Kanglin smiled faintly. "Go to this place and stop Ling Xiao. Kill him." "Kill Ling Xiao?" And Pa was stunned. Of course, he wanted Ling Xiao dead. This order was perfect for him. However, he was not confident. "You're afraid of that little demoness, right?" "It's alright. She's not with Ling Xiao. You don't have to worry at all. Kill him and I'll believe in your loyalty." Chen Kanglin smiled. "I don't understand. Didn't you save Ling Xiao? Why do you want to kill him? Are you really going to kill him?" And Pa was a little confused. He was afraid that after killing Ling Xiao, he would offend Chen Kanglin instead. That brat is disobedient. "Is this reason enough?" Chen Kanglin asked calmly. "Enough. Enough. Ampo knew that the members of the royal family had always believed that those who obeyed them would prosper and those who disobeyed them would perish. If they didn't like them or if they didn't want to submit to them, they would kill them without mercy. Then let's go. Chen Kanglin waved his hand and handed a map to Enpa. On the map was the route to intercept Ling Xiao. Minor, follow him. I have one principle. Don't let Ling Xiao die, even if he only has one breath left. What I want is to devour the devil fetus and the 9 Serenities underworld golden crow's remnant soul. If Ling Xiao really gets them, he will definitely use them in a life and death situation. Enpa is perfect for this. After Enpa left, Chen Kanglin said to Hong Min'er. Just as Hong Min'er was about to leave, Chen Kanglin suddenly changed his mind. No, you shouldn't go. Ling Xiao knows you. If he sees you, he will think that I am the one behind this. It's better to find someone he doesn't know who is stronger than Enpa. Your Highness is indeed thoughtful. Min'er will do it now. You two go first. Trouble is coming. On the way to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao suddenly said to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. No. Although we are not as strong as you, we have broken through to the first transformation of Yin Yang realm and reached the 7th level of hell. We can definitely help you. The reason why Lin Ruoxian and Yu Shang were captured was because they were too careless. Otherwise, with their current strength, even Chen Chongqing would have a hard time capturing them. Therefore, their combat strength was not that weak. Forget it. Let them stay, but don't force them. Ling Xiao stopped trying to persuade them because the enemy had arrived. Since you are here, why are you still hiding? Ling Xiao said coldly as he looked at a dark shadow not far away. Ling Xiao, it's time to end the grudge between us. A figure stepped out of the darkness. Who else could it be but Enpa? You are really loyal. I only cut off one of the 13th prince's arms, and you want to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed. You are wrong. I am not killing you because of the 13th prince. I am killing you because you deserve to die. Enpa was very unhappy. Ling Xiao actually forgot about him and didn't take him seriously at all. This was unacceptable to someone as powerful as him. Then why? Could it be that I unintentionally caused you to die without descendants? Ling Xiao said as he prepared the alchemy formation stones. He could feel that his opponent's strength had already far surpassed Demon Dragon Lin Quan's level. He was probably at the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin Yang realm. This was not something he could fight head-on with his current strength. Using an array was probably the best choice. Bastard, have you forgotten about the spirit of the Shadow Black Gourd? This old man has stayed in the Dark Shadow Black Gourd for countless years and has also used the Dark Shadow Black Gourd to absorb the blood of many martial artists. I was almost able to condense a human form, but it was destroyed by you. Don't you deserve to die? Enpa roared. So it's you? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then his face turned gloomy. If I knew you were like this, I would have killed you back then. He did not expect this guy to hide in the Shadow Black Gourd to absorb the blood of martial artists. This guy was too cunning. Ha ha ha, it's too late to regret now. With your current strength, you are no match for me without the help of that little demoness. Enpa laughed out loud, feeling very comfortable. You know my relationship with Her Highness Jihyun of Silla. If you kill me, do you think she will let you go? Ling Xiao was trying to get information out of Enpa. He wanted to know whether Enpa was here purely for revenge or because of someone else's order. Do you want to know? At the moment of your death, I will tell you. Enpa was really cunning. He did not want to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao anxious. Well, in that case, I will beat you until you tell me. Ling Xiao knew Enpa's true identity, so he could not let Enpa continue to live. This guy seemed to have taken over Old Demon's body. If he continued to live, his family and friends would be in great danger. After all, not everyone had Tai Chi like him. Not everyone could see Enpa's true body. Ruoxian, Moon Death, the two of you assist me. Except for the Black Demon Sword, I will give you all the magic treasures for now. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he gave all the magic treasures except for the Black Demon Sword to Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. With these magic treasures, the two girls' combat strength would increase and they would be of greater help to him. Ling Xiao knew very well that he had encountered the most terrifying opponent since he came to the Black Tortoise continent. If he could not win, he would die. Ling Xiao, be careful. Lin Ruoxian reminded him. Then, she and Moon Death came to an agreement. Each of them held a few Dharma treasures and retreated to the periphery, ready to assist Ling Xiao at any time. If the two of them directly participated in the battle, they would not be of much help to Ling Xiao. Instead, they might become a burden. However, the effect of assisting from the periphery was much better. Although Ling Xiao was wary of Enpa, he was not afraid of Enpa. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. Although Enpa was strong, he did not have a martial soul. That was because he was a soul that occupied the body of the Earth Demon. Of course, with the body of the Earth Demon, his combat strength would still increase, but it would not be as obvious as a martial soul. The only thing I am wary of is that little devil girl. Today, she is not here. What can the three of you do to me? As he spoke, Enpa took out two sharp fist blades. The fist blades were directly equipped on the wrist. During the battle, the hand blades would be there. Moreover, both hands could be used for other things. It was very convenient. After the weapons were equipped, Enpa's aura suddenly became much stronger. That soaring aura seemed to scare off Ling Xiao and the rest. This guy was so strong that the three of them had to work together to deal with him. Although Ling Xiao was not willing to do so, he was not an old-fashioned person. Knowing that the opponent was strong and difficult to deal with, not asking for help was not courageous, but courting death. Enpa did not waste any more time. His body suddenly moved. That fleeting figure was like a ghost. The originally strong aura was instantly restrained by him. Although he was so strong, he still used the Earth Demon's attack method. This Enpa was really cautious. The more he was like this, the harder it was to deal with him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He entered the purple lightning thunder bull transformation state and held the male and female 8 immortal sword with both hands. The top lightning battle body burst out with a shocking power of lightning that circled around his body. Facing such a strong opponent, Ling Xiao was prepared to use all his means except for the heavenly tyrant martial soul. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death nervously stood at the periphery, carefully observing the battle. The two of them had already been suppressed by Enpa's terrifying killing intent. Fortunately, he didn't face it directly. Otherwise, he would have been killed like a piece of wood. At this moment, they could only catch their breaths with Ling Xiao at the front. Now, they finally understood why Ling Xiao had asked them to assist in the periphery. When the two of them recovered from their shock, Ling Xiao and Enpa were already engaged in battle. Ling Xiao's purple lightning bull transformation had an absolute advantage in terms of physical strength. It was as strong as a real purple lightning bull. In this regard, Enpa was slightly inferior. The Earth Demon was good at sneak attacks, but its body wasn't strong enough. In the demon world, only the war demon had a strong body that was comparable to the demon beasts. Therefore, in the first collision between the two, although it was just a tentative contact, Enpa was still pushed back 2 or 3 steps by Ling Xiao's strong body. In a battle of pure strength, Enpa was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. This was the most terrifying thing about a beast warrior. Snake Hair Petrification Shield, Petrification Ray. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian, who was assisting in the periphery, used her magic treasure and released the Petrification Ray. Moon Death also held the Moonlight Soul-controlling needle tightly, ready to use it at any time. This kind of magic treasure that could control or petrify people was the most difficult to deal with. Enpa also understood. Therefore, when he was about to counterattack Ling Xiao, he had to give up. Instead, Ling Xiao followed up and punched him. The fist with purple lightning was more effective than the previous attack. Enpa was pushed back 7 or 8 steps, and there were still electric arcs flashing on his body. Damn, that magic treasure is really a headache. Although the snake hair petrification shield could not completely petrify Enpa, he would be at a disadvantage if he was only partially petrified for a moment. Ling Xiao was too sneaky. He would not let go of even the slightest chance to attack. It was like a sharp blade hanging over his head, making Enpa unable to fight in peace. He glanced at Lin Ruoxian, wondering if he should kill Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death first so that he could focus on fighting Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao would not give him such a chance. Since he already had the upper hand, Xianxia would not stop attacking. Suddenly, a strange flower appeared in his palm. This flower was a terrifying black color. It seemed to be condensed from flames in the darkness, and it seemed to be calling from hell. 13 Shadow Esoteric, Night Demon Flower. Xianxia did not intend to hold back against Enpa, so he used the most powerful move he created before reincarnating. The Night Demon Flower was released and flew toward Enpa at a terrifying speed. A cold and sinister aura expanded in the air, and the surrounding demon beasts roared in horror. What the hell? Enpa was shocked to see the Night Demon Flower. With his cultivation, he could naturally sense how terrifying the Night Demon Flower was. The Night Demon Flower contained a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It made his hair stand on end and his hair stand on end. He tried to dodge. However, Moon Death used the Moonlight Soul-controlling needle at this moment. Enpa lost the best chance to dodge, and he had no choice but to use his martial arts to fight back. Shadow Ghost Gate. Enpa put away his fists and pushed forward with both hands. A huge and heavy gate appeared in front of him, and he kept retreating. After all, although the Moonlight Soul-controlling needle was effective, it was not as effective. Especially when used on Enpa, it could not completely control his movements. Under Enpa's gaze, the Night Devil Flower actually destroyed the huge ghost gate in an instant, and black flames spread out in all directions. The terrifying fire snakes continued to spread and pounced on Enpa. Enpa was horrified by this scene. The moment the Night Demon Flower exploded, he felt like he had just survived a disaster. The power was too terrifying. After all, the Shadow Ghost Gate was a top-tier Jade-grade martial arts technique, and it was destroyed so easily. This was beyond his expectations. Triple Shadow Ghost Gate. Enpa did not dare to underestimate it, and he gathered his internal energy again, and 3 huge ghost gates appeared in front of him. After destroying the 3 gates of hell, the black flames finally extinguished. However, the fear and dread it brought took root in Enpa's heart. The ground seemed to have been burned to a crisp, and it turned into black powder. This made Enpa even more terrified. What kind of technique is this? Why is it so terrifying? I know you, and you can't possibly have such power. Enpa was shocked. Fortunately, he did not underestimate Xianxia and chose to retreat. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes if he was hit by the Night Demon Flower. This was simply too surprising. Could the Night Demon Flower be an immortal-grade martial arts technique? Enpa frowned as he stared coldly at the young man in front of him. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying and talented this young man was. If he allowed this young man to continue growing, he would never be able to avenge his son. This young man's talent was unlike anyone else's. In time, even the entire Black Tortoise continent would submit to him, let alone the small Qin country. Xianxia frowned as well. He didn't expect Enpa to be able to block his Night Demon Flower. Speaking of which, his cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, the Night Demon Flower's power wouldn't have been limited to this. Not to mention 3 gates of hell, even 30 gates of hell would be enough to reduce him to ashes. The Night Demon Flower consumed too much internal energy and couldn't be used too frequently. Xianxia could not help but sigh. But it didn't matter. He didn't expect this move to be able to kill Enpa. This kind of battle was more interesting, wasn't it? You must die. Otherwise, no one will be able to suppress you. Enpa didn't choose to retreat because of the Night Demon Flower. Instead, he was determined to kill Xianxia. If he didn't kill Xianxia now, he would never have the chance to do so in the future. He knew this too well. This kid was too monstrous. Too terrifying. Shadow Frenzy. Xianxia was all too familiar with this move. Most of the Dark Tribe's elders and top geniuses knew how to use it. But when it was used by Enpa, its power was incomparably terrifying. Xianxia knew that the time to test himself had come. He raised both swords. Terrifying energy gathered at the tip of the swords. Suddenly, both swords stabbed forward. Dark Slash, Yin-Yang Break. 2 top-tier Jade-grade martial arts were used at the same time. The power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was even stronger. Shadow Frenzy collided with the 2 moves. Xianxia was pushed back by 3 or 4 steps. And Pa, on the other hand, was a little abnormal. He was sent flying. In that instant, Ling Xiao saw through his opponent's scheme. Damn it! Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, run! As he shouted, he jumped up and chased after Enpa. Enpa was too cunning. On the surface, he was attacking Ling Xiao, but in reality, he was targeting Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. At the same time that he repelled Ling Xiao, he borrowed the rebound force from Ling Xiao to increase his speed. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to catch up to him. As long as he killed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, he would be able to fight Ling Xiao wholeheartedly. Otherwise, it would be too unbearable to keep being held back. Ha ha ha, you two little girls, you're really too annoying. I'll kill you two flies first, then I'll kill Ling Xiao. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Enpa unleashed his fist blades again. He used a move that was even more terrifying than before. It was a move from the shadow martial arts. Shattering Yin Yang. Enpa's shattering Yin Yang was more powerful than Ling Zhao's. Its speed was also faster than Ling Zhao's. Moreover, the sharp sword chi instantly enveloped Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. Originally, with Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's abilities, they should be able to dodge this attack. After all, they still had the Space Blue Book in their hands. Unfortunately, these two girls weren't Ling Xiao. They were suppressed by Enpa's terrifying murderous aura and forgot that they still had such a treasure on them. Although they desperately used their defensive skills. In Ling Zhao's eyes, it was completely useless. Damn it, shifting forms. Shifting forms was a special skill that Ling Xiao had learned when he was in the Heavenly Dragon continent. However, he hadn't used it for a long time. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. His figure instantly switched places with Lin Ruoxian. Then, he sent Moon Death flying with a palm strike. At this moment, because he had wasted a lot of time saving Moon Death, he could only face and pose shattering Yin Yang directly. He couldn't use the 1,000-mile wolf anymore. There wasn't enough time. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to circulate the power of the royal heaven-earth in his body. He hoped to use the peak lightning battle physique, the purple lightning thunderbolt transformation, and the mystic world physique to withstand Enpa's attack. Enpa was really surprised that Ling Xiao could still save people in such a situation. However, after the surprise, he was ecstatic. Originally, it wasn't easy for him to find Ling Xiao's weakness. Now, the opportunity had come. Ling Xiao was right under his fist and there was absolutely no way for him to dodge. Ha ha ha, go to hell. The fist pierced through the peak lightning battle physique and easily tore through the lightning battle physique's defense. Then, it pierced through the purple lightning thunderbolt armor that wrapped around Ling Zhao's body and finally pierced through the mystic world physique. However, at this point, the power of shattering Yin Yang had become very weak. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and used this force to retreat. Hee, do you think you can escape? Aren't you underestimating this old man too much? Enpa's face revealed a sinister smile. He didn't pull out the fist, but it instantly erupted with an even more terrifying power. This old man has walked on more paths than you have eaten salt. You think I don't have special skills? Black Death demonic poison. The fist suddenly released a Black Death aura that instantly seeped into Ling Zhao's body and began to wreak havoc. Ha ha ha, this time, you're dead for sure. Looking at Ling Zhao's immobile body, Enpa let out a wild laugh. Behind him, a tail stretched out and wrapped tightly around Ling Zhao's body. Then, the fist in his hand flashed with a terrifying cold light. There was less than a meter between the two of them. Enpa was actually going to use the most powerful move he could currently use. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill Ling Xiao with other moves. Shadow Martial Art, Ghost Destroying King. Ghost Slaughtering Dragon. After all, he was the ancestor of the Dark Tribe. The shadow martial art he cultivated was much more powerful than his descendants. He had cultivated to the level of the Ghost Slaughtering Dragon. However, he was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Even so, at such a close distance, if he really hit Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. Even the blood spirit pill wouldn't be able to save him. This was the power of Enpa's entire body. However, Ling Xiao was currently being tortured by the Black Death demonic poison. His body was stiff as a zombie, and he couldn't move at all. If I'm going to die, I'll drag you down with me before I die. It was because of his unyielding spirit that Ling Xiao was able to survive until now. His eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. His hands, which were originally stiff, actually began to move. Old dog, you've spun a cocoon around yourself. Shadow martial art, top jade grade final move, ghost fighting emperor. What? And Po was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's move. He was the ancestor of the dark tribe. How could he not know that there was such a move in the shadow martial art? This terrifying power was definitely a top jade grade martial art. It was comparable to his shadow ghost gate. However, its attack power was much stronger. And Po's two moves were not as powerful as Ling Xiao's move. What should he do? At that moment, and Po thought of retreating. However, he couldn't back down now. If he retreated, he would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and attack. Rumble, both of their attacks collided within a meter. The terrifying power sent both of them flying. Ling Xiao wasn't having a good time. And Po wasn't having a good time either. Although Ling Xiao was restrained and poisoned by the Black Death demonic poison, and Po's attack was more powerful. In the end, both of their conditions were basically the same. Ling Xiao's male and female 8 immortal swords were sent flying. He fell to the ground and looked like he was on the verge of death. Ling Xiao had never suffered such a serious injury since he stepped into the Black Tortoise continent. Today was really a day of suffering. The intense pain made him feel like he was suffocating. The potential in his cells was gushing out crazily from this attack, constantly attacking his body. However, he had no way to control this energy. It was really a bit depressing. Compared to Ling Xiao, and Po's situation wasn't much better. And Po was hit by Ling Xiao's most powerful attack. Both of his legs were broken and blood was flowing out of his body. However, this guy's cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's and he had many more tricks up his sleeve. He actually abandoned the Earth Demon's body and took out a brand new body from his storage ring. It was clearly a body that he had prepared long ago for possession. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, you're finished. Crazy laughter came from the brand new body. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the process of Dark Soul's possession would take at least 10 minutes. Because he was hit, his soul was also affected. It was basically impossible for him to recover in a short time. And these 10 minutes were his chance. At this time, Lin Ruoxian, who was in shock, was the first to recover. He rushed to Ling Xiao's side and threw a blood spirit pill into Ling Xiao's mouth. He used his internal energy to stimulate the pill's effect. After all, Ling Xiao's injuries were so serious that he couldn't even digest the blood spirit pill. Moon Death, stop and Pa. He's very weak right now. Lin Ruoxian shouted as he was treating Ling Xiao's injuries. Of course, Dark Pa didn't want Ling Xiao to recover. Even if he wasn't strong enough after taking over Ling Xiao's body, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But unfortunately, Yu Shang blocked in front of him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured like that because of his own incompetence, Moon Death was both sad and angry. She launched a frenzied attack, wanting to kill Impa. Although Impa dodged most of the attacks, he was able to stop Impa from attacking Ling Xiao. At this moment, it was basically a competition. Let's see who can recover faster and who can recover faster. Ling Xiao looked at Impa coldly. Although he was heavily injured, he was extremely calm. Sister Ruoxian, help me break through. This way, I'll recover faster. If he relied solely on the blood spirit pill, he would need at least 3 blood spirit pills to fully digest before he could recover. 1 blood spirit pill could only allow him to recover the ability to circulate his energy. But if he broke through, it would be a different story. If he broke through to the next realm, not only would his body recover quickly, his combat strength would also soar. By then, that old dog Impa wouldn't be his opponent at all. Moreover, he was constantly releasing the potential in his body. It would be a pity if he just let it go to waste. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. If you do that, you'll have to go through a lot of pain. Do you know that? Lin Ruoxian knew what Ling Xiao was trying to do. But if he did that, he would have to go through the most painful torture in the world. Because his body was broken, every time he circulated his energy, it would cause excruciating pain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. I'm not crazy. I'm very calm. We don't know what other tricks Impa has. Yu Shang can stop him for a while, but it can't stop him forever. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, we'll all die. Ling Xiao endured the pain and said. Alright, I'll help you. Lin Ruoxian knew Ling Xiao too well. Once Ling Xiao decided on something, it was impossible to change his mind. Instead of arguing here, he might as well help Ling Xiao break through as soon as possible. That way, he could prevent Ling Xiao from suffering even more pain. Seeing this, Impa laughed and said, Idiot, you've already been poisoned by my Black Death demonic poison. You still want to break through? The Black Death demonic poison's greatest effect is its absorption of energy. Even if you don't die, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Don't even think about breaking through. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about what Impa said. The Black Death demonic poison was indeed terrifying. But Ling Xiao believed that even the Black Death demonic poison was afraid of what he had. Since he couldn't get rid of it, he would just swallow it. He would let this Black Death demonic poison become his strength. Tao Tai Beast, swallow this Black Death demonic poison. A pitch-black heavenly domain appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was vast and boundless, deep and mysterious. What's that? Impa was stunned for a moment. He instinctively felt a sense of fear and anxiety. Could that guy really be able to get rid of my Black Death demonic poison? No. Impossible. Although he said it was impossible, Impa was very anxious. He desperately circulated his inner strength to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. At the same time, he swallowed his precious elixirs. These elixirs were refined from the blood of countless genius disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. They were even better than the blood spirit elixir. Therefore, his recovery speed instantly surpassed Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to his opponent's situation. There was only one possibility that could allow him, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death to survive. That was to break through. It was very easy to break through from the late stage of the 7th hellish stage to the peak stage of the Yin-Yang First Revolution. He only used less than 5 minutes. After all, he had suffered such serious injuries. The potential released from his cells was terrifying. However, to break through from the 7th hellish stage to the 8th hellish stage was a hurdle. It was a very big hurdle. During this process, Ling Xiao felt as if he had experienced everything from the 1st hellish stage to the 7th hellish stage. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to endure that kind of pain. However, to Ling Xiao, it was nothing. He had endured more painful torture than this in the past. If he could endure it in the past, he could also endure it now. In the pitch-black Tyrant universe, there was only the Broken Mountain River world. It was Ling Xiao who repaired the Broken Mountain River world bit by bit. The Heavenly Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent, the 3 continents appeared in the Mountain River world as if they were perfect replicas of the real world. Other than living beings, everything else was the same. At this moment, the Mountain River world began to show the appearance of the Black Tortoise continent. However, it was only a small dot in the huge Black Tortoise continent. After this dot was enlarged, it was the vast land under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals County. When all of this appeared, Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power. When Ling Xiao broke through, the power of the royal heaven earth continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, complementing the effects of the blood spirit pill. In addition, he recovered after breaking through. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. He broke through, he also recovered, he directly advanced from the late stage of the 7th level of hell to the early stage of the 8th level of hell. The combat power of the 8th level of hell was dozens of times higher than the 7th level of hell. At that moment, Ling Xiao was like a giant beast that could swallow the sky and destroy the sea, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. He suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes, piercing through the clouds and the sky. Wind and lightning surged. The sky changed color. Lin Ruoxian was astonished by his strength. However, Impa was terrified. Ling Xiao benefited from the disaster. Not only did he not die, but he also refined the Black Death demonic poison. Coupled with the large amount of potential in his body, he made a huge breakthrough in his cultivation. At the same time, Impa had also regained his peak strength. However, he did not dare to fight again. Before Ling Xiao broke through, he could not suppress Ling Xiao. Instead, he was beaten to the point that he had to give up his strongest body. Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, how could he still have a chance of winning? He turned and fled in fear. He did not want to stay here for a second longer. However, Ling Xiao only looked at him indifferently. His expression was cold, and his gaze was indifferent as if there was no killing intent. However, Enpa knew very well that he could not kill Ling Xiao just now. Now that Ling Xiao had recovered and broken through, he would definitely kill Enpa. What was dignity? What was dignity? He had escaped from Ling Xiao once, and he did not mind escaping again today. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao would not give him the chance. I spared your life on a whim, but I did not expect you to not be grateful and want to kill me instead. If not for my strong foundation, I would have been killed by you. Do you really think I will let this happen again? The wolf travels 1,000 miles, lightning wolf. Ling Xiao's body turned into a flash of lightning and appeared behind Enpa in an instant. No matter how fast Enpa was, he could not outrun the wolf. Damn it, why did I provoke him? Why? This guy's cultivation speed was so fast, and his improvement was godly. So many people wanted to kill him, but they couldn't. He's naturally a person with great fortune. Going against him is simply courting death. It's too late now. Enpa was annoyed. If he had not made an enemy out of Ling Xiao, he would have been the strongest person in the 8 Immortals County. In the future, he might be able to live a carefree life as an ancestor of the dark race. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The lightning behind him had already caused his body to feel waves of piercing pain. He knew that he was finished. He could only desperately shout, "Help!" A figure descended from the sky. This person's cultivation was even stronger than Enpa's. He had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of hell. He was dressed in black and wore a black scarf. Obviously, he did not want others to recognize his face. Young man, where it's possible to let people off, you should spare them. He didn't kill you, but helped you to break through. Why don't you spare his life? The black-clothed man was very arrogant. He spoke to Ling Xiao in an arrogant tone. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? At this moment, even if God was standing in front of Ling Xiao, he would not be able to stop him from killing Enpa. Although the black-clothed man was strong, he was nothing in Sumo's eyes. Young man, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Please let him go because I think highly of you. Don't force me to do it. The black-clothed man was obviously angry, but his arrogant tone was still there. However, at the moment he said those words, a cold light flashed across his eyes. He suddenly felt that his head was separated from his body. He felt cold at the bottom of his neck. He was horrified to see his body standing there shakily. I'm dead? The black-clothed man lost his life in a daze. Even at the moment of his death, he still did not understand how Ling Xiao did it. It's your turn, Enpa. Even if God is here, he won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao's sword cut off the black-clothed man's head and pierced Enpa's throat. The terrifying lightning pierced Enpa's spiritual sea. This time Enpa could no longer transfer his soul to another body. Monster. In his final struggle, Enpa yelled out these 2 words in horror. You're right. I'm a monster. I specialize in killing bastards like you, soul capture. The 4-leaf demonic eyes released a strange demonic light. From Enpa's spiritual sea, Ling Xiao obtained the information he wanted. Soul capture. Let your power become my power. At that moment, all of Enpa's cultivation was integrated into Ling Xiao's body. This guy was indeed a martial artist at the early stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation. Just soul capture alone was enough to increase Ling Xiao's cultivation by 40%. What a pity. That guy died too quickly. Soul capture could only be used on the living. It had no effect on the dead. The martial artist at the middle stage of the 8th level of hell in yin-yang transformation was already dead. He could not use this move at all. However, Ling Xiao was not greedy. He could not overdo it by relying on soul capture to increase his combat power. He had to increase it by 1 stage. Then, he would train and make this combat power belong to him. Otherwise, if too many external combat powers accumulated, it would be impossible to get rid of them. The unlucky one would be Ling Xiao himself. After dealing with Enpa, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had gained a lot from this battle. However, the process was extremely thrilling. Ling Xiao had almost walked through the gates of hell. But fortunately, he managed to pull through. This was the life of a martial artist. It was absolutely impossible for a martial artist to never encounter danger on the road of martial arts. Only after experiencing danger again and again, and then transforming, could one truly grow. Who sent that person just now? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death walked over and asked Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter who sent him. What matters is that he is already dead. Ling Xiao did not want to tell Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death the truth. He was worried that it would bring danger to the two girls. It would also bring him trouble. He found out from Impo's Spirit Sea that the mastermind of this assassination was Qin Kanglin of Jihun of Silla. As for the reason, he knew very well. However, he did not intend to expose it. He would pretend that he did not know anything for now. After all, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight against Jihun of Silla. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. For now, he would make use of Jihun of Silla's connections and power. This would make him safer in the Qin kingdom. Let's go. It's time to go back. Ling Xiao had some secrets in his heart. He brought Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death back to Eight Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to say goodbye to his friends and family before he left. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened today so that they won't be worried. On the way, Ling Xiao reminded Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, also, I plan to give the other two places to you. So, let's go to the Arcana Academy together. Continue to become stronger. I believe that you were very unhappy just now. You had the ability, but you didn't perform well because of your lack of experience. I don't want to comfort you because this is indeed your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been injured so badly, so, if you don't want me to be injured again, fight. Go to a wider world to fight. Enrich your experience and continue to strengthen your strength. Understood. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death felt much better after being reprimanded by Ling Xiao. They swore that they would never make such a mistake again. Today's incident was their biggest lesson. In a secret place in the Eight Immortals County, Enpa is dead. The people who were sent to protect him are also dead. That Ling Xiao is really surprising. He broke through again in such a short time. During this process, he didn't use the ability of the Netherworld Golden Crow, nor did he devour the demon fetus. Hong Man'er let Qin Kanglin lie on her lap. She was carefully tidying up the hair of the Jihun of Silla. She was casually talking about the news she had just received. Yeah, it's amazing. I was already shocked that he could kill Enpa. It's even more amazing that he could kill the people who were sent to protect Enpa. Qin Kanglin closed his eyes and said with a smile, it seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Why? Your Highness, are you tempted? Hong Man'er smiled. Yeah, as long as it's a treasure, how can I not be tempted? But don't do it now. Let's use him to help me get rid of 14th brother first. Anyway, he can't escape from me. Qin Kanglin's lips curled into a proud and confident smile, as if everything was under his control. Will he know that we sent Enpa over? Hong Man'er suddenly asked. How could he know? Enpa didn't say anything, and the person we sent was a death warrior who would never speak. This secret would forever be buried in the two corpses. Ling Xiao would never know about it. He will only think that I, Qin Kanglin, really treat him as a good friend. In fact, it's just a weapon of mine. It's better than an ordinary dog. Qin Kanglin sneered. Haha, Your Highness, you're so bad. Poor Ling Xiao. I reckon that he'll be kept in the dark even until his death. Hong Man'er smiled happily. The Ling Xiao they were talking about had already returned to the Eight Immortals Mountain. In the Moon Clan, he met his friends. Other than Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, there was also Lin Yang, Qingluan Flower, Orange Feiying, and the others. Although these people were not strong, they had never abandoned Ling Xiao. Even when Ling Xiao's life and death were uncertain, they had never betrayed him. Therefore, he would not treat them badly. He would give them what they deserved. As for who could hold on to it, it would depend on them. In the future, the 8 Immortals County, and even the Qin nation, would be managed by these friends. Jihyun of Silla has given me 5 days to settle the matters in the 8 Immortals County. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Before I leave, I'll give you these things. As he spoke, he took out the elixirs, dharma treasures, and martial arts manuals that he no longer needed. These things might not be worth mentioning to him, but to these people, they were priceless treasures. Each and every one of them was something that they could only dream of but could not get. Oh, you're indeed the boss. When you first joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, you were not as good as me. But now, you've grown to the point where you can defeat the leaders of the 3 major forces in the 8 Immortals County. Speaking of which, I'm really impressed. Lin Yang was a straightforward and blabbermouth fellow. However, Ling Xiao did not feel abrupt at all. Instead, he felt very happy. Friends should be like this. No matter when, they should be like this. Otherwise, they would not be friends. After I leave, don't slack off. Cultivate well and strive to reunite in the royal city. I'm going to Yuhua town. Ling Xiao stood up and left. The first place he went to when he arrived in Yuhua town was not the Ling family, but the Ling family cemetery. His father, Ling Tai, who had been reincarnated into this world, was buried there. In front of the grave, there were many foods that Ling Tianxiong loved to eat when he was alive. Ling Xiao held a wine jar in his hand and looked at the tombstone. Father, although you're only my father in this reincarnation, you're still my father. But to me, you're my closest relative in the Black Tortoise continent. Starting tomorrow, I'll be going to the Qin nation's royal city. I know that this is still far from the goal you gave me. The most powerful place in the Black Tortoise continent, the Immortal Palace, is the most powerful place in this continent. Don't worry, I'll definitely go. Not only will I make those people in the Immortal Palace pay the price for harming you, but I'll also save you. Let's drink up this jar of wine. After speaking, Ling Xiao poured a jar of wine in front of the grave and drank another jar. Before he left, he strengthened the array formation here. The stronger he was, the better he could control the formation. Therefore, strengthening it was necessary. After paying respects to his father, he returned to the Ling family. Although he had no feelings for this family, it was still the first force that supported him in the Black Tortoise continent. It was only right to go back and take a look. Now, everyone in the 8 Immortals County had to look up to him, not to mention the small Yuhua town. The people here had long heard of the legendary story of him fighting the 3 faction leaders alone and defeating them. The storyteller would tell this story in the tavern almost every day, but there were many people listening every day. It was as if they never got tired of hearing it. Originally, Yuhua town only had the statue of the sword and saber Shenhuang. Now, there was another statue that was bigger and more majestic than the statue of the sword and saber Shenhuang. He was called Ling Xiao Shenhuang. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry about the statue. Although the carving material was excellent and the carving was very high, he felt that the name was a little out of place. However, in any case, it was the filial piety of the people of Yuhua town, so he didn't say anything. After visiting the statue, he embarked on his journey. This time, after returning to the 8 Immortals County, he would follow Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglan to the Qin Kingdom's capital. He might not return for a long time. Goodbye, Yuhua town. The place where I reincarnated. He directly broke through the sky and left. Ling Xiao didn't like riding demonic beasts. The main reason was that he wanted to cultivate all the time. Flying for a long time and a long distance was very beneficial to his movement technique and inner strength. Others were worried about wasting inner strength, but he wasn't. The day before Ling Xiao left the 8 Immortals County, Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglan moved into the 8 Immortals County's guardian mansion. After Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals County, he found Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He then went to the guardian mansion to visit Jihyun of Silla and Qin Kanglan. A man and 2 women walked in the courtyard of the guardian mansion, attracting the envious gazes of the crowd. It was unknown if they were envious of Ling Xiao for having 2 beautiful women accompanying him, or if they were envious of Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death for being able to accompany the 8 Immortals County Lord. In short, the envious voices were incessant. As for the little devil girl, Ling Xiao had temporarily placed her in the mountain river world. The little devil girl was too strong and too eye-catching. She should be used as Ling Xiao's trump card. Moreover, the more secretive she was, the higher the success rate when carrying out secret missions. Anyway, the mountain river world was not small. It would be difficult for the little devil girl to walk around in the huge space. Halfway through, Chen Kanglin came out with Hong Men to welcome them. Chen Kanglin was indeed a formidable person. He knew how to win people over. If Ling Xiao had not found out about Chen Kanglin's true colors from Enpa, he would have been very grateful to this person. Ha ha ha, brother Ling Xiao, you are finally here. Chen Kanglin affectionately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and smiled. It was as if they were brothers meeting. Ji Hyun of Silla's eyes glanced at Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and revealed a shocked expression. After all, there were not many women who were so beautiful and talented. Especially Lin Ruoxian, whose beauty and temperament were not inferior to Hong Min's. However, Ji Hyun of Silla was Ji Hyun of Silla. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. What did the profound world lack? The only thing it did not lack was women. In this world of experts, powerful and beautiful women could be found everywhere. Although Lin Ruoxian had a beauty that could turn the world upside down, Moon Death's appearance could also be considered peerless. But how could a man who wanted to do great things be burdened by a woman? Chen Kanglin understood this because his elder brother, the Crown Prince, had been ruined by a woman. That Crown Prince actually went to sleep with his father's woman. Wasn't that courting death? In the end, he was crippled and banished to the cold palace forever. He deserved it. Brother Ling Xiao, you're so lucky. You have so many beauties in your arms, and they're all devastatingly beautiful. Chen Kanglin smiled at Ling Xiao. Ji Hyun of Silla, that's where you're wrong. You've never seen the real peerless beauty. That's the only woman that Ling Xiao truly loves. For people like me, I'm already satisfied to be his friend. On one hand, Lin Ruoxian wanted to clarify her relationship with Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Chen Kanglin not to try to win over Ling Xiao from the woman's side. Be careful not to go for wool and come home shorn. Ha ha ha, it seems that brother Ling Xiao's heart belongs to someone. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. Since we're already here, let's ride. Brother, come with me on the black tortoise carriage. Ji Hyun of Silla seemed to have realized that Ling Xiao did not like to talk about these things, so she immediately changed the topic. In the sky, a luxurious carriage was floating there. The one pulling the carriage was actually a black tortoise with the bloodline of the black tortoise. This black tortoise was extremely powerful when it was born. In the black tortoise continent, only the nobles were qualified to ride the black tortoise carriage. It was against the law for ordinary people to ride it. It would be very troublesome if they were discovered. Of course, if you were powerful, you would be an exception. The black tortoise carriage looked very big, enough for dozens of people to ride, so it was more than enough for the 5 of them. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Ling Xiao did not reject, nor did he have a reason to. He did not know the way to the capital of the Chen Kingdom, nor did he have a map. He could only follow His Highness Ji Hyun of Silla. In the black tortoise carriage, Chen Kanglin and Ling Xiao chatted for a while, then they went to rest. The black tortoise carriage was really big. It was so big that the distance from the front of the carriage to the back was at least a few hundred meters. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were resting at the back of the carriage. Chen Kanglin and Hong Men were at the front of the carriage. There were a few doors in between. Your Highness, if you like those 2 girls, just accept them. I don't think Ling Xiao will make an enemy out of you because of those 2 girls, right? Hong Men said with a smile. No, a little impatience will spoil great plans. Although I am a pervert, it would be foolish to spoil great plans because of lust. Chen Kanglin shook his head and said, let them follow Ling Xiao first. When Ling Xiao is no longer of any use, it won't be too late to snatch those 2 girls away. At the back of the carriage, Ling Xiao looked at the scenery outside the window with a calm gaze. Lin Ruoxian was a little worried. Ling Xiao, I'm afraid it's not good for you to go to the capital of the Chen Kingdom. The matter with the 13th prince is one of them. Although that guy is a good-for-nothing, he is still the son of the Chen Kingdom's king. If you offend him, you won't have an easy time. And that Xianxia, I always feel that he is too cunning and hard to get along with. I don't know what he is thinking. It's normal that it's not good. After all, the Qin Kingdom's king has gathered all the experts of the Qin Kingdom. Don't look at how powerful I am in the 8 Immortals County, but when I go there, I'm just a low-level warrior. Danger is inevitable. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, just like the moment I stepped into the 8 Immortals County, there were many experts stronger than me, but didn't I still make it here? To me, the more experts there are, the more battles there will be, and the faster my strength will increase. To put it bluntly, the Qin Kingdom's king is just a stepping stone for me. If I don't even dare to go there, then how can I roam the Black Tortoise continent? Lin Ruoxian thought about it and agreed. Ling Xiao had many secrets, so many that she couldn't count them all. Perhaps it was just as Ling Xiao said, that she was worrying too much. Yu Shang, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was the embodiment of a perfect warrior, an invincible existence. How could he be defeated? Ling Xiao was, of course, not as strong as Moon Death imagined. But he was also not as weak as Lin Ruoxian feared. He was a powerful beast god warrior. He also had a top-notch lightning battle body, he also had first-level and second-level immortal-grade martial techniques. Even the young people in the royal city might not be able to compare with him. Not to mention his powerful tyrannical martial soul, mysterious external incarnation, the butterfly lady spirit, and Yuan Venerate. These were all his trump cards. Any one of them would be very shocking. Even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I will still give it a try. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. Ling Xiao grabbed Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death and jumped out of the Black Tortoise carriage. The moment he jumped out of the Black Tortoise carriage, a huge hand appeared in the sky and turned into a huge claw, smashing the Black Tortoise carriage into dust. Ling Xiao saw that Ji-Hyun of Silla, Xianxia, and Hong Minor had also escaped in advance. Ling Xiao, you guys go to the Imperial City first. These people are coming for me. Xianxia's expression did not change in the face of such a powerful attack. Even Hong Minor, who was beside him, had a calm smile on her face. It was as if they did not care about these people at all. Hearing his words, before Ling Xiao could say anything, a fiery red figure suddenly stepped out of the clouds and revealed a ferocious smile. Ha ha ha, Xianxia, you and the people around you will not leave today, especially that Ling Xiao. If you kill him, your trip to the 8 Immortal City will be in vain. The person who spoke did not reveal his true face, so it was difficult to determine which group he was from. After all, Xianxia wanted to fight for the throne and would offend many people. It was most likely the 14th prince. The dragon cult might also be involved. It was also possible that the 13th prince's people were here to save him. This was because the moment the black turtle carriage was destroyed, the 13th prince had already been snatched away by the huge hand. However, one thing was for sure. The opponent was very powerful and wanted to kill them all. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, follow me. We will kill our way out. These people's main target is Xianxia. In their eyes, we are just clowns. Ling Xiao lowered his voice. The moment the opponent attacked, he suddenly dashed in a direction. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death followed behind him. The two of them had already taken out their Dharma treasures and were ready to use them at any time. Just as Ling Xiao expected, there were a total of 5 people. 4 of them pounced on Xianxia and Hong Minor. Only one of them pounced on Ling Xiao and the other 2. Petrification Ray. Moonlight Control. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death used their Dharma treasures at the same time, causing the person to be in a trance for a moment. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to pull out the 8 Immortal sword and stabbed out. It was the same move that destroyed in Poe's body, the Ghost War Emperor. Now that his cultivation was much stronger than before, it was reasonable to say that the power of this move should be even more terrifying. However, at the moment when he stabbed the other party, he only managed to scratch the other party's skin. This made Ling Xiao turn pale with fright. He immediately released the Night Demon Flower. Only the Night Demon Flower could instill fear in his opponents. The Night Demon Flower exploded in the sky. Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death were nowhere to be seen. Of course, that powerhouse didn't die. He immediately chose to dodge when he sensed danger. However, he still lost an arm because of this. They also lost sight of Ling Xiao and the others. Damn it! How dare you make an enemy of the dragon cult? You must die. He actually endured the intense pain and chased after the place where Ling Xiao and the others had fallen. At this time, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death had already landed on the ground. For a Yin-Yang realm martial artist, especially a Yin-Yang realm first transformation martial artist, flying through the void was not a rare thing. Therefore, even if they fell from a high altitude, there wouldn't be any problems. Big brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Moon Death asked. Ambush, kill. Ling Xiao sneered. That person's arm was destroyed by me. He'll definitely be angry and chase after us. Let's set up an ambush here and beat him up. That's a dragon cult expert. He's at least a Yin-Yang realm first transformation level 9 of hell. Can the three of us fight him? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Have you forgotten about the little demoness? Ling Xiao smiled strangely. Since the opponent was a target that he couldn't defeat no matter what, it was simple. Naturally, his avatar could play a crucial role in this. Who would know if he secretly killed that guy? Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death also looked enlightened. Then, the three of them hid in the dark. Ling Xiao released the little demoness. He also threw out a formation refining stone. He couldn't let that guy escape. Therefore, the formation released by the formation refining stone was the plague bone formation that Ling Xiao was most proficient in. The plague bone formation came from the plague demon king's formation. Ling Xiao improved it. Not only could it weaken the opponent due to the plague poison, but it could also absorb the opponent's inner strength. It could also form a large plague barrier to prevent the enemy from escaping. The dragon cult member didn't know that there was danger. He didn't expect that 3 mere ants would dare to ambush him here. When he fell from the sky, he didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance. He lifted his leg and rushed toward the trap that Ling Xiao deliberately set up. That was because he left his aura in that direction. However, the moment the dragon cult expert lifted his leg, the plague bone formation was activated. The formless plague poison gas instantly entered the dragon cult expert's body. That guy reacted quickly and noticed that something was wrong. He wanted to escape, but the green plague barrier had already formed around him. His inner strength was constantly being drained, which made him extremely surprised and terrified. Who is it? Who is this expert? Why is he making an enemy of my dragon cult? Until now, the dragon cult expert still didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. He released his martial soul. It was a devil dragon that was several times stronger than Lin Quan's devil dragon. It began to devour the plague poison gas. Little demoness, go. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give the dragon cult expert a chance to escape. He immediately ordered the little demoness to attack. The little demoness' strength was not weaker than the dragon cult expert. In addition, she had the terrifying light of the netherworld and the plague bone formation. This made the dragon cult expert fall to the ground in an instant. It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao immediately used Soul Snatch and Soul Snatch while the other party still had a bit of breath left. The information obtained by Soul Catcher was very simple. This person was a disciple of the dragon cult, and he was just an ordinary disciple. The dragon cult was divided into 4 grades: core disciple, elite disciple, ordinary disciple, and servant disciple. This guy was just an ordinary disciple. This time, he was ordered to kidnap the 13th prince. In fact, killing Chen Kanglin was secondary. The benefits of Soul Catcher were many. Ling Zhao's cultivation instantly increased by 7 energy points. He instantly reached the early stage of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm with 100% energy. As long as he experienced an evenly matched battle, he would be able to break through. This guy is just an ordinary disciple of the demonic dragon cult, but he has a lot of good things in his storage ring. He even has a top-tier jade grade martial skill. It's really infuriating to compare with others. Ling Xiao rummaged through the dragon cult expert's storage ring. In addition to a large number of spiritual stones and elixirs, there were also top-tier jade grade martial skills. Thinking back to the 8 Immortal City, low-grade top-tier jade-grade martial skills were enough to incite endless killing between martial artists. This really made people sigh with emotion. It seems like we made the right choice to go to the royal capital. Whether it's the resources or the environment, it's much better than the 8 Immortal City. Lin Ruoxian said. I don't need these pills. You can split them among yourselves. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Rather than saying that he didn't need them, it was more accurate to say that he didn't care about them at all. The pills that he refined himself were much better than these lousy ones. However, to him, they were lousy. To Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death, they were treasures. However, the two girls knew that Ling Xiao knew how to refine pills, so they didn't decline and accepted them directly. Let's go. We don't need to meet up with Qin Kanglin. We'll go directly to the Qin Kingdom's capital. After the previous incident, Ling Xiao realized that following Qin Kanglin was not only not safe, but also very dangerous. They might be intercepted and killed again. It was better to go to the Qin Kingdom's capital alone. It was more secretive and less likely to be attacked. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death had no reason to object. Therefore, the three of them kept a low profile and didn't fly. Instead, they hurried through the forest. They had obtained a map from Qin Kanglin, so they wouldn't get lost. The three of them hurried on. When night fell, Ling Xiao ordered them to set up camp by the roadside. It was very dangerous to travel at night. Even a warrior's vision would be greatly affected. Moreover, the journey to the Qin Kingdom's capital was very dangerous. They had to pass through the terrifying western mountain range. There were some places in the mountain range that even a Yin-Yang realm warrior at the 18th level of hell didn't dare to enter easily. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to take the risk. The three of them sat in a tent by the roadside and cultivated. Around dawn, a jade thumb ring in Ling Xiao's storage ring suddenly shook violently. This jade thumb ring was given to him by Ling Yan. He said that it was proof of their brotherhood. Ling Xiao had always thought so too. However, the jade thumb ring suddenly shook violently tonight. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that things might not be so simple. He didn't disturb Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death. He left a letter in the tent and then released the jade thumb ring. The jade thumb ring pierced through the air, heading in a certain direction at high speed. Ling Xiao believed that Ling Yan would not harm him, so he also believed that this jade ring would not lead him into a ditch. Therefore, he also chased after them. After about half an hour, he found a cave behind a waterfall. The cave was very hidden, and there were obvious signs of man-made construction. After entering the cave, the jade ring continued to move forward and brought Ling Xiao to a stone house. Inside the stone house, there was a corpse that had already withered to the point that only bones remained. There was also a jade thumb ring on the finger of the corpse, which was almost identical to the one in Ling Xiao's hand. The word Ling was also engraved on it, but the color was different. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was carved from suet white jade. However, this jade thumb ring was made of the finest golden jadeite. The moment the two jade thumb rings came into contact with each other, the environment in the stone house underwent a huge change. Originally, there was nothing but spider webs, dust, and a corpse. Now, there was a large number of neatly stacked spirit stones, various magic treasures, pills, and martial arts manuals. Yan you're finally back. The moment those treasures appeared, an illusory figure also appeared at the same time. However, this should be a recorded image, so it didn't recognize Ling Xiao. Instead, it was narrating something. When the two jade thumb rings come together, it means that you have successfully cultivated and returned to the Qin Kingdom's capital. Our Ling family's blood feud cannot be forgotten, however, you must not be reckless. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even if I become a ghost in the underworld. The things here are enough for you to have the same starting point as those royal nobles. With your talent, you will soon surpass them. When the time is ripe, I only have one request. Punish the people who framed the Ling family back then and avenge the Ling family. At this point, the speech ended. Ling Xiao looked at this scene and suddenly understood. This should be the Ling family patriarch who was wrongfully killed by the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Of the Ling family, only Ling Yan was left to drag out an ignoble existence. Before the Ling family patriarch died, he left this stone house for his son, Ling Yan, to inherit. This way, Ling Yan wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao put away the 2 jade thumb rings and everything else in a storage ring. This was his good brother's stuff. No matter how jealous he was, he couldn't touch it. Of course, if Ling Yan gave it to him, he wouldn't be polite. After all, spirit stones contained pure heaven and earth spirit qi. Martial artists could absorb spirit tools from spirit stones to increase their cultivation speed and efficiency. Low-grade spirit stones were the main currency in the mystic world. For this kind of thing, no matter how much you had, it would never be too much. After putting away the things, Ling Xiao didn't go back the way he came. Instead, his curiosity drove him to continue forward. This was because he discovered that there was a passage in the other direction of the stone house. Perhaps it was the Ling family's escape route. He really hoped that the Ling family wasn't completely dead. If that was the case, Ling Yan still had relatives. Who is it? After walking forward for about an hour, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Ling Zhao's mood became extremely nervous, but he was also a little excited. He gritted his teeth and sped up to chase after it. Perhaps there really was someone from the Ling family who survived. After chasing for more than 3 hours, he finally finished the long tunnel. His eyes suddenly opened up, as if he had arrived at another world. The bright moonlight covered the earth. The jungle was quiet and cold. Everything was so quiet, so beautiful, and so refreshing. Under the moonlight, a beautiful figure stood on the treetops. She clearly existed, but it was like a dream, so unreal. Looking at that peerless beauty, Ling Zhao's heart completely collapsed in an instant. As a man, his tears gushed out like a flood. Not because of beauty, but because of that face. Wasn't that the love of his life that he thought about day and night? Wasn't that his sister, the Moon Lady? The beautiful figure was wearing a layer of soft white gauze. Under the cold moonlight, she seemed to merge perfectly with the moon. However, it gave off a pitiful and lonely feeling. One couldn't help but want to hug her delicate body and take care of her. But one wouldn't have a blasphemous heart. Is she the Moon Lady? Isn't she? Ling Xiao felt that his brain was a little muddled. He couldn't wrap his head around it. According to the clues that he had obtained, the Moon Lady should be in the Eternal Palace. However, the woman in front of him had the appearance and aura of a Moon Lady. Ling Xiao believed that he wasn't mistaken. It was just that the Moon Lady now looked much younger. She originally looked like she was in her 20s, but now she looked like she was only 16 or 17 years old. She was less mature, but more sweet. Who are you? Why are you here in the middle of the night? The peerlessly beautiful woman opened her mouth to speak. The woman's voice was like the sound of nature. It was fascinating. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt sad and helpless. Yes, the woman he loved had no choice but to reincarnate because of him. Reincarnation was different from entering the mortal world. One would temporarily lose the memories of their previous life. Only after 10 lives of reincarnation would one's memories be completely restored. However, while feeling sad and helpless, Ling Xiao was also filled with happiness. It didn't matter if the Moon Lady still recognized him. As long as he recognized the woman he loved, that was enough. He believed that this was the Moon Lady because the feeling of being together day and night couldn't be fake. She was the love of his life. However, he obviously couldn't appear too intimate at this moment. Otherwise, he would really scare this girl. I'm Ling Xiao. I was chasing a white figure and accidentally entered this place. Please forgive me if I disturbed you. Ling Xiao tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and said as calmly as possible, "May I know where this place is? Why are you here alone?" He had countless questions in his heart. The person in front of him was definitely the Moon Lady. However, why was the Moon Lady here? Why was she alone in the wilderness in the middle of the night? One had to know that this place was filled with monsters. Even powerful cultivators wouldn't dare to wander around at night. Moreover, she was a woman. Could it be that the Moon Lady's cultivation had recovered? Ling Xiao? Why is this name so familiar? Confusion flashed across the Moon Lady's eyes. This name was so familiar and intimate. She couldn't understand it. Because she didn't know the man in front of her at all. Sighing softly, the Moon Lady said calmly, "This isn't my home. You don't have to apologize. However, this place is very dangerous. Go back to where you came from. Ling Xiao wanted to leave, but since he had already met the Moon Lady, how could he leave so easily? He cultivated so hard not only to avenge his father, but also to reach the Immortal Palace and find the Moon Lady. Aren't you leaving? The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Perhaps it was this name that made her feel a little closer to this young man. However, her innate coldness still made her feel a little distant. Ling Xiao was about to answer. The Moon Maiden said again, "You don't want to leave, but I want to leave. I don't know how to get out of here. Can you help me?" Of course. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. This was the woman he loved. How could he not help her? I was originally the most outstanding disciple of the Eternal Life Palace, but after eating a meal and waking up, I found myself here. For nearly a year, I've been cultivating and growing in this desolate mountain range, all for the sake of returning to the Eternal Palace one day. The white shadow you saw just now was me. I was very surprised. That tunnel was clearly blocked by a formation. How did you get here? The Moon Maiden inadvertently mentioned her own experience. He must have been framed. If he hadn't been framed, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to see his beloved woman so quickly. Of course I know the way out. If you trust me, then come with me. Ling Xiao turned around and walked into the deep tunnel. The formation that was considered brilliant by others was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Before leaving, I have something to do. Wait for me. The Moon Maiden glanced at the dense forest in the distance. I was once indebted to someone. Now that I'm leaving, I have to say goodbye. I'll go with you. Ling Xiao said. The Moon Maiden frowned. She seemed to think that Ling Xiao was a little too enthusiastic. However, her brows immediately relaxed. Let's go. Perhaps in the Moon Maiden's heart, because of the name Ling Xiao, she already had some trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and followed her into the dense forest. How could he let the Moon Maiden take the risk alone? Even if this trip was very dangerous, he had to protect the Moon Maiden. This was his lifelong promise. In the quiet valley, the wild beasts were already asleep. Only a few insects in the middle of the night were making loud chirping sounds. In the darkness, hundreds of figures were moving in the dense forest. It was the wee hours of the morning. Although it was already 3 or 4 in the morning, the sky was still dark. Even martial artists would not come out at this time. However, these people were moving in the same direction. It was a hidden valley. In the valley, there were a few straw huts. The weeds in front of the huts were very clean. Clearly, someone had lived here before. Boss, we've searched for so many years and finally found the place where the surviving members of the Ling family lived. Shouldn't we inform the royal family? I heard that there are experts in the Ling family. A man who looked like a strategist said. To the leader beside him. What's there to be afraid of? I've already investigated. The experts of the Ling family were almost completely wiped out in that encirclement. Those who survived were the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children. Don't forget that the royal family has a huge bounty on them. So many years have passed and it hasn't changed. If we inform the royal family, we won't be able to get the bounty. The person who was called the boss had a ferocious expression. He was muscular and had a powerful aura. He was the famous Black Wind Stockade Master. He was lucky. One of his subordinates accidentally fell into the valley a few days ago and was saved by the Ling family members. When the other party was not paying attention, he sent the news to the stockade and attracted close to 100 people. They had already figured out the situation inside. Although there were martial artists, they were not very powerful. He was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of hell. He alone could wipe out the surviving members of the Ling family. Every head could be exchanged for true glory and wealth. Who would be willing to live the life of a bandit in the deep mountains? Boss, you're so wise. The Ling family members are all cowards. They stayed in the deep mountains for so many years and did not dare to take revenge. Killing these guys will be as easy as chopping vegetables. The strategist smiled flatteringly. Of course. However, I heard that they saved a woman recently. She's as beautiful as a fairy and is not weak. be careful later. If you encounter this woman, capture her alive and make her my wife." The Black Wind Stockade Master laughed. "Boss, you're so wise. That woman seems to be called Yu Fenghua. She looks like a fairy from a painting." "Boss, you're so lucky." "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. That woman is probably a disciple of a large sect. She fell into a difficult situation here. Let's have a taste and see what this noble woman tastes like." The Black Wind Stockade Master laughed crazily. However, he did not know that two figures in the dark had already sneaked into their group. His words were clearly heard by the two of them. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch. You can't even speak vulgarities. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The sudden voice made the Black Wind Stockade's chief tremble in fear. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, he was ready to defend himself. He turned his head and saw two figures under the moonlight. A man and a woman. However, he quickly ignored the man. His gaze was fixed on the beautiful figure in white. The woman was just standing there casually, but she looked so beautiful. The beautiful scenery in the valley and even the moon in the sky paled in comparison to her. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Every frown and smile of hers was enough to captivate all living beings. The Black Wind Stockade's chief had never expected to see such a beautiful woman. For a moment, he forgot that he was still in danger. His breathing became rapid. His eyes seemed to be attracted by something. He could not take his eyes off the beautiful figure. Ling Xiao stood beside the Moon Lady and looked coldly at the Black Wind Stockade's chief. In his eyes, this person's words were the greatest blasphemy to the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady's name in this life was Yu Fenghua. She was the woman that the Black Wind Stockade's chief was talking about. According to Ling Xiao's temper, he would kill such a person without mercy. "Have you seen enough?" Ling Xiao's murderous intent spread from the bottom of his heart. His voice became extremely cold. Yu Fenghua was a little surprised. She found it strange that this was the first time they had met. However, there was a special sense of intimacy between them. More importantly, he cared about her so much. That kind of care was definitely not a simple act of protecting her. It was a love and tenderness that came from the bottom of his heart. "Does he know me? What does that have to do with me?" Yu Fenghua had more questions in her mind. "Kid, it's none of your business that I'm looking at a woman. Although I don't know how you got into my team, I can spare your life since you sent such a beautiful woman over." Scram. The Black Wind Stockade's chief was in a good mood. Even his usual murderous personality had changed. He was actually going to let Ling Xiao go. "Boss, this is Yu Fenghua. She's even prettier and more elegant than the person in the portrait. She's simply perfect for the valiant boss. Only a beauty like her is worthy of you." The bandits beside him did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. They were actually trying their best to suck up to the Black Wind Stockade's chief. "Ha ha ha, well said. Brat, why aren't you scramming? Could it be that you want to see your father make love to this woman?" The expression of the leader of the Black Wind stronghold turned dark. He had finally decided to be merciful and let the kid go, but he did not expect the kid to refuse to leave. "Perhaps you don't know, but the words you just said are enough for me to cut off your tongue." Ling Xiao's voice grew colder and colder. Yu Fenghua glanced at him and retracted her aura. She was about to attack, but now she decided to wait and see. "Ioyo, I'm so scared. Even if this beauty is your wife, you have to get out of my way today. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." The Black Wind Stockade's chief was filled with disdain and arrogance. His killing intent was gradually released. If Ling Xiao did not listen, he would immediately take action and crush the kid's head. "She's not my wife, but if you want to hurt her, I won't let you off easily. Now, before I change my mind, all of you scram. Otherwise, if I see you in the next moment, I'll kill you without mercy. My temper is not that good." The mystic world was a world of martial arts. In this world, martial strength was the greatest law. It was above the law. It was above the morals. Powerful strength could turn a great villain into a hero revered by everyone. It could also make a true hero become a villain that people despised. Calling a deer a horse was a common thing in this world. So if one hoped that the villains would be punished by the heavens, they had to give up early because they would be disappointed. If one wanted the villains to die, the only way was to become stronger. Ling Xiao was walking on this path now. All these years, the Black Wind Stockade had committed all kinds of crimes. None of the nearby villages had not been harmed by them. The merchants passing by were also in awe of them and did not dare to offend them. They would give them large amounts of spirit stones as payment for passage. But even so, as long as the Black Wind Stockade's chief was unhappy, he would still destroy the entire caravan. Logic did not work in this world. Ling Xiao understood, so he did not expect to be able to persuade the chief to leave. Only strength could make the other party fear him. Kid, you're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk about protecting this beauty? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh their heads off? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He suddenly waved the large saber in his hand and charged at Ling Xiao. Saber Chi swept out with a majestic aura. One revolution in Yang realm level 8 of hell might not be much in King Chen's eyes, but in this deep forest, it was definitely powerful. He had enough confidence that he would be able to destroy this ignorant brat. Peak Yin Yang realm level 8 of hell. How dare you try to kill me? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the long saber coming at him. It was as if he was looking at a hemp stick that could break at any time. He gently raised his hand and pointed with a finger. Terrifying sword chi burst out from between them. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent was released from the sword chi. The Black Wind Stockade's chief's face turned from black to pale instantly. It's an insult to martial arts for a person like you to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao didn't even pull out the Ling Xiao sword. He just casually pointed his finger. In the next moment, the Black Wind Stockade's chief knelt more than 10 meters in front of him. There was a red dot between his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. Plop! His corpse finally fell to the ground. There was no longer any life in him. At that moment, everyone in the Black Wind Stockade felt the threat of death. Their expressions changed drastically, and they all kept quiet out of fear. This young man was too powerful, one move. No, it could not even be called one move, he had killed the stockade master, whom they thought to be incomparably powerful. It seemed like it was an understatement. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. Resist? No, they did not even have the courage to resist. That terrifying killing intent made them feel as if a saber was placed on their necks. If they moved slightly, they would be beheaded. You said that you wanted to eliminate the remaining members of the Ling family. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked coldly. He did not retract his terrifying killing intent. Only then would these people answer his question honestly. Young hero, you must be from outside. The Wang Dueling family plotted a rebellion and was exterminated by the royal family. However, there were still some who escaped in the process. Therefore, the royal family offered a huge reward. One head of the Ling family is worth 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. It also comes with a good top-grade jade martial technique. Young hero, if you want the reward, we dare not compete with you. We will leave obediently. A bunch of beasts. The killing intent in Ling Zhao's heart could no longer be contained. These people didn't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. For the so-called reward, they were willing to become inhumane things. What was the point of keeping such trash alive? A burst of furious sword chi suddenly exploded in the void. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear everyone's body in an instant. More than 10 people of the Black Wind Stockade were beheaded on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. He had originally planned to let the others go after killing the chief of the Black Wind Stockade and eradicating the chief evil. However, after hearing the dog-headed advisor's words, these people wanted to kill the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Then they would exchange them for their own glory and wealth. What was the point of keeping such things alive? Seeing this scene, the rest of the people all knelt on the ground and trembled in fear. They were terrified by Ling Zhao's terrifying sword chi. The rest of you, destroy your own cultivation and get out of here. Ling Xiao didn't kill all of them. He only killed a dozen of the leaders. The rest of them could be spared from death, but they couldn't be spared from punishment. Destroy their cultivation. The remaining dozens of people looked a little frightened. They relied on their martial arts to abuse their power. If their cultivation was destroyed, wouldn't they become ordinary people? How could they continue to make a living as bandits? I'll only give you 3 breaths of time. After that, you'll be killed without mercy. Every word of Ling Xiao was filled with biting cold-killing intent. It was like a bone-piercing cold wind that made everyone tremble in fear. However, there were still some who were not afraid of death. Everyone, let's fight it out with him. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of him? We'd rather die than destroy our cultivation. In the crowd, a person stood up and shouted loudly. Ling Xiao looked coldly at him shouting there, but did nothing. He wanted to see who else was going to court death. That person thought that he could incite the crowd, but he found that no one responded to him. It seems that your fanning the flames is meaningless. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao did not give this guy a chance to beg for mercy. He punched out across the air, and the horrifying power of lightning directly turned that guy into jerky. This was the so-called killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The others didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They all crippled their cultivation and left the valley. Let's go, Miss Fanghua. Ling Xiao said to Yu Fanghua as he looked calmly at the fleeing bandits. He really wanted to call her Big Sister Moon Maiden again, but he knew that now wasn't the time. Therefore, he decided to endure it. Why do you care so much about me? Is it because of my appearance? Yu Fanghua suddenly asked. If I told you that you look exactly like the woman I once loved, would you believe me? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying what he wanted to say. He felt very uncomfortable holding these words in his heart. Yu Fanghua paused for a moment, then said, if it was someone else who said that, he would already be dead. But you. I believe you, and I will allow you to call me Fanghua in the future, but what's the name of your true love? Moon Maiden. When Ling Xiao said these 2 words, his eyes were filled with tenderness and love. What a familiar name. Yu Fanghua frowned. This was the second name that she found extremely familiar. She sighed softly and said, I envy her very much. I can see that your love for her is sincere. Hearing Yu Fenghua's words, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and almost said, you are my true love a few times. But in the end, he held back. It was because he loved her. So he was afraid of scaring her away. The valley is on fire. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. A thatched hut was on fire, and he could even hear the sound of crying. It seems that there is more than one force that has found the descendants of the Wang Duling family. Ling Xiao suddenly became anxious. These people were the relatives of his good brother, Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan was not here, he still planned to save these people. He suddenly sped up a lot. Yu Fanghua also sped up. It could be seen that Yu Fanghua had been saved by these people before. So she also did not want to see the people of this village get caught. Ling Family Village. In the village square, the old, the weak, the women, and the children were all chained up with heavy shackles. The Qin Kingdom's royal family had issued a generous reward, 100 million low-grade spiritual stones for each head, plus a good top-tier jade-grade martial art technique. But if the person was captured alive, the spiritual stones reward would be doubled, and the martial art technique would be upgraded to a top-tier jade-grade martial art technique. So if they could capture the person alive, they would definitely choose to do so. Judging from their attire, they were definitely not the bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. They were actually wearing the formal uniforms of the Arcana Academy's disciples. But their status should be relatively low, because their cultivation levels did not seem to be very high. Even so, the weakest among them was at the early stage of the 7th level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. In the 8 Immortals County, this kind of cultivation level was definitely a top master. The difference in strength between the Imperial City and the 8 Immortals County was too big. Furthermore, the Mystic Realm Academy didn't even bother to hide their actions. They openly wore their own disciples' attire and came to arrest people. It seemed like the royal family of the capital's Ling family was deeply afraid of them. Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of the Arcana Academy before he joined it. It seemed that they were just the dogs of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. Fortunately, he only went there to cultivate. Otherwise, he would be disgusted to see these people every day. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the Ling village to be in such a secretive place. If not for our people in the Black Wind Stockade, it would have been difficult to find them. In the crowd, a well-dressed young man laughed loudly. He was not old. He looked less than 20 years old, but his cultivation level was at the early stage of the 8th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. His arrogant laughter showed his cruelty and indifference. Under his feet lay a corpse that was not completely cold. It was a little girl less than 7 years old. He had actually stomped her to death. The reason was that this little girl was not a member of the Ling family. She was an orphan taken in from outside and could not be exchanged for the bounty. He was not the only one. The other warriors of the Arcana Academy were doing the same thing. Most of these people were relatively young. Basically, they were between 17 and 26 years old. Only a few of them were slightly older, and their strength was relatively stronger. Logically speaking, they were well-dressed and should not be short of money. But they still did not care about the lives of others for the bounty. After all, these people were the people that the Wang Duling family had risked their lives to protect back then. The Wang Duling family, which was Ling Yan's family, had risked their lives to defend the Qin kingdom against the Volcano kingdom. If not for them, the Qin kingdom's defense line would have fallen and these people would have died. Unfortunately, even the Ling family did not know that they had saved a bunch of dogs who were worse than beasts. Two silhouettes suddenly appeared in the village. One of them was a handsome young man with a gloomy face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The other person was as beautiful as a fairy. His face was as cold as frost, and his eyes were cold. Both of them were filled with anger and strong killing intent. Feng Hua, don't move. Leave it to me to get your hands dirty. Ling Xiao knew that Yu Fenghua was going to make a move, but he didn't think it was necessary. He let the little devil girl out. Today, he was going to kill. Yu Fenghua was stunned for a moment. She immediately said, I don't want to see anyone get hurt. If you can't do it, I'll do it. She was indebted to the people of the Ling village. Naturally, she couldn't just watch them get hurt. Of course. After saying that, Ling Zhao's figure flashed. Like a giant wolf, he pounced on the Arcana Academy disciple closest to him. In order to be safer in the capital, he put on a ferocious mask. The mask was like a demon. Anyone who saw it would tremble. It had an evil aura. Yu Fenghua also put on a black veil and a bamboo hat to seal her beautiful face. She seemed to know that her peerless Fenghua would cause a lot of trouble. In the village, the Arcana Academy disciple who was laughing crazily suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Ling Xiao didn't hide his aura at all. The little devil girl was looking for a target in the sky, ready to make a move at any time. While he pounced on the enemy on the ground. Kid, who are you? How dare you steal business from the Arcana Academy? The Arcana Academy disciple saw Ling Xiao who turned into a wolf. However, they seemed to have misunderstood. They believed that no madman would come to save the village that offended the Qin kingdom's royal family. In their opinion, Ling Xiao was just an idiot who stole business from them. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. A white jade flying dragon sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was released, and a white dragon broke through the sky. In an instant, the Arcana Academy disciple, who was at the early phase of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, was killed on the spot. The corpse fell beside the little girl he had killed. Kid, don't go too far. How dare you kill someone from the Arcana Academy? Do you want to die? Ling Zhao's actions had obviously angered the people of Arcana Academy. One of them was already thrusting his sword over. His speed was extremely fast, and the tip of his sword was also extremely sharp. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. He was a true expert in using the sword. You don't deserve to use a sword. Ling Zhao's cold voice rang out. Beneath his ferocious mask, his eyes were cold and merciless. He thrust out his sword. The whistling sword light pierced through the man's throat. Arcana Academy? So what? Even if you are from the Qin kingdom's royal family, I will still kill you. Ling Zhao's voice was filled with desolation, grief, and indignation. Although these people didn't kill his family members, neither did they deal with his family members. He couldn't tolerate this kind of behavior. Moreover, the people of the Ling family village were the family of his good friend and the saviors of his woman. If he couldn't even save these people, then what was the point of him cultivating martial arts? Anger stimulated the infinite power in his body. The cultivation that was about to break through finally opened the door for him. The cultivation of the 8th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. At this level, no one below the 8th level of hell could be his match. He could even fight a warrior at the early stage of the 9th level of hell in Yin Yang realm. If he performed well, he could even defeat him. As Ling Xiao spoke, he stepped forward like a wolf. Another life was buried under the cold sword light. The sword rose, people died, he didn't waste any more words. These people in front of him all deserved to die. He would kill all of them. No one would be wronged. This guy is crazy. Does he want to kill everyone from the Arcana Academy? Who is he? How dare he make an enemy of the Arcana Academy? The disciples of the Arcana Academy finally panicked. They were only the lowest level disciples of the Arcana Academy. Although their cultivation was high, they didn't have much combat experience. It was fun to kill the weak and weak. However, they didn't know how to do anything when facing a truly terrifying opponent. The answer to these people was a sword light. Following that, another person was killed. Who are you? Do you really want to make an enemy of the Arcana Academy? 3 disciples of the Arcana Academy blocked Ling Xiao at the same time. However, the answer to them was still a sword light. Without any explanation, the 3 people were beheaded at the same time. Ling Xiao's sword didn't stop. He was still killing. The disciples of the Arcana Academy gradually felt that something was wrong. They stopped what they were doing and gathered around Ling Xiao. They were ready to surround and kill Ling Xiao. Everyone, let's work together to kill this monster. I want to see who he is and how dare he be so arrogant. Ling Xiao's face was still indifferent. At this moment, the little devil still didn't make a move. Because it was unnecessary. Ling Xiao, who had just broken through, was like a beast that had just stepped into a flock of sheep. His sword was like the scythe of the god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of these beasts. None of the beasts that were hit by his sword light were seriously injured. Because they were all dead. Kill. The disciples of the Arcana Academy finally attacked together. They knew that their opponent was very strong. If they continued to watch, they would only be defeated one by one. Therefore, they had no choice but to join forces. However, what greeted them was an even more powerful attack. The 7th profound meaning of light, light sword realm, the 7th profound meaning of darkness, dark sword realm. Even if he was furious, Ling Xiao calmly chose to use his previous moves to deal with these beasts. This was because once he used the martial arts cultivated in the Black Tortoise continent, he would be recognized very quickly when he arrived in the Imperial City. Moreover, the power of the light and shadow profound meaning was definitely not weaker than his current strongest move. The 2 sword realms were activated. The black sword light and the white sword light intertwined and blasted into the crowd like a storm. However, these sword lights seemed to have eyes and just happened to avoid the people of the Ling family village. They only attacked the warriors of the Arcana Academy. In just a moment, a group of warriors of the Arcana Academy who were rushing towards Ling Xiao were all frozen in place. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and fear. Their throats, heads, and hearts were almost all pierced. Everyone could feel that death was approaching them faster and faster. Devil! We don't want these people. We'll give them all to you. Please, spare us. So what if they were disciples of the Arcana Academy? Just a moment ago, they were high and mighty. Now, in order to survive, they had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. This was the reality. The reality brought about by great strength. Who? Who is so bold to attack the disciples of the Arcana Academy? A few people suddenly came out from a thatched house. Ling Xiao looked at the man whose clothes were disheveled. He looked handsome and elegant, and his clothes were bright. However, such a handsome man actually did such a beastly thing. Ling Xiao felt even more disgusted by him. Bastard, what are you doing? The beast was filled with anger and killing intent as it shouted at Ling Xiao. Gu Mingyu, quick, come and save us. This person is crazy. There were still a few people alive under the sword domain. they shouted at the beast for help. Gu Mingyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. Since I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. Kid, listen carefully. I'm Gu Mingyu, a disciple of the Arcana Academy. I'm at the peak of the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. My father is Marquis Gu Tianba. He was the one who exposed the traitor Ling's rebellion. He abandoned the darkness for the light and severed all ties with the traitor Ling. Now, he's favored by the king and is the commander of the imperial capital city defense camp. If you dare to attack me, you can forget about living in the Qin nation." Gu Tianba, Ling Xiao had heard this name from Lin Ruoxian. This person was the sworn brother of Ling Yan's father, Marquis Ling. Later, he betrayed his friend for glory. He colluded with the 13th prince and others to frame Marquis Ling's family. His entire family was almost executed. He was clearly a shameless person blinded by greed. Marquis Ling was Ling Zhao's good brother and Ling Yan's father. Even if he was nothing, such a loyal person was harmed by a despicable person. With Ling Zhao's temper, he would definitely not let this despicable person go. Since the despicable person's son had appeared, and he was clearly the son of a beast, it was clear what he should do. Gu Mingyu looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but his talent was quite good. Coupled with his father's status, his strength was naturally not too weak. It was already very impressive for him to reach the peak of the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Ling Xiao. Although he had never been to the capital city, he was much stronger than the lowest-ranked geniuses there. "Gu Mingyu, Gu Tianba's son. How impressive. Is this how your beastly father taught you to behave?" Ling Xiao looked at Gu Mingyu coldly, thinking about how to make this beast die a more painful death. This kind of person liked to build their happiness on the pain of others the most. If he wanted to kill such a person, he would have to let him taste pain. "What? You dare to scold me?" The smile on Gu Mingyu's face suddenly turned dark. The joy of tasting the tender meat just now had already been burned by Ling Zhao's offensive tone. "So what if I scold you? I still want to kill you." Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and the remaining beasts were killed on the spot by Ling Xiao. Moreover, he did it in front of Gu Mingyu. "Didn't you say that as long as you were around, they would be fine? Now that they are dead, you will follow in their footsteps." Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked in the direction of Gu Mingyu. Was he going to let such a beast continue to harm others? Others might be afraid of dirtying their hands, but Ling Xiao was not. "You. Who are you? Are you Thief Ling's old subordinate?" Gu Mingyu sensed the terrifying killing intent from Ling Xiao and trembled in fear. That terrifying killing intent was definitely not something that a playboy like him could withstand. It was too terrifying. It was as if countless steel needles were piercing his body, making him feel the stinging pain and the approach of death. "Gu Tianba is a beast, you are also a beast. Don't worry, after killing you, I will kill your beastly father as well. In the past, your beastly father betrayed his friends for glory. He should have known that one day, someone would cut off his head to worship his loyal soul. No, who are you? Don't kill me. I can let you enjoy endless glory and wealth." Gu Mingyu was scared. He was really scared. Of course, his arrogance just now was gone. He looked at Ling Zhao's ferocious mask in fear, feeling as if the Ling family had walked out of hell to take his life. "Let you go? When you insulted that pitiful and innocent girl just now, did you think about letting her go first? What did she do to be tarnished by a beast like you?" Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. His terrifying killing intent completely enveloped Gu Mingyu and the two people beside him. The three of them were all warriors of level 8 of hell in Yinyang realm. But now, facing Ling Xiao, they did not even have the courage to resist. It was not that they did not want to resist, but that they could not. Ling Zhao's killing intent made them shiver like pitiful birds in the cold wind. No, I don't want to die." However, Gu Mingyu's words could not affect Ling Zhao's decision. He raised his sword and the sword essence spat out. The sword light flashed, as dazzling as the punishment from heaven. "Ah!" Shrill screams resounded in the night sky. The three of them did not die, but there was a piercing cold pain in their crotch. That kind of pain made them wish they were dead. The three of them fell to the ground, screaming crazily and rolling around. Ling Xiao did not kill them immediately. Instead, he castrated them. Since they had done that kind of thing, they deserved to suffer this little pain. But after a while, the three of them stopped breathing. What a bunch of trash. They died so easily. How dare they be so tyrannical? Ling Xiao had no sympathy for the three of them. They deserved to die, and they had to die. Otherwise, how could those who died unjustly rest in peace? The Ling family village was quiet again. All the Arcana Academy disciples who came to capture the Ling family members were killed by Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the end, the little demoness did not make a move. Ling Xiao killed dozens of Arcana Academy disciples by himself. Although these people were the most useless ones in the Arcana Academy, this scene shocked the people of the Ling family village. Countless young men and women looked at him with eyes full of worship and respect. They also wanted to be as strong as Ling Xiao. Only then could they protect themselves and their families. Otherwise, even if they did not want to take revenge, there would be people who would find trouble with them and take their heads. This was the cruel law of the mysterious world. The weak were bullied and oppressed. They could die at any time, and they could not even choose how they died. The strong were fearless between heaven and earth. Once they were angry, they could make rivers of blood flow and destroy cities. No one dared to bully them. They wanted to be stronger. Ling Xiao also wanted to be stronger. Today, he had to wear this ugly mask because he was not strong enough and did not dare to reveal his identity. He did not dare to use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit. He did not even dare to be too ostentatious in the royal city. He had to keep a low profile. He had to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but this was not what he wanted. Why would a good person pretend to be a pig? In the end, it was because he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could get whatever he wanted to eat. Phew. Phew. The sky was turning white, and the Ling family village was gradually brightening up under the sunlight. Suddenly, a terrifying whistling sound came from the sky. And the sound was getting louder and louder. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at the sky and saw a large group of war eagles flying towards them from afar. On top of the war eagle, there were soldiers in armor. The Chen Kingdom's War Eagle Army? Ling Xiao had heard about the War Eagle Army. Ever since Marquis Ling died in battle, the Chen Kingdom had been invaded by the Volcano Kingdom and lost a large part of its territory. Until a person appeared out of nowhere. This person was the Chen Kingdom's 7th prince, Chen Kangming. He was known as the War Eagle Divine General. He had forcefully taken back the territory that the Volcano Nation had taken away piece by piece, establishing an unparalleled military merit. However, although Chen Kangming was powerful, he was too straightforward and had a very close relationship with Marquis Ling. It was said that when he was young, Marquis Ling had saved his life. He and Ling Yan had been through life and death together. Therefore, he had written many petitions, hoping that the King of Chen would reopen the Ling family's rebellion case. Because of this, he was hated by the King of Chen. Although he had made great contributions, he was still an unfavored prince. He was not even a one-star prince. Could it be Chen Kangming? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua and said, "Fenghua, you and the villagers should hide behind me. If it's an enemy, you should leave first. I will hold them back. If it's a friend, that would be best." Yu Fenghua wanted to say, "What right do you have to order me around?" But when the words reached her mouth, they turned into an mm. She did not know why she was so obedient to this young man. It was not like her at all. That's ridiculous. Yu Fenghua shook her head but still did as Ling Xiao said. The war eagles finally landed. On the majestic war eagles, there were soldiers in black armor. They looked very valiant. The leader was a golden war eagle. On top of the war eagle was a handsome young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. However, the aura he released made even Ling Xiao feel fear. This bastard is probably even stronger than Chen Kangming. This was Ling Zhao's first thought. The man jumped off the warhawk and looked at the mess on the ground. He suddenly asked, "Did you kill him?" His voice was indifferent and emotionless. No one could guess why he asked this. "That's right." Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Well done. You're a beast in human clothing. Everyone has the right to punish you." The young man suddenly said loudly, "My name is Chen Kangming. Fellow villagers, do not panic. Marquis Ling had saved this king's life in the past. This king will definitely not watch as his descendant dies tragically. It was indeed Chen Kangming. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If there was anyone in the Chen royal family who dared to sympathize with the Ling family, or even openly help them, it would be Chen Kangming. Hearing Chen Kangming's name, everyone in the Ling family village seemed to be overjoyed. That was a true sense of relief. Although they had spent many years in this valley, they were not completely unaware of what had happened outside. They knew what Chen Kangming had done, and they were very grateful. For their sake, this prince had gone against the king of Chen. He had repeatedly performed meritorious deeds, but had never received a single reward. He could not even return to the capital, and could only constantly fight outside. When he was injured, he did not receive a word of concern from the king of Chen. Even his own mother had been neglected by the king of Chen because of him. She had originally been a noble consort, but had been demoted to a virtuous consort, and then a concubine. The eunuchs and maids in the palace would not even look at his mother properly. Even so, the mother and son had not forgotten the kindness the Ling family had shown them. They were still the only royal family in the Chen kingdom who dared to trust the Ling family. If you're here to protect them, you're too late, Ling Xiao said coldly. If he had not accidentally met the Moon Maiden and come here, all the villagers would have been taken away by the Arcana Academy. Thus, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with this Chen Kangming. Yes, I'm too late. He looked at the corpses of the villagers on the ground, and at the tragic appearance of the humiliated woman after committing suicide. True sorrow appeared in Chen Kangming's eyes. He knelt on one knee and hugged the pitiful woman, unable to calm down for a long time. Behind him, the hundreds of soldiers of the War Eagle army turned over and knelt on one knee behind him, grieving for their prince. They grieved for the people of the Ling family. This Chen Kangming is indeed very good at commanding an army. These people look at him not only with loyalty, but also with brotherly love. No wonder he's called the Warhawk Divine General. No wonder he's invincible. Although Ling Xiao was a little resentful of Chen Kangming, he had to admit that he was an outstanding person. In particular, his desire to repay the Ling family's kindness shocked him. Ordinary people simply couldn't do this to this extent. Even if they sympathized with the Ling family, they would bury it in their hearts and not show it. But this person was different. Not only did he show it, he showed it very clearly. Rather break than bend. Perhaps this kind of hero was best described. Pass down my orders. Bury the souls of the deceased and throw the corpses into the forest to feed the wild beasts. Chen Kangming gently placed the girl's body on the ground and covered her body with his cloak. If this action had been done by Ji Hyun of Silla or Chen Kanglin, it would have been full of hypocrisy and pretentiousness. But Chen Kangming's action was so natural, without the slightest hint of pretense or hypocrisy. Because he was that kind of person. He had always done that. This person really was not scheming. Yes, sir. The Warhawk army obeyed orders and was strictly disciplined. It would not be an exaggeration to call them an iron army. They all began to move. Chen Kangming looked back at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, I'm afraid this place is no longer a secret. I reckon that there will be people coming to encircle and annihilate them soon. So, young hero, you should leave first. I will arrange for the people of the Ling family to go to a safe place." To where? Although Ling Xiao admired Chen Kangming, it did not mean that he trusted him. Ling Xiao would always be suspicious of anyone. After all, this was the first time they had met. He did not want the people of the Ling family to enter the tiger's den because of his carelessness. I have a fief. It's a county city. They should be able to live well there. Chen Kangming was stunned. Although he felt that there was no need to tell Ling Xiao about this, he still said it. Perhaps it was out of gratitude to Ling Xiao for saving the Ling family. Your Highness is on good terms with the Ling family. There must be countless eyes watching you. If they follow you, I'm afraid that not only will they die, but your Highness will also be implicated. I do have a good place to go, Ling Xiao said. Chen Kangming also knew that. Ling Xiao was not lying. But because there was no better place to go, he had to do this. Where? Chen Kangming asked. Where is the safest place to send those people? The Eight Immortals County. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No. That used to be 13th brother's territory. I heard that second brother took it over and even supported a young genius to become the lord. Wouldn't we be sending ourselves to our deaths there? Chen Kangming shook his head. Ling Xiao took off the ferocious mask on his face and looked calmly at Chen Kangming. I am that overlord, Ling Xiao. He decided to take a gamble. Chen Kangming would not betray him. All signs showed that Chen Kangming was a loyal person who would not easily betray a friend. Or a friend's benefactor. Ling Xiao had saved the Ling family village. How could he repay kindness with enmity? Of course, Ling Xiao was not completely confident, so he said he was taking a gamble. Chen Kangming was somewhat surprised and shocked. It was rare for such a young lord to have such great courage. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Or hand you over to second brother? Chen Kangming asked. Of course not. Ling Xiao shook his head. First, you won't do that. Second, even if you do, you won't succeed. I don't have any good points, but I'm still very confident. Indeed, I won't do that. Chen Kangming shook his head. But what I don't understand is, as second brother's man, why are you helping these people? Who told you that I'm Chen Kanglin's man? That's what the outside world says. Is what the outside world says the truth? Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kangming, a faint smile on his face. If I had to choose a prince to support, it would not be Chen Kanglin of Jihyun of Silla, but you, Warhawk god Chen Kangming. Me? I'm just a prefectural king with no power in the court. Even my mother can only see her once a month. You support me? I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Moreover, I have no intention of participating in the court's struggles for power. Chen Kangming shook his head. Then are you willing to let the Ling family's injustice never be avenged? Aren't you afraid that once Chen Kanglin or Chen Songxiong takes the throne, you and your mother will be killed? Don't say that it's impossible. You Kangming. You know this. Ling Xiao looked at Chen Kangming indifferently and said, enough. Whether you fight for the throne or not, what does that have to do with me? He shrugged and said nonchalantly. You're only at the late stage of the 8th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. There are plenty of people like you in the royal capital. Why would you help me fight for the throne? Because I will soon become the strongest person in the royal city. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you dreaming? Chen Kangming felt that the young man in front of him was crazy. If you can raise your cultivation to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm within a year, I will believe you. I don't need you to be the strongest. At that time, I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if you treat me like a puppet. I only want the Ling family's injustice to be avenged. I only want my mother and son to be safe. Chen Kangming said. 1 year? Okay, then it's decided. Ling Xiao nodded. Since that's the case, let's begin the migration. This king will personally escort these people to the 8 immortal city. Chen Kangming changed the topic. Ling Xiao nodded. I don't know when the enemy will come, so I'll stay here to help. Although your War Eagle army is powerful, it's too conspicuous. When you escort these people, it's best if you don't bring them with you. Just bring a few elites with you. As long as you're not discovered, you'll be safe. And I'll stay here to buy time for you. Let the War Eagle army accompany you. Chen Kangming completely agreed with Ling Xiao's point of view. The two didn't delay and went to prepare for the migration. The people of the Ling family village didn't want to stay in the mountains forever. Especially after seeing Ling Xiao kill the disciples of the Arcana Academy, those young children wanted to become stronger. Even if they couldn't take revenge, they wanted to be able to protect themselves and their families. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from not far away, and the whole ground shook. This sound shocked Ling Xiao and the War Eagle army. But strangely, the local villagers didn't have any reaction. According to the villagers, it was the sound of the volcano. About 1 mile away from here, such sounds were often heard, and there was lava spewing out. But it wasn't too serious. So, they were used to it. Could it be the demon beasts? Ling Xiao looked into the distance and seemed to see a demon aura. Your Highness, you go ahead. I'll go take a look at the volcano over there. After leaving the 8 immortal city, Ling Xiao was very satisfied with many things, but he still couldn't upgrade his lava battle body to the highest level. This made him feel very troubled. If there were any treasures or demon beasts in the volcano, there might be a chance for a change. He didn't want to miss the opportunity. Okay. Chen Kangming nodded and said, "Be careful. The demon beasts here are not to be trifled with." Anyway, it was just dawn, and there was no danger. A wave of enemies had just been destroyed. If there was an attack on the Ling family village, it wouldn't have been so fast. So, it didn't matter if Ling Xiao left for a while. Ling Xiao went towards the volcano, and Yufanghua followed behind him. "It's dangerous there," Ling Xiao said with a frown. "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I want to follow. You're a good person. It's a pity if you die," Yufanghua said lightly. "Okay, up to you." It felt good to be cared for by someone, especially by the person who cared for him deeply. Ling Xiao didn't know how strong Yufanghua was, but she shouldn't be too weak. After all, she was thrown into the western mountain range, where demon beasts roamed. She was only injured and not killed. It was unrealistic if she wasn't strong enough. The two of them arrived at the peak of the volcano. Within the volcano, there was boiling magma flowing unceasingly. There was a strange aura coming from the volcano. They didn't know if it was a demon beast or some kind of treasure. "Fanghua, wait outside. I'll go down and take a look." Ling Xiao had the lava battle body, and it was a high-level one at that. He believed that the lava wouldn't be able to harm him. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go down and explore. "Don't die," Yufanghua said lightly. Although her words were cold, it was obvious that she cared about him. He didn't expect Yufanghua to be so arrogant even after reincarnating. "Don't worry, I won't die." Ling Xiao smiled and plunged into the boiling lava. What he didn't say was, "If I die, who will protect you forever?" The temperature of the lava here was very high. Ling Xiao could still feel his body heating up even with his advanced lava battle body. But fortunately, it was just heat and he wouldn't get hurt. It was a pity that the strengthening effect of the lava energy on Ling Xiao was only quantitative. If he wanted a qualitative change and a breakthrough in his lava battle body, he would need something else. If a top-level lightning battle body required thunder chalcedony, would a top-level lava battle body require lava chalcedony as well? The lava flowed from the top of the mountain to the bottom. It was a few hundred meters deep. An ordinary person would have suffocated to death by now. Only Ling Xiao, this fellow, who had many body refinement techniques, could live well. The bottom of the volcano was extremely wide. There was a river of lava. A huge dog-type beast was sleeping in the river of lava. It was at least 7 to 8 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. The surface of its body seemed to be formed by lava, and it even had 3 heads. Each head was spitting out boiling lava. The lava dripped onto the ground and melted it immediately. What a powerful beast. It must be a 1-star Yinyang realm level 9 hell. I'm no match for it. Ling Xiao didn't attack rashly because he found the 3-headed lava hound sleeping in the lava. There was indeed a piece of fiery red jade near the huge 3-headed lava hound. Ling Xiao had seen thunder chalcedony before, so he knew it must be lava chalcedony. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the 3-headed lava hound, he had to get the lava chalcedony. Ghost wolf. Ling Xiao turned into a ghost wolf and quietly approached the 3-headed lava hound. Since he couldn't defeat it, he might as well steal it. The 3-headed lava hound shouldn't be able to detect him in his ghost wolf form. The danger would come when he snatched the lava chalcedony. That was because he had to return to his physical form. If the 3-headed lava hound sensed him at such a close distance, he would be in deep trouble. However, Ling Xiao liked to take risks. He didn't want to give up the opportunity in front of him. He went to the lava chalcedony in his ghost wolf form and turned into a lava wolf in an instant. He swallowed the lava chalcedony into his stomach. At this moment, the terrifying 3-headed lava hound opened its huge eyes. It looked at him coldly. At that moment, Ling Xiao was already prepared to have a big fight with this guy. He was extremely nervous. It was definitely an accident that he was discovered. But since he was discovered, he had to be prepared to fight. He couldn't do anything about the sudden increase in pressure. But what made him feel strange was that The three-headed lava hound merely glanced at him before closing its eyes and falling asleep again. Ling Xiao didn't know why. He only knew that he was lucky enough to survive. He immediately transformed into his ghost wolf form and distanced himself from the terrifying lava Cerberus. Could it be that my lava wolf form made it mistake me for one of its kind, so it didn't attack? When he reached the outside of the volcano, he suddenly understood Chalcedony. Although it was unbelievable. It Chalcedony. A fragrant wind drifted over. Yu Fenghua wrapped one of her satin ribbons around Ling Xiao's body and pulled Ling Xiao over. Thank you. I might have indigestion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He swallowed the lava Chalcedony just now in order to get it. That terrifying energy had exploded within his body, which was why that scene had occurred. He still felt piercing pain all over his body, as if his insides were being burned. Without thinking much, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. He had to absorb the energy of the lava Chalcedony as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be burned to death. If he was burned to death, that would be hilarious. A martial artist who cultivated the lava combat body was burned to death by lava. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Yu Fenghua could have ignored him and left. But she didn't. She stood there, facing the morning glow, watching the rising sun, quietly waiting for Ling Xiao. With the Moon Maiden by his side, Ling Xiao was completely at ease. He closed his eyes and cultivated. With the experience of fusing with the Sky Thunder Chalcedony, this lava Chalcedony wasn't that difficult. It was just following the prescribed order. About an hour later, the sun had completely risen. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. A layer of perfect lava armor formed all over his body. The fiery armor was very similar to the shell of the lava Cerberus, but it was even more beautiful. Top-level lava combat body. It's finally realized, and I'm lucky enough to have a breakthrough in my cultivation. I'm now a martial artist at the peak of level 8 of the Yinyang realm. Ling Xiao was in a good mood. An increase in cultivation and strength was better than anything else. You've been accompanying me all this time? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua, who was still standing at the side. He was a little surprised. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just admiring the scenery. Yu Fenghua said lightly. Yes. You're admiring the scenery. But I'm going back. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao smiled. Yu Fenghua didn't smile much and was very similar to the Moon Maiden in the past. But Ling Xiao felt that this was more real. This was his woman. If you can go back, so can I, Yu Fenghua said. Then let's go together. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he headed towards the Ling family village. When he arrived at the village, the villagers had already set off. These people didn't have much fighting power. They would be a burden if they stayed. So even though many of them wanted to stay and fight, they were mercilessly scolded away by Ling Xiao. Actually, you don't have to make it sound so bad. Chen Kangming smiled bitterly and said, you should know that they have good intentions. Of course I know. It's precisely because I know that I don't want them to die for no reason. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Seventh Highness, although it's theoretically safe to go to the Eight Immortals City, it's not guaranteed. But once you enter the Eight Immortals City, there will be someone to receive you. An hour ago, I had the puppet carrier pigeon send a message. I'll be careful. You must take care. I hope we can meet again in the royal capital. Chen Kangming said. You take care as well. Ling Xiao nodded. The two smiled at each other and then went their separate ways. But with Chen Kangming's departure, the remaining War Eagle army encountered some trouble. Chen Kangming ordered the War Eagle army to listen to Ling Xiao's orders. In truth, the majority of them were unconvinced. Some were unconvinced, but they understood that military orders were like mountains. They were willing to bury their dissatisfaction and listen to Ling Xiao's orders. But there were also some who were unwilling. One of them was the centurion of the War Eagle army, Lai Huang. This time, Chen Kangming had brought with him 2 deputies, 1 centurion, and 10 dakarches. The 2 deputies were escorting the villagers of the Ling family village. You can't fight. You're not as strong as me, so you have to listen to me. Lai Huang's cultivation was indeed stronger than Ling Zhao's. He was at the early stage of 9th level of hell. This guy was only a centurion, but he was already so strong. What kind of monsters were in Chen Kangming's army? No wonder they were always victorious. Is that so? But your highness asked you to listen to me. Ling Xiao looked at Lai Huang and said, you should know the consequences of not following orders, right? Don't scare me. I only listen to his highness. Who do you think you are? Lai Huang didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. As for the military order that Ling Xiao gave him, he found it laughable. I'll tell you now. Who do I think I am? Little devil girl. He suddenly waved his hand. Little devil girl suddenly jumped out from behind Ling Xiao and attacked Lai Huang. Lai Huang originally thought that little devil girl was just a little girl and didn't want to be ruthless. So he went easy on her. But after 2 or 3 moves, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His opponent was ridiculously strong. If he were to show mercy, he would probably lose his life in the end. Therefore, the following attacks suddenly became ferocious. But even though Lai Huang used all his strength, he was still stepped on by little devil girl in the 10th move. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't stand up. Being stepped on by a 7 or 8-year-old girl was like being pressed down by a mountain. Do you admit defeat? Ling Xiao asked coldly. I admit defeat. Lai Huang was a simple guy. He only worshipped the strong. Back when the 7th prince, Chen Kangming, had subdued him, he had defeated him and made him pledge his loyalty. Of course, once this guy swore loyalty to someone, his loyalty was very high. It's good that you admit defeat. According to the military rules, you should be killed. But we still need you to lead the War Eagle army to delay the enemy. You should atone for your mistakes. Ling Xiao said coldly. Yes, sir. Little devil girl jumped away. Lai Huang finally crawled up and knelt on one knee. Alright, let's start preparing the fortifications. I can feel killing intent coming from afar. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. The army that came to attack the Ling family village was actually the Eagle army that was as famous as the War Eagle army. The Eagle troop was under the 14th prince's command. The 14th prince was also a talented general. However, his reputation in the army was the flying eagle killing god. He would never leave a single one of the armies he defeated alive. The 14th prince's contributions were not as great as Chen Kangming's, but he was now the only 9-star prince who could be mentioned in the same breath as Ji Hyun of Silla and Chen Kanglin. Of course, in Ling Zhao's Taiji eyes, not many people had come from the Eagle army. There were about 100 of them. It was under the command of a deputy general. In addition to the 100-man Eagle army, there were also the 1,000-man Imperial City Garrison army. The strength of the Garrison army was much weaker than the Eagle army and the War Eagle army. The strongest was only at the peak of Yinyang Realm's 8th level of hell. The weaker ones were more chaotic. There were transition martial artists and a large number of ordinary martial artists. However, they won in numbers. Moreover, an army was an army. They were much more powerful than the bandits from the Black Wind Stockade. If the War Eagle army was not there, Ling Xiao alone would not be able to stop them. Soon, there were whistling sounds in the sky. The rumbling sounds in the forest were getting closer. The demonic beasts in the vicinity had already fled to other places because of the dangerous aura. Get ready to fight the enemy. Don't let them find out that the villagers have left. Therefore, the enemy must not enter the village. Ling Xiao said loudly. If the enemy did not enter the village, they would not find out that the villagers had left 2 hours ago. At this time, they were probably very far away. Yes. After witnessing the little demoness easily subduing Lai Huang, the soldiers of the War Eagle army were obviously more obedient to Ling Xiao. However, Lai Huang was actually not convinced in his heart. Although he said he was convinced, he thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the strength of the little demoness. Although he could not disobey Ling Xiao's orders, he planned to compete with Ling Xiao in this battle to see who could kill more enemies. However, he did not dare to say this out loud. If Ling Xiao really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do anything. After all, he was no match for the little demoness. They're close. hundreds of soldiers from the War Eagle army looked forward without any fear. The War Eagle army had always been successful. Why would they be afraid of the Eagle army? However, there were many enemies. It would be difficult to prevent them from entering the village. The Eagle army in the sky was already close to the village, but they did not rush in. The thousands of people on the ground surrounded the village. From this, it could be seen that these people had discovered the War Eagle army. Therefore, they did not act rashly. Even so, the Eagle army was still very arrogant. Flying in such an obvious place, they were simply living targets. Their arrogance was not without reason. The martial artists in the War Eagle army that Chen Kangming had brought were generally at the 7th level of the Yinyang realm. Only 10 sergeants had reached the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. However, everyone in the Eagle army was at least at the 8th level of the Yinyang realm. The deputy was at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Yinyang realm. The centurion was at the same level as him, but slightly weaker. It could be said that the Eagle army's overall strength was absolutely superior to the War Eagle army. Although the War Eagle army was not afraid, the truth was the truth. The difference was the difference. In the Eagle army, the deputy general stood on a gigantic eagle and shouted, "People of the village, listen up. Surrender quickly and you can still leave behind a complete corpse. Otherwise, all of you will be killed and torn apart by 5 horses. People of the War Eagle army, you better not resist. The king has ordered that the remnants of the Ling family must be eradicated. Do you dare to rebel? Nonsense, the Ling family village is empty. The 7th prince is resting here. Do you dare to harm him?" Lai Huang scolded loudly. "The 7th prince? Haha, if the 7th prince wants to work with those traitors, so what if we kill him? He is just a commandery prince. Even if he dies, the king will not feel sorry." The deputy sneered. "You are courting death." Lai Huang roared. "Although I want to kill you, you are not worthy with your strength. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you." The deputy Ling Xiao said and then headed towards the volcano with the centurion. Before leaving, he gave an order to a martial artist at the 9th level of the Yinyang realm, "Kill without mercy." It seems that those two came for the lava chalcedony. But what will their expressions be when they see that the lava chalcedony is gone? Ling Xiao suddenly leaped into the air and floated in midair. Lava flowed all over his body and flames surged. His hands formed a strange seal as the terrifying lava power gathered between his hands. Then, with a roar, he threw out the lava power. Lava storm. This was the first time he used lava storm after reaching the peak of the lava battle body. He didn't know how powerful it was, but he felt that it wouldn't be any weaker than a top-tier Jade-grade martial skill. The terrifying lava storm began to wreak havoc around the village. The people surrounding the village began to let out mournful screams. In an instant, hundreds of people died. This was strength. This was lethality. Not only that, but a protective wall formed by lava rose around the village, preventing the people surrounding the village from entering. F***CK. Seeing this scene, Lai Huang was shocked. Ling Xiao was just testing his skills, but he had already caused such terrifying destruction. After killing so many people, he still wanted to compete with Ling Xiao to see who killed more people. What a joke. Let's do it, Lai Huang. Let me see how strong the War Eagle army is. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to use his ability. Holy King's Eye, Berserk War Song. A loud war song sounded in the valley. At that moment, all the War Eagle army martial artists were wrapped in a layer of blood-red light. At this moment, not only were their blood boiling, but their battle strength also soared. They were originally worried that they wouldn't be a match for the War Eagle army, but now they were confident. Holy King's Eye, Recovery War Song. As their battle strength soared, another war song sounded. The War Eagle army martial artists found that their internal energy was recovering at an accelerated rate. They found that their injuries were also healing at an accelerated rate. They didn't know what kind of power this was, but they knew that it came from Ling Xiao, that strange and terrifying youth. Good, really good. Lai Huang found that his battle strength had soared by at least 2 or 3 times. This was simply too satisfying. she had doubted that gigolo before. No, it should be the young hero. Now, she was simply admiring him to the point of prostrating herself in admiration. The chaotic battle had begun. Lai Huang had also found his opponent. It was a first transition Yin-Yang Realm 9th level Hell early stage expert. Little Demoness was left by Ling Xiao beside Yu Fenghua and did not participate in the charge. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, charged into the enemy ranks alone. Although the 100 Eagle army no longer had a cultivator at the first transformation 9th level of Hell. However, there were still more than 10 peak Yin-Yang Realm martial artists at the 8th level of Hell. Ling Xiao planned to stall these 10 people by himself. Brothers, there's something strange about this guy. He must be the one who released that annoying war song. Let's work together and kill him, otherwise, it will be very troublesome. No one in the Eagle troop was weak. Thus, they quickly found the crux of the problem. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Each of their cultivations was comparable to Ling Zhao's. Although there was a large difference in their combat strength, there were still 10 of them. Moreover, there were 10 soldiers. They had the most combat experience and joint attack skills, so naturally, they wouldn't let Ling Xiao have an easy time. Do you need my help? Yu Fenghua's voice suddenly rang in Ling Zhao's ears. No need. You just need to help guard the line of defense. Don't let those people enter the village. Ling Xiao didn't want Yu Fenghua to take the risk. He had just met Yu Fenghua and didn't know how strong his woman was. If he rashly let her attack and something happened, he wouldn't be able to bear the pain. What an arrogant boy. You dare to face 10 of us alone. Do you really think we're useless? The 10 people quickly surrounded Ling Xiao. 3 of them stood in the distance and aimed their bows and arrows at Ling Xiao. 3 others stood in the middle and used spears. 3 others stood in the second row and used swords. The last person stood in the front and held a huge shield. He had no other weapons. It seemed that he was mainly responsible for defense. Such cooperation could be said to be perfect. If they encountered any enemy, they could easily kill them. However, they just had to meet Ling Xiao. He was a terrifying enemy that couldn't be estimated. Ling Xiao completely entered the purple lightning bull martial soul transformation state. Then he directly released the special skill, Earthquake. Not only could this move cause the earth to tremble and the mountains to sway, it could also distort the air. It could also stun the enemy. Although it was only a moment of dizziness. But it gave Ling Xiao the best opportunity to attack. Wolf travels 1,000 miles, lone wolf travels. He instantly passed through the enemies in front of him and reached the outermost circle. Facing the surprised archers, he smiled coldly and stabbed out with the white jade flying dragon sword in his hand. Xianming. Ling Xiao didn't use his most powerful move. Because the more powerful the move, the more inner strength it consumed. And it took a longer time to accumulate energy. There was no time at all. Xianming could be used almost instantly in Ling Zhao's hands. In just an instant, it pierced through the throat of one of the archers. This archer was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Facing Ling Zhao's attack, he actually didn't react at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but because he had just recovered from the dizziness and was already about to accept the fate of death. Ling Xiao dared to use the martial skill that he had used in the 8 Immortals County City here because he didn't plan to let anyone live. He wanted to kill every single one of the enemies who had come to attack him today. Anyway, even if these people died 10 times, none of them would be innocent. How could a person who would attack the old, weak, women, and children have a good character? Moreover, there was no need for sympathy or mercy on the battlefield. If he showed mercy, he would be the unlucky one. Wolf travels 1,000 miles, lightning wolf. After killing one of the archers, Ling Xiao didn't stop. His figure turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on the second archer. This second person even made a defensive move. Unfortunately, his body was paralyzed by the lightning and his wrist was stiff. He couldn't block Ling Zhao's attack at all. He became the second victim. In mid-air, Ling Xiao changed his form. Overlord Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation, Demonic Dragon Blood Curse. After killing the second archer, Ling Xiao completed his transformation and attack. The demonic dragon blood curse targeted everyone around him. At this moment, 3 spearmen were stabbing at him from behind. The third archer fled into the distance. It was obvious that he wanted to increase the distance between them to attack him. Therefore, Xianxia used the demonic dragon blood curse. Today's demonic dragon blood curse was even more powerful because of the tyrannical blood demonic dragon's advancement. The 4 people around him felt their chi and blood churn, and they almost fell from the sky. The eagle under them had already lost consciousness. Shadow cone. When they were relatively far away, Xianxia shot out a shadow cone from his left hand and pierced the last archer's throat. At this point, in just a few breaths' time, 3 of the 10 peak Yin-Yang realm experts at the 8th level of the hell had died. End of chapter 2583. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.